Good morning and welcome to our road art collection. What a great collection we've had. First of all, you must be registered as a bidder, and you will need to have your number out so our bidder's assistants can see that you are registered, and they will call your bid in to the auctioneer. Internet bidders, good morning. Violet is waiting for you to click the mouse. But make sure to do it early. Let us know you have interest. That way we do not announce sold before you do click the mouse. Let us know you have interest. Click the mouse, bid, make a couple bids, and then Russ will make sure that you have an opportunity to bid before he closes it, or sells it, excuse me. So we are ready to go. If you do need shipping, Craters and Freighters has an office right here in Las Vegas, and Johnny would be happy to give you their contact information, and I do believe it is actually in your road art catalog. So it's Craters and Freighters of Las Vegas. The email or contact information is in the catalog, or see John and he will provide you with that information. The on-site buyer's premium is 18% on these items, and we are ready to go. Let's roll through it, Russ.
And good morning, K1 on the Indian motorcycle side. I had $300, 400, and 3 at the bid. If anybody did 400, down 3 at the bid, did 400, down 300. If anybody did $400 bid, I had 300, gonna be 400. If anybody now did 300, 400. If anybody $300 down 4, I had 3 at the bid, did 400, down 3 at the bid, 4 or 5, and 500. If anybody did $500 bid, and 400. If anybody did 500, if anybody did 400, gonna be 500. I had 400. If anybody did $500, 600, 4 and a half, 500. 450, 500. I am 4 and a half, going to be 500. If an hour, going to do 450 to 500. I am 4 and a half, going to be 500. If an hour, going to do 500, going to be 500. 450, $500 bill type. So 450, Robin. In K2, I am 500. Going to do how much here? In 5 and a half, 600. I am 550 down to Benny to 600. I am 5 and a half to do 600. Down 550 down to Benny to 600. Down 5 and a half to do $600 bid. And 550, 600, 700. I have an 800. Going to be 800. Down 70 back to 800. Going to be 9. 900. Benny back to 9. Going to be 9 back to 800. Going to be 900. I have an $800 bid. $900. $1,000. And $1,000 Benny back to 900. Going to be $1,000. Benny back to 9. Going to be $1,000. So $900, Paul. In K3, and I'm a chair, and down, I could do 200, 300. I am 2 to bed, and down, 3, 4, and down, I could do 400, and down, I could do 4 or 5, and 500, and down, I could do 600, and down, 700, going to be 800. I have an 800, and down, 900, going to be $1,000. I have 900, and down, going to do 1,000, going to do 900, going to be $1,000, 1,100, and 1,000 to be 1,100, and down, I could do 1,000, 11, 12, and 1,200, and down, I could do 12, going to be 12, going to be 12, going to be 1,200. I have 1,100, 12, 1,300, and down, I could do 13, and 1,400, and down, I could do 13, and I could do $1,400 bid, and 1,300, and down, I could do 14, to be 1,400, I could do 13, $1,400 bid, 1,500, I could do 15 to bid, and down, I could do 14, $1,500 bid, and 1,500, and down, that's so $1,400 internet. Here's K4 on the clock. Sound that going to do 250, 300. I am 2 and a half to bed. Now going to do 3, going to be 3, going to be 400. I am 3 to bed. 500. 500 going to be $500, $600 bed. You 500, 700. Now going to do 800, going to be 800. I have 900. Now 9 going to be 9 to bed. Going to do $1,000. And 9 to bed. Now going to do $1,000 bed. I have 900. Now going to do 1,000 to bed. Going to do 900. Going to be $1,000. Sold $900. Sold 900. Alex. In K5, I had him on the jacket. I'm at $300, $400 bed. I am 3 to bed, and now they're going to do 400, and now 300, down 400, and now 3 going to be 4, and $300 bed, 400, and now 300, 400, $500 bed, and 500, and now they're going to do 600, and now they're going to do 5 bed, and 600, and now they're going to do 700, going to be 700, going to be 800. I have an 800, and now they're going to do 8, down, going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 800, going to be $900 bed, down, sold $800. Jordan. Here's K6. And I'm going to do banner pair 250, 300. I am 2 and a half bed, and now I'm going to do 300, down 250 to 3, 400, and now I'm going to do 4, and 300, 400, and now I'm going to do 3, going to do $400 bed, down 400, and now $400. I am 300, 400, and now I'm going to do 300 bed, 400, and now so $300. Alex. K7, high head of an amount on the clock. If anybody going to do 250, 300, and 250 down. If anybody going to do 3, if anybody going to do 400, 500, 500, going to be 500 out of bed, and 600. If anybody now going to do 500, going to do 600. If anybody now 700, 800. If anybody now going to do 8, going to be 800 out of down, going to be 1,000, 11, 1,000 to be 1,100. If anybody now 1,200. If anybody 13, 1,400 out of bed, and 1,500. If anybody now 1,700. If anybody now going to do 17 to be 2,000 out of, and 2,000 22 to be. If anybody now going to do 22 to be 2,200 out of, and 2,000. If anybody going to do 2,500, 25 to be going to do 25, and 2,700. If anybody now going to do 25 to be going to do down 3, and down 3,000. If anybody now down 3,200. If anybody now 3 going to be 2, and 3,000. If anybody now 3,500. If anybody now going to do 3,500 out of bed, and 35, 3,700. If anybody now going to do 35 going to be 37, 4, and 4,000 out of anybody going to do 42, and 4,000 out of anybody going to do 4,200, 4,500, 4,500, 42 to be going to do 4,500 dollars going to do 9. So $4,200. Violet. Here's K8, K8 oil cans out of 100, 200. And down 2. If anybody going to do 1 bed, if now 200 out of bed, down 1 bed, if now going to do 200, and 300, if now 400, if now going to do 500 out of bed, 500 going to do 500 out of bed, and 600, if now going to do 500, if now going to do 400 out of bed, 5, 6, 7, going to be 7, Robin going to be 700, if now going to do 7, 8, and 800, if now going to do 8, going to be 800 out of bed, now 9, 900 out of 1,000 out of 1,000 out of 1,000 out of 1,000 to be 1,200, and 1,200, 1,500, if now going to do 15, 17 to be, if now 2, and now 2,000 out of bed, going to do 2, going to be 15, going to be 2, I am 15, 1,700 out of bed, I am 15 to bed, if now going to do 17, going to be 17, going to be 17 to bed, I am 1,500, if now going to do 1,500, if now 1,600 out of bed, I am going to do 1,500, if now going to do 15, 16, 17, and 17 to bed, going to do 16, going to be 1,700 out of down, going to do 17 or down, so $1,600, bitch. Here's K9, high head of anybody going to do by a pair, here 100 bed, if now 200, if anybody going to do 1 bed, if now 2, going to be 3, and now 400, if now going to do 400, if now going to do 3, 4, 5, 500 dollars, I have 400, if now going to do 500, 600, if now 700, if now going to do 7, I have now going to do 700, if now 800, if now 9, you're 900, if now going to do 9, going to be 9 bed, if now 800, if 900, I have 900, if now going to do 800, if now going to do 700, 800 out of bed, I have going to do 700, 800, if now 7, I have 8, 7, I have 8, I have 7, I have 800, if now going to do 8, 8, 8, 9, so 750, Robin. Here's K10. Hind head of an hour, negative bottom prayer 50 to 100. I am 50 down of any negative 100 of an hour, negative 1 a bit, 50 down of any negative 150. And 100 of an hour down 200, 200, 200 of an hour, 3 to negative 300, and 300 of an hour, negative 3 to negative 3 to be 400 of an hour, 500 out of bed. You 500 of an hour, negative 400, 500, 500, negative 4 to negative 500 out of bed, down, down, down. 600, 600, 600. I am 500, 600, and now 700. You're 700, and now I'm going to do 700. It's getting a little quicker. $700. I am 600, and I'm going to do 700. Sold $600, bitch. All right, and I'm K11. I'm going to do by a pair 150, 200. I have 150 going to be 200, and I'm going to do 100. I'm going to do 2 going to be 200. I have 150 down, and I'm going to do 200. Now 50 down, and I'm going to do 2 going to be 2.5. I have 200 out of bed, 53. I'm going to do 3 to bed, and 300, 400, and now I'm going to do 400 out of bed, down 4 to bed, going to do 3 going to be 4. I am 400, and now I'm going to do 300, and now I'm going to do 400, and now 3 going to be 400, 100, and I'm going to do 400 out of bed, 5, and 500, and I'm going to do 500 out of bed, down 400 out of 600. I am 500, and now I'm going to do 600, and I'm going to do 500 out of bed, 600. I am 500, 600, and now I'm going to do 500 out of bed, 600 down. So $500, Violet. Down to K12 on the globe. And now I'm going to do 2, 3. I had 200 out of any back to day, 300 out of 400 out of any back to day, 3 going to be 400, 500. You're 500 out of any now, going to do 600 out of any now, going to do pound back to do 600 out of bed. And pound bed 6, 7, 700 out of any now, going to do 700 out of bed. I am 600 out of any back to do 700, down 7, down 700 out of any now, 600, down 7. I am 600 out of any back to do 700 out of any 800, and 800 out of any now, going to do going to be 800 out of any back to do 700, 800 out of bed. And down 900, if any now, going to do sold $800, Violet. In K13, an hour dead, very big to do, but I'm praying $200, $300. I am $2 bed, an hour dead to do $300, 400, 400, 500, 500, 600 out of bed. In 600, an hour dead to do 600, 700, an hour dead to do 7. I am 600, an hour dead to do 7, 800, an hour dead to do day to be $800. I am 700, 800, an hour dead to do 700 out of bed, 800 out of bed, down 800. Sold $700. Violet. Here's K14. $200. $200. $300. $400. $500. $600 bid. And $600. Going to be $700. $600. $700 bid. And $600. $700. $700. $600 down 7 8. I have an $800. $700. $800. $700. $800. Sold $700. Violet. Here's K15. CHALKBOARD. $300. $400. I have 3 to bid. $400. $300 down 400. $3 to bid. $400 down 4 down 5. And $500. $400 down 500 down 5. You $500. $400. $500. $500 bill down 5 bill down $500 bill down. So $400. Violet. Here's K16. Thermometer. $350. $400. I am 3 and a hand bid. $400. $400. $400. 3 and a hand bid 4 and $350. $400. 3 and a half pound. 4 5 and $500. 600. $600 bid and $500. 600. 6 7 down $700 bid and $600. $700. $700 bill down 7 down $700 so $600. Violet. Here's K17. $400 $500 bid. $400. $500 down 5. You $500. $400 down $500 down 500 bid. I have 400 last call. Here's K7. $500. $500 bid. $600. I have 500. $600. $700. $700 bid down $700. So $600. Violet. And K17.1. I'm part of a 1 2 and 1 bed. 200. 100. $200. $300. I am 200. 3 3 3 3 3 to bed. $300. I am 200. 300. 3 250 to 3. I am 2 and a half going to be 300. 250 to 300. 2 and a half going to be 3 to bed. So $250. Jordan. And K18. $400. $500 bid. I have $400. $500. $400. $500 bid down 5. I have $600. $500 bid. 6 down $700 down 7 and $700. $600. $700. $800 bid. I have $700. $800. $900. $900. $800 bid. I have $800. Going to be $900. $850 to $900. $850 going to be $9 going to be $1,000. I going to be $1,000 for the back of the day, $1,000, so $900. Violet. K18.1. Sell clothing 100. And 200, 300, $3 and going to be 300, $3, 3, 3, 3, $300. I have $200 on the internet, 300, going to be 3, and now 300, $3 $200 down, $300, 3. So $200. Violet. K19. How much here? $300. $400. $400. $300. $400 bed. I have $300. $400. $500. $500. $600. $600 bed. I have $600. $600. $700. Now $700. $800. And $800. Day going to be $800. $700. $800 bed. I have $700. $800. $900 down 9. I have $8 now $1,000. $1,000 bed and $900 going to be $1,000 down 1,100 11 bed 12 and $1,200 $1,200 bed down 12 I $1,100 going to be $1,200 $1,100 going to be $1,200 $1,200 bed down so $1,100 Violet K19.1 $1,100 down and how much here $1,100 down 1 down 2 and $100 $1,100 $200 $1 bed $200 I have $100 $1,100 $200 $300 $3 3 3 going to be 3 and 2 to bed 3 to bed 300 3 and now 4 down 4 down 4 now 5 and 500 600 $600 I have 500 600 $600 so $500 Jesse here's K20 I have $500 down my chair $2,000 $2,500 I have $2,000 $25 now $3,000 3 I have $25 3 going to be 3 going to be 3 going to be 25 going to be 3 I have $2,500 $3,000 $2,500 front row $3,000 I have $25 going to be 3,000 $2,500 going to be 3 I have $25 bed $3,000 $25 bed $3,000 done I have $2,500 $3,000 here she goes $2,500 $3,000 I have so $2,500 Jordan so $2,500 I have $500 here Here is K number. Yeah, by the hour, they're going to do 21. Yeah, how much here? Storefront side. $9,000, $10,000 bed. $9,000, $10,000. $9,000, going to be 10. I am down to bed. $10,000, $9,000, $10,000. Yeah, down to bed. $10,000. $9,000, going to be 10. I got $9,000, $10,000. Going to be 10. I got $9,000, $10,000. $9,000, $10,000, $11,000 bed. I have $10,000, going to be $11,000. Going to be 11. I have $10,000, $11,000. $10,000, $11,000. I have $10,000. Gotta go. $10,000, $11,000. I have $10,000, $11,000. Going to be $11,000. 11. I have $10,000. Yes, no, maybe $10,000, $11,000. I have $10,000, $11,000. Sold $10,000. Sold $10,000. Alex. Here's K22. 150, 200, 150 down 2, 3, 3 to be 4, and 500, 500 out of bed, 600, 700 out of bed, and 700, 800, 800, gonna be 900 out of bed, gonna do 9,000 out of it, and 1,000 out of 1,100 out of bed, gonna do gonna be 11, gonna be 11, 1,000 to be 11, 1,200, gonna do 1,300 out of 14, 1,500 out of bed, 1,700 out of it, and 17 to be 2,000 out of it, gonna do 2, gonna be 2,000 out of it, gonna do gonna be 22. And down 2,200, down 2,500 out of bed, and 2,500, down 22, to 25, and 2,700, 25, 73, and 3,000, 3, gonna be 3, gonna be 27, gonna be 3, gonna be 2, gonna be 32, 3,500, 32, 3,500, 3,500 out of bed, sold $3,200 valid. Here's grade 23, 250, 300, and 250, 3, 400, 300 out of 4, 5, going to be 600 and 600 and 700 going to be 7 going to be 700 $800 about 800 and 700 800 900 and 1,000 here 1,000 and 1,000 going to be 1,200 here 1,500 and 15 and 1,500 I am 12 and 1,500 and 1,500 down sold $1,200 Alex here K24 I'm a chair I'm back at 800 going to be 900 out of bed 800 down 800 down going to be 900 about 800 out of bed down 900 out of bed 800 9,000 out of 1,100 out of and 1,200 out of down 1,500 out of bed down 1,500 out of bed and 1,500 out of bed down 1,700 out of bed 15 of bed 1,700 out of bed and 1,500 1,700 out of bed down 15 of bed 1,700 down and 1,700 out of bed down 15 1,700 out of bed down so $1,500 violet here's K25 $200 $300 I have 200, 300, 300, 300, 3 going to be 400, 500, if I'm going to be 500, 500, and 500, 600, 600 out of bed. I have 500, 600, Paul's in, 600, I am 500, 600, 600, I have so $500 Paul. I had K26, here now. I have 250, 300, 200, 3 going to be 3 going to be 4 and 400 300 400 400 500 and 600 500 600 6 7 and 700 800 going to be 800 I am 700 800 7 bed 800 800 so $700 Alex K27 $600 700 600 7 and 800 700 800 going to be 800 I am 700 800 700 800 Lance call 700 out of bed 800 out of bed down sold $700 internet K28 cat eyes 5 600 I am 5 6 700 800 900 9 I going to be 1,000 out of 1,100 going to be 11 going to be 1,100 1,200 1,500 1,700 out of bed and 17 down 2,000 out of 2,200 out of bed I am 2,000 out of bed going to 20 going to be 25 going to be 27 your man's out 2,700 out of bed going to 25 going to 27 I am 25 going to 2,700 down 3,000 out of bed 32 and 3,200 out of bed going to 3,500 I am 35 going to be 35 going to be 35 going to be 3,500 going to 32 35 and 37 no I got 35 37 I am 35 going negative 3700, negative 3500, 3700 bid. I am 35, 37. I got 35, 37. I am by 37, 4. Now 4, 37 going to be 4. Full pound negative 4,000 bid. I am 3700 going to be 4,000 4,200. I am 4,000 negative 42 to bid. Negative 4,000 negative 42. And 4,000 out of bid 4,200. Negative 4,500. And 4,500. Negative 4,500. Negative 45. I am 42 to bid. Negative 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. I am 42 to bid. Negative 47. I am 4,700. Now get 5,000. Just get $5,000 power. Negative 5,000 out of bed. Negative 5,000 out of bed. Negative 5 to be 5 to be 5. And 5,000 out of bed. Negative 5,000 out of bed. Negative 47. Now 5. 4,700 at 5,000 out of it. Negative 5 to you. Negative 5,000. I am 4,700 out of it. 5,000 out of it. Negative 5 to be 5,200. I am 5,000 out of it. Negative 5,200 out of it. Negative 5,000 out of it. Negative 52. I am 5,000 out of 5,200. 5,200. Last call. Negative 52 to bid. And now 5500. Negative 55. Negative 55. Negative 2 to bid. 5 to bid. Negative 55 to bid. I am 5,500. Negative 50 to be 5 to be 5 to be 55 and 5,500. Negative 5,500. I am 5,500. Negative 10. Negative so $5,200 Paul. So $5,200. I negative K 29. Negative $1,000. 1,500. I am found negative 15 to be 15 to be 1,500. Negative 1,000 to be 1,500. I have 1,000 negative 15 to be negative 1,000 to be 1,500. I have 1,000 now 15,000 1,500. I am down 2. I am negative 15 to be 2. I am 15 to be negative 2,000 negative 1,500. 1750 not 2. I am 1750 negative 2 take it to be 2,000 negative 22 25. I am negative 25 negative 22 25 and 25 7 negative 25 to be 2,700 bed. I am down 3 3,000 negative 3 to be 3 to be 3,000 bed and 27 to bed negative 3,000 negative 3 to be 3,002 and 3,200 negative 3,000 negative 35 and 3,500 negative 35. Where are you going? Negative 3,500. I am 3,200 3,500 negative 35 bed. Last call $3,500 so $3,200 internet. Negative K30. I'm negative 4,000 5,000 bed. Yeah, 4,000 negative 5,000 negative 4,000 negative 4,500. I am 4,000 negative 4,500 negative got to be 45 and 5,000 45 to be 5 to be 55 and 5,500 negative 55 6,000 and 6,000 negative 6,000 negative 6,005 and 65 7 down 7,000 bed and 7,000 down 5 75 bed and 75 going to be 75 going to be 75 8,000 negative 8,000 out of bed 5 85 9 9,000 negative 9. You want to give 10? You want to give 10? 11 11 12 negative 13 14,000 out of bed. I am 13,000 out of 14,000 out of bed. Negative 13 14 15 and 15 16,000 out of bed. I am 15,000 out of bed. Negative 16,000. I am 15 16 17,000 out of 18,000 out of. I'm back at 18 going to be 18 going to be 18,000 out of bed. Back at 18 at 18,000 18,000 18,000 20,000 20,000 22,000. I am 20,000 out of bed. Negative 22. I am 20,000 out of 25 25 25 coming back at 25 27. I am 25,000 out of 27,000 out of bed. I am 25,000 out of bed. Negative 27 down 30 and down 30,000 out of bed. 27 going to be 30. I have 27,000 out of bed. Negative 30,000 out of bed. I am out of bed. Don't you want to do that? Out of bed 30. I am out of bed. Negative 30,000 out of bed. Negative 27,000 out of 30,000 out of bed. Negative 30 going to be 30 going to be 30. Yes, sir. So $27,000 on a telephone. I am buying a negative banner pair K31. I am buying a negative banner pair 100 high 200 negative 2 negative 150 negative 2 2 2 3 3 400 out of bed and 400 negative 3 4 500 607. I am 700 negative 7 7 7 800 negative 800 out of bed and 700 800 negative 8 700 800 negative 800 out of bed and 800 sold 700 out of Jordan. Negative K32 negative how much here? Negative 250 300 negative 3 500 500 600. I am negative 600 negative 57 and 700 negative 700 negative 700 negative 7. I am 700 600 700 negative 700 out of bed. So $600 Violet K33. And how much are you going to do? 300, 400, and 3 to bed, 400, 300 down, 400, 500, 500 out of bed, 4, 5, you 500 out of bed, 500 out of bed, 500 out of bed, 400 out of bed, 500, 600, I am out of bed, 600, 700, 700 700 out of bed, I am 600 out of bed, 700, 7 bed, 7, 800, going to be 8, going to be 8, 7, internet's out, 800, 700 out of 800, I have 800, 700 out of bed, 800, I am 700 out of bed, 800, I got Nick is 700 out of bed, 800, and 800, down 900, down to be 9, and 900 out of bed, Nick, going to be 900, 800, 900, 9, last call, 900, hard out of 9. Sold $800 internet. Here's K34. And how much are $500, $700, $500, $600. I have 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, $1,000. I have 1,000 a bit, 1,000 a bit, 1,200, 1,500, 15 going to be 1,700 out of bed. I have 2,000 out of it, 2,000, 17 a bit, 22, and 2,200, 5, 25 a bit, 27 a bit, and 25, 7, 3, 32, 3,200. I have 32 a bit, 3,500 out of it, 3,700 out of bed, and 3,700 out of bed, 35 out of bed, 3,700 out of bed, 35 out of bed, 3,700 out of bed. So $3,500, bitch. K, 35, 1,500. I have 100, one bed down 200, 2, going to be 3, going to be 4, going to be 5, going to be 600, going to be 7, going to be 8, going to be 9, and 1,000, 1,000, 1,200, 1,000 bed 12, and 1,500, 1,200, 1,500 out of bed, and 1,200, 15, going to be 1,500, 1,500 out of bed, 15, 13, 14, and 13, 1,400, 13, 14. $1,300 out of bed. Sold $1,300 out of bed. Cheers, K36. And how much is it? 900 going to be $1,000. I have 900 going to be $1,000 out of bed. 1,000 out of bed. I have 900 going to be $1,000 going to be 1,200 1,000 going to be 12. I have 1,200, 1,500, 1,700. I have 15 to 2 to 2,000 22 and 22 to bed. 2,200 2,500 out of bed. 25 to bed. 2,700 2,700 out of bed. 27, sir. Now 3,000 out of bed. 3 going to be 3 going to be 3 2 and 32 out of bed. 3,000 out of bed. 32 out of bed. 32 going to be 32 down at a time. Sold $3,000. Blake. I have K37 coming out of bed. 100 high 200. I have 150 out of bed. 200 out of bed. 2 to bed. 150 down 2 and down 3 down 300 down 400 out of bed. 400 out of bed and 400 4 to bed. 500 out of bed. 500 out of 600 out of I am 500 600 500 out of 600 out of bed and 500 600 5 6 7 I am 700 7 you're out 7 I have 600 here 700 700 down 800 I have 800 800 out of bed 900 out of down 9 you're 900 out of 1,000 out of bed down sold $900 Blake you're K38 and how much is it buy a pair 250 down 3 I am 250 out of bed 300 out of bed 300 300 400 out of bed 4 and 400 out of bed 4 5 5 to bed you find 600 out of bed 700 out of bed 7 going to be 7 going to be 800 out of bed 8 9 900 1,000 out of bed 1,000 out of bed 1,200 out of bed and 1,200 12 bed 1,500 out of I am 15 I got Blake at 1,200 going to be 1,500 I had 1 bed 15 1,500 out of I had 1,200 going to be 1,500 1,500 I had 1,200 15 1,700 out of I am 15 bed 17 going to be 17 going to be 1,700 out of down 2 and now 2,000 out of bed 2 17 2,000 out of bed and 2,000 out of bed 2 to bed sold $1,700 Blake here's K39 152 and now 1 half pound out of bed 200 out of bed 150 out of bed 200 I have 1 half pound out of bed 200 out of bed 2 going to be 3 going to be 3 sir going to be 3 and down 300 400 40 bed 5 pound out of bed 5 5 pound out of bed 600 out of bed dope I'm going to be 600 out of bed 700 down 7 down 700 out of bed 700 800 and 900 going to be 900 out of bed 900 out of bed now $1,000 sheriff and now 1,200 and 1,200 out of bed 1,000 to bed 1,200 out of bed 12 bed 12 bed down at a time So $1,000 right here. So $1,000 Jordan. K40. And $200, $300. I had $200. $300 down 3 to bed. $200 down 3. I had $300 bed. $200, $300, $300. Take it to be 3. And 2 to bed. Here she goes. 3, 4. I had 3 to bed. $400, $500. $500 bed. And $500. 5 to be 500. I had $400. $500 bed. So $400 internet. K41, $1,500, $100, bed. I have $50, $100, one, sir. I have $50, $100, $200, one bed, $200, and one bed, $200, take it to be 200, 100, $200, 200. So $100 internet. Here's K42. $1,500. I have $50. $100 now 100. I have $50 now 100. $50 now 100. So $50 internet. Here's K43. $152. And $150. Take it to be 200. I have $150. Take it to be 300. 3 to bed. I have 200. 300. $200 down, $300, take it to be 300 down, 3 down, 250 down, 3. I am 250, 300, 3 to bed, 2 negative 3, 300, 250 to 300. I am 300, so 250 Robin. I buy the pair high top the page K44. You buy the negative how much is 152 and 150 down 200 to the bed 3 gonna be 3 I am 2 to bed 3 to bed 400 $300 now 4 I am 3 to bed 400 3 gonna be 400 gonna be 500 and 500 600 second bed I am 500 600 5 6 7 and 700 600 you're in for 6 Robin 700 I have 600 700 $600 down, $700 bed down, so $600 Robin. I buy the K45. You buy the $50 I am $50 $100 $50 $150 $150 I am 100 $150 $150 $100 down $50 so $100 Jordan. I buy the K46. I buy the $200 $300 I am 200 $300 $300 bed. I am 200, 300, take it to be 300, 200, 300. I am 300. Here we go. $300 so $200 Violet. Here's K47. I am 450, 500. I am 450 down $500 down 600 700 800 900 $1,000. I have $1,000 $1,200 $1,500 17 to bed. I am 17 going to be $2,000 going to be 25 going to be 3 going to be $3,000 now 3,500 now 35 4 and 4,000 4 going to be 4 I have down 4,500 I have 4,500 I have 4,500 I have 4,500 make it going to be going to be $5,000. I am $5,000 $5,500 bed. I am 5,000 here 5,500 52 and a half. I am 52 and a half pound $5,000 down 2 and a half bed 52 and a half pound down 5 and now 5,500 down 7 and a half. I am 57 and a half bed 50 pound 7 and a half pound down. I am 5,500 down 7 and a half pound 7 and a half bed down so $5,500 Violet. I am K48. Original. I buy the original box, $50 to 100. I am $50 $100 $200 $300 $400 bed 500 $600 7 $800 $900 $1,000 $1,200 $1,500 bed and 17 down $2,000 down $2,500 bed $3,000 bed and down $3,000 $3,500 $35 and $3,500 down $4,000 and down $4,500 $45 to be $5,000 $5,000 bed and down 5,500 out of it, 5,500 out of it, 6,000. I am 5,500 out of it, 6,000 out of it, 6,500 out of it, 7 and 7,000 out of it, 7,000 out of it, 6,000 out of it, 7. I am about 67 and a half. Now 7,000 out of it. I am 67 and a half pound out of it, 7,000 out of it, 7 and 7,000. So 67.50. Jordan, here's K49. $1,500 bed. I am 15 a bed. $2,000 25 a bed. I am 2,000 25 to be 25 a bed. 2,000 I am 2 to bed 25 3 and 3,000 3 $3,500 bed and 4,000 4 going to be 45 and 45 negative $4,500 bed and 5,000 negative 5,000 $5,500 bed and $5,000 I'm about to $5,500 negative 5,000 $5,500 bed. I have 5,000 negative 5,500 negative 5,000 $5,500 bed. So $5,000 Blake. And here's K50. And how much negative K50. I'm $50 down 100 and 100 negative 50 Jordan. I'm negative $50. The bike man is out. $50 down 100 and 100 negative 1 negative 1 going to be 200 negative 2 and 1 negative 200 down, one negative $200 down, negative one bed $200 negative one down 2 and 200 down. So $100 Jordan. Here's K51 and negative $50 100 and go around back to him $50 negative $100 down 1 down 1 down 100 down 1 100 200 take it to be $200 bed and 100 negative 200 down 2 down 200 John. You got 100 right and 1 2 negative 1 bed $200 and 200 now 300 now $300 and 3 to bed negative 3 to bed 200 sir you got to be 3 and now 300 negative 400 $500 bed you 500 negative 5 going to be 500 negative 400 and 400 4 to half 5 450 500 negative $500 bed so 450 Jordan negative K52 on a scooter, negative 50 down 100. I am 50 down negative 100. Negative 1 bed down 50 down negative 100 down 1 negative down 50. 100 negative 50 gotta go. Negative 100 down 50 down negative 150 down. So $100 Jordan. Negative K 56. I'm 100 high 200 negative 150 down negative take it to be $200. I am 150 gonna be 200 negative 250 down $300. I am 300 negative 3 to be 3 to be 300 250 down 3 and down 300 now negative 3 going to be 3 going to be 4 going to be 4 going to be 4 no negative be 4 and 400 now Jordan you got to be 400 I am 400 now negative 400 now negative $400 so $300 Sean negative K 57 now 100 200 I am 100 now negative 200 300 I am 2 to be now negative 300 negative 2 going to be 3 going to be 3 going to be 300 now negative 2 to be 300 I am 200 going to be 300 now negative 3 4 and down 400 500 and 500 negative $500 bail down 5 bail down $500 negative 5 6 and 600 now 700 negative $700 bed and 600 negative 700 negative $700 bail down sold $600 Jordan negative K 59 and negative 400 500 negative 400 negative 5 bed on a scale negative 400 negative 500 negative $400 down 5 and 500 bed negative 400 negative 5 to be 500 600 700 800 800 but 800 negative 800 bed negative 78 but 800 900 going to be $900 down 9 now $900,000 900 going to be Carol's in $900 $1,000 $1,100 down to the bed 1100 negative 1,000 going to be 1,100 Carol you're out $1,100 bed I have $1,000 1,100 down 11 going to be 11 up so $1,000 internet here's K60 I have $1,500 I have $1,000 $1,500 15 to be 15 to be 1,500 down 2 now 2,000 down 25 to 25 to be 25 I have 2,000 25 to be now 3, negative $3,000 down 3,500 and 3 to bed 3,500 $4,000 and 4 to bed 4,500 negative 4,500 I am 4,000 negative 45 to be 45 to be 4,500 $5,000 $5,000 $5,500 bed and 5,000 negative 5,500 negative about 52 and a half 5 I am 52 and a half 5,500 negative 7 and a half I am 55 7 and a half negative 7 and a half negative 6,005 and 6,500 $7,000, $7,500 bid, and $7,575. Blake, $7,500 at $8,000. $85,000. $85,000 to be 85 to be 85 to be 9. I have an 85 to be 9 to be 9 to be 85 to be 9 and outsold. $8,500 Blake. Here's K61. I buy the K61 on watches. I have 200, 300. 300, take it to be 3. I have $200, $300. 3 down 4, down 4, down 500. 5. You're 500. Now 600. Now 700. 800. I have an 800. 700. I have 7. Chris going to be $700 bed. I have about 7. Now 8. 750, $800 bed. I have 700. 800, 900. Going to be 1,000. You 1,000. 1,000. 1,100. Down 12. You're 1,200. Down 1,000. Going to be 12. I have 1,000. 1,200. 11. Now 12. 1,100. 12. Going to be 12. Going to be 12. Going to be 1,200. 1,150. 1,200. Now 13, 13 to bed, 1,200, 13 to bed, sold $1,200. I misheard him. You're 62. You say yes to me. You're buying $100, $200, 62. No 62. Okay. How about 63? On the saddlebags. 1,000, 1,250, 1,500, 1,500, I am 15, 17, I am going to be 2,000, 17, I am going to take it to be $2,000. I am 1750 to 2,000, 17, I am going to take it to be 2,000. I am 1750 to 2,000, 17, I am powered out of $2,000. And a bit goes on at 1750. And here's K64. I'm about a racing leather. Is that right? 1750, 2,000, 150, 200. I have 150, 300, 3, 4. You're 400, 400, 500 bed, $600 bed. And 600, 700, 800, 800, 800, 700, 800, down 1,000. 1,000, 1,000, 11,000 bed, 1,100, 1,000 1100, 1112. You're 1,200, 1,200, 1,200 bed, now 12, and 1,300 about 1,300 bed, and 12 bed, 13 to be 13 to be 13, 1,300 out of bed, and 1,300, 1,300 sold, $1,200 Ricky. By the K 65. I'm buying a bed, 10,000 going to be 5,000 out of bed. I'm buying a bed, 2,000, 25. I have 2,000 25 going to be 3,000 3,500 out of bed, 4. I'm buying a bed, 4,000 out of bed, 4,000 4. And 4,500 45 going to be 45 going to be 45 going to be 5. I am 47 and a half, now 5. I'm 5,000 50 2.5. I am 5,000 2.5 bed down. I got 5. I got 5 here, 52 and a half. I'm buying a bed, 52 and a half. You make it 5,000 2 and a half pound down. So $5,000 Blake. I'm buying a bed here, 66. I'm buying a bed, 400, 500. I am 400 out of bed, 500 out of bed, down 5 down 500, 400 down 5. You're 500 500 out of bed, down 5, down 5, down 6. I am 500 down 700 out of bed, 700 down 7. You're 700 800 800 out of bed. I am 700 800 going to be 800 out of bed, 800. And now 7.5 800 7 800. I am 750 800 850 800 9. Let's do 9. Got 8 now 9 800 down 9. You're 800 900 1,000. I am 900 1,000 900 going to be 1,000. You're 900 1,000 900 going to be 1,000 1,000 out of bed. Sold $900. Sold $900 Laura. All right, by the K67. You're 400, 500, 400, now 5. You're 500, 400, 500, 600. I am 500, 600, 500, now 600, 500, 600. I am 500, 600, 700, 700, and 600, 700, 800, 800, 800, 700, 800 out of bed. 800, 8 now, 9 going to be 900 out of bed. I have 800, 900, 9 going to be 1,000. 900 going to be 1,000 out of it. 1,000 out of it. 900 out of it. 1,000 out of it. Sold $900, Laura. Here's K68. And on the bike, going to do 253. I am 2.5 bed, going to do 3 bed. I am 250 down, going to do 300, going to do 3, going to be 3, going to be 300. I am 250, going to do 250, 300, going to be 3, going to be 3, 253. And 250, 300, going to do 2.5 bed, going to do 300, going to do 3. Sold 250 internet. Here's K69. Honda on a bike. I'm going to do $200. 300. Going to do take it to be 3. 4. Going to do 400. Going to do $300 down. $400 bid. I have 300. 400. Going to do 300. Going to do 400. Going to do $300 down. 4. And 4. 4. 4. Going to be 3. Going to be 4. 400. Going to do 5. And 500. Going to do $500 bid. And 400. Going to do 500. Hard hitter down. Going to do 400. Going to do $500 bid down. 5. Going to do $400 down. 5. Sold $400. Sold $400 neck. Here's K70. All right, buy the going to do buy prayer. Going to analyzer. Going to do 100, 200. I have 100. Going to do T. Going to be 200. I have 100. Going to be 2. Going to do somebody give 100 for the analyzer. Thank you. Now 200. 100 to bid, 200, going to do 2, and 200, going to do 100, down 200, going to do 2, going to be 200, 100 to bid, 200, all done, and 100, going to be 200, going to do 1 bid, $200 type, 100, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 200, going to do 100, down $200, going to do 2 type, so $100, Laura.
Keith? All right, ladies and gentlemen, and what a great collection of road art we just offered over the last few days. We appreciate you coming out early. Keith Stribling here is in charge. He's the man that's helped us with this and set it up, and he would just like to say a couple words.
Thank you very much for everybody coming to this amazing collection. My son and I were friends of Ricky for many, many years, and we were fortunate enough to be able to bring this collection through Mecum Auctions. We figured this was the best venue to get it here. We've had people contact us from all over the United States that said they were coming to this. Rick would be pleased that all of his collection is going to collectors like you, and that's what we wanted to happen. As you know, so many of these collections nowadays, when the guys pass away, their kids don't care anything about it, and it literally goes to the dump. We are proud of what my son and I do, that we save these collections. This is a part of history. This is a part of America that's gone, that will never be back. And our intent is to get it to collectors like you. And we appreciate everything you've done. It was an amazing auction. There was a lot of attention to it. There was a lot of bidding. We just want to thank you all for what you've done. Thank you very much.
And I also like to add that Ron mentioned that it made Fox News. What a great collection it is. And on behalf of Mecum, thank you. All right, at this time, I would like to make an introduction, ladies and gentlemen. Jason Levi. Jason's been with us all week, and he's played the trumpet on stage with many stars on the Vegas Strip, on and on and on, even Lady Gaga recently. And he's here for his last performance. Please rise if you're able. Remove your hats and join us here at Mecum for the singing of our national anthem.
Mark, I got an idea. Let's go to Phoenix and do it again.
And guess what, Jimmy? We got over 100 motorcycles consigned to the Phoenix auction. So you bike buyers, get online, check them out. If we have internet, we have phone bidding, or we'd love it if you could just join us there in person. So we are ready to go with the bikes. Bring on the first bike. Number one, you need to be registered as a bidder, and you need to have it visible so our bidders' assistants can call your bids in to the auctioneer. So make sure to have those out and available. Good morning, internet bidders. Thank you for joining us here today. Make sure to click that mouse early. Let us know if you have interest in the motorcycle, and then we can give you that last opportunity, give you a countdown on the way down. So make sure to click the mouse early. Let us know you're there, and then we will give you a last opportunity to bid. The bikes are sold on an as-is basis, so you need to look them over carefully before you bid, and then ask any questions you may have before you bid. Owners, you need to be with your motorcycle to answer any questions the bidders have. So see either Kirk, Clint, or Jesse down here on the end. So be with your bikes, be there to represent your motorcycles. Also, we do have transportation available. Haul Bikes is set up near the Mecum office, so when you do pay, you can go out and arrange for transportation with them. The on-site buyer's premium is 10%. So we are ready to go with our bikes. Thank you for joining us here on Saturday morning. And ladies and gentlemen, here's Matt Moravec.
Lot S1's a 1971 Honda QA50. It's sold on a bill of sale. It's a vintage Honda. It's a rare model.
Honda time, here we go. Now, not kind of a bit of a $10,000 bid. Hit 10, not kind of a bit of a bid. Hot little bike so far, $5,000 down 5, 4, 3, 7 to give $2,000 bid. 2, hit 2, not kind of a bit of a 2, not kind of a 2, 3, kind of a 25, 3, 5, hit 3, kind of a 5 here, not kind of a bit of a sales all the way, kind of a 35 bid. Hit 3, kind of a 5 here, not kind of a 3, break, kind of a 5, hit 3, kind of a bit of a 5, on kind of that's what it says, sells all the way, reserves off 3s to the back 5, hit 5, in a bit of a 5, on kind of a 5, hit not kind of a bit of a a time, kind of a bit of a 3, not kind of a 5 band, and then kind of a 3, not kind of a 6, 8, not kind of 1, 2, took 3, then I'm asking, that's why I'm asking 3,500. Okay, we'll get 2. Do you want to be 25 then? Okay, 25, now 3. Now 3,000. Now 3,000 on a bid. What do you mean no? 3,000. We okay yet? 25, 3 bid. 25, 3. 3, could have been a bit of a kind of a 3 grand bid. 3, could have been a bit of a kind of a 3. Not could have been a bit of a kind of a caker. Could have been a 3. Never mind. 5. Reserve is off. 3's over here. 5. 3 could have been a bit of a kind of a 5. On could have been a bit of a kind of a 35 bid. Hit 3 could have been a bit of a kind of a 5. On could have been all the day's work. Could have been a bit of a kind of a 35 here. I'd have sold 3,000. Sold $3,000. Sean.
Lot S2's a 1980 Yamaha YZ50G, 1-year model, very low engine and frame number on this one.
Now, not could have been any bit of a kind of about 5,000 on a bid. Not could have been any bit of a kind of about 5. On could have been about 5, 4, 3, 3,002, 3, 2, 3, could have been about 3. Hit 3, could have been any bit of a kind of a 3,000 on a down. Not could have been about 2, could have been about 3. Hit 3,000 on a bid. Not could have been any bit of a kind of a 2. Not could have been about 3. Not could have been about 3. Hit 3, could have been any bit of a kind of about 3. Could have been 4. Not could have been 25, 3. Sorry, 3. Hit 3, could have been any bit of a kind of a 3,000 bid. Hit 25 hit. Not could have been about 3. Not could have been about 3. Could have been 25 in a bit. 3,005. Hit 3, could have been about 5. Hit 5 in a bit of a could have been about 4. Not could have been any bit of a could have been 35, 4. Hit 4, could have been any bit of a could have been 4. Your turns are 4,000 on a bid. You want to get 4, 45 bid. Hit 4, 45. Sells all the way. 4,005. 5,000. Down 5. Hit 5 in a bit of a could have been about 5 grand bid. Hit 5 in a bit of a could have been about 5 here. Not could have been about 45 in a bid. 5,000. Hit 5 in a bit of a could have been 55 in a bid. Not could have been about 5 here. 55. Hit 5 could have been about 55 here. Not could have been about 5,000 bid. Hit a bit of 55 bid. Hit 5 here. Not could have been any bit of a could have been about 55. I'd have sold 5,000. Sold $5,000. Blaker.
All right. Thanks, Tim. Lot S3's a 1984 Honda Z50R, sold on a bill of sale. These have an extensive collector following.
2,000, 3,000 bid. 2, 3, 3. Could have been any bit of a could have been a 3. Not could have been 2, 3. Hit 3. Not could have been any bit of a could have been a 3. Not could have been a 25 bid. Not could have been 2,025. Hit 2. Could have been a 25 bid. Hit 5, 3. Could have been a 3 grand. Could have been a 3. Not 5. Could have been about 5, 3. Here 5. Hit 5. Could have been about 5. Not could have been a 35 bid. Not could have been a 4. Hit 4. Not could have been a sales all the way. Could have been any bit of a could have been a 4,000. Hit 4. Could have been any bit of a could have been a 4. Not could have been 35, 4. Hit 35 bid. Not could have been any bit of a could have been a 4,000 on a bid. Not could have been a 35, 4. Hit 4 bid. Not could have been any bit of a could have been a 4,000 on a bid. 35, 4,000. Right over here. Not could have been a 4 bid. Not could have been 35, 4. Sold 35. Sold $3,500. Dallas.
Lot S4 is a 1968 Honda Z50 Mini Trio. Sold on a bill of sales, had a quality restoration. It's at no reserve.
No reserve. I'd get a bit of a 5,000. Yes, sir. I'd get a bit of a 5. 5. Sorry, not you. I'd get a bit of a 5, 4, 3. 3. Get a bit of 2. 3. Get a bit of 2003. In 3. Get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 2. Get a bit of a 3,000 bid. In 3. Get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 2. Get a bit of a 25 bid. In 2. Get a bit of a 25. In 25 bid. I'd get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 3 grand. Get a bit of a 3. 5. Get a bit of a 3 in the back. 5. In 5. Get a bit of a 4. In 4. Get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of 5. Get a bit of a 45. 4's up here. 5. In 45 in a bid. In 4. Get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 45 here. 4,000 out of 5. In 45 in a bit. Travis had a bit of a 45. In 4. I'd get a bit of a 45 bid. I'd get a bit of a 45. So no. 4,500. Now 5,000. Now 5. 7 a bid. 5,000. Now 5. 5 in a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 700. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. Sold 4,750. Sold 4,750. Mitch.
Lot S5 is a 1971 Honda Z50. It's been restored as a working example, and it's at no reserve.
2,000, 3,000 bid. 2, 3, 3. Get a bit of a 25 here. Travis, you want another one? I'd get a bit of a 25. Hit 5. Hit a bit of a 2. Get a bit of a 25 here. 3. Hit 3. Get a bit of a 5. Hit a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 3.5. Hit 5. Get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 3 up here. Up 5. Hit 5 and a 4. Get a bit of 4,000. Down. Get a bit of 4 again. 4,005. 45. 5 grand. 5,000 bid. Hit 5. Hit a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 55 in a bid. Hit 5 in a bit of a 55 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 grand. 55 in a bid. 6,000 now. Now 6 here. Hit 6 here. 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a 65. Hit 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 65. Hit 5 here. 7 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 7. Hit 7 grand bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000. Hit 65 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. Sold 65. Sold 65 $100 Bob's way.
Lot S6, the 1964 Honda CZ100. It's second production year of the early monkey bike. Makes this a very early example. It's at no reserve.
There it is. I'd get a bit of a reserve here. I'd get a bit of an early model. I'd get a bit of a 15. Get a bit of 15,000 bid. 10. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. And to get 5 of this one. 5. 5,000. 6,000. Hit 5. 6,000 bid. I'd get a 7. Hit 7. 8,000. I'd get a bit of a 9 down 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 down 11,000 bid. 12. Hit 13 bid. I'd get a 13. Get a bit of a 13,000 bid. Hit 12 bid. I'd get a 13,000. Hit 13 here. I'd get a bit of a 13. I'd get a bit of a 13,000 bid. Hit 13 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 13,000. Hit 13. I'd get a bit of a 12.5. You want to do that? 12.5. 12.5. 12.5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 12.5. Hit 5 in a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a 12 bid. 5. Hit 12 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12.500. I'd get a bit of a 12.5 bid. Hit 12.5 here. I'd get a bit of a you want to give 11.5, Rick? So you want to give 11.5. 11.5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 11,005. 11.5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12. It'd been 11 here. Down 12. I'd get a 12,000. Yes or no? 12,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a town down 12. Sold 11,000. Sold $11,000 Smith's way.
Lot S7's a 1980 Honda Z50R. It's sold on a bill of sale. It's a vintage one. Frame off cosmetic restoration on this one.
Now I'd get a bit on a bill sale here. I'd get a bit of a 5, 4, 3, 3,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of 1,000 bid. 1,000. I'd get 1. I'd get a bit of a 1,000. Get a bit of a 2. Get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 2 here. 3. Hit 3. Get a bit of a 2. So in the front row. 3, 4. I'd get a bit of sales on the way. 4,000. Hit 3. I'd get a bit of 435. Hit 4. Hit 35. And a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of sales on the way. 4. I'd get a bit of 45 bid. I'd get a bit of a 45. 5 round and a 5. Hit 5 and a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of 45 and a bid. I'd get a bit of 5,000. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of right quick. Get a bit of 5,000 bid. Hit 5 and a bit of 5 here. 45 bid. I'd get a bit of 5,000 bid. Sold 4,500. Sold 4,500 Smith's way.
Lot S8's a 1946 Hiawatha Doodlebug. Sold on a bill of sale. This was a Bonneville pit bike powered by a Briggs & Stratton 1.5 horsepower motor.
Well, dude, I'd get a bit of a Doodlebug down. I'd get a bit of a 35 here. I'd get a bit of 3,000. We can do that. I'd get a bit of a machine for that. I'd get a bit of a 3,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 3. Somebody get 2. Somebody give 1,000 bid. 1,000 now. Hit 1. Get a bit of 1,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 1 here. 15 bid. I'd get a 2. Hit 2. Get a bit of a 17. I'd get a bit of a 2 bid. Hit 2. I'd get a 2,000 down. I'd get a bit of a 2,000 bid. 17 have 2. Hit 2. I'd get a 2,500. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a bit of reserves. Hot sales all the way. 2,025 in the bid. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. 2,025. Hit 2. Get a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a 2,000 bid. Anything else? Hit a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a 2,025 here. I'd have. Sold her $2,000 band. Sold $2,000 band gunner.
Lot S point 8.1 is a H1 500 Champions Ultimate Hooligan Racer. Titled as a SPCNS Champion Frame, Kawasaki H1 500 Triple Engine. First place at the 2018 CJMC Motorcycle Show.
H1 time period, I'd get a bit of a cut of it about a pair. I'd get a bit of a 25 pair, 20,000 letter bid. I'd get a bit of a 10,000 letter bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a try 5,000 letter bid. 5, 6, 7, 7,000 bid. And 7 paired 8,000 letter bid. I'd get a bit of a cut of it. Down pay, down 9. Get a bit of 10. I'd get a bit of 9. So pair 10. And 9 get a bit of a 10,000 bid. And 10. I'd get a bit of a cut of it. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of 10,000 bid. And 9 get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of 9,000 letter bid. 10,000. And 9. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of 10,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of 9,000. I'd get a bit of a 10. No 10. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a third. I'd get a bit of a 10. And 9 get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. But I'd get a now 11, 10 a bit, 11,000. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 bit. I'd get a 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a 5 down 11. And 11,000 on a bid. I'd get a 10 5, 11,000. 11 here. I'd get a bit of a 10 bit. I'd get a 10 5, 11,000 on a bid. 11,000 on a down. I'd get a bit of a 1,000. 11 here. I'd get a bit of a 10 bit. I'd get 11,000 on a bid. 11,000 on 10 5. Thank you. Now 11,000. 10 5. 11,000 on a bid. I'd get a 10 5. 11,000. Ladies and gentlemen, reserves off 11 bid. I'd get a bit of 1,000. Hit 10 5 bid. 11,000. Hit 10 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 5. 11,000. My goodness. I'd get a bit of 1,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 5. 11,000 on a bid. Sold 10 5. Sold 10,005. Ricky's way.
Lot S9's a 1913 Indian single. It's a fine example of an early Indian. They don't come along very often. It's been in the Sturgis Motorcycle Museum. If you don't have one in your collection, you need one.
Here it is. I'd get a bit Indian single now. I'd get a bit of 50,000. 50,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 40. I'd get a bit of 30,000 bid. 7 get 30. 30,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 10. Here we go. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of 10. 10. I'd get a bit of 15 bid. 15. I'd get a bit of 15. 20. Get a bit of 20. Get a bit of 20. Here 5. Hit 5. Hit a bit of 30. Get a bit of 30. Get a bit of 30 bid. Down 30 to 5. Hit 30. Get a bit of 5. Hit 30. Get a bit of 5 bid. I'd get a bit of 40,000. A bit 35. 40 bid altogether. Hit 5. Get a bit of 40,000. Hit 5. Get a bit of 40 here. I'd get a bit of 35 bid. I'd get a bit of 40,000. Hit 5. Hit a bit of 40 bid. I'd get a bit of 35. Yes, sir. I'd get a bit of 40. Hit 40,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 35 here. I'd get a bit of 37,000. Hit 5. Hit a bit of a 7 down. I'd get a 6 7 a bid. I'd get a 6 7. Hit 37 a bid. And a 7 here. I'd get a bit of 8. I'd get a bit of 38,000 on a down. I'd get a bit of a 7 8 here. Hit 38,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 9. Get a bit of a sells all the way. 39,000. Hit 9. Get a bit of 40,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 2. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2 here. I'd get a bit of 42,000. Hit 2 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 down. I'd get a bit of 40 bid. 42. Hit 2 down. I'd get a bit of 41,000 on a bid. Get to do that. Hit 41,000. Hit 40 here. I'd get a bit of down. I'd get a bit of 41,000 on a bid. Sold 40,000. Sold 40,000 on a Smith's way.
Lot S 10.1's a 1938 Indian Chief. It's original motorcycle. Runs and rides great. It looks really good.
And I'd get a bit of a kiddies on the back, get a bit of a 75 pair, I'd get a bit of a 60,000 on a bid, I'd get a bit of a who's got a pair, I'd get a bit of a 50,000 bid, 15, I'd get a bit of a 50,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 40, 7 get 30,000 bid, hit a bit of yet, I'd get a bit of 30, 35, get a bit of a 30, I'd get a bit of a 5, drive 5 here, 35, 40,000 on a bid, I'd get a bit of a 40, hit a bit of a 5, 45, 50, hit 50, get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit of a 55 pair, I'd get a bit of a 16,000 on a bid, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 reserves on 65,000. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 65 pair, I'd get a 65,000 on a bid. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 pair, I'd get a Travis 65,000 on a bid. Hit 65,000. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 pair, I'd get a 65, I'd get a 62. Hit 62,000 on a bid. Hit 2, down, I'd get a bit of a 2 here, I'd get a 62,000 on a bid. Hit 16, I'd get a bit of a 2 bid, I'd get a 62,000. Hit 16 the bids with band right, get a bit of a 2, I'd get a 62,000 on a bid. Hit 16 bid 2. Hit 2, down, I'd get a bit of Travis. You want to get 62,000 a pair? Oh, I'm sorry, 62, 55 pair. You want to get 57,000 on a bid? Is that any better? 55, 57,000. Reserve is still off. Get 55,000 bid. 57,000 on a bid. 55, 7 a bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7 down. 55 down 7. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a last call. 57,000 on a bid. I'd have sold 55,000. Sold 55,000 on a Spins way.
Lot S11's a 1940 Indian Chief, 74 cubic inch. Freshly rebuilt motor. It runs and drives. Their owner drove it last summer.
20,000 bid. 20. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. 7,000. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 5, 7, 8 down 9. Get a bit of 9 down 9, 10. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 down. Get a bit of a town bid. I'd get a bit of a 10,000. 11,000 on a bid. 10. 11,000 bid. 10. I'd get a bit of a bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. 11,000. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. Hit a bit of 11,000 on a bid. 10. 11,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 12. Hit a bit of a 12. Bam. I'd get a bit of a 12. 13, 14 bid. I'd get it at 15. I'd get it at 16 a bid. I'd get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 16,000. 17 drop bid. It's 17 bid. 16 get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 70,000 bid. It's 17 reserves off. Get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 17,000. It's 16 a bid. I'd get it at 80 bid. 17, 18. I'd get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 19 bid. At 19 here. I'd get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 18, 19, 20 bid. At 20 bid. I'd get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 1 pound. I'd get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 12 bid. At 1 get it at 80 bid. 2. I'd get it at 2. I'd get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 2 bid. At 22 get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 22 bid. At 2 down. I'd get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 2 bid. I'd get it at 22. At 21 with Ricky. Get it at 2 down. I'd get it at 22,000. I get you at 21. That's what you said. 21, 22, 21. Get it at 2. At 2 down. I'd get it at 3. Get it at 3. Get it at 80 bid. Get it at 23,000. At 2. Get it at 3 here. I'd have sold 22. Sold 22,000 Mitch's way.
Lot S12 is a 1940 Indian Scout, 45 cubic inches, only gear the rigid frame with a streamlined skirted fenders.
And I'd get it at 80 bid, cut it at 30 bid, I'd get it at 80 bid, cut it at 30, cut it at 80 bid, cut it at 20 bid, I'd get it at scout time here, I'd get it at 20, hit 20, I'd get it at 10,000 bid, hit it at 10, 10 should be, I'd get it at 10, 12, 10, I'd get it at 12, 12, I'd get it at 15, get it at 70 bid, 17, I'd get it at 20 bid, I'd get it at 2, I'd get it at 2, I'd get it at 3, hit 3, get it at 80 bid, get it at 4, get it at 5, I'd get it at serves off, get it at 26,000, hit 5, I'd get it at 6 here, I'd get it at 80 bid, get it at 25, 26 out bid, 7 to bid, and down 7, hit 7 to bid, I'd get it at 80 bid, get it at 7, I'd get it at 27, down bait, down at 8, down bait, I'd get it at 20 bid, reserve is off, folks, 28,000 bid, hit 7, I'd get it at 80 bid, get it at 28,000 on a bid, hit 8, I'd get it at 80 bid, get it at down bait, I'd get it at 7, 5, 8, 5, I'd get it at 28, 5, 8, 5, 80 bid, get it at 85 bid, I'd get it at 80 bid, get it at 27, 5, 28,000, 5, 80 bid else, I'd get it at 80 bid, get it at 25 bid, I'd get it at 7, 5, 28,000, 5 in a bid, hit 7, 5 bid, I'd get it at 80 bid, get it at 28, 5, sold 27, 5, sold 27, 5, Ben's way.
Lot S13 to 1918 Shaw Princeton bicycle sold on a bill of sale. Shaw powered, it's got wooden wheels, special teardrop gas tank.
And I'd get it at 80 bid, cut it at 10, I'd get it at 80 bid, cut it at Sean time here, 5,000 bid, 5, 80 bid, cut it at 80 bid, cut it at 5, I'd get it at 80 bid, cut it at 5, 4, 3, 2,000 bid, hit 2, I'd get it at 80 bid, cut it at 2, I'd get it at 2, 3, hit 3, cut it at 80 bid, cut it at 3, I'd get it at 3, down 4, hit 4, cut it at 80 bid, cut it at 4, 4, 4, I'd get it at 3, I'd get it at 4, down 5, hit 5,000 on a bid, I'd get it at 4 down, get it at 5, I'd get it at 4,000, 5,000 on a bid, hit 4, I'd get it at 80 bid, cut it at 5 here, I'd get it at 4,000, 40, I'd get it at 5,000 on a bid, hit 5, I'd get it at 5 here, 4's a bid, $5,000. Reserve is off. 4's a bid. 5,000 on a bid. Hit 4. Get it at 5. Hit 5. It is 6,000 on a bid. I'd get it at 5. I'd get it at 6,000 on a bid. Got 5,000. Sir, reserves off. 55. 6,000. Now 6. 6,000 on a bid. I'd get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 6 here. 55. 6. Now 5. I'd get it at 65 bid, sir. 65. 7,000 bid. Now 7, Paul. I'd get it at a 7 here. 7. Hit 7 here. I'd get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at 7,000. Do it right quick. Get it at a 7,000. Hit 7 here. Down. I'd get it at 80 bid. I'd get it at a 7,000 bid. I'd get it at a 7,000 on a bid. 5, 75 in a bid, 75, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 7, 5, 8,000, 8,000 in a bid, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 75 bid, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 8,000 bid, I'd have 8,000 on a bid, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 8,000, sold 75, Blake's way.
Lot S14 is a 1998 Moto Guzzi V10 Centauro Sport. True classic, it's good running, and it's a rare bike.
Well, dude, I'd get it at a 10. 10, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 5,000 on a bid, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it okay there, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 5, 4, 3, 3, I'd get it at thinking those, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 4, get 3,000, 4. 3, 4,000, 3, get it at 4, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at all, I'd get it at 3, get it at 4, hit 3, get it at 4, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 4, I'd get it at 4, I'd get it at 3, 4, 5, 5,000, now 5, 5, 80 bid, I'd get it at 4 bid, I'd get it at 5,000 on a bid, I'd get it at 4, 5, 4,000, I'd get it at 5,000 on it, hit 5, I'd get it at 45, 5 grand, 45, 5,000 on a bid, get 45 bid, 5,000, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 45, 5, 45 on a bid, 5,000 on a down, 45 is here, 5,000 on a bid. 45 bid, I'd get it at 5,000 under down. I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 45, 5. Hit 45 reserves on 5,000 under bid. Hit me outside, get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 5 here. Blakesy one back, get it at 5,000 bid. 45 in a bid, 5,000 others on it, 55 in a bid. 5 bid, 55, 5,500. I'd get it at 5 here, 55. Hit down 5 here, I'd get it at 80 bid, I'd get it at 55 bid. I'd get it at 5 here, 55. Sold 5,000 Ricky, sold $5,000 Ricardo.
Lot S15 is a 1977 Ducati 1000 racer. It's an as raced, just off the track condition. It's a competition machine with history.
Yep, I'd get a bit of a same point here. 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 down. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 under bid. I'd get a bit of a get up 5 here. I'd get a 2, 3, 4,000 bid. Hit 3, get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 3, get a bit of a 4,000 under bid. I'd get a bit of a 4,000. Hit 4, I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 4,000 under bid. 35, 4,000, 35. I'd get a bit of a 4,000 bid. Hit 4, I'd get a bit of a 35 bid. I'd get a bit of a 4,000 under bid. Get 35 bid. 4,000, 35. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 35 down 4. Hit 4. I'd get a bit of a 4 bid. I'd get a bit of a 35, 4,000 bid. 35 forward. I'd get a bit again forward. I'd get a bit of a 4. 45 here. Hit a 45, 5 grand. Hit a 5,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a far. I'd get a bit of a 5,000. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a far. Get a bit of a 5,000 bid. Hit 5. Hit a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 on a bid. 6,000. Hit 5 again 6 here. I'd get a 6. Now 7. Now 7. Now 7. 7,000 on a bid. You want to get 7? I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7,000. Hit 7 here down. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. Hit 7 here bid. I'd get a bit of a 7. 65. Down 7. 65. 7,000 on a bid. 65. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 7. Hit 7 here. I'd get a he's doing it right. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. Hit 7 to reserve. Stop 65 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 7,000. Hit 7 here, ma'am. You want to get 7 over here? I'd get a bit of a 7,000 on a bid. Hit 65 here. I'd get a bit all done. Get a bit of a 7,000 on a bid. Sold 6,500. Sold 6,500 Switch's way.
Lot S16s, a 1953 Legnano Moto Gorelli Mosquito, sold on a bill of sale. These were usually sold in kit form. You put it on your own bicycle or assembled it.
Yes, sir. I'd get a bit of a mosquito. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 5. 5,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 5, 4, 3. I'd get a bit of a 2. Get 1,000 on a bid. 1,000. 2,000 on a bid. 1, 2,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 here. I'd get a bit of a 1,000. Hit a bit of a 2. 10,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 1,000 on a 1,500 on a bid. 1,500. 1,000. 1,500 on a bid. 15. I'd get a bit of 15 a bid. I'd get a bit of 1,000 on a bid. 1,500. 1,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 15. Get a bit of 1,000 bid. Anybody else? 1,500 on a bid. Outside she goes. 1,500 on a bid. $1,000. 15 bid. 1,000. I'd get a bit of 15 here. I'd get a bit of 1,000. 15 bid. 1,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 15. Last call. I'd get a bit of 1,500. Close the bidding at $1,000. Close it at $1,000. The bid goes on. Takes $3,000 to buy.
Lot S17s, a 1956 Ducati 175 Turismo Sport. Classic Ducati Sport Tune motor, correct paint scheme, matching saddle, no reserve.
No reserve here. I'd get a bit of a 75. Turismo. I'd get a bit of a 75 here. I'd get a bit of a 76 here. 5,000. 5,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 1,000. 2,000 on a bid. 1,002. Hit a 2 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 here. I'd get a bit of a 2,003. I'd get a bit of a 3 down 4. Hit 4,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of 4 to back. Get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of 45. 5,000 on a 55 in a bid. Hit 5 here. 55,000 in. 5,000. 55 in a bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of 6,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 6,000 on a now. Hit 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 55 here. I'd get a 6,000. Hit 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 6,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 55 down 6,000 bid. Hit 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 6 here. Paul, you want to get 6,000 on a bid. Hit a 6 here. Down 5. Hit a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 6 bid right here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 65 now. Hit 6,000 on a 5. Hit 5 here down. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. Hit 5 down. Get a bit of a 5. Get 5 in. I'd get a 6 here in the middle. 65 in the bid. Hit 5 here down 7,000. 75 in the bid. Hit 75 here. I'd get a bit of a 7. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 7,000 bid. 75. Hit 7 here down. I'd get a bit of a note. I'd get a bit of a 75 in the bid. Hit 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 75 here. I'd have sold 7,000. Sold 7,000 going to the telephone.
Lot S18s, a 1973 Bultaco Tiron, a comprehensive restoration, very rare, low production. Numbers are correct on this.
Numbers correct. I'd get a bit of a taco down. I'd get a bit of a 10. 10,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 2, 3. 2,000, 3,000, hit 2, get a bit of a 3, get a bit of a 3 again forward, I'd get a bit of a 4, I'd get a bit of a 5, drive 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 5, 6,000 on a bid, hit 5, I'd get a 6 here, I'd get a bit of a 5, 6,000 on a bid, hit 5, I'd get a bit of 6 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 grand bid, 6,000 on a bid, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 6 here down, I'd get a bit of a 5 bid, 6,000 on a bid, hit 5 bid, I'd get a bit of a 6 here, I'd get a bit of a 7 down bid, I'd get a 6 bid, 7, I'd get a 65, 7, down 5, down 75, down 75 in a bid, hit 7, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 75 bid, I'd get a bit of a 7 down bid, 75, down 8, 8,000 on a down, I'd get a bit of a 75, 8 bid, 8 here, I'd get a bit of reserves, 75 in a bid, I'd get a bit of 8,000, 8,000 in a bid, I'd get a bit of what's that? 82 and a half, never thought that. 85 bid, 85, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 82, 55, 85 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 85 bid, I'd get a bit of 255, anything else, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, down 85 here, I'd get a bit of a 5, 82 and a half, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 85 and another bid. Sold 8,250, sold 8,250 Travis's way.
Lot S19 from the Kennedy Collections, a 1966 Suzuki X6 Hustler. This was Suzuki's first super bike. These are highly sought after, as we've seen this week. This one's at no reserve.
And I'd get a bit of a 10 bid, I'd get a bit of a 10, I'd get a bit of a 5,000 under down, I'd get a bit of a reserve here, I'd get a bit of a 1,000 under bid, 2,000, hit 1, 2, 1,000 under bid, 2, 3, get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of a 2 bid, get a bit of a 3, hit 3, get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of a folks, 2 bid, 3,000, hit 2, get a bit of 3, 4, I'd get a bit of 5, get a bit of a 5,000 bid, hit 5, hit a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of 4, I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid, hit 5 here, I'd get a bit of a telephone, you want to get 5,000, 6,000, hit 5, I'd get a bit of 6 here, I'd get a bit of a 5, 6,000 bid, hit 5, I'd 6, 7 a bid, I'd get a bit of a 7, hit 7 here down, I'd get a bit of a 7 here, 6,007, hit 7 here down, I'd get a bit of a 7, 65, 7 a bid, I'd get a 7,000 bid, hit 7 here bid, I'd get a bit of a 775 in a bid, I'd get a 775, hit 75 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 7,000 bid, 75, hit 5 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 7,000, I'd get a bit of a 5, 8,000 bid, 8,000 under down, 8,000 bid, I'd get a bit of 8 down 5, 85 bid, down 8 down 5, 85 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, down 8, I'd get a bit of a 5, 85 in a bid, 8,005, I'd get a bit of a down, I'd get a bit 8,005 in a bid, 8,000 under down, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, down 85 here, I'd get a bit 8,500, 85, now 9, now 9,000 under bid, now 95, now 95, 95 in a bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 95, I'd get a bit of a 9,500, and 95 bid, I'd get a thank you though, 9,500, sold 9,000 Ricky, sold 9,000 Ricardo.
Lot S20 from the Kennedy Collection, a 1976 Yamaha RD400. One of the later ones of the very successful RD series. This one's at no reserve, and it's pretty nice.
Sells at no reserve and a nice ride down. I'd get a bit of a 5,000. 5. I'd get a bit of a 5, 4, 3, 2. I'd get a bit of a 1,000. 2, 3. Get 2 right here with the young lady. 3,000 bid my way. 2, 3. Get a bit of 4, ma'am. Get a bit of a 4. Get a bit of 5. Get a bit of a 5,000 bid. Hit 5, 6,000 down. I'd get a bit of 6, 7 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 7. Help 8,000 on a bid. 9,000. 9. Get a bit of 8 here. 9. Get a bit 9, ma'am. 9,000 on a bid. 9,000. Hit 9. I'd get a bit of 85. 85 on a bid. Now 9. 9,000 on a bid. 85, 9,000. 85, I'd get a bit of a bid my way, folks. I'd have a 9,000 bid. 85 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 9,000 Travis. You'll get 9 a pair. 9,000 bid. 85 on a bid. 9. Now 95, ma'am. 95. 95 on letters on it. 9,005. 95, 10. 10,000 bid. 10. 10, 5. 10, 5. 10,005. 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. You get your whole life to pay for it, young lady. 10,005 on a bid. 10,005. 10. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10,5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10,005. 10,005 on a bid. Hit a 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10,5. I'd get a bit of a You're called 10,005 on a bid. I'd have. Now 11,000, Rick. Now 11,5. Now 11,5. Don't worry, there's plenty more. 11,005. Sold 11,000, Ricky. Sold $11,000, Ricardo.
Lot S21's a 1974 Honda Elsinore MR50. Sold on a bill of sale. They were only made for 2 years, 1974 and 1975. Desirable and collectible.
5,000 bid. 5. I'd get a bit of a 2, 3, 2, 3. 3,000 bid. Hit 3. I'd get a bit of a 2. Get a bit of 3. I'd get a 2,003. Hit 3. I'd get a bit of 3. I'd get a bit of a 325. 3. Now 3. Now 5. My way. Get a 3. My way, guys. Are 5. 5. I'd get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 5 here. 3 bid. Now 5. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of 3. Sorry. 35 in a bid. 3. Now 5. Hit 5. Hit a bit of a 4. Get a bit of a 7. I'd get a bit of 45 here. I'd get a bit of a 45 in a bid. 4,005. Hit 45 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a look at that. I'd get a bit of a 4,005 sells all the way. 4,005. 4 right. Get a bit of a 5. Hit 4. Get a bit of a 45 here. I'd get a bit of a 4,045 in a bid. 4 and 5. I'd get a bit of a. Oh, don't be that guy. Get 4,500. I didn't take his either. Get 4,500. 45 in a bid. 45. 4,500. 45 in a bid. I'd get a bit. Do you do it? Now 5,000 bid. Now 5. Now 5. I'd get a bit about 5. I just did that damn 5. Now 55 in a bid. 5,055 here. 5, 55 in a bid. 5. I'd get a bit about 55 here. 5 grand. You said no. 5 here. 5,500. Sold 5,000. Sold $5,000 Mitch's way.
Lot S, 22.1's a 1966 Suzuki T10 250. It's a rare restored example. It looks like new.
Wow, and I'd get a bit of a does. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. 5. And a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 4 down. 4 down. Get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 3. 3,004. 4. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 on a bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5,000. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of that you'd. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of anybody know. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 on a bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 out of bid. I'd get it, nobody knows. I'd get it about 5,000. Hit 5. I'd get it about 5,000 out of bid. Anybody else? I'd get it about 5,000 out of bid. I'd get it anybody get it about 5,000 out of bid. Hit a 5 here. I'd get it anybody get it about 5. I'd get it out according to up here. I'd get it about 5,000 out of bid. Anybody get 5,000 for it. 5,000 out of bid. 5,000 out of bid. 5,000 out of down. I'd get it about 5 here. I'd get it anybody get it about 5,000 bid. Hit 5 here. I'd get it, ladies and gentlemen, just do we need to have him sign that? If it is? Hold on, folks. Don't want to give you any bad information on it. Okay. Owner's changed his mind. No reserve. 5,000 bid. $5,000 on it. 5,000 bid. 5. I'd get it anybody get it about 5 here. I'd get it anybody get it about 5. Rare restored example. 5,000 bid. Anybody get 5. 5,000 out of bid. I'd get it anybody get it about 5 to get yet. I'd get it about 5 here. I'd get it anybody get 4,000 bid. You don't do that. 4,000 bid. 4,000 out of bid. 4. I'd get it anybody get it about 4. I'd get it that bike on the block. 4. 3,000 bid. 3. 3,000 bid. 3. Get it anybody get it 3 bid. I'd get it about 3,000 bid. Hit 3. I'd get it anybody get it about 3. I'd get it about 3. I'd get it 4. Get it 3. Thank you. 4,000 bid. 4. I'd get it about 4. I'd get it ground. I'd get it about 4. 3. 4. Hit 3. Get it about 4. 5. I'd get it about 5. I'd get it like I said before. 5,000 out of bid. 5. 5 is making a prediction. 5,000. You want to get 45 before you set your drink down, right? 45 in a bid. 4,000. 45 bid. 4 is a bid. 45 in a bid. 4,005 in a bid. 4 bid. 4,500. Sold 4,000 bands. Sold 4,000 bands way.
Lot S23s, a 1973 Norton 850 Commando from the Warren Steinberg collection, believed to be 2,329 original miles on this one.
75 in a bid. I'd get it anybody could have going commando. I'd get it a 7,000. I'd get it a 6 here. 5. 5,000 under down. I'd get it anybody could have a 2. 3. 2. Could have a 3,000 bid. Hit 3. Could have anybody could have a 3. Could have a 2. Could have a 3,000 bid. 3. 4. 4. I'd get it in the middle. 5. I'd get it about 5 bands way. 4. 5. Hit 5. Anybody could have about 5. I'd get it anybody could have about 5,000 bid. Hit 5. Anybody could have about 5 here. I'd get it about 5,000. 45. 5,000. Down 5,000 bid. 5. I'd get it about 5 here. I'd get it about 5. 55 here. I'd get it 5,000 bid. 55. Hit 5 here. I'd get it 55 and a 6,000 out of bid. Hit 6 here. I'd get it a 6,000 bid. I'd get it 55. 6 now. 5 sells all the way. 6,005. 5 in a bit. If you could have about 5 here. I'd get it a 6 here. I'd get it about 5 here. 6,005. Hit 5 bid. I'd get it about 5. 7 a bid. I'd get it a 7 out of 5. Hit 75 here. I'd get it a 7 down 5 here. I'd get it a 75 bid. Hit 7 out of 5. I'd get it about 8,000 out of bid. 8,000 out of down. I'd get it a 75 way back there at 8,000 bid. And a bid. I'd get it down bid. Down 8 down bid. I'd get it in and out. 8,000 bid. 75 is over here at 8,000 bid. 78 down 5. 85 in a bid. 8,500 down. I'd get it about 585. 85 here. I'd get it anybody could have about 585 in a bid. I'd get it 8,500. 9,000 down 9 and 9 bid. I'd get it 9 right. Get it about right quick here net. I'd get it 9,000 bid. 9,100 and 9. I'd get it 85 here. I'd get it anybody could have about 9,000 on a bid. 8,500 on a bid. I'd get it about 9,005 on the bike off the block. Point that direction, 9,005. 95 in a bid. I'd get it, remember yesterday. I'd get it 9,005. 95 here, 9,005. And 95 shot, 95 in a bid, 9,500. The bike off the block, 9,000 bid. 95 in a bid. I'd get it about 5 here, 95 here. I'd have. Sold 9,000. Sold $9,000 Ben's way. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Russ Conklin.
All right. Lot S, 24s, a 1948 Indian 648 Big Base Scout Racer, 45-inch, designed to beat Harley-Davidson flat track. They were low production. There's not many around.
And how much is somebody get $50,000? But I'm going to do 50. I'm going to do 40. And $40,000. But I'm going to do 30. And $30,000. But I'm going to do $10,000. $15,000 bid. I have 10 bid. But I'm going to do 15, 20. I have 15 bid. But I'm going to do 17. Going to be 20. I have 20,000. But I'm going to do 20. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 5. And 25, 27. But I'm going to do 25. Going to be 27. I have 25,000. But I'm now going to do 70 bid. I have 25,000. But I'm going to 30. 27 going to be 30. I have 27,000. But I'm going to do 30. Going to be 30. Going to be 30. I am 27 bad now going to do 30,000 out of bed. I am 27 bad now going to do 30,000 out of. I am 27 bad now going to do 30 going to be 2. I am 30,000 out of bed going to do 32,000 out of bed going to do 30 going to be 32. I am 30,000 out of bed 32,000 out of bed going to do 32. I am 35. I am 32,000 out of bed going to do 5 pound out of bed. I am 32,000 out of bed going to do 35 pound going to do 35 37. I am 35,000 out of bed now going to do 37,000 out of bed. I am 30 pound bed now going to do 37. Out of it, now going to do 35, 37. I am 37, going to be 7, going to be 40. I had the alley bounce out, 37, going to be 40. I am 37, going to do 40,000 out of bed. Mark Dooley, are you here? Mark Dooley. 37. You want to sell your bike? I got $37,000 asking 40. I am buying money back to do 37 pound out of money back to do 40. I am 37 bad money back to do 40 to 40 to 40 pound out of money back to do 37 40. I am 37 pound out of money back to do 40,000 out of money back to do 37 going to be 40. I am 37,000 out of bed 40,000 out of money back to do 37 40. I am 37 40 reserves off. I am 37 bad money back to do 40. I am 37 pound out of money back to do 40 to 40 to 40,000 out. So $37,000. So $37,000, Mitch.
Lot S 25s, a 1978 Harley-Davidson MX 250 sold on a bill of sale. This is a rare one-year-only Harley production motocross bike. There's only about 1,000 of these worldwide.
I'm buying back to do how much here? Back to do 15, back to do 10 pound, back to do 5 pounds, back to do 6,000 out of bed, and 7 pound, back to do 8,000, back to do 9 pounds and 10, and down 12 pounds, out of 11, going to be 12, and 12 pounds, out of 11, back to do 12, going to be 12, going to be 12, going to be 12 to bed, and 12 pounds, out of back to do by prayer, back to do 12, and 12,000, 13,000 out of reserves off, and 12,000 out of 13,000 out of bed, and 12,000 out of back to do 13,000, and 12,000 out of bed. Back to do 13,000 out of I am 12,000 out of 13,000 out of bed now to do 12 to bed 13,000 I am 12,000 out of bed $13,000 sold $12,000 sold $12,000 telephone.
Lot S 26 is a 1930 Indian Chief. Very correct 30-year model with factory cast aluminum gas tanks. There is a video. You can see it running and riding.
I'm buying back to do 50. I'm buying back to do 50 down back to do 15, 20. I am 15 bad down back to do put him at 20 bad back to do 5, 22, 25, and 22 down back to do bullet back to do 25, 27. I am 25 down back to do 27 down back to do 25 going to be 7 going to be 30 down 30 down 30 down 32 30 down back to do 32 to bed. I am $30,000 32 down back to do 30 going to be 32. I am 30,000 out of bed 32 down back to do 30 going to be 32 in bed. I am 30,000 out of bed. 32,000 out of bed. Now to do 32. And 30,000 out of bed. 32,000 out of bed. Back to do 30 going to be 32. And 30,000 out of bed. 32,000 out of bed. Back to do 30 going to be 32. I am 30,000 out of bed. Back to do 32 to bed. Now to do 30 going to be 32. I am 30,000 out of bed. Back to do 32,000 out of bed. Now to do 2 to bed. I am 30,000 out of bed. 32,000 out of bed. Back to do 30 going to be 32. And 30,000 out of bed. Back to do 32 and now to do 30 going to be 32,000 out. Nope, I got 32, 35, 32,000 out of bed, back to do 35, and 32,000 out of bed, back to do 35 to bed. I am 32,000 out of bed, now back to do 33. I am 32,000 out of bed, now 4, now back to do 34,000 out of bed. I am back to do 34, 34, 34, 34, and 34,000 out of bed, back to do 5 reserves off, and 34,000 out of bed, back to do 35,000 out of bed, and 34,000 out of bed, back to do 35, going to be 35. Sold $34,000, Chris.
Lot S 27's a 1991 Honda XRV 750L Africa Twin. Titled as a 91. It's an early 1990 first-year model. Imported from the UK. Virtually none in the U.S. They're not sold here from new. It's in a running order. It's all working at no reserve.
Back to do no reserve. Back to do 10. Back to do $5,000. And back to do somebody get 3. Somebody get $2,000 on it. And 2,000 out of it. Now back to do 2. Going to be 2,000 out of it. Now back to do 2. And 2,000 out of it. Now back to do 1,000 down 3. I have 2,000 out of it, back to do 3,000 out of bed, back to do 2, to be 3. I have 2,000 out of it, back to do 3,000 out of bed. I have 2,000 out of it, now back to do 3, to be 3,000 out of 4, and now 4,000 out of bed, now back to do 4,000 out of bed, and now 5,000 out of it, back to do 4, going to be 5. I have 4,000 out of bed, 5,000 out of it, back to do 4,000 out of it, back to do 5,000 out of bed. I have 4,000 out of it, back to do 5, going to be 5 pound, and now done. I have 4,500. I have 4,000 out of it, back to do 4,500 out of it, now back to do 4, going to be 45, now 5, and 45 back to do 5,000 out of it, back to do 45, going to be 5,000 out of it, 55, and 55 pound out of it, now back to do 5,000 out of 5,500. I have 5,000 out of it, 55 pound out of back to do 55. So $5,000, so $5,000 to the internet.
Lot S 28's a 1980 Kawasaki KZ 1000 Police Special. Honored 750 miles since the restoration. Served time with a CHP and others. No reserve.
Back to do no reserve. Back to do 15, back to do 10, and 10,000 out of it, now back to do 5,000 out of bed. Back to do 5, going to be 2,000 out of it, back to do 3,000 out of bed. I have 2,000 out of it, back to do 3 to bed, back to do 4,000 out of it, back to do 3, going to be 4, 5, 5,000 out of it, now back to do 5, going to be 5,000 out of bed. And 5 to bed, now negative 4,000 out of bed, negative 5, gonna be 5,000 out of bed. I'm gonna get 4,500, 4,500, and 40 bed, now 5,000 out of it. I'm by the way, you do the same, negative 45, gonna be 5, 55, and by the way, negative 55 pound out of bed, negative 5,000 out of bed, negative 55, and 5,000 out of bed, negative 5,500, and 5,000 out of bed, negative 5,500 out of bed. I'm by the way, negative 5,000 out of bed, negative 5,000 out of bed, and by the way, negative 5, gonna be 5, gonna be 5, gonna be 5,000, and now 5,500 out of bed, 5,000 out of bed, negative 5,500. I got 5,000 out of bed, 5,500, last call, 5,500 out of bed, and 5,000 out of bed, negative 5,500, 100 now 55 type. So $5,000, so $5,000 bench.
Lot S, 29s, a 1975 Triumph Trident. It's a triple 750, original unrestored. Numbers are right. Believed to be about 13,000 miles, no reserve.
No reserve. 5 pound of negative 10, negative 5,000. I have 5,000 out of it, negative 2,000 out of it, negative 3, and 3,000 out of it, negative 3, going to be 4,000 out of it, negative 5,000 out of bed. You 5,000 out of it, negative 5, going to be 5,000 out of it, negative 5 out of bed, and 4,000 out of it, negative 5,000 out of it, now 6,000 out of bed. I have 5,000 out of it, negative 6,000 out of it, negative 5, 5,500. I have 5,000 out of it, negative 5,500 out of bed, and 5,000 out of it, negative 5,500 out of negative 5,000, 5,500. I have 5,000 out of bed, 5,500 out of it, now through 5,000. In a big 5,500 out of it, $5,000, 55, 6,000 out of it, and 6,000 out of it, now 5, 65, now 7, now 7,000 out of it, now 75, going to be 5, going to be 8. I have 8,000 out of it, now negative 75, 8,000. I have now 5, 85, 85, out of it, negative 8,000 out of it, negative 5 bed, down negative 85. Sold $8,000, sold $8,000 bed.
Lot S, 30s, a 1970 Honda CL 350. It's a full custom with a single shock, performance engine, hand-formed aluminum body.
By the way, negative 10,000 out of it, negative 10, going to be 2, going to be 3. I have 3,000 out of it, negative 3, negative 4,000 out of bed. I have 3,000 out of it, negative 4,000 out of it, negative 3, going to be 4. 5,000 out of it, negative 5,000 out of bed. And 4,000 out of it, negative 5, going to be 5,000 out of bed. And 4,000 out of it, negative 5,000 out of it, negative 4,500. I have 4,000 out of bed, 4,500 out of bed. And 4,000 out of it, negative 4,500. I have 4,000 out of that, didn't get 4,000, 45. And 4,000 out of it, negative 4,500. Jeff, 4,000 out of it, negative 45. I have 4,000 of it, 4,500. I have 4,000 out of it, negative 45, going to be 45. And 4,000 out of it, negative 4,500 out of it, negative 45, 4 grand, 45. And 4,000 out of it, negative 4,500, 5,000 out of bed. You 5,000 out of it, negative 5, going to be 5,000 out of bed. And 5,000, $5,500. And 5,000, 5,500. I have $5,000, 5,500 out of it, negative 5, 55 out of bed. And reserves off, 100 out of it, negative 5,000, 5,500 out of bed. And 5,000, 5,500, 100 negative 5,000, going to be 5,500 out of bed. So $5,000, so $5,000 to the internet.
Lot S, 31s, a 1969 CZ 250 MX, sold on the middle of sales. Had a museum quality restoration. It's at no reserve.
No reserve. 10. I have 10,000 out of it, negative 10 out of it, negative 5,000 out of it, negative 5, going to be 5, going to be 3, going to be 2, going to be 3. I have 2,000 out of it, negative 3,000 out of bed. And 2,000 out of it, negative 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, going to be 5. And 5,000 out of it, 6,000 out of bed. And 5 out of it, negative 6,000 out of it, negative 5,000, 6,000. I have 7,000 out of it, negative 7, and 6,000 out of it, negative 7,000 out of bed, and 6,000 out of it, negative 7,000 out of negative 7,000 out of. I have 6,000 out of it, negative 7, down 7,000 out of it, negative 7. I have 6,000 out of it, negative 7,000 out of negative 7,000 out of bed, down. So $6,000 sold, $6,000 rate on the internet.
Lot S, 32s, a 1966 BSA Lightning 650. It's had 1 mile since the rebuild's looking very sharp.
Oh, my.
No reserve.
10, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 5,000 out of bed, no reserve. I have 5,000 out of it, negative 2,000 out of it, negative 3, and 2,000 out of it, negative 3,000 out of it, negative 4, 5, going to be 5,000 out of bed, 6,000. I have 5 out of it, now 7,000 out of it, now negative 7, now 7,000 out of bed. I have 6,000 out of it, negative 7,000 out of it, now negative 7,000. I have 6,000 out of it, now negative 7, now 7,000 out of bed. And 7,000 out of it, negative 6,500. I am 60.7. John's in 60, going to be 7. I am 65 out of it, negative 7,000 out, negative 65, going to be 7. And 6,500, 7,000 out, negative 65, going to be 7,000. So $6,500, so $6,500, John.
Lot S 33 is a 1979 Triumph T140D Special, B750, 8,900 miles. Frame and numbers are right.
No reserve. 5 pound of it, 10 pound out of it, 5 pound out of it, 2 going to be 3. And 2 pound out of it, 3 pound out of it, 4 pound out of 5 pounds out of bed. You 5 pound out of it, now it is 6 pound out of it, 7. I am 6 pound out of it, now it is 6,500 out of bed. I am pound of it, now it is 6 pounds out of bed. And 6 pound out of it, now it is 6 pounds out of it, now it is 6, now 5. And 65 pound out of it, now it is 6 pounds out of it, 5. I am 6 pound out of it, it is 65 pound out of it, now it is 65, 7. I am 60 pound bed, now it is 7 pound out of it, it is 7,000. So $6,500, so $6,500 bid.
Lot S 34 from the Bob Weaver Collections in 1968 BSA Thunderbolt 650 shows low miles. High point.
And by the way, going to do 20 pounds, and out of it, going to do 10, going to be 5, going to be 2, going to be 3, going to be 4, put him at 5 pounds, and out of it, going to do 6 pounds, and out of 7, and 7 pounds, out of it, going to do 8 pounds, and out of bed. I am at 7 pounds, out of it, going to do 8 pounds, and out of it, going to do 8 pounds, and going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 10. I am 9 pounds, out of it, going to do 10 pounds, out of bed. I am 9 bed, going to do 10, 10, 10, going to be 10 pounds, out of it, going to do 9, going to be 10. I am 9 pounds, out of it, going to do 10 pounds, out of it, going to do 10 bed. I am 10 pounds, out of it, going to do 10, going to be 10, going to be 10. I am 9 pounds, out of it, going to do 10 pounds, out of it, going to do 10 bed. I am 9 pounds out of it, now they're going to do 10 pounds out of it, now they're going to do 10, 11. I have 10 pounds out of reserves off. I have 10 pounds and 11. I have 10 pounds out of 11 to bed. I have 10 pounds out of 11 pounds and out of it, going to do 10, going to be 11 pounds and out of 10 pounds and going to be 11. So 10 pounds and out of so 10 pounds and wait on the telephone.
Lot S 35 from the Bob Weaver Collections in 1950 PSA Bantam D1 to low miles.
And 5 out of it, 10 pounds out of it, going to do 5. And 5 pounds out of it, now they're going to do 2 pounds and 4 pounds and 6 pounds and 7. And 7 pounds out of it, now they're going to do 7 to bed, now they're going to do 7 pounds out of bed. And down 7 pounds and out of it, now they're going to do 7 pounds out of it, now they're going to do 65, 7. And 6500, 7 pounds out of bed. And 60 pounds out of it, now they're going to do 7 pounds out of it, they're going to do 6,500 out of down 7. And 65 pounds out of it, now they're going to do 7,000. And 60 pounds out of it, now they're going to do 7 down 7, and they're going to do down 5. And down 75 pounds out of it, now they're going to do 70 pounds of bed. And 75 pounds out of it, now they're going to do 7 pounds of bed. 8. And 75, 8 reserve is off. 7500, 8,000. And 70 pounds of bed, 8,000 out of it, they're going to do 70 pounds of bed, 8,000 out of it. And 70 pounds of bed, they're going to do 8,000 out of 75 pounds, 8,000 out of it, now they're going to do 8,000 out of bed. So $7,500, so $7,500, Robin.
Lot S 36, 1967 BMW R60/5 0-mile restoration, Earl's Fork, no reserve.
No reserve. I'm out of it, going to do 20. I have 20,000 out of it, going to do 10,000 out of bed. I have 10,000 out of it, going to do 10, 5, going to be 7,000 out of bed. 5,000 out of bed, 7,000 out of it, now they're going to do 5, 6, and 6,000 out of it, they're going to do $7,000 or $8,000. You had 8,000 out of it, now they're going to do 8, they're going to be 8,000 out of it, they're going to do 7, they're going to do 8,000. I have 7,000 out of bed, 8,000 out of it, now they're going to do 7,000 out of 8,000 out of bed. I am by 75, 8,000 out of it, they're going to do 75, going to be $8,000. I am 75, 8, 85, 85, going to be 85, 85, going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 9,000 out of it, now they're going to do 85, 9, 85, going to be 9,000 out of $8,500 down 9, 85, down 10, down 10,000 out of it, they're going to do 10, and down 10,000 out of it, now they're going to do 95, 10, I have 95, they're going to do 10, 10, 10, going to be 10 to bed, 9,500, 10,000, I have 95, they're going to do 10,000, 95, they're going to do 10, and 9,500, 10,000, they're going to do 10, 10, 10, 95, going to be 10,000, I have 9,500, 10,000 out of it, they're going to do 95, going to be 10,000 all through, now 5, 10,000, 10, 5, sir. And down 10,000 out of it, I'm going to do 500. And down 11. And 11,000 out of it, I'm going to do 10, 5, going to be 11,000 out of bed. And 10, 5, down 11, sir. Now 11,000 out of it, I'm going to do 10, 5, down 11,000 out of it, I'm going to do 10, 5, going to be 11. And 10,500 out of 11,000 out of down 11. And 10, 5, down 11,000 out of it, I'm going to do 10, 5 here, down 11,000 out of down. I got 10, 5. Now 11. I have 10, 5, down 11,000 out of it, I'm going to do 10, 5 here, down 11,000 down 5. And down 11, 5, sir. 11,000 out of it, I'm going to do 500. And 11,000 out of it, I'm going to do 5. He said no. So $11,000 was Robin.
Lot S 37 is a 1969 BMW R60/2 fresh from Johannesburg. Nice restoration, no reserve.
15 to bed. 15 pound out of it, $5,000, $7,000 bed. And pound bed, $7,000 out of it, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. I have $8,000 bed, $7, 8, 9. $9,000 out of it, $9 bed. I have $8,000 out of it, $9,000 out of it, $9 bed. I have $8,000, $9,000 out of it, $8,000 to be 9. Yeah, 9 bed, $9,000, $8,000, $9,000. I have $8,000. Out of it, $9,000 done. I have $8,000 out of it, $9,000 out of it, $8,000 $9,000. I have $8,000 $9,000 out of bed. I have $8,000 out of it, $9,000 to be 9. $9,000 all through. And $9,000. I have $8,000 out of it, $9,000 to bed. $8,000 going to be 9 and all done. Let's go. $8,000 out of it, $9,000 out of bed. $9,000 10. And now $10,000 out of it, going to be 10. I have out of it, $95. Going to be 95, 95 pound out of it, going to be 95, going to be 95, 95 bed. Yeah, 9,000 out of it, going to be 95. No, going to be 95. I had 95 pound out of it, going to be 95, 95, 95, going to be 95. Yeah, 95 pound out of 95, 95 pound out of it, going to be 95. You want to give 95, 95 pound, gotta go. 9,000 out of it, going to be 95. And now 10, 95, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 95, going to be 10. Sold $9,500, sold $9,500, bitch.
Lot S 38 from South Africa is a 1956 Victoria Bergmeister. Transfers V-twin 10 years before the Moto Guzzi. Original paint, no reserve.
Yeah, part of it, going to do by a pair 20. I'll get $5,000, $7,000 bed. I have $5,000 out of it, going to do $7,000 out of it, going to do $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. I have part of it, going to do $6,000 out of it, going to do $5,000, going to do $7,000 out of bed. I have $5,000, $7,000 out of it, going to do $5,000, $6,000. I have $5,000 out of it, going to do $6,000 out of bed. I have $5,000 out of it, going to do $6,000 out of it, going to do 5,000. I have 5,000 out of it, going to do 5. So we get 5 and 6,000 out of it, going to do 7,000 out of bed. And 6,000 out of it, going to do 7. Down 7, down 7,000. I have 6,000 out of it, going to do 7,000 out, 8,000 out of bed. And 7 bed, going to do 8,000. 9,000 out of bed. And 9 bed, going to do 8,000. Going to do 9, going to be 9. 8,000 out of it, going to do 9,000. I have 8,000 out of it, going to do 9,000 out of bed. I had 85, now 9. 8,500, 9,000. 85 going to be 9,000. I have 95. 95 going to do 95 bed. I had 90 going to do 95 pound. Going to do 9 going to be 95 pound done. 9,000, 9,500. Sold $9,000. Sold $9,000. Chris.
Lot S 39 from half a world away is a 1928 Douglas 4 1/4. Sold on a bill of sales, a rare colonial version machine. Nearly the last of the flat tanks. It's at no reserve.
Everybody going to do no reserve. So we get 20. We had 20,000 out of it. Going to do 15 to bed. Going to do 10,000. I had 10 to bed. Going to do 5 pound. 10, 15,000 out of it. Going to do 10. Going to be 12. Going to be 15. I had 15,000 out of it. Going to do 15. 15,000 out of it. Going to do 12,000 out of 15,000 out of bed. I'm going to be 15. Going to be 17. Going to be 17. Going to be 17. And 15,000 out of it. Going to do 17,000 out of bed. I have 15,000 out of it. Going to do 16,000. I have 16,000 out of it. Going to do 16, 17. And 17 to bed. Going to do 16,000 out of 17, 18. And 18 to bed. Going to do 17, 18, 19,000 out of bed. And down 19 to bed. Going to do 18. Going to be 19. And down 19,000 out of it. Going to do 18 to bed. 19 to bed. Going to do 19,000 out of bed. But now 20. Now 20. 19 going to be 20. I have 19 to bed. Going to do 20,000. I have 19,000 out of it. Going to do 20. Going to be 20. I have 19,000 out of it. Now 20. And now 1. Going to do 21. And 1 to bed. Going to do 21 to bed. Going to do 21. And 20 bed. Going to do 21. Going to be 1 to bed. I had 19 pounds. Going to get 20. I had 19 pounds. Going to do 20,000 out of it. Going to do 19 pounds. Now 20. And 19 pounds. Going to do $20,000. Anybody else? Now 21. I have 20 bad. Going to do 1. And 21,000 out of it. Going to do 20. Going to be 21. I have 20 bad. Going to do 1. Going to be 21. Going to be 21. I'm at 21. Going to do 20 grand. Now 1. I'm waiting on you. $20,000. 21. And 20 bad. Going to do 21,000 out of bed. I am at 20 bad. Going to do 21. Going to be 21. Going to do 5. Now 1. I have $20,500. 21. I have $20,000. Going to do 1. Going to be 21,000. I have $20,000. Going to do 21,000. Going to do now 5. And 21,500. Going to do 21. Going to be 5. Going to be 5 to bed. And 21,500. Going to do 21. Going to be 5. Last out 21,200. And 22,000. Going to do 21 pounds bed. 22. And down 22,000. Going to do 2 to bed. 3. And 23,000. Going to do 23,000 out of bed. And 24,000. 22 to bed, down, to 23, gonna be 2, gonna be 3, down, to 23, and 22 down, down, to 23, down, down. Somebody else? 22, 23, last call. 22 gonna be $3,000 down, to do 4. By the way, gonna do 22 pound, to do 23 down to bed, and 22 pound down, 23 down, 22 pound down 3, and 22 pound, $23,000. Anybody else? 22 pound gonna be 3, gonna be 3, gonna be 3 down, to do down half. Now 5, I have 23, 5, I have 23 in the bed, gonna do 5 pound, gonna do 23, gonna be 5 down. He said no. Do what? Hello. 23.5, yes. 24. 23.5, 24. 24. Hi, Rachel. 23 pound gonna be 24 pounds and out of it, gonna do 23 pound gonna be 24. And 23 pound of it, gonna do 24,000 out of you wanna give 24. 24, gotta go, 23, 5, 4, 5, and 25 pounds, like a 24,000, 25,000 out of bed, and 25,000 out of it, gonna do 24, gonna be 25, and 25 going once, twice, third and final call, 25,000, sold, $24,000, sold, $24,000, Alex.
Lot S40 from Johannesburg is a 1925 Triumph Model P 500 hand change transmission. It's a chain drive, but it retains the shoe brake on a dummy pulley at no reserve.
10,000 out of it, 2,000 out of it, 5,000, 7,000 out of bed, and 5,000 out of it, down, negative 5,000, 6,000 out of bed, and 5 bed, negative 6,000 out of it, negative 5,000 out of bed, and 6,000 out of it, negative 5,000 out of it, negative 6,000, and 5,000 out of it, negative 6,000 negative 6,000 out of bed. And down $6,000, and 5,000 out of it, negative 6,000 out of it, now negative $5,000. I buy the 5, Ben, you're in $5,000, 6,000 out of bed, and 5 bed, negative 6,000, 55, 6,000. I am 55 to bed, now negative $6,000. I am 5,500 out of bed, $6,000, 5, and 65 out of it, now negative 6,000, 6,500 out of bed. I am 6,000 out of it, negative 5 to be 5 out of bed, 65. Anybody else? 6,500. I am 7,000 out of bed. I am 65. 775, 8,000 out of bed, and 75 out of bed, 8,000 out of bed, 7,500, 8,000 out of bed, and down to 8,999, going to be 9 to bed, 85, 9, 85 to bed, 9,000 out of bed, 85 to be 9 to be 9,000 out of bed, I'm at 85 to be 9 to be 9,000 out of bed, now going to be 9,999, going to be 9 to bed, I had 9,000 out of bed, now going to be 8,000 out of bed, going to be 9, and I got 8 with John, $9,000, I'm at going to 8,000, 9, and 9 to bed, now going to 8,000 out of bed, going to be 9, going to be 9, I'm going to be 9,000 out of it. What do you get? 85, 9, 85 going to be 9,000, 85 to be 9,000, 85 down 9. Sold $8,500, sold $8,500, Paul.
All right, from South Africa is a 1950 BSA M20 with a sidecar. Civilianized military workhorse. Nicely presented combination at no reserve.
15, 10,000, 5,000, 2,000, 3. Down 3,000, 4, 5, 5,000 out of it, negative 5 to be 5,000 out of bed. I am buying 6,000 out of it, negative 5,000 out of it, negative 6,000 out of it. I am 5,000 out of it, negative 6,000 out of it. I am 5,000 out of it, 6,000 out of it, negative 5 to be 6,000. I am 5,000 out of bed, 6,000 out of it. I have 5,000 out of no reserve, 5,000, 6,000. I have 5,000 out of it, negative 6,000. I have down 7, now 7,000 out of it, negative 7,000, 8,000 out of bed. I have 7 bed, negative 8,000 out of down 7 negative 8,000 out of bed. I have 7,000, 8,000 out of it, negative 7,000, 8,000. I have 7 negative 8,000 out of anybody else. I have by the way, I got 7,000, going to be 8,009. I had 8,000 out of it, negative 9. I had 10, no, I got 9, 10. I had 9 of it, negative 10,000 out of bed. I had 9 of it, negative 10. You both had 9,000, 10,000. I had 9,000 out of it, negative 10. No, you're out, Ben, going to be 10. I had 9,000 out of it, negative 10,000. I had 9,000 out of it, negative 10, 10, 10, 10, 11. I am buying 11,000 out of it, negative 10. Now I got 95, 10. I had 95, going to be 10, going to be 11. I have 10,000 out of 11,000 out of it, negative 10, going to be 11. I have 10,000 out of anybody else. 10,000, going to be 11,000 out of it, negative 10, going to be 11,000 out of sold $10,000, sold $10,000 telephone.
Lot S42s, a 1956 Husqvarna model, 281 Sport Dream Bike, 175, rare Swedish legend. These were successful in enduro races. Cleaned house in the 6 days.
I'm part of it, make it do 20 bed, make it do a prayer, 5 pounds out of bed. I'm part of it, make it do a prayer, make it do 6 pounds out of it, make it do 7. I'm part of it, make it do 7 pounds out of it, make it do 8 pounds out of it, make it do 9, gonna be 10, gonna be 10, gonna be 10. I am 10 pounds out of 11 pounds out of it, make it do 12. I am 12 pounds out of it, make it do 13. Reserves off. I am 13 pounds out of it, make it do 14 pounds out of bed. I am 15 pounds out of it, make it do 16 pounds out of it, make it do 16. And 16 pounds out of it, make it do 16, 17, 17, 17. You're out. I am 16 out of it, make it do 17 pounds out of it, make it do 16 pounds out of 17 pounds out of it, and 17 out of it, now 17 pounds out of it. So 16 pounds out of, so 16 pounds and dollars, Alex.
Lot S, 43s in 1941. Harley-Davidson UL 74. Older restoration. Pretty correct patina. It's at no reserve.
Part of it, make it do no reserve. Pound out of it, make it do 40, gonna be 30. I am 30 pounds out of it, make it do 30, gonna be 30, gonna be 10, gonna be 15. I am 10 out of it, make it do 12 pounds out of bed. I am 10 pounds out of it, make it do 12 pounds out of it, make it do 10, gonna be 12 pounds out of it, make it do 10, gonna be 12. I am 10 pounds out of it, make it do 12 pounds out of it, make it do 10, gonna be 12. I am 10 pounds out of it, make it do 12 pounds out of it. I am 15 pounds out of bed. I am 15 pounds out of it, make it do 12 pounds out of it, make it do 15 pounds out. I am 15, 13 to bed, 15 to bed. I am 15 pounds out of it, make it do 13 pounds out of it, make it do 15,000. I am 13 to bed, down 14, 15, and 14 pounds out of it, make it do 15 pounds out of bed, and 14 to bed, down, make it do 15,000, 16,000. I am 15 pounds out of it, make it do 16 pounds out of bed. I am gonna be 16, gonna be 16. I am 15 pounds out of it, make it do 16,000. I am 15, 16,000, 17,000 out of bed, and 17 to bed, down, make it do 16, gonna be 17, 18. I am out of it, make it do 18 pounds out of it, make it do 17, 18. I am 17 to bed, 18 pounds out of it, make it do 18, 18, gonna be 18. Gonna be 19, gonna be 20. Well, down 20 pounds out of it, gonna be 20, gonna be 20, gonna be 1. I am by 2. I am by the gonna do 1 down 2. And 22, 3, 3, 3, 4, gonna be 5. And 25 pounds out of it, gonna do 26 pounds out of 7. And 27 pounds out of it, gonna do 27, 28, 28, 29, 30. I am by the gonna do 30, gonna be 30, gonna be gonna do 30. I am by the gonna do 29 down 30. I am 29 down, no, gonna be 30. I am 20 down 31. And 30 pounds of it, gonna do 31. And 30 pounds out of it, gonna do 1, gonna do 30, gonna be 31. I got 30 way up top. Is that right? 31. 30,000 with John. 31. And 30 band of it, gonna do 31. I am good. 30,000 out of it, gonna do 31. Band down, gonna do 30, gonna be $31,000. Anybody else? So $30,000. So $30,000 upstairs, John.
Lot S, 44 is a 2003 Harley-Davidson FLS Heritage Softail. Last year for the Springer, it's no reserve.
Yeah, part of it, make it do 30,000 out of it, make it do 20, no reserve. I have 20,000 out of it, make it do 10, gonna be 15,000 out of bed. And 10,000 out of it, make it do 15,000 out of it, make it do 10, gonna be 12. And 10,000 out of it, make it do 12,000 out of it, make it do 10, gonna be 10, gonna be 10, 12, 15. And 15,000 out of it, make it do 15,000 out of bed. And 13, 14, 14, 14,000 out of it, make it do 13 to bed, 14, 15. I have 15, 16,000 out of it, make it do 16,000 out of bed. And 16,000 out of 15, 5, 16. And 15 pound of bed, make it do 16,000 out of it, make it do 15 pounds, 16,000. I have 15 pound of bed, make it do 16,000 out of it, make it do 16. I have 15 pound of bed, make it do 16,000 out of it. So 15 pounds, so 15 pounds, Ben.
Lot S, 45s, a 1999 Excelsior Henderson Super X, still in the crate. Owned since new by one of the initial Excelsior Henderson stock investors. It is sold with a title and it's at no reserve.
No reserves. Somebody get $30,000 here. You better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 20. At $20,000 here. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 10. At 10,000 now. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get $10,000 here. You better get 5,000 now. You better get 6, 7. At 7,000 you better get 7 bid. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 6, 7. At 7,000 you better get 6 bid. You better get 7,000. You better get 7 bid. You better get 6 and now 7,000. At 6,000 you better get 7,000 now. You better get 7 bid. No reserve. At 7,000 here, you better get 7 now. 8,000 roll away here, you better get 65, 7. I have 6,500, 7,000, you better get 75. At $7,500 bid, you better get $7,500 bid, you better get 7,000, you better get 7,500. I have 7,000, $7,500, 8,000, you better give 8. At $8,000 here, you better give 8 bid, you better give 8, you better give 8, you better give 8, you better give 8,000. I have $7,500 bid, you better give 8 bid here. Now 82 and a half here, you better give 82.50. At 8,000, you better give 82 and a half bid, you better get 2.50 bid, you better get 2 and a half. Sold $8,000 to the internet, Violet.
Lot S, 46.1s, 1938 DKW Diamond, 98cc, sold on a bill of sale. It is in Concord's condition and running.
10,000, anybody get 10 bid, anybody get 10, anybody get 5,000, now you better get 2, you better get 3 bid, anybody get 3, put up at 4,000, anybody get 5, at 5,000, anybody get 5,000, now you better get 4 bid, anybody get 5 here, you better get 5,000, you better get 4,500, at $4,500 bid, anybody get 4,000, anybody get 5 bid, anybody get $4,500 bid, anybody get 4,000, anybody get 4,500, I have $4,000 bid, anybody get $4,500 bid, anybody get 5 bid, anybody get $4,500, they get 4,000, anybody get 4,500. Close a bid at $4,000 and a bid goes on.
Lot S, 47s, a 1936 Harley-Davidson WL. Well, they're wondering in 36, but that's how it's titled. It's at no reserve.
Selling at no reserve. Somebody get 10,000. Anybody get 10. At 10,000. Anybody get 10 bid. Anybody get 2,000. Here, you better get 2. You better get 3. You better get $3,000. 4. At 4,000. Anybody get 5,000. Anybody get 5 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 4. You better get 5. 6. At $6,000. 7. At 7,000. You better get 7. 8. 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9. 10,000. You better get 10. 11. 11,000. You better get 11 bid. 11,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 11,000. You better get 10. 11. I have 10,000. $1,000 bid, 11,000. You better get 11 bid, 11,000. Now you better get 11. 11,000. Now you better get 11 bid, 11 here, 11 now, 11 now, 11,000. 12. I have 11 bid. You better get 12 here. You better get 12 bid. You better get 13. You better get 13. You better get 13,000. At 13,000. You better get 14. You better get 14. You better get 15. You better get 15,000. At 15,000. Now you better get 13. 5 bid, 14, 5. 14, 5, 15,000. You better get 15. You better get 14, 5, 15. So, $14,500, Chris.
Lot S, 48 from South Africa's a 1941 Indians, 741 Scouts, been civilianized, sold on a bill of sale, many period accents. It's at no reserve.
No reserve. Somebody get 20,000. Now you better get 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 10,000. Now you better get 10 bid. You better get 2,000. You better get 3,000. You better get 4. I have 3 bid. You better get 4. You better get 5 bid. You better get 6,000. You better get 7,000. You better get 8,000. Now you better get 8. 8,000. You better get 9,000. Now you better get 8 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9. 9. 8's the bid. You better get 9. I have 8,000. You better get 9,000. 10,000. Now you better get 10. And now 11,000. You better get 12,000. Here 11 bid. You better get 11,000. You better get 12. At 13,000. You better get 13. You better get 13. You better get 13. You better get 14. You better get 15. At 15. You better get 16. You better get 17,000. Now you better get 18. 18 bid. Now 20 bid. You better get 21. At 21 bid. You better get 1. You better get 1. You better get 1. You better get 21. At 21 bid. You better get 1 bid. You better get 1. You better get 21 bid. You better get 21. At 20 bid. You better get 21. Jordy, I put you in for 20,000. Isn't that right? I put you in at $20,000. I was going up and I put you in at 20. Is that right? At 20, yeah, 20,000, 22. At 20 bid, here, you better get 22. I have 20 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 21. So, $20,000, Jordy.
Lot S, 49 from a private collection in Johannesburg, South Africa, is a 1987 Norton Classic Rotary, serial number 1 of a rare collectible motorcycle. There were only 100 built. They sold out quickly. These are seldom seen on the market. There's 1,450 miles showing on the odometer. The frame and engine number are LE001 at no reserve.
Wow, serial number 1. Somebody get $50,000. Selling at no reserve. Somebody get $50,000 here. You better get 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20,000. Somebody give $10,000 for it. 10,000 bid, you better get 15,000. You better get 20. At 20 bid, you better get 25,000. You better get 25, 30. At 30 bid, you better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 30,000. At 30,000, now you better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 30. At 30,000, you better get 30 bid. You better get 27. At 27,000, now you better get 7 bid. You better get 7. Serial number 1. At 27,000, you better get 7 bid. You better get 7. You better get 27. At 27,000, you better get 28. 8,000. Now you better get 7 8. I have 27 bid. You better give 8 bid. You better give 8 here. You better get 27 bid. You better get 28. I have 27,000. You better get 28,000. Anybody else? At 27 bid. You better get 28. Sold. $27,000. Jordy.
Lot S, 50 from Johannesburg's a 1956 Scott Flying Squirrel. It's a Birmingham Scott, a fascinating anachronism then and even more so now at no reserve.
No reserve. Somebody get $30,000 here. You better get 30. You better get 20. At 20 bid. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 15,000. You better get 15. 10. At 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 1,000. You better get 2,000. You better get 2. I have 1 bid. You better get 2,000 here. You better get $2,000 for it. $1,000. Somebody get 2. 2,500. At $2,500 bid. You better get 2. You better get $2,500. At $2,500 bid. You better get 2,000. You better get 2,500. Anybody else? At $2,500 bid, 3,000. You better get 3 bid. You better get 3. At $3,500 bid, you better get $3,500. You get 3 and 35 now 4. At 4,000, you better get 4,500. At $4,500 bid, you better get $4,500. You get 5. At 5,000, you better get 5 bid. You better get 6,000 now. I have 5 bid. You better get 6,000. You better get 6 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 6. At $6,000 here, you better get 5,000. 6. I'm with Jordy at 5. Now 6. At 5,000. 6. 7. 55. 6. 5,500 bid. You better get 6 now. 65. At 6,500. 7. At 7,000. You better get 7 bid. You better get 7,500. 8,000. 9. At 9,000. You better get 9. You better get 10. 11,000. Now 11. 11,000. You better get 12,000. You better get 13. You better get 14. You better get 15. At 15,000. You better get 16. You better get 17. You better get 17. Now 18. 18 bid. You better get 17. 18,000. 18 bid. 17. 5 bid. 18,000. You better give 18 Blake. 17. 5 bid. You better give 18 Laura. 17. 5 bid. 18. Sold. $17,500. Jordy.
Lot S51 is a 1947 Triumph 3T 350 twin from Johannesburg. It's a restoration project in a rigid frame. It's at no reserve.
Selling at no reserve. Somebody get 15,000. You better get 10. At 10,000, you better get 10,000. Now you better get 1,000. You better get 2. At 2,000, you better get 3,000. You better get 2. Bid. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 3. I have 2,000. You better get 3,000. You better get 2. Bid. You better get 3. You better get 3. Now 4. You better get 4. You better get 4. At 4,000, you better get 3,500. 4. I have $3,500 bid. You better get 4. Now 45. 5,000. 6,000. 7. At 7,000, you better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7, you better get 8, you better get 9, you better get 9, you better get 10. 11,000, now 11. 11,000, you better get 11 bid. 11,000, you better get 11 bid. 11,000, now 11. 11,000, you better get 11 bid. You better get 11,000, you better get 11. 11,000. 11,000, now you better get 11 bid. 11,000, 9's the bid. Asking 11. 11,000, you better get 9 bid. You better get 11. I have $9,000. You want to give $10,000 for it? At 10,000, you better give 9, 10. 10,000. I got 9, right? I was over here on the right somewhere at 9. There you go. Now 10 over here. 95 bid, 10,000. I have $9,500 bid. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 9,500. Now 10. Sold. Travis, $9,500. Sold.
Lot S52 from Johannesburg, South Africa is a 1969 Triumph T150V Trident. It's first-year Trident. Got the iconic ray gun mufflers. It's at no reserve.
No reserve. $20,000 here. You better get 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20. You better get 15,000. You better get 15 bid. You better get $2,000. 3, 4. 3,000, you better get 4,000. Now you better get 3, you better get 4, you better get 4, you better get 3 bid, you better get 3,500. At $3,500 bid, you better get 35, and now 4,000, you better get 4 bid, you better get 45 here, you better get 5. At 5,000, you better get 5,000, you better get 45 bid, 6,000 now. At 6,000, you better get 6 bid, you better get 5,500. At $5,500 here, you better get 5 bid, you better get $5,500, you get 5,000, you better get 55. Sold. $5,000. Laura.
Lot S53 from the Bob Weaver collection is a 1983 Honda CB1100F. Only produced 1 year. It's in virtually new condition, and it's low mileage.
Somebody get $15,000 here. You better get 15,000. Somebody get 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 2. You better get 3. At 3,000, put them at 4,000. You better get 5,000. You better get 6 again. 7,000. You better get 8. 8,000. You better get 7 bid. You better get 8. You better get 8. You better get 8. You better get 7 bid. You better get 8. I have 7,000. Now you better get $7,500 bid. Now 8. Now 8,500. I have 8,000. You better give $8,500 bid. You better give 8 bid. You better give 85. I have $8,000 bid. You better give 85. 9,500, 9,000. You better get 9,500, 10. At 10,000 now, you better get 10 now. Reserve is off 11,000. 11,000, you better get 10 bid. 11,000, 11 bid, 11 here. You better get 11. I have $10,000 on the internet. Now 11,000, you better get 10, 11. I have $10,000 bid. 11,000, you better get 10, 11. No. Nay, nay. I have 10, 11, 12. 12,000. At 12,000, I have 11,000. You better get 12,000. Now 13,000. 13,000. You better get 12 bid. You better get 13,000. At 13,000, you better get 12 bid. You better get 13. You better get 13. Now 14. 14,000 here. You better get 14. You better get 14. You better get 15. At 15,000 here. You better get 15. You better get 15. You better get 15,000. He said no, and I said. So $14,000 Violet on the internet.
Lot S54 from the Bob Weaver Collections of 1981 Honda CBX. Extremely clean, third year of the CBX.
Right? Somebody get 20. Somebody get 15. 15,000. Anybody started for $10,000? Save a whole lot of time. Nope. Okay. 1, 2, 2,000. You better get 3, 4, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. Now 7, 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better get 9, 10. Look at the time we would have saved. 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 10. You better get 10,000. Oh, back there. Now 11. 11,000. You better get 11. 12. At 12,000, you better get 13,000. 14,000. At 14,000, now you better get 14. You better get 15. You better get 15. You better get 16. At 16,000, 17,000, 18,000 now. At 19 bid, you better get 19. You better get 19. You better get 9. 22. At 22, 3. At 22, you better get 3 bid. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 3. At 23,000, you better get 23. 4. At 23 bid, you better get 4. You better get 4. You better get 3. 24. Anybody else? 24. Oh, I neglected to tell you way back there at 10. Reserves off. 24. 23. 24. Sold. $23,000. Jody.
Lot S55 is a 1983, 63 Honda CZ100. First production year of the Honda Monkey Bike. It's at no reserve.
Somebody get $30,000. Selling it, no reserve. 30, 20. Once again, I'll give you the option to save a little time. Anybody give 10? 2, 3, 5, 6, 6,000, 7, 7,000. Anybody get 7 bid? Anybody get 7? Anybody get 7? Anybody get 7? Anybody get 7? Anybody get 8? Anybody get 9? Anybody get 10? At 10,000 now, you better get 10 bid. Anybody get 10? Anybody get 10? Anybody get 10? Anybody get 9? 10. I have 9,000. Anybody get 10? Did you hear that? 10. 11. 11,000. Anybody get 10? 11. I have 10,000. 11,000. Anybody get 10? And now 11. Last call. Anybody give 11? Whoa, 12. 12,000 now. 11 bid. You better get 12,000. You better get 13,000. You better get 13. John, you better get 13. At 13,000, you better get 12 bid. You better get 13. You better get 13. You better get 13. I have 12,000 now. 13,000. Anybody else? Sold. $12,000. Nick.
Lot S56. It's a 1972 Kawasaki H2750. Most desirable and rarest first-year model. It's had a ground-up nut and bolt restoration. It's at no reserve.
How much here now? Selling it, no reserve. Somebody get 30,000. You better get 30. At 30 bid, you better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 25,000. You better get 20 bid. You better get $10,000. 2, 3, 3,000, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,000, 12, 12,000, you better get 13,000, you better get 14, you better get 15, you better get 16,000, at 16,000, 14's the bid, $15,000, 15,000, now you better get 15 bid, you better get 15, at 15,000, now you better get 13, you better get 15, you better get 13, you better get 15, at 13,000, 15,000, at 13 bid, you better get 15, you better get 13, 14, 14,000. 13's the bid. $14,000. Who's 13? I thought you were too. Didn't everybody up here think that he was in at 13? Are you 13? You're not? Well, I know one thing. I had 10. 11. What do you have? Good. 12. 11, 12 on that blue Kawasaki. Somebody give $12,000. Please? Sold $11,000. Jordy.
Lot S, 57's a 1973 Kawasaki Z1 900. Recently restored, a one family-owned bike. This is a first-year Z1 and the one you want at no reserve.
No reserve. Somebody get $30,000 here. You better get 20. At 20,000, you better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 15,000. You better get 15 bid. You better get $10,000. Folks are wearing me out. 10, 12, 10,000, 11, 11,000, 12,000. You better get 12 bid. You better get 11. You better get 12. I have 11,000, 12,000. I got 11 on the internet. You better get 12,000, 11 bid. You better get 12. I have 11,000. You better get 12,000. You better get 11 bid. You better get 12 here. You better get 12. 11,000. You better get 12,000. Anybody else? Last call. 12,000. Yeah. 13,000 now, 14,000. At 14,000, you better get 14, you better get 14, you better get 14. I have 13, you better get 14,000 now, you better get 13, you better get 14. 13 bid, 14,000. Sold $13,000 to the internet.
Lot S, 58. Here's a cool one. 1976 Honda CB750. Full custom single shock frame, high performance engine, hand formed aluminum bodywork.
$20,000 here. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 15. Somebody get 10. Somebody get $5,000 for it. 5,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5,000. And $5,000 here. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5 bid. 1, 2. 2,000. You better get 2 bid. You better get 2. You better get 2. You better get 1. You better get $2,000. That 2, 3. 3,000. You better get 2 bid. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 2. You better get 3. You better get $3,000 bid. You better get 2 and a 3. I have $2,000 bid. You better get 3. You better get 4. You better get 4. You better get 4. You better get 4. Put them at 5 bid. You better get 5, 6. At 6,000 now 6. At 6,000 you better get 5 bid. You better get 6. I have 5,000. You better get 6,000 now. You better get 5 bid. You better get 6,000. At 6,000 now. You better get 5 bid. You better get 6 here. Doesn't matter when I get 6. At 5 bid. You better get 6,000. 55, 6, 7. 7,000, 8,000, 8,000. You better give 8 bid. You better get 7. You better give 8. You better give 8. You better give 8. You better give 8. You better give $8,000. At 7,000, you better give 8 bid. You better give 8 here. I'm at 7. 8. 8,000. Bobby, I have 7. 8. Yeah. Hammer down. The man didn't say we could sell it yet. You don't really want me to hammer it right now real quick. 8. 9. 9. Hurry up. I'm going to hammer it. 9. 8,000. You better give 9. I have 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better give 8 bid. You better get 9,000. Close the bid at $8,000. That's not going to buy it. Bid goes on.
Lot S, 59's a 1984 Moto Guzzi V350 Imola. Ridden in May 2018 Motor Giro. It runs flawlessly. It's at no reserve.
Selling it no reserve. Somebody get 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 5. And 5,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get $3,000. 3,000. Now you better get 4,000. You better get 3, 4, 5. And 5,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 6,000. You better get 55, 6, 7. And 7,000. You better get 7. 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 I have 6,000. You better get 7,000. 60. 500 is the bid. 775. And $7,500. 8,000. Now you better give 8 bid. You better give 8 here. You better give 8. At $7,500 bid, you better give 8 bid. You better give 8 bid. You better give 8,000. At 8,000, $8,500 bid. You better give 85 bid. You better give 5, 5, 8, 5, 9. At 9,000, you better get 9 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 10,000. Now you better get 10, 10, 10. At 9,000, you better get 10. How about 9,500? You want to do that? At $9,500 bid, you better get 9 bid. You better get $9,500 bid. Everybody here in this building seems to be scared of 10. At $9,500 bid, you better get 9 bid. You better get 9,500. Sold $9,000. Ricky.
Lot S 60s, a 1962 BSA Gold Star 500. Bikes on the cover, a couple of magazines. It is restored.
$20,000. Yeah, you better get 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 5,000. You better get 6,000. Put him at 7 bid. 8. Put him at 9,000. You better get 10,000. Now 11,000. You better get 12,000. Nope. 11, 12, 13. 13,000. You better get 13. At 13,000. Now you better get 13. You better get 13. You better get 13. You better get 13. 13. Now 14. At 13. You better get 14,000. You better get 13. You better get 14. You better get 14. I have 13 bid. 14. 15. At 15,000, you better get 15 bid, you better get 15. At 15,000, now 14, you better get 15. I have 14, you better get 15 bid, you better get 14, 5, 15, 5. 15, 5 bid, you better get 15,500. At $15,500 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 15, 5. Now 16, 15, 5 bid, you better get 16,000, you better get 15, 5 bid, 16.
The seller on the telephone back there. If it even sounds like, yes, take the reserve off. We're going to. Reserve is off.
$16,000. 15, 5 bid. You better get 16. So $15,500. So $15,500. Hang on. While we have a full house early enough in the day, give a big round of applause to all these guys pushing these motorcycles all around the building, in and out, up the ramps, down, around, and in and out. 303 that wipes them all down so they look so good when they come in here. Thanks so much. Okay, we did that now.
Lot S 60.1 is a 1957 Triumph Thunderbird 650. It's a California bike. New AMOL monoblock carb. It looks really, really sharp.
Somebody get 20. Somebody get 15,000. Now you better get 15. You better get $10,000. 10,000. Now 12,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 12,000. You better get 10. 11. 11,000. You better get 10 bid. 11,000. Now you better get down 12,000. You better get 12. At 12.5 bid. 13. Reserve is off. At 12.5 bid. You better get 13,000. You better get 12.5. 13. I have $12,500 bid. You better get 13,000. You better get 13. 13. Now 14. At 14. You better get 14. You better get 15. You better get 15, you better get 15. At 15, you better get 16, you better get 17. At 17,000, you better get 17, you better get 17, 18. 18,000, now you better get 18, 19. At 19 bid, you better get 19, you better get 19, you better get 19. At 19,000, at 19,000, you better get 19, you better get 19 bid, 19,000. 18.5 is the bid. $19,000. 18.5 bid. You better give 19. Sold. $18,500. Laura.
Lot S 61 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1968 Motobi race bike, 125 cc, sold on a bill of sale. These are super rare, and it's a museum quality restoration.
How much here now? Somebody get $20,000 bid. You better get 20 bid. 5. 6. 6,000. Now you better get 7. At 7,000, you better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7. Try 7 bid. You better get 7. 7. 8. 8,000. You better get 8 bid. You better get 8 here. You better get 7. You better get 8. I have $7,000 bid. Anybody give $8,000 for it? Now 9. I have 8,000. You better give 9. 8's the bid. $9,000. 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better get 8 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9,000. I have 9, 10, 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 9. You better get 10. At $9,500 now, 10,000. You better get 95 bid. You better get 10. I have 95 bid. You better get 10. Reserve is off. Already got 95. You got to be 10. At 10,000, 10,5. At 10,500. Now 11,000. 11 now 12. At 12,000. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12. 11's the bid. 12. I have 11 bid. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12 here. You better get 12,000. At 12,000. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12 here. You better get 12,000. At 12,000. Now you better get 12 here. You better get 12. 12,000. Right. 12,000. You want to give 11,500? 10,500 is the bid, Ricky. You want to give 11,500? 10,500, 11. 10,500 bid, 11,000. Sold. $10,500. Johnny.
Lot S, 62 is a 1979 Ducati GTS 900, award-winning custom build, painted by a SoCal Speed Shop.
Somebody get $30,000. Hey, you better get 30, bid. You better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 25, bid. You better get 20. At $20,000. Hey, you better get 20, bid. You better get 15,000. Somebody give $10,000 for it. Anybody give 10? At 10,000, you better get 10, bid. You better get 10,000. Anybody give 5,000? The tank could be painted. But it was an award-winning paint job. What do you have? 5, 6, 6,000. I have 5,000. You better get 6,000. $7,000. Hey, you better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 6. You better get 7. Don't worry about it. I'm going to close the bid. Yeah, I have a reserve of $25,000, and we don't have the seller, so we're going to close the bid, and the bid goes on.
Lot S, 63 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1986 Suzuki RG 500 Gamma. The Walter Wolf is a very rare machine, never sold in the U.S.
Somebody get 30, somebody get 20. $20,000. Hey, you better get 20 paid, you better get 20 paid, you better get 20, you better get 10. 10,000, 11, 12. At 12,000, now you better get 12 paid, you better get 13, you better get 13. Reserve is off 14. At 14,000, now you better get 15, you better get 15, you better get 16, you better get 17, you better get 18. 18, you better get 19 paid, you better get 19. Now you better get 20 paid, you better get 20. At 20 paid, you better get 20, 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 you better get 19 and 20 now 2. At 20 paid, you better get 2 paid, you better get 2 paid, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 2, 2, 2, you better get 2, 3, 4, 24,000, you better get 23, you better get 4, you better get 5, you better get 6, bid 7. No, 25, 27, 25 bid, you better get 27,000. Now you better get 7. At 7 bid, you better get 30, 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 you better get 27, 30. I have 27 bid, you better get 30 bid, you better get 28, 29, 29 bid, you better get 9 bid, you better get 9, 9, 9 bid, you better get 9, now you better get 29. I have 29 bid, now 8, now 9, 30 bid, you better get 1 bid, you better get 1 bid, you better get 31. At 31 bid, you better get 1, you better get 1, you better get 1, you better get 31. At 31,000, you better get 31 bid 2. I have 31 bid, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 2, 2, 2, you better get 2 bid, you better get 31, 2. So, $31,000. Nick.
Lot S, 64 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1986 Suzuki GSX-R 50. Sold on a bill of sale. Hard to find, weren't sold in the U.S.
$10,000. Hey, you better get 10 bid, you better get $5,000. At 5,000, you better get 5 bid, you better get 5 here, you better get 5,000, you better get 5,000, you better get 5, you better get 6, you better get 7. At 7,000, you better get 7. Reserve is off. 8,000, 8,000, you better get 9,000. Now you better get 8 bid, 9, 10,000, you better get 11. 11,000, you better get 11 bid, you better get 12, you better get 13, you better get 14. At 14, you better get 14, you better get 14, you better get 14. At 14, you better get 15. At 15,000. I have 14 bid, you better get 15, you better get 14, 15. I have 14, you better get 15,000, you better get 15 bid, 15,000. So, $14,000, Jordy. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Matt Morvick.
Lot S, 65 from a British Motorcycle Museum in America, is a 1939 Rudge Ulster 500 cc's, had 2 miles since the restoration.
Yes, sir. Not get a bit of a cut of it on a 39-pound down. Not get a bit of a cut of it of a $20,000 down. Not get a bit of a 10. Hit 10. Not get a bit of a cut of it of a 10. Not get a bit of a down 10. Not get a bit of 5,000. 5, 6, 7. Hit 7-pound bid. Hit $7. 8. 8 bid. Not get a bit of a cut of it go 9. Not get a bit of 9 down 10. Not get a bit of a 10-pound bid down 11. Not get a bit of a 10-pound bid down 12. Hit 12-pound bid. Not get a bit of a 13-pound bid. Not get a bit of 14,000 out of 15,000. You out there. Not get a bit of a 16-pound bid. Hit 17 bid. Not get a bit of a cut of it of a 70,000 bid. Not get a bit of 18,000. 18 a bid. Not get a bit of reserves off 19,000 bid. Hit 19,000 down. I'd get a bit of a 19,000 and 19 bid. I'd get a 20, get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of 20 bob, get a bit of a 21. Hit $1 down. I'd get a bit of a down. Get a bit of $20,000 bid. Hit $1 bid. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of a Dallas Wade. I'd get a bit of $20,000 bid 2. Hit 2, 3. Get a bit of a 3. Hit $3 bid. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 25 here down 5. Hit 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of of a 25,000 on a bid. Hit 5 here down. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a 25,000. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 6 here. I'd get a bit down 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 7. Hit 7 down bid. I'd get a bit of a 27,000 on a bid. Hit 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 7. 25, 27,000. Hit 7 here down. I'd get a bit of a 7 here bid. I'd get a bit of a 27, 30. Hit 30,000 on a bid. Hit 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 bid. Telephone y'all done here. 30,000. Hit I'd get a bit of 32. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get 30 right. Hit a bit of a 2. Hit 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 32,000 bid. Hit 2 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 down. I'd get a bit of a 32, 5. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 35,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 35,000. Hit 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 5. Hit 35,000 on a bid. Last call. Get a bit of a 35,000 on a bid. Down 5. Sold 32. Sold 32,000. Travis.
Lot S, 66 from a British museum is a 1953 Ariel KHA. Is the only Ariel with an alloy engine. This is a movie bike in Denmark.
Ariel, I'd get a bit of a could have been 15, could have been a bit of a could have been 10, 10,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a could have been 10 on the phone here. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid, 5, 6,000 bid, 7, 7,000 a bid. I'd get a bit of a could have been a 7 here. I'd get a 6, 7 a bid, 7 on 7, hit 8,000 could have been 8 down 9, could have been 9,000 could have been 9 down 10, hit 10 to get 10 here down 11,000 bid, hit 11,000 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 12 reserves off, get a bit of a 12 down 13 bid, hit 13,000 bid, at 13 I'd get a bit of 14,000 bid, 15,000 now, hit 15,000 a bid. I'd get a 16 bid, I'd get a 16 bid, hit 15, I'd get a bit of a could have been 16 a bid, I'd get a bit down the alley. You're out there 16,000, 15 a bid, 16,000 bid, 15, I'd get a bit of a could have been 16,000 a bid, I'd get a 16,000 last call, 16,000 a bid, sold 15,000, sold 15,000 Ben Gunner.
Lot S, 67 is a 1963 BSA 810 Super Rocket 650 engine and transmission by Mickey Peters.
Now, I'd get a bit of a rocket time down. I'd get a bit of BSA here. I'd get a bit of 15, 7 to give 10,000 on a bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 on a now. Hit a bit of 5. I'd get a bit of a 6,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 7. Hit 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 8,000 on a down. I'd get a bit of 10. I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of 9. Get a bit of a 10,000 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 10,000 on a down. I'd get a bit of a 10,000. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 1,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 1,000. I'd get a bit of a here 12. Hit 12,000. On a bid. Hit 12, I'd get a bit of a 12 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12 here, and I'd get a bit of 13 bid. Hit I'd get a bit of 14,000 on a down. I'd get a bit of 14,000. Hit 14 bid. I'd get a bit of 14. We're gonna sell it 15,000. Hit 15 a bid. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of reserves off, folks. 14 a bid. 15,000 bid. 15. I'd get a bit of 15,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 14. 15,000. Hit 15 brick y'all done. I'd get a bit of 15,000 bid. Hit 15 bid. I'd get a bit of 14. Get a bit of 15,000 on a last call. 15,000 on a bid. Sold 14,000. Sold 14,000 on a spend gunner.
Lot S, 68 in 1969 BSA Rocket 3 750 ground up restoration, 24 break-in miles. Rebuild engine and transmission, no reserve.
No reserve. I'd get a bit of a 20. Get a bit of a 10. 10,000 bid. 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 5,000, 6,000 on a bid. Hit 5, 600. Hit 5. I'd get a 7 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 down, 8 down, 8 down, 8 down, 9. Get a bit of a 9,000 on a bid. Hit 9. Get a bit of a 9,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 9 here 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of 10,000 on a bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. 11,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10, 11,000. 11,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a bit of a 12,000 bid. 11. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a bit of a 12 down 11,000, 12,000, and at 13 a bid. At 13, I'd get a bit of a 13. I'd get a bit of 11,500. I'd get a 12,500. You want to do that? 11,500, 12,500, 11,500. I'd get a bit of a 12,005. Hit 12,500 bid. I'd get a bit of a 13 bid. I'd get a 12,500 right in front of you there. 13,000. At 13, I'd get a 12,500 right here and right in line. 13,000, 12,500, 13 bid. Hit 12,500 here. I'd get a 13. I'd get a bit of a 12,500. I'd get a 13,000. Hit 13 bid. I'd get a bit of a 13. I'd get a 13 here. I'd have sold 12,500. Sold 12,500 Mitch's way.
Lot S, 69 from the Kennedy Collections, a 1962 Triumph TR6SS 650 per-unit transmission, no reserve.
No reserve. I'd get a bit of 15. Get a bit of a 10. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a phone here. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. And a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 2. 3,000 bid. 3, 4, 5. And a 5, 6,000. And a 6,000, 7 bid. I'd get a bit of 8 down, 8 down, 9. Get a bit of a 9, 10. I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a 10,000 bid. Now 12. Hit 12 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 appeared. I'd get a bit of a 12 down bid. Hit 12. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a bit of a 10 down, 11 down, 12, 13. 13 bid. I'd get a bit of 13,000. At 13 bid. I'd get a bit 13. I'd get a 13,000 bid. Hit 13 here. I'd get a bit of 13. I'd get a 13,000. Last call. Hit 12 bid. I'd get a bit of 13 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12. I'd get a 13,000 on a bid. I'd get a 13,000. Sold at 12,000. Sold 12,000 to the telephone.
Lot S 70s, a 1954 BSA B33 very nicely restored motorcycle, kept in a climate-controlled facility. It's at no reserve.
Sells at no reserve down. I'd get a bit of a 12. Somebody give 10. 10,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. They get 5 yet. Hit 5,000 under. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 2 here. 3,000 bid. Hit 2, 3. Hit a 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 under bid. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 under. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. Hit a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a 6,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a 7. Hit 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 here bid. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. Hit 7 here. 8,000 under bid. I'd get a bit of a 7, 8 down 9. Hit 9,000 under down. I'd get a bit of a 9 here. I'd get a bit of a 9,000 under bid. Hit 9. I'd get a bit of a 9 bid. I'd get a bit of a 9,000 under down. I'd get a bit of a 9,000. Hit 9,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 9 here. I'd get a bit of a 9,000 bid. Hit 8 bid. I'd get a bit of a 9 down. 85. Anybody else? 8,500 bid. 85. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 8,005. 85 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. 82 and a half. I'm 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. Thank you. 82.50. I'm 5. Anybody else? I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 85 under bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 8,500. 82.50. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd have sold 8,250. Sold 82.50. Ben Gunner's way.
Lot S 71 is a 1913 Dayton Big Twin, sold on a bill of sale, manufactured by the Davis Sewing Machines. Bike starts and runs, highly restored by Northwest USA Master Restorer Chris Cutler. It is absolutely stunning.
Dayton time pair, ladies and gentlemen, how much on her down? I'd get a 70 of 150. 150,000 in a bid. I'd get a 80 bid. I'd get a 150 down. I'd get a somebody give 100,000 in a bid. 100,000 in a down. I'd get a bit of 1 bid. I'd get a bit of 25,000. Here we go. And again, 25 here, 25. I'd get a bit 30, 40. And again, 40. I'd get a bit of 50 here, down 50 up here, 60. Hit 50. Get a bit of a 60 down bid, 70 bid. Hit a 70, 60 here. I'd get a 70,000 here, 65, 70, 70. You get 70. I'd get a 65, 70 bid. Hit 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70 here, 65, 70,000. Hit 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. I'd get a 65 internet strat, 70,000 bid. Hit 70 bid. I'd get a 65. I'd get a bit of a 70,000 in a bid. Hit 65 paired. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. 70, 75. Hit 70. Get a bit of a 5 paired. I'd get a bit of a 75 bid. 70 bid. 75,000. Hit 70. Get a bit of a 5 paired. I'd get a bit of a 75 paired. I'd get a 70 bid. 75. Hit a 5 paired. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a 70, 75. Hit a 5 paired. I'd get a bit of a 5 paired. 70 bid. 75,000 in a bid. Hit 70. Get a bit of a 5 paired. I'd get a 70 bid. 75. 72 5. Down 5. Hit 72 5. 75 bid. Hit a 5 paired. I'd get a bit of a 5 paired. 75 bid. Hit a 2 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 paired. 72 5 paired. A bit of a 75 bid. Hit 5 paired down. I'd get a bit of a 5 paired. 75. Hit a 5 paired. I'd get a bit of a 5 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 paired. 72 5 paired. 75 bid. Hit 75 paired. I'd get a bit of a 5 paired. 72 5. Hit a bit of 75,000 bid. 75,000. 72 5. 75. Hit a 2 5 paired. I'd get a bit of a 5 paired. 75 bid. 72 5. 75. Hit a bit else. 75 bid. Hit 72 5 paired. I'd get a bit of a 5 paired. I'd get a bit of 75,000 other bid. 75,000 against 72 5. 75. 72 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 75 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 paired. I'd get a ladies and gentlemen, reserve is off. Get 72 5 bid. $75,000 on the date now. There's 75. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 75 bid. I'd get a 2 5 into a 5. Hit a 5 paired. I'd get a bit of a 75 bid. I'd get a 75,000 anywhere. Hit 75,000 under bid. I'd get a 72 5 bid. $75,000 hands high. 75,000 under bid. The reserve is off. 75,000 under bid. I'd get a bit of a 72 5 here. 75,000. Sold 72 5. Sold 72 5. Jamie's way on the phone.
Lot S 72 is a 1948 Indian Chief. Spectacular restoration. Owner states it runs flawlessly. Completely serviced in 2016.
Will do, sir. I'd get a bit of it on a 40 pound down. I'd get a bit of it down. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid 30. 30,000 under bid. I'd get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. Here we go. Hit 10,000 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of 12. I'd get a bit of 15 bid. Hit 17 here. And I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of 20. Get a bit of a 20 down bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a 22 bid. Hit 2 down or down. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 22,000 bid. Hit 1, 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. Hit 2 down bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 3 bid. I'd get a bit of a 3 down 3 down 3 down 4. Hit 4 bid. I'd get a bit of a 24,000 down. Hit a 4 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. Ricky's weight. I'd get a bit of a 26,000 bid. Hit 5, 6, 7. Hit 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 70 to 1. I'd get a bit of a 27,000 bid. Hit 8 down and 8 down bid. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 27 down 9. Hit 29. I'd get a bit of a 9 bid. I'd get a bit of a 29,000. Hit 930. I'd get a bit of a 30. Rick get a bit of a 30,000 bid. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 29. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 bid. Hit 29 is here. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 30. I'd get a bit of reserves. 29. Get a bit of a 30,000. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 29, 30,000 bid. Hit 9 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30 all done. Get a bit of a 30,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. Hit 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 29 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30. Rick class called. Get a bit of a 30,000 bid. Sold 29. Sold $29,000. Blake Sway.
Lot S, 73 is a 1939 Indian Chief. Last year, the cheap open fender design restored to show condition, 0 miles since.
Here's another one. I'd get a bit of a cut of it down. I'd get a bit of it 40. I'd get a bit of a cut of it 30,000 bid. 30. I'd get a bit of a cut of it 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a cut of it 30 here. 10,000. Here we go. Hit 10. Hit a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. 15 to bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of 17. I'd get a bit of 20. Get a bit of a $20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of a 2 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. Down around 5. I'd get a bit of a 7 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7. 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 7 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7. I'd get a bit of a 27,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid appeared. I'd get a bit of a 7. 30. Hit 30,000 bid. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 27. 30. Hit 30,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30. Get a bit of a $30 2. I'd get a bit of a 32 bid. I'd get 30 appeared. 32. Hit 1 2. I'd get a bit of a 3. Now 33. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd 4. I'd get a bit of 5. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 35 bid. I'd get a bit of 4 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 35,000 bid. Hit 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I reserve is off 35,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 35,000. Hit a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. Hands high. I'd get a bit of a 35,000 bid. 35,000. You want to get 35, 34, get a bit of a 5 here, not get a bit of Ricky all done, get a bit of a 35, that's 2 in a row, he's going to miss, 35,000 bid, 34, 35,000, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of 4, I'd get a bit of a 5, sold 34, sold $34,000, Mitch's way.
Lot S, 74 is a 1919 Indian Power Plus, 61 inch, sold in the middle sale, except for the exhaust, this bike is an unmolested, unrestored original machine.
Yes, sir. I'd get a bit of a cut of it Indian time period. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 bid. 30, 20. I'd get a bit of a cut of it of a 10. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 12,000 bid. Hit 10 here, 12, 13. Hit it 13. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of 17 here. I'd get a bit of a $20 bid. I'd get a bit of a $20 2. Hit a 1, 2. I'd get a bit of a 2, 1, 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2, 2, 3. Hit 3 to make her get 2 here. 3. Hit 3 bid. Get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 3. Not a bid. I'd get a bit of a I'd get a bit of a 3. Got to be out here. 3. Hit 3. Not a bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. Get a bit of a 23,000 bid. 3. Thinking forward, I'd get a bit of a 5. Hit a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 5. Yes, hit a bit of a 5 here, 25 bid. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 24, 5. Get a bit of a 25,000 bid. Hit 4, 5 down 5. Hit 4, 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 24, 5. 25,000 out of bid. Hit 4, 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 24, 5. 25,000 out of bid. Guys, we got $24,500 bid on your bike. Would you like to sell it? 25,000 out of bid. 25,000. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 bid down 5. Reserve is out. 25,000 bid. Hit 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 24, 5. 25,000 out of bid. Hit advance, I'd get a bit of a 25,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of a Ricky, hit a bit of a 25,000. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 4, 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 25,000 out of bid. Hit a 4, 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 25,000 here. Last call, 25,000 out of bid. Sold 24, 5. Sold $24,500 Ben's way.
Lot S, 75 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1972 Kawasaki H2 restored to a high standard. First and the fastest of the H2s.
Here it is. I'd get a bit of time period. I'd get a bit of a 20. 20, I'd get a bit of a down, I'd get a bit of a third, I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid. Hit a 10 here, I'd get a bit of a 10, 5 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 down 7 bid, I'd get a bit of a 10. Hit a 10 here, I'd get a bit of a 10 bid, I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid, 12, I'd get a bit of a 12, 15,000. 15 bid, I'd get a bit of 15,000 out of bid, I'd get a bit of 15,000 out of bid. Hit 15 here, I'd get a bit of 15 bid, I'd get a bit of 15, I'd get a bit of 15, 17 bid. 15, I'd get a bit of a 17,000 out of bid. Hit 17, I'd get a bit 18 bid, I'd get a bit 18,000. 18, I'd get a bit of 18 bid, I'd get a bit 18,000 bid. 18, I'd get a bit of 18,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 18,000 bid. 18, I'd get a bit of 18 bid. I'd get a bit of 18,000. 20, I'd get a bit of 20 bid. 18, I'd get a bit of reserves on 20,000 out of bid. 18, I'd get a bit of 20 bid. I'd get a bit of 20,000 out of bid. 19, we'll do that telephone at 19,000. 18, I'd get a bit of 18 bid. Down 18, I'd get a bit of 19,000 out of bid. 18, I'd get a bit of 19 bid. Down 18, 19,000. 18, I'd get a bit of 19,000 out of bid. I'd have sold 18,000 to the telephone. Violet's way.
Lot S, 76 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1970 Kawasaki H1 500, original miles of 2,635, believed to be correct.
H1 time here down. I'd get a bit of a 15. I'd get a bit of a 7 and 10. 10,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of down 10. I'd get a bit of a 5, 6, 5, 6, 7. 7,000 bid goes 7. 7,000 8. 8,000 out of 9. I'd get a bit of 9 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get an 11 bid. 12,000 out there. 12. 11. I'd get a bit of a 12 bid. I'd get an 11 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. 11,000 out of bid. 12,000 out of bid. 11. I'd get a bit of a 12 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a bit of a 1,000. I'd get a bit of a 12,000 out of bid. Hit 12. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a bit of a 12,000. Anybody else? I'd get it a 12,000 bid. 13 out there. I'd get it 13,000. Hit 12. I'd get it 13. I'd get it, ladies and gentlemen, reserves out 12,000. 13 a bid, Rick. He wanted to get 13 there. 13 a bid. I'd get it a 12. I'd get it 13,000 a bid. I'd get it a 12. Anybody else? 13,000. Hit 12. I'd get it 13. I'd get it a bit of a kid if you don't done. I'd get it a 12. 13,000 a bid. 12,000. Hit 13 bid. I'd get it a 12 here. And I'd get it 13. I'd get it a 14 bid. And a 14 bid. I'd get it 13. 14,000 a bid. At 14 here. I'd get it a bit of a kid if it 14. I'd get it 13 a bid. 14,000. Hit 13. I'd get it a 14,000 bid. I'd have. Sold 13,000. Sold $13,000, Laura.
Lot S 77 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1982 Kawasaki GPZ 750, first year and low miles.
And I'd get a bit of a GPZ down. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. Hit a bit of 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 4. 3. 2,000 bid. 2. 2,000, I would sure think so. 3, hitting in 3, I'd get a bit of a 4, get a bit of a 5, and get a bit of a 5. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5,000 out of bid, I'd get a bit of a 4, 5,000 out of bid. Hit 5, 6,000 out of bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 and 6 here. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 6 out bid, I'd get a bit of a 55 down, 6,000 out of bid. And now 6,000 out of down, I'd get a bit of a 6,000 out of bid. And 6 here, I'd get a bit of a 6 here, I'd get a bit of a bid. You want to get 55 at a bid, 5,500. Hit 55 at a bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 55 at a bid, I'd get a bit of a 5,500. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 55 here, and I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 55 bid. Hit 5,000. Hit anybody else 55 at a bid. Ben, you got 5 there. 55 at a bid. 5,000. Hit anybody else at 5,500. Bobby, I took him already at 5,55. Never mind. 6,000 bid. Reserve is off 6,000. 6,000 bid. 6,000 under down. I'd get a bit of a 55, 6,000 bid. Hit 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 55 bid. I'd get a bit of a 6,000 under bid. Hit 55 bid. I'd get a bit of a 6,000 under down. I'd get a bit of a 55 here. Last call. 6,000 under bid. 5, 65, 65. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a did. I'd get a bit of 6,000 under bid. Hit 55. I'd get a bit of 6,000. Sold 55. Sold $5,500 Bob's way.
Lot S 78 is a 1970 Kawasaki H1500. Was an original one-owner bike, then sold to a collector 15 years ago. Original condition, no reserve.
No reserve. I'd get a bit of a 15. Get a bit of a down. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. 5,000 under down. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 2. Get a bit of a 3. Hit 3. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 5. Get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 6,000 under bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 6, 7 bid. I'd get a bit of 8,000 under down. I'd get a bit of a 7,000, 8,000, 9, 9,000 under bid. Hit 9. I'd get a bit of a 9 down. 8. I'd get a bit of a 9,000 under bid. Hit 9. I'd get a bit of a 9,000. I'd get a bit of a 9, I'd get 85, and 9,000 under now, and now 9,000 under bid. I'd get a bit of a 9,000 under bid. In 9, I'd get a bit of a 9 here, and I'd get a bit of a Dallas shield done back there, and I'd get a 9,000 under bid. And 9,000, young lady, get a bit of a 9,000 under bid. In 9, I'd get a bit of a 9 down, 85, 9, down 95, down 95, down 9,500, 9,500 bid. 95, I'd get a bit of a thank you though, I'd get a 9,000, 95 under bid. And 9,000 under down, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 95 under bid. I'd have. Sold 9,000, sold $9,000 Dallas's way.
Lot S 79 is a 1969 Honda CB 750 Sandcast. Original unrestored Sandcast. Comes with original owner's manual, early VIN number, no reserve.
Well, dude, I'd get a bit of a reserve again. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a bit of a 20. 20,000 under down. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 5,000, 10, 10, 15 a bid. Hit 10 bid. I'd get a bit of 15 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 12 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 down. I'd get a bit of a 12,000 under bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 12. Hit a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 12,000 under bid. Hit a bit else at 12,000. Hit 12. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 12,000 under bid. Hit a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of 12. Down 13. I'd get a bit of got it. Bobby, give me 13 down. 13, 14. 15, nope, my way, 15, now 16, 16 bid, 16, 17 bid, you gotta be 17, 18, 18 bid, 18 bid, I'd get a bit, he's out here front row, 18,000 under bid, 18,000, 18 bid, I'd get a bit, 18 bid, I'd get a bit of a 17, 18,000, 18 bid, 18, you want to get 17.5, I can, now 18 bid, 18.5, 18.5, 18 bid, 5, 18.5 here, I'd get a bit of a 5, 18 bid, now 5, 18,500 bid, 18 bid, 18,500 bid, 18, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, sir. You want to give 18.5, I'd get a bit 18,500, 18 bid, last call, 18,500 bid, 18 bid, 18,500, sold 18, sold $18,000, Travis.
Lot S 80s in 1975 Kawasaki Z1B 900, older restoration. It's been in the Rick Brett Kawasaki Museum in Michigan.
Out, I'd get a bit of a cut of it on 1, I'd get a bit of a tear, I'd get a bit of a 25 pair, I'd get a bit of a 20 here, 10. 10,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5, 7,000, 5, I'd get a bit of a 7 here, I'd get a bit of a 7 down, 8 down, 8 down, 9, I'd get a bit of a 9 down, 8, I'd get a bit of a 9 here, down 9, 10. Hit 10 bid, I'd get a bit of a 10 down, 9 hit, I'd get a bit of a 10 here, 9,000, 10,000, 10 bid, 10. Hit 10, I'd get a bit of a 9 bid, I'd get a bit of a 10 here, 9,000 other bid, 10,000 bid. Hit 10 down, 11,000 bid, 11 down, 12, I'd get a bit of a 13,000, 13, I'd get a bit of 14,000 bid, I'd get a bit of 14 a bid, 15,000 other bid, 15,000, 15 bid. 14 here, I'd get a bit of 15, I'd get a bit of 14, 15,000 on a bid, 15,000. 14,000 bid, 15,000 on a bid, I'd get a 16 down there, 15 a pair, 16 bid, 15, I'd get a 16,000 bid, I'd get a 15, reserve is off, 16,000 on a bid, 15, I'd get a bit of a 16, I'd get a 16,000 on hands high, 15,000, 16,000, 15, y'all done back there, I'd get a 16,000 bid, 15, I'd get a 16, I'd get a bit of a 16,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a final call, 16,000 on a bid, 15,000, 16,000, sold $15,000, sold $15,000 on the telephone, Wade's Way.
Lot S, 82 is a 1934 Harley-Davidson R45. This is from the Steve McQueen Imperial Palace sale, lot 594. Sold with original Steve McQueen estate sale paperwork, certificate of authenticity, etc. Sold on a bill of sale.
There it is. I'd get a bit of a cut of it. Harley time down. I'd get a bit of 100,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a cut of it. I'd get a bit of a 75. 75,000. 75 bid. I'd get a bit of a cut of it of a 75. I'd get a got him here. I'd get a bit of a 75. Somebody get 50,000 bid. 50. 15,000 on down. I'd get a bit of a cut of it. Anybody know? I'd get a bit of a 50 on the phone here. I'd get a bit of a 50. 40. 30,000 bid. 30. 30,000 on down. I'd get a bit of a 20. 30. 20. I'd get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20. Get a bit of a 5. Get a bit of a 5 down. 5. 30 bid. 30. Then 30 make it 30 bid. I'd get a bit of 35. 30, I'd get a bit of a 5, 40, 40,000 on a bid, I'd get a bit of a 40, get a bit of a 45 bid, I'd get a bit of a 45,000, 40, I'd get a bit of a 45 bid, hit 40, get a bit of a 5 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 bid, I'd get a bit of a 40,000 on a bid, hit a bit of a 45,000 on a bid, 45, I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit of a 7, hit 7 a bid, I'd get a bit of a 7, I'd get a bit of a 15,000 on a bid, hit 15, I'd get a bit of a 50,000, hit 15, I'd get a bit of a 50 here, I'd get a bit of a 50,000 bid, hit 15, I'd get a bit of a 50 bid, I'd get a bit of a 50,000, hit 15, I'd get a bit of a 50,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 50,000 bid, hit a bit of 50, hit 50,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 50 here, I'd get a bit of a 50,000, hit 50, you get 50. 52, you got a 2, I'd get a bit of a 2. 50's a bid, 52, ladies and gentlemen, reserve is off, get 50,000. You want to get 52,000 on a bid. Hit 50, get a bit of a 2, I'd get a bit of a 52,000 on a bid. Hit 2 bid, I'd get a bit of a 2, I'd get a bit of a 2 bid. You want to get 51,000, you all done? 50 bid, I'd get a bit of a 51,000. Hit 1, get a bit of a down, I'd get a bit of a 51,000 on a bid. Last call here, died half. Sold 50,000, sold $50,000 Bob's Way.
Lot S, 83 is a 1975 Liberta 3C 1000. Beautifully restored, original rare metallic greens, had a full tune-up. It's at no reserve.
Sells at no reserve down. I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid. 20, and I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 5, 7,000. Hit a 5 here, and I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here, and I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. A 5,000 on a bid, 6,000 on a bid. Hit 5, 6, 7 down. I'd get a bit of a 7. Hit 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 here, and I'd get a bit of a 6 down. I'd get a bit of a 7 down paid. 8,000 on a bid. Down paid, down at 8, down paid. I'd get a bit of a 9 here, 9,000 on a bid. Hit 9, I'd get a bit of 9,000 on a down paid. 5 here, down 9. Get a bit of 5 down 95 down some 10. Hit 10, I'd get a bit of 11,000 bid. Hit 10 here, down 11,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 down 11,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12. I'd get a bit of a 12,000, 13,000. Hit 13 here, I'd get a bit 13,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit 13,000 on a bid. 13 bid, 13,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit 13. I'd get a bit 13, 14 to bid. 13 with Dallas right. Get a bit of 14,000 bid. At 13, get a bit of 14, 15 bid. Hit a 15,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 15, 15. I'd get a bit of your turn, sir. 15,000, 15 to bid. 15. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of 15,000. Get a bid. 15,000, 14, 5, 15 bid. Down 15, down 15 bid. I'd get a bit of 15,000 on a bid. 15. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of 15,000. Get a bid. 15, 5, 15, 5, 15. Get a bit of a 5. Hit 5 bid down. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of 15,500. Hit 15 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd have sold $15,000. Sold $15,000. Laura Landis.
Lot S, 84 from a British museum is a 1954 Triumph T100 Tiger with sidecar. 1 mile since the restoration by Hugh Anderson. Equipped with a 1962 Swallow Jet 80 sidecar.
Sidecar all down. I'd get a bit of a 35 here. I'd get a bit of a 30 here. 30 down 20. 10,000 bid. 10. I'd get a bit of a go 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 10 go 10, 12, 10, 12, 15 bid. 15. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of a 17 to 16, 17 bid. 18. 18 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17. I'd get a bit of 18 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17. 18,000. 18 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17. I'd get a bit of 18,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 18,000 on a bid. 17,000. 18,000 bid. Hit 18 down. I'd get a bit of a 17. I'd get a bit of 18 bid, I'd get a bit of a 17, 18,000. Anybody else? I'd get a bit of 18,000 bid. 17, 18 down to 19 bid. 18's up here. Rick, you're out at 19,000. 18, I'd get a bit of 18 bid. 18, I'd get a bit of a bit of a 19 bid. I'd get a bit of 18,000, 19,000. 18, I'd get a bit of a 19 bid. I'd get a bit of a bit of a, I'd get a bit of a 19, 20 bid. And a $20,000 bid. And a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 here. I'd get a bit of a bit of a $20,000 bid. In 20, I'd get a bit of a down, a bit of a $12,000 bid. And a one here. I'd get a bit of, I'd get a bit of should be. I'd get a bit of a 21,000. It won. I'd get a bit of reserves off, ladies and gentlemen. $12,000 bid. It won. Get a bit of down. I'd get a bit of $12,000 bid. 20 bid. 21,000. It won. Get a bit of a bit of a pond. Get a bit of a 20,000. Last call. 20 bid. Rick, y'all done. 21,000. Sold 20,000. Sold $20,000. Jamie on the telephone.
Lot S, 85 from a British museum is a 1954 Triumph TR5 500. It's been in a private collection since 2001. Outstanding example.
Time again. Down. I'd get a bit of a 30. Get a bit of a $20,000 bid. Hit 20. I'd get a bit of a 20. I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of 10. I'd get a bit of a 10, 12. Hit down 12, 15. 12's up here. 15,000. At 15, 15. I'd get a bit 13, 14. I'd get a bit of 15,000. 16 bid. He give me 16 here. 15, 16,000 bid. At 16. I'd get a bit of a 16, 17 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17 bid. Hit 16. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. 17, 18. 18 bid. I'd get a bit of 18,000 bids. 18. Your turn, sir. 18. Now 19. Now 19. 19 bid. I'd get a bit of I believe the reserves off. You want to give 19,000. 18. I'd get a bit of 19 bid. 18. 19. 18 bid. I'd get a bit of 19 here. And I'd get a bit of 18,000. Anybody else? 18 bid. You want to give 19 back here? I'd get a bit of Mr. number 46. You want to give 19,000. 19 bid. At 19 bid. I'd get a bit of 19,000 on a bid. I'd have sold 18,000. Sold $18,000. Alexander.
All right, I want to clarify something. If we announce a machine is being sold on a bill of sale, that means you're not getting a title. If we don't say it's sold on a bill of sale, there's a negotiable title. Lot S86 from a British museum is 1936 New Imperial 350, 279 miles since the restoration.
There it is. I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a down. I'd get a bit of a 5, 7. Hit 5 against 7. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 12. Hit 12. I'd get a bit 13 bid. I'd get a bit 12 a pair. 13,000. Hit 12. I'd get a bit 13. I'd get a bit 13 bid. I'd get a bit 13, 14 bid. Hit 14. I'd get a bit 14,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit 13, 14,000. 13 bid. Hit a bit of 14,000 on a bid. 14. I'd get a bit of 14. I'd get a bit 13, 14 bid. Hit 14,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 14,000. Hit 14 bid. I'd get a bit of 14 bid. I'd get a bit 13, 14,000, 15,000. 14's in. Hit 15,000 on a bid. Get 14,000, 15,000 on a now. Hit 15 bid. I'd get a bit of 15,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 15,000. Into 16. And get a bit of here down 16,000 bid. And down 16. And 16 here. I'd get a bit 16. Reserve is off 16,000 on a bid. In 16 bid. I'd get a bit of 16,000. In 16 bid. I'd get a bit of 16. 16. I'd get a 17 bid. 16. 17 bid. 16. 17. Hit 17 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. I'd get a bit of 16. Hit a bit of 17,000. 16. 17 bid. Hit 17 here. I'd get a bit of a 17. I'd get a bit of 16. 17 bid. Hit 17,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 17,000. Sold 16,000. Sold $16,000. Wade's way.
Lot S, 87 from a British museum is a 1936 Levis Model D 500. It's highly rated pre-war motorcycle, winner of many exhibitions.
You bet, sir. I'd get a bit of a 25,000. 25. I'd get a bit of a 5, 7. Hit 5 against 7. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 12. I'd get a bit of 13. I'd get a bit of 13,000. 14, 15 bid. 15. I'd get a bit of 15. 15. I'd get a bit of 15,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 15,000. 15 bid. 15. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of 14. 15. 16 bid. At 15 bid. I'd get a bit of 16. I'd get a bit of 16,000 on a bid. At 15 here. I'd get a bit of 16 bid. I'd get a bit of 15. 16,000. At 15. I'd get a bit, ladies and gentlemen, reserves off of the bike. 16,000 on a bid. 15,000. 16,000 on a bid. Anybody else at 16,000. 15 bid. I'd get a bit of 16. I'd get a bit of 15,000. 16,000 on hands high. It's 16 bid. It's 16. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of 16,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a last call. 16,000 on a bid. At 15. I'd get a bit of a 16,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 16,000 on a bid. I'd have 16,000. Sold $15,000. Sold $15,000. Here up here in the proxy.
S88's 1959 BSA B33 Gold Star 500. Very original bike. 3 owners from new, beautifully restored. It was built to be ridden.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's Russ Conklin.
How much here? Somebody get 20. 20,000 out of it. Back to do 10,000 out of bed. You 10. Now back to do 10,000 out of it. Now back to do 3,000 out of bed. 4. Down 4,000 out of it. Back to do put them at 4 to bed. Back to do 5,000. 6,000 out of it. Back to do 7. And 7,000 out of it. Back to do 6,000 out of bed. 7,000 out of it. 6,000 out of it. Back to do 7. Now back to do 7,000 out of bed. 7. 8,000 out of bed. 7,000 out of it. Back to do 8. 9. Now 9,000 out of it. Back to do 8,000 out of it. Back to do 9. Clint. 8,000. 9,000 out of 10,000 out of bed. You're 10. Now to do 9. Back to do 10. 10. 10. Going to be 9. Going to be 10. Down 11. I have 10,000 out. 11,000 out. Reserve is off. I have 10,000 out. 11 and 10 to bed. 11 to bed. Back to do 10,000 out. 11,000 out of it. Back to do 10. Going to be 11,000 out. Night. Sold $10,000. Sold $10,000. Ricky.
Lot S, 88.1 from a British Motorcycle Museum in America is a 1960 Triumph T100 Tiger. Great looking Tiger with a bathtub steel.
30, going to be 20, going to be 20. I have 20,000 out of it now. They're going to do 10,000, get $5,000, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 out of bed. And put them at 10,000 out of it. They're going to do 12,000 out of it. They're going to do 12 and $12,000, $13,000, $14,000 out of bed. And 13 to bed of it now. They're going to do 14,000. I have 13 to bed of it. They're going to do 14,000, 15,000 reserves off. And $14,000, 15,000 out of bed. And 14,000, 15,000. I have 14,000, 15, 16,000 out of bed. And 16,000 out of it. They're going to do 16. I have Ricky going to be 16. I have 15,000 out of it. They're going to do 16,000 out of it. They're going to do 15,000, 16,000. I have 15,000 out of 16,000, 17. Now 17, 17, 17 to bed of it. They're going to do 17,000 out of it. I have 16,000 out of it. They're going to do 17 to bed of it. 16, 5, 17. And 16 pound of bed of it. They're going to do 17,000 out of bed. And 16 pound of bed of it. They're going to do 17. Going to be 17. Hold in, hold on. I had now 5, 17 pipe, 17 pipe. I have 17 pipe. He said no. Sold $17,000 internet.
Lot S, 89's a 1970 Triumph TR 6R 650. It's been restored. Engine and transmission received a complete rebuild.
15 to bed, they're going to do 10, going to be 10, going to be 5. You 5,000 out of it, they're going to do 2,000 out of it, again 3,000 out of it, they're going to do 4. I have 4, 5, 6,000 out of 7,000 out of bed, and 7,000, 8,000 out of it, they're going to do 9, going to be 9. You 9,000 out of it, they're going to do 5, 5, they're going to do 9 to bed, and 7,000 bed of it, anybody give $8,000, they get 7,000 out of bed, $8,000 on it. I have $7,000, 8,000 out of bed, and 7 bed of it, they're going to do $8,000. I have 7,000 out of bed, 8,000 out of it, they're going to do 7,000. I get to make it 7,500. I have 7,000 out of bed, 7,500, 7,500, 8,000 out of bed. I have 75. My reserve is off, 75.8. I have 75 out of bed, 8,000 out of bed, and 75 to get 8,000 down, 7,500, 885, 85 pound out of it, now they're going to 8,000 5 9, 9,000 out of it, now they're going to do 8,000 9. I have an 8,000 out of bed, 8,000, yes sir, 9,000, 85, now 9, 85, 9. I'm at 85, going to be 9, 85 to bed, they're going to do 9,000, 85, going to be 9,000, 85 to bed, they're going to do $9,000 all through, they're going to do 85, going to be 99. Sold $8,500, sold $8,500, Dallas.
Lot S, 90's a 1959 Velocette Scrambler 500, sold on a bill of sale, restored by a well-known expert in the Midwest with great attention to detail.
And part of it, they're going to do 15 to bed, they're going to do 10,000 out of it, down, they're going to do 3,000 out of it, they're going to do 4,000 out of it, they're going to do 5. You 5,000 out of it, put them in 6,000 out of it, they're going to do 7,000, 8,000, 7 to bed, down, they're going to do 8,000 out of bed, 7,000, 8,000. I have 7 to bed, they're going to do 8,000 out of bed, down 7,000 out of 8,000 out of bed. I have 7,000 out of it, they're going to do 8,000 out of it. I have 7,000 out of 8,000 out of bed, and 7,000, 8,000 out of bed, now they're going to do 7 to bed, 8,000 out of bed, and 7,000 out of bed, if I give 7,500, I have 7,000 out of bed, 7,500, I have 7,000 out of bed, if I going to do 5, going to be 75, and 7,000, 75, 8,000, I have 75, 8,000 out of bed, I have 75, going to be 8,000 out of bed, now they're going to do 75, 8,000, I have 7,500, 8,000 out of bed, now they're going to do 75, reserve is off, and 7,500, 8,000 out of bed, they're going to do 75, they're going to do 8,000 out of all done, and 885. I'm at 8,085, 85 pound out of it, now they're going to 8,000 out of 8,500 out of bed. I'm at 8,000, 85, 85, 85, 9, and down 9,000 out of 85, going to be 9,000 out of 85, 9, and 95. I'm down to be going to do 95, going to be 95. I had 9,000 out of it, going to do 95, going to be 95. I had 9,000, 9,500. Sold $9,000, sold $9,000. Ben.
Lot S, 91's a 1959 BSA Clubman 500. Very correct. Very nice.
I buy the very big to banner player. I buy the very big to 30, going to be 20, going to be 5, going to be 7. I have 5 pound out of very big again, 7 pound out of very big to 10 pound out of 12. I have 10 to very big to 12 pounds out of very big to 10, going to be 12. I have 10 pound out of very big to 12 pounds out of bed. I have 10 pounds and 12 pounds out of very big to 12, going to be 12, going to be 12, going to be 15. And 12 pound out of very big to 15 pound out of bed. And 12 pounds out of very big to 15,000. I have 12 pounds out of bed. Anybody get $13,000 on it? I have 12 pounds out of bed, 13,000. I have 12 pounds out of it, going to do 13,000. I have 12 pounds out of it, going to do 13, going to be 13, going to be 13. I have 12 pounds out of it, going to do 13,000. I have 12 pounds out of it, going to do 13,000. Anybody else? I have 12 pounds out of it, going to do 13,000 out of bed. And 12 pounds out of it, going to do 13. Last call, I have 13,000. I have 12 pounds out of it, going to do 13,000 out of bed. And 12 pounds out of it, going to do 13,000 out of bed. I have part of it, going to do by the prayer, I have going to do 12 pounds out of it, going to do 13,000 out of it. And 13 to bed, down to 12 pounds and out of it, going to do 13. I have about 10 to bed, going to do 11 to bed, 12. And 11 pounds out of it, going to do $12,000 on it. I have $11,000, $12,000. I have on the BSA 11, 12. I have 11 to do 12,000. My reserve is up. I have 11 to do 12. 11,000, 12,000 out of bed. I have 11,000 out of it, going to do $12,000. Reserve is off. I have 11,000 out of it, going to do 12,000. I have 11,000 out of it, going to do 12, going to be 12, going to be 11,000 out of it, going to do 12,000. Anybody else? Sold $11,000. Sold $11,000. Proxy.
Lot S 92s, a 1968 Triumph T100C. It's 500cc, full restoration and excellent running condition.
15, 10, 10, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. I am 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, going to be 10. I am 10,000, 10, 10, 10, going to be 11,000, 10, going to be 11. I have 10,000, 11,000, 10, going to be 11,000. I have 10. 5 down 11. I have 10, 5 down 11. I have 11,000, 12,000 out of bed. 11 to bed, 12,000 down 11 to bed, 12, going to be 12, going to be 12, going to be 13. I have 13,000 out of bed, now going to do 13, going to be 13, going to be 13. I have 12,000 out of 13,000. Reserve is off. And 13,000, 12, 5, 13. And 12, 5, 13,000 out of bed, 5, 5, 5, 13, 5. And 14,000 out of bed, going to do 13, 5, 14. And now 5, 14, 5 to bed, going to do 15. And 15,000 out of bed, now going to do 15,000. I have 15,000 out of it, now they're going to do 15,000 out of bed. Now 5 and 15 pound bag, going to do 15, 15, 5. He said no. So $15,000. So $15,000, Chris.
Lot S 93s, a 1966 BSA Spitfire 650. It's restored in 2018 in running condition.
Here, by the way, going to do 15, going to do 2,000, going to be 3,000 out of it, going to do 4. And down 4,000 out of it, going to do 5, 35 bed, going to do 5,000, 6,000 out of bed. And down 7,000 out of it, going to do 70 bed, 8,000 out of bed. And 7,000 out of it, going to do 8,000 out of down 7,000 out of 8,000 out of bed. I have 7,000, 8,000 out of it, going to do 8,000 out of it, going to do 7,000, 8,000 out of bed. I have 70 bed, going to do 8,000 out of it, down, going to do 75 and 7,500. Going to do 7,000, going to do 75 and 7,000, going to do 5, 5, 5 bed, going to do 75 and 75, 75. You're out 8,000 out of it, going to do 85, 85 bed, going to be 9, going to be 9,000 out of it, going to do 9,000. But 9,000 out of it, going to do 9,000, going to do 8,000, 9,000 $8,000. And going to do like an 8 with John. If you want to give 85, Nick, 8,500, 8,000 out of it, going to do 85 bed. But 8,000 out of it, going to do 5, 5, 5, 85, 85 bed. 85, 9,000 out of it, going to do 85 down 9. Reserve is off. 85 going to be 9, 8,500, 9,000 out of it, going to do 85, going to be 99 grand, 95. You're 9 bed, 95 pound out of it, going to do 9, going to be 95. 95 bed, going to do 9,000, 9,500. I have 9,000 out of it, going to do 95 pound out, all that 9,000, 95. Sold $9,000. Sold $9,000, John.
Lot S 94s, a 1929 Harley-Davidson pea shooter. Sold on a bill of sale. It's had a full overhead valve conversion. Was a former police bike.
And part of it, going to do 30. And 30,000 out of it, going to do 30, going to be 30, going to be 20. I have 20,000 out of it, now going to do 20 bed. You're 20,000 out of it, now going to do by plan 20,000 out of it, going to do 7,000, 8,000 out of it, going to do 9. And 9, put it 9,000 out of it, going to do 10, going to be 12, going to be 12,000 out of it, 15,000 out of it, 15,000 out of it, going to do 12,000, 15. 15,000 out of bed. And 15, 17. 15 to bed, now 17. And 15,000 out of bed, back to 17,000 out of bed, back to 15's bed. 17,000 out of bed, back to 15, 17. 15,000 out of bed, back to 16,000 out of bed. And 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 20. And down 20,000 out of bed, back to 20, going to be 20. And down 20,000 out of bed, now back to 20. 20,000 out of bed, now back to 18, going to be 20,000 out of bed, back to 18, 20. Reserve is off. 19.5. Thank you. Now 20. Reserves off. 19.5. 20. 19 pound bad back to 20,000. 19 pound bad back to 20, going to be 20,000 out of it, back to 19 pound, going to be $20,000. Anybody else? Sold 19.5. Sold 19.5. Bad.
Lot S 95 is a 1964 Harley-Davidson FLH. It's a very nice one. Starts, runs, shifts, stops well. Restored in 2002. Last ridden August 2018 at no reserve.
Chelsea no reserve. Pound back to 30, going to be 20. And down 20,000 out of it, back to 10,000 out of it, back to 7,000 out, 8,000 out of it, back to 8,000 out of bed. And 7,000 out of it, back to 8,000 out of it, back to no reserve. And 8,000 out of it, back to 10,000 out of it, back to 8,000. Going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10 out of bed. And 10,000 out of 12,000 out of bed. And down 15,000 out of it, now going to do 13,000 out of bed. And 13,000 out of it, now going to do 13, going to be 13, going to be 14, going to be 14, going to be 15. And down 15,000 out of it, now going to do 15,000 out of it. And 15, 16,000 out of it, now going to do 16,000 out of bed. And 15,000 out of it, now going to do 16,000. And 15,000 out of it, going to do 16,000 out of it, done. And 15,000, 16,000 out of bed, 17. And 16 to bed, 17 to bed. And 17,000 out of it, now going to do 16, 17. And 16,000 out of it, now going to do 17, going to be 18, 18, 18 to bed. 17 in the skybox, 18,000, and 18 down 20, 19 down 20, down 20,000 out of it, back to 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, down 20,000 out of it, back to 20,000 out of it, down to 19, going to be 20,000 out of bed, down 20, 20,000 out of it, down to 19 to bed, back to 20,000 out of bed, 19.5, 18.5, 19, 18.5, 19, now 20, now 20, 19.5, now 20, 19.5, now 20. 19.5, now 20. High part of it, back to 20. And now 1, high 21, 2, high 22 to bed, 22. High part of it, back to 2, now back to 22. I'm now 3, high 22, going to be 23. High 22 to bed, now 23, and I'll have sold $22,000 upstairs, skybox.
Lot S 96 is a 1913 Henderson 4-cylinder deluxe, sold on a bill of sale. It's on its original pistons. It's never even been bored. It was painted once in 1961. It's at no reserve.
No reserve. I'm part of it now. I'm part of it now. I'm a chair. I'm part of it now. I'm part of it 125. Give 100. I have 100,000. I am part of it, back to 120 pounds. Somebody give 100. I have $100,000. No reserve. I have 100,000 out of it, back to 75. And 75,000 out of it, back to 75. And 75 down 100. I have 75, going to be $100,000 down 75, 85, 80 down 90. I have down 90,000 out of it, back to 90, going to be 90, going to be 90, going to be 90,000 down 100. I have 90 down 100,000 down 110. I have 100,000 out of it, back to 10, 10, 10, 110, bad 20. I have 115, 20. I have 115, 120, bad, back to 120, 120, 115, 120. I'm at 115 to bed, back to 120,000 out of bed. And 115, 120,000 out of bed, back to 120. Down 120, 120, 120, bed, back to 120. I'm at 120,000 out of bed, back to 120, 120, 120. And 120 down 5, 125 to bed. I'm at 120 down 5, 125, 125. And 120 bed, back to 5, 125. And 120 bed, 125 no reserve. I'm at 120, going to be 125. I'm at 120 bed, 125 last call. Anybody else? I'm at 120,000 out of it, make it 125,000. I'm at 120 bid, 125 pound done. So $120,000 sold, $120,000. Paul.
Lot S 97 is a 1916 Harley-Davidson Model 17, sold on a bill of sale. It's a Fred Lang restoration in concours condition with an 8-valve top end.
Yeah, pound of it, back to 70, pound of it, back to 50, and 50,000 out of it, now back to 20, going to be 30. I have 20,000 out of it, back to 30, going to be 30, going to be 20, going to be 5. Sherman down 30, 30, 30, going to be 30, going to be 5. I have 30 bad of it, back to 5, 30 pound of it, back to 30,000 out of it, 35, and 35, 40. I am down 40. I am down 5. I am down 45, 5. 5, 45, 50, and down 50 down to 50, now 50, now 50 down to 50 down to bed, and down 50. You want to get 45. You want to get 45, Chris. You want to get 45. Pound out of it, 45, and 45 pounds and out of it, down 45, and 45 pounds and out of it, 45, and by 45, 42, 45. Now you're out 45, and 42 down out of it, 45, 3, 5, and 45, 7, and 45 to 47 down out of bed, and 45 down out of it, 47 pounds and out of it, and 45 to 47, 50, 50 down out of it, 50 to 50 to 50 down out of bed, and 47 to bed, 50 pounds and out of it, 50. I'm bottom of that work, 50,000. I'm bottom of 2. I know I got 50 right here. It's going to be 2. I'm bottom of it, 52. I'm bottom of it, 50 to 2. I'm bottom of it, 50 down to bed, down 52,000 out of bed. I am 50 down out of it, 52. You want to get 52. You want to get 51. I'm bottom of it, 51 and 51,000. I'm bottom now 1, 2. I am 51 about it, 52 and 52 down out of it, down 52 down out of bed, and now 52,000 out of it, down 52. I got that. It's going to be 52, 55, 53, 55, 53, 55. And 53 down out of it, 55, and 53 down out of it, 55,000, and 55,000, and 55,000, and 54,000. Nick, I want to get 54. I'm bottom of it, 54,000, and 54,000 out of bed. I'm bottom of it, 54,000 out of bed, and bottom of it, 54,000, and 54,000 out of it, take it to be 4, and 52,000 out of it, 54,000, and 54, 53, 54, and Jesse, 53, 54, and 53 down out of it, 54,000 out of bed, and 53 out of it, 4, 54,000 out of it, and 53,000, 4, 5, 54 now 5, and 55,000 out of bed, and 54,000 out of it, 5, pocket to be 55. I got 54,000 is the bid, 55, yes sir, 54, 55, and 54,000 out of it, 5, 55,000 out of bed, and 54 is the bid, 55,000 on it, and 54,000 out of it, 55,000 out of bed, and 54, 55,000, and 54,000 out of it, 5, 55, and 55,000 out of it, 54 going to be 55,000, 54,000 out of bed, down 55, and down 55,000 out of it, down 54,000, $55,000. Anybody else? I had 54,000 out of bed. If I get 55,000, Nick, you man went back in. 54, 55. And 54,000 out of it, 5, 55,000 out of bed. And 54,000 out of it, 5 here down, 5 to 54, going to be 5. And 55,000 out of it, 54,000 out of it, $55,000. 55 out of it, 54,000 out of it, 5 to 54, going to be 5 and all done. 54, 55. Well, because we're going to close the bid at 54. Okay, 54, 55. 54, 55,000 out of bed. 54. Nick, you want to get 55? You got time. 54, 55,000 out of bed. 55. Reserve is off. 54, 55, 56. 57, 57, 57, 58, 59. Could have made it a little. You could have made it a little easier on me. 58, 59, 60, 60, 60. I am 59 of it is 60. I am 59,000 out of it is 60,000. I am 59,000 with Alex, 60,000. I am 59,000 out of it is $60,000. Anybody else? I am 59,000 out of it is 60,000. So $59,000. So $59,000, Alex.
Lot S. 98 to 1976 Yamaha 750 Factory Racer. Serial number 1 monoshock with documentation. Very original as raced. Original items are included.
And by the way, it is 70 pound bed, and now it is 60 pound out of bed. And by the way, it is 60 pounds and out of bed, now it is 50. And 50 pound out of bed, it is 25. I'm down 30. And down 20 pound, but about 30 pound out of bed, it is 30 to be 5. And 30 bed, it is 30 pound, 35, 40. And 30 pound bed, it is 40 pounds and out of bed. And 30 pound bed, it is 40 to 40 pound out of bed. And down 30, down 40 to 40 pounds, and down 5. And 40 bed, it is 45 pound out of bed. And 40 pound out of bed, it is 45 to be 40 to 45, 45, 50. And down 7, now 50. And down 47 pound out of it, it is 50,000. And 47 pound out of it, it is 50 to 50 to 50 pound out of it, it is to bed, it is 5. And down 50 pound out of it, it is 55. And 55 pound out of it, it is 5, it is 50 pound thousand. And 55 pound, it is 7. Reserve is off, your man's out. 55, 57. And 55 pound out of it, it is 57. I got 55,000 out of bed. 57 and 55 pound out of it, it is 57,000. And 55 pound out of it, it is 5760. And down 60 down 2. And down 62 pound out of it, now it is to bed. And 60 pound out of it, it is 62,000 out of bed. And 60 pound out of it, it is 62. And down 5. Now 65. Now 65. And 62 pound out of it, it is 65 pounds. Anybody else? And 62 pound out of it, it is 65,000. Sold $62,000 going to the Big D, Dallas.
Laudettes, a 99s, a 1969 Yamaha TD Kel Carruthers Tribute, sold on a bill of sale, restored by Jeff Palahegi.
And by the way, they're going to do how much? They're going to do 20. And down 20 pound out of it, they're going to do 10. And 10 pound out of it, they're going to do 5 pounds. And they're going to be 7 pounds. And going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 12. And 10 pound out of it, they're going to do 12 pounds and out of bed. And 10 to bed, they're going to do 12 pounds and out of it, they're going to do 13,000, 15,000. And 13 to bed, they're going to do 15 pound out of 17. Reserve is off. And 15 pound out of it, they're going to do 17 to bed. And 15 pound, 17 to down 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 2. And 20 pound out of it, they're going to do 2 to bed. And now they're going to do 22. And 20 pound out of it, now 3, 5, and 25, and 23 to bed, going to do 25, going to do 23, going to be 25, and 23 pound out of it, going to do 25 pounds and dollars. Anybody else? I have 23 pounds and out of it, going to do 25 pounds and dollars, going to do 25 and going to do 5 and 23. We're good. 25. 23 pound out of it, going to do 25 pound out of it, and good job. I'm going to do that. Sold $23,000. Sold $23,000. Paul.
Lot S 100s, a 2018 Yamaha TZ 750 Dirt Track Racer, sold on a bill of sale, restored by Jeff Palahegi, Kenny Roberts.
And by the way, they're going to do 60, 50, 40. I have 40 pound out of it, they're going to do 25. And put him at 5, they're going to do 25, 30. And by the way, they're going to do 25, going to be 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, going to be 5. And 35, they're going to do 5, going to be 5, going to be 40. And 40 to 40, 37, 40. And 37, going to be 40,000 out of it, they're going to do 40, going to be 2. The reserve is off. And 40 pound out of it, they're going to do 42. And 45 pound out of it, they're going to do 45 pound out of bed. And 42 in bed, they're going to do 45, 47. And 45 they're going to do 47 pound out of it, and 50 pound out of it, they're going to do 50 to 50 to 50 pound out of bed. Down 50 pounds out of it, they're going to do 50 pound out of it. Down 50 pound out of it, to the bed, they're going to do 50 pound out of it, they're going to do 52. And 52 and 55 and 55 pounds out of it, they're going to do 55. And 55 pound out of it, they're going to do 7. And 55 pound out of it, they're going to do 57 pound out of bed. I am 55 pound out of it, they're going to do $57,000. Anybody else? I am 55 pound out of it, they're going to do 57. Down 60. Down 60,000 out of bed. 57, 62. 62 pound out of it, they're going to do 62 pound out of bed. I am 60 pound out of it, they're going to do 62,000 out of it, they're going to do 62. And 60 pound out of it, they're going to do 62,000. I am 60 pound out of it, they're going to do 62. I am 60 pound. Last call. 60 pound out of it, they're going to do $62,000. Anybody else? Sold $60,000. Sold $60,000.
Lot S
John.
101s, a 2016 Yamaha XSR 900, custom bodywork and paint by Jeff Palahegi, believed to be only 361 miles.
And by the way, back to do 10,000, back to do 2,000, going to be 3,000, back to do 2, going to be 3. Down 3,000, back to do 2,000, back to do 3, going to be 3, going to be 4, going to be 4, going to be 5. And 5,000, back to do 6,000, back to do 7,000, out of bed, 8,000 out of bed. By the way, back to do 8 down, reserve is up. But 8,000, back to do 9,000, going to be 9,000 out of bed. But 8,000, 9,000 out of it. But 8,000, back to do 9, back to do 8,000, out of bed, back to do 9,000 out of down, back to do 8,000 out of bed, back to do 9,000 out of last call. I'm at 8,000, going to be 9, 10, 9,000 out of it, going to do 10,000. I have 9,000 out of it, going to do 10, 10, 10, going to be 10, going to do 9,000 out of it, and 10,000 out of it, going to do 9,000 out of it, going to do. I'm way upstairs at $9,000. Isn't that correct? 9, 10. I had 9,000 out of it, going to do 10,000. I had 9,000 out of it, going to do 10, going to be 9, going to be 10,000 out of it, going to do 9,000 out of 10,000 out of it, going to do 9, going to be 10 tonight. Sold $9,000. Sold $9,000.
Lot S 102s, a 1975 Kawasaki H2 750. Last year for the triple, numbers matching engine, 73.
Here, pound of it, going to do 30, going to be 20, pound of it, 5,000 out of it, going to do 6,000 out of bed. And 5,000 out of it, going to do 6,000 out of it, going to do put him at 7,000 out of it, going to do 8,000 out of 9. And 9 of it, going to do 9, going to be 10,000 out of it, going to do 10, going to be 10, going to be 9, going to be 10. I had 9,000 out of it, 10,000 out of it, going to do 9,000 out of it, about 10 down 11. 11, going to do 12,000 out of it, going to do 12, going to be 12, going to be 12. And 12,000 out of it, going to do 12,000, 13 reserves up, and 12,000, 13,000 out of bed, and 12 bed, going to do 13,000, and 13, 13, 13 bed, going to do 12,000 out of 13,000 out of going to do 12,000, and 13,000 out of it, going to do 12,000, 13,000 out of it, going to do 13. Sold $12,000, sold $12,000. Wait on the phone.
S103s, a 1909 Vindex special with sidecar, sold on a bill of sale. This is from the renowned Otis Chandler collection and sold at his estate auction. Very rare mark and sidecar model.
Yeah, by the way, going to do 40, and 40,000 out of it, going to do 40, going to be 40, going to be 30,000 out of bed, and by the way, going to do 30,000 out of it, you got him, going to do 30, Jess, going to do 30, and by the way, going to do 30,000 out of it, going to do 10,000 out of 15,000 out of bed, and 20, 20, 20, 5, going to do 20, going to be 5, and now 30, and by going to be 30, got 25 here, 27, and 27, 30, and 27, going to be 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, going to be 30,000 out of it, going to do 30, 27,000 out of bed, 30,000. 27 bed, going to do 30,000 out of bed, and 27, 30,000 out of bed, and 27 bed, 32, and now got 30, 32, and 30,000 out of bed, back at 30, 32. Reserve is off, and 30,000 out of bed, going to do 32 to bed, and 30,000 out of bed, going to do 32,000, and 30,000 out of bed, going to do 32,000 out of going to do 32, and 30,000 out of bed, going to do 32,000 out of last call, and 30,000, $32,000. Anybody else? And 30,000 out of bed, going to do 32,000 out of bed, down. Sold $30,000, sold $30,000 bed.
Lot S 104s, a 1972 Ducati 750 Sport. Lovely restoration, a rarest of the 750 round case sports.
And by the way, going to do 40,000 out of it, going to do 40, going to be 30. And by the way, going to do 30,000 out of it, going to do 10, going to be 15, going to be 15, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 5. And 20 bed, going to do 5, 20,000 out of it, going to do 25 bed. And 20 bed, going to do 5 bed, going to do 20, going to be 25. And 20 bed, going to do 22, going to be 22, going to be 25. And 22,000 out of it, going to do 5. No, I got 22 here, going to be 25, and 25,000 out of it, going to do 5 to bed, and 22,000 out of it, going to do 25 to bed, and 22, 7, and 25, going to be 27,000 out of bed, and 25 to bed, going to do 27,000 out of it, and 25,000 out of it, going to do 27,000 out of bed, and 25, 27,000, and 25, 27,000 out of bed, and 25,000 out of bed. You're going to get $27,000, sir, and 25,000, 27,000, and 25 to bed, 27,000 out of bed, and 25 to bed, going to do 27,000 down, going to do 25, going to be 27. I'm part of it, going to do 25,000 out of bed. Jordy, I'm part of it, going to do prayer, higher down, going to do 25. I'm part of it, going to do 25,000 out of it, going to do 5, going to be 25, and 25,000 out of it, going to do prayer, high, but I'm part of it, going to do 25,000 out of bed, and 25, going to be 25, going to be 25 to bed, going to do 25. I'm part of it, going to 22 to bed, 25. I'm part of it, going to do 22 down, 25. That's all I can get up at 22, going to be 23, 24, and 24. Sir, 23, 24, Jordan. 23, going to be 4. Stay in there, sir. Give 24. I got $23,000 bid. Give $24,000 on it. I have 23. Going to be $24,000. Going to do 23. Going to be 24. Hard in it. Hi, Nick. 24 is a bid. 25. 24, 25, and 24,000 out of bid. Going to do 25,000 out of bid, and 25, 26,000 out of bid, and 25, 26. Reserve is off, and 25 bid. Going to do 26,000 out, and 25 bid. Going to do $26,000. Anybody else? And 25, 26,000 out. So $25,000, Nick.
Lot S 105s, a 1953 BMW R68, 600 cc's, rarest and most desirable of the post-war BMW sport bikes.
Yeah, part of it, going to do 50. I'm part of it, going to do 50,000 out of it, going to do 40. I'm part of it, now going to do 10, going to be 15, going to be 15 again, down 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 5, and 20 bad of it, going to do 5, part of it, now going to do 20,000 out of it, going to do 25, and 20 bad of it, going to do 5 bad, down 20, going to be 25, going to be 20, going to be 25,000 out of bed. I'm at 20,000 out of it, going to do 25 here, down 20, going to be 25, I have 20 bad, 25,000 out of it, going to do 20, down 5, and 20 bad of it, going to do 5 bad, down 20, going to be 22, 25, and 22,000 out of bed, about 5, going to be 7, and 25 out of bed, now going to do 27,000 out of bed, and 25 out of bed, going to do 27,000 out of bed, now 25 going to be 27, and 25 out of bed, now going to do 27,000 out of bed, and 25 out of bed, now going to do 27,000 out of bed, going to do 7, going to be 7, going to be 7, and 25,000 out of bed, going to do 27,000, and 25 going to do 27,000 out of bed, and 25 going to do 27,000 out of bed, now going to do 25 going to be 26, 27, and 26, 27, and 26,000 out of bed, going to do 27, and 26,000 out of bed, going to do 27,000 out of bed, and 26,000 out of bed, going to do 27,000 out of bed, and 26,000 out of bed, 27, and 20. Reserve is off, 26, 27, and 26,000 out of bed, going to do 27,000 out of bed, now going to do $27,000. Anybody else? Sold $26,000. Sold $26,000 bid.
S106, a 1965 BMW R50 Road Racer, sold on a bill of sale. Racing modifications by Aki Tegberger of Sweden.
Yeah, by the way, they're going to do 15, they're going to do 10,000, they're going to do 2, they're going to be 3, they're going to be 4, and put them at 5,000, they're going to do $5,000, 6,000 out of bed, and part of bed, they're going to do 6,000, they're going to do $5,000, 6,000 out of bed, and 5,000, they're going to do $6,000, down $6,000, 5,000 out of bed, 6,000, I have $5,000, 6,000 out of bed, they're going to do $5,000, 6,000, I have 55, down 6,000 out of bed, down 5, down 7, yeah, down 7 to bed, they're going to do 7,000 out of bed, and 65,000, they're going to do 7,000 out of bed, going to do 65, going to be 7,000 out of bed, and down 65 pound, down 7, down 5, and down 75, 75, 75, 8,000 out of bed, going to do 8, down, going to do 75, 8,000, and part of it, going to do 7500, 8,000 out of bed, and 75 out of bed, going to do 8,000 out of bed, going to do 75, 8,000 out of it, and 70 bed, going to do 8,000, I have an 8,000, going to be a clan, going to do now, I have part of it, going to do 8,000 out of bed, going to do 7,000 out of bed, going to do 8,000 out of bed, I have part of it, going to do $8,000. Thank you, sir. 8,500. Reserve is off. I have an $8,000. 8,500. $8,000 out of bed. 8,500. 8,500. I have an 85. Going to be 85. Going to be 85. Going to be 8,500. $8,000. 8,500 out of bed. 9. Down 9,000. 85. Going to be 9,000 out of bed. Going to 85. 9. I have an 85. Going to be 9,000 out of bed. Going to 85. Down out of bed. 9,000. 85 per key. Going to be 9,000. 85. 9,000. He said no. Sold. $8,500. Sold. $8,500. Chris.
Lot S 107 is a 1936 Triumph T90 Tiger with a sidecar, restored from original, very fine condition, single cylinder 500cc, very early Tiger 90.
Somebody gives $80,000 here. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80. At 80,000, you better give 80 bid. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80. You better give 10. You better give 20 bid. You better give 20. Put up a 20 bid. At 20,000, you better get 30,000. You better get 25, 30. I have 25 bid. You better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 25 and 30. At 30 bid, you better get 35 here. You better get 5 bid. You better get 40 bid. You better get 40. You better get 40. Hey, Russ. At 40 bid. You better get 40 bid. You better get 40. You better get 40 bid. You better get 40. I have 35 bid. You better get 40 bid. You better get 40 here. You better get 35 bid. You better get 37,000. You better get 7. I have 35,000. You better get 37,000. You better get 35 bid. You better get 37. I have 35 bid. You better get 37,000. You better get 7 bid. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7. I have $35,000 bid. $37,000 reserve is off. At 35 bid. You better get 37,000. Now you better get 7 bid. You better get 35 bid. You better get 7. Sold $35,000. Bobby.
S108.1 is a 1939 DKW Diamond 98cc, sold on little sales, a rare Swedish legend, #1 concours condition, and runs great.
Somebody get 15,000 now. You better get 15. You better get 10. At 10,000, you better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 5,000 now. You better get 5 bid. You better get 2. You better get 3. At 3,000, you better get 3 bid. You better get 3 bid. You better get 3 bid. You better get 2. You better get 3. I have $2,000 bid. You better get 3,000 now. You better get 3 bid. You better get 4,000. Put them at 4 bid. You better get 4. And now 5,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 4. 5. I have 4,000. You better get 5,000. You better get 4 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 4,000. You better get 5,000. Anybody get $4,500 for it? 4,000 is the bid. 4,500. Close the bid at $4,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
S109's a 1936
Soundman,
Triumph
are
Tiger
you in the building?
80.
Get to the booth, please.
Been in a private collection. Only a few complete bikes known to exist. Only produced April through August of 1936 before Val Page left.
Somebody get $40,000 here. You better get 40 bid. You better get 40. You better get 30 bid. You better get 30 bid. You better get 30. $30,000 here. You better get 30. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get $10,000. At 10,000 now. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 15,000. You better get 10, 12, 15. At 15,000 now. You better get 15. You better get 17. You better get 20 bid. You better get 2. At 22 bid. You better get 2. You better get 2. You better get 22, 5. At 25, 27. At 27 bid. You better get 7. 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 30. At 30 bid. You better get 30. Reserve is off 2. 32 bid. You better get 2. At 30 bid, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 2, 2, 2 bid, you better get 2, you better get 32, 5. At 32 bid, you better get 3 bid, you better get 3 bid, you better get 3, you better get 33. At 32 is the bid, you better get 3 bid, you better get 3, you better get 2, you better get 3. So, $32,000, Robin.
Lot S 110, another very sharp bike from the Kennedy collections, a 1967 Triumph TT Special 650. Sold on the bill of sale. It's a genuine TT. It's at no reserve.
Selling into a reserve, $20,000 bid. You better get 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20. You better get 15,000. Now you better get 2,000. Put them at 3,000. You better get 3, 4. At 4,000, you better get 4 bid. You better get 5,000. You better get 6,000. Now you better get 7 again. 7 bid. You better get 7, 8. 8,000. You better get 8 bid. You better get 8 here. You better get 7. You better get 8. You better give 8,000. You better give 8 bid. 8,000. You better get 7,000. You better give 8,000. You better get 9,000. Now you better get 9, 10. At 10,000, you better get 10 bid. You better get 10 here. 11,000. You better get 12,000. 11 bid. 12. 11 bid. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12,000. You better get 12 bid. 11 now. 12. At 12,000. Now you better get 12 bid. You better get 12,000. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12. At 12,000. 13,000. Now you better get 12 bid. You better get 13. You better get 13. Sold, $12,000, Laura.
Lot S 111 is a 1971 BSA Lightning 750. Yep, a very rare A70L 750. Only 202 were produced for homologation. This was previously from the Tim Fabian collection.
$20,000 here. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 15. Somebody get 10. At 10,000 now. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 5,000. You better get 6, 7. At 7,000. You better get 7. Put them at 8,000. You better get 9 bid. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10 here. You better get 10. I have 9,000. You better get 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 9,500. At $9,500 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get $9,500. You get 5 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9,500. At 9,000. You better get 95. I have 9 bid. You better get $9,500 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 9,500. Close the bid. $9,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
Lot S 112 from a British motorcycle museum in America is a 1958 Ariel Square 4, restored in Canada by an aerial expert.
$30,000 here. You better get 30. At 30 bid. You better get 30. 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 You better get 10,000. You better get 5,000. You better get 7. You better get 10. At 10,000 now. You better get 10 bid. You better get 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better get 9 bid. You better get 8 here. 9, 10. At 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12, 15. At 15,000 now. You better get 15 bid. You better get 12, 15, 17, 17, 20. At 20 bid. You better get 20. 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 At 20,000, you better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 17, 20. At 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 18. Now 20. 18's a bid. You better get 20. Have 18 bid. Now 20. 18 a bid. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better give 18,000. 20,000. I have 18 bid. You better give 19. Reserve is off. 19, 20, 1, 21, 21, 20, baby, but get one. At 20, baby, but get one, baby, but get one, but get one, but get 21. At 21, at 21, baby, but get one, baby, but get one, but get 20, baby, but get 21. At 21,000, now 20,000, 19,5, baby, but get 19,5, 20. At 19,5, bid 20. I have 19,5, baby, but get 20, baby, but get 20, but get 20, but get 20, but get 20. At 19,5, baby, but get 20,000. Now anybody else? At 19,5, baby, but get 20, baby, but get 20, but get 20. Sold $19,500. Sold $19,500. Ricky.
Lot S, 113 from a British Motorcycle Museum in America. It's a 1938 OEC Commander 500. Very nice restoration on a rare machine.
Somebody get $30,000. Yeah, you better get 30 bid. You better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 25. Somebody get $25,000 here. 10's the bid. You better get 15. No, more here. 15,000. You better get 15 bid. You better get 15. That's good. Well, a little bit. Down a little bit. 15,000, you better get, that's good. 15,000, thank you. At 15,000, you better get 15 bid, you better get 10, you better get 12, put up at 12,000, you better get 12, 15. At 15,000, now you better get 15 bid, you better get 17, you better get 16, 17. I have 16,000, you better get 17,000, you better get 16 bid, you better get 17. $16, 17. 16 bid, 17,000. I have 16,000. You better get 17,000. You better get 16 bid. You better get 17. At 16,000, 17,000. You better get 16 bid. You better get 17. I have 16,000. You better get 17,000. You better get 16 bid. You better get 17. You better get 17. You better get 17. Close bid, $16,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
Lot S, 114 is a 1946 Harley-Davidson FL Knucklehead. Great looking old bike. Runs and rides nice. 74 cubic inch.
$50,000 here. You better get 50 bid. You better get 40. At 40 bid. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 10. You better get 15,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 15. I have 10,000. You better get 15,000. Now you better get 15 bid. You better get 15. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. Put up a 20 bid. You better get 20, 25. At 20 bid. You better get 25 bid. You better get 5. I have 20 bid, 5 now, 30. At 30 bid, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 5 bid, you better get 35. At 35 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 35,000. Now you better get 5 bid, you better get 35. At 35,000, you better get 35 bid, you better get 35 here, you better get 5 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 35. 35's the bid, the reserve is off. 37. At 35, 37 bid, 35, 37. I have 35,000, 740. At 40 bid, you better get 40, 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 you better get 40 bid, you better get 40. At 40 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 40 bid, you better get 2, 5. At 45,000, put them at 5 bid, you better get 5, 5, 7. At no, got 45 in the front, 47. I have 45 bid, you better get 7 bid, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 8, 9. At 49, at 49 bid, you better get 9 bid, 9 here, you better get 8 bid, you better get 9 bid, 51. At 51 bid, you better get 1 bid, you better get 1 here, you better get 1, 2. At 52 bid, you better get 3, 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 you better get 2, you better get 3. At 53,000, you better get 3 bid, you better get 3, you better get 2, you better get 3. At 53, 4. I have 53 bid, you better get 4 bid, you better get 4 here, you better get 3, you better get 4, you better get 4, you better get 4, you better get 3, 4, 5. No, 54, 55, 55, 57, 55 bid, you better get 7. I have 55, 7, 60. At 60 bid, you better get 60, you better get 60 bid, you better get 60. At 60,000, now you better get 60 bid, you better get 60 bid, 2. At 60 bid, you better get 2, you better get 5. At 65,000, now you better get 5 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 2, 5, 7. At 67, put up a 7 now, 70. At 70 bid, you better get 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 70. At 70,000 now, 2. At 70 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 2, 2, 2. Do you want back, sir? $72,000. At 70 bid, 72. Sold $70,000. Ricky. Nice.
Lot S, 115 from the KIDDIE collection. Another clean machines, 1909 Shaw. Immaculate restoration, brass, gas, and oil tank. It's at no reserve.
No reserves. Somebody get 10,000. Anybody get 10 bid. Anybody get 5. At 5,000 now. You better get 5 bid. Anybody get 2,000. Anybody get 3 bid. Anybody get 2, 3, 4. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 now. 8,000. Anybody get 8 bid. Anybody get 8. Anybody get 9. Anybody get 9. Anybody get 9. Anybody get 10. Anybody get 10. Anybody get 10. At 10,000 now. You better get 12,000. Anybody get 12, 15. At 15,000 now. 17,000. At 17,000 now. You better get 15, 17, 20. At 20 bid. Anybody get 20 bid. Anybody get 20. Anybody get 20. You better get 2. At 22 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 2, you better get 5 bid, you better get 25. At 25,000, you better get 25 bid, you better get 2, you better get 5, you better get 5, you better get 2, now 5. At 25, 7. At 25 bid, you better get 27. I had 25 bid, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 25, and now 27. Where'd you come from? And now 30. At, hey, potty mouth, he feels the same way about you, I bet. You want to get 30. At 30 bid, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 30. At 27 bid, you better get 30,000, you better 30. Now 32. Big boy. 30 bid, you better get 32. I have 30 bid, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 2, 2. 31, 2. He wasn't very nice to you. 31, 32, 33, 32 bid, you better get 3. At 32 bid, you better get 3, you better get 3, you better get 3, you better get 3, you better give it to him. 30, oh, what did he say about him? 32, 33, sold. $32,000, sold. 32,000, Jordan.
Lot S, 116, also from the Kennedy collection. Another nice one, even better, is a 1919 Johnson motor wheel. It's on a genuine Johnson motorbike frame, wood grits, Wright's Olympic saddle. It's also at no reserve.
Wow, somebody get $10,000 for it. 10,000, anybody get 10 bid, anybody get $5,000. 5,000, anybody get 5 bid, anybody get 5 bid, anybody get 2, anybody get 3, anybody get 3, anybody get 2, 3. I have 3 bid, anybody get 4,000, anybody get 5,000, now you better get 4, you better get 5, anybody get 5, anybody get 5. At 6,000, now you better get 6 bid, anybody get 5 bid, anybody get 6,000, here you better get 5, 6. At 7,000, anybody get 8,000, now you better get 9,000, you better get 9 bid, you better get 8, 9, 10, 11. 11,000, you better get 11 bid, 11,000, you better get 10, 11, 12. At 12,000, you better get 15,000, 16,000 now. 16 bid, you better get 16 bid, you better get 15, 16, 17. At 17, 18 bid, 19 now, you better get 19 bid, you better get 19, 20 bid, 1. At 21 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 2, you better get 3, 4. At 25,000, 6. At 26,000, you better get 6 bid, you better get 6 bid, you better get 26. At 26,000, you better get 26,000 now, you better get 26. No, now 7. At 26,000, you better get 27,000, you better get 6 bid, you better get 7 bid, once, twice, 7, 8, 28,000, now you better get 8 bid, you better get 9 bid, you better get 9 bid, you better get 29. At 29, 30 bid, 1. At 31 bid, you better get 1 bid, 1 here, you better get 1 bid, you better get 30, 31. At 30 bid, you better get 1 bid, you better get 1 bid. Hurry up before the phone jumps in. At 30 bid, you better get 31, 2. At 31 bid, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 2, 2. 31 bid, 2. Sold $31,000. Sold 31. Jordan.
Lot S, 117 is a 1954 BSA Golden Flash 650 from the personal collection of Don Harrell. You know what that means. It doesn't need any more description.
$30,000 here. You better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 25 bid. You better get 25. At 25,000, you better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get $10,000 for it. At 10,000, you better get 10 bid. You better get 5, 7, 8. 8,000, you better get 7, 8. 8,000, now you better get 7 bid, you better give 8. $8,000. I have 7,000. You better give 8,000. You better give 8 bid. You better give 8 here. You better get 7. You better give 8. I have 7,000. You better give 8,000. You better give 8 bid. You better get 9,000. Put up a 10 bid. You better get 10 bid. 10, 11. 11,000. You better get 10 bid. 11,000. 11 bid. 11,000. Now you better get 10. 11. I have 10,000. 11,000. 11 bid. 11,000. Now you better get 10 bid. 11. I have 10,000. $11,000. At $10,000 is the bid. 11, 12, 11 a bid, you better get 12, 11 bid, 12, 11 a bid, you better get 12 bid, you better get 12 here, you better get 12, 11 now, 12. I have 11 bid, 12 here, you better get 12 bid, you better get 12 here, you better get 12 bid, 11, 12, 13. At 13,000, you better get 13, you better get 13, you better get 13. At 13,000, you better get 13 bid, you better get 13, 13, 12 and now 13. Close the bid, $12,000, close the bid goes on.
Lot S 118 is a 1970 BSA Victor Special 441. Okay, I will say more. From the personal collection of Don Harrell, Restored only using year-correct parts and paint schemes, Don is one of the premier British motorcycle restorers in the United States.
$2,000, 2, 3, 4, 4,000. Now you better get 3, 4, at 3,000. You better get $4,000. At 3,000, you better get 4,000. Now you better get 3, you better get 4, bid. You better get 3 and now 4. At 3,000, you better get 4,000. Now you better get 3, you better get 4, you better get 4, you better get 4. At 3,000, you better get 4,000. You better get 5,000. You better get 5,000. You better get 6. At 6,000, now you better get 6, bid. You better get 5, bid. You better get $6,000. At 6,000, you better get 5, bid. You better get 6,000. Now you better get 5, bid. You better get 6. At 5,000, 6, 7. At 7,000, you better give 8,000. You better give 8, bid. You better get 7. You better give 8. You better give 8. You better give 8. I have 7,000. You better give 8,000. You better give 8,000. You better get $7,500. 8,000. 8,000. $8,500 bid. You better give 8,500. At $8,500 bid. You better give $8,500. You give $8,500 bid. You better give 8,500. $8,500. 9,000. You better get 9 bid. You better give 85 and now 9 bid. You better get 9, 9, 9, 9, 85, 9. At 85 bid. You better get 9,000. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9 bid. Reserve is off 85, 9. I have $8,500 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 995. At $9,500 bid. You better get $9,500 bid. You better get 10,000. Now you better get 10. At 10,000. You better get 95 bid. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 95, 10. I have $9,500 bid. You better get 10,000. You better get 10 bid. Anybody else? Last call 10,000. Sold. $9,500. Johnny.
Lot S, 119 from the personal collection of Don Harrell, Visalia, California, is a 1960 PSA Gold Star Road Racer 500cc. There is a GP carb that goes with. We have it upstairs.
$30,000. Hey, you better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 25 bid. You better get 10,000. You better get 15. I have 10,000. You better get 15,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 12,000. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12 bid. You better get 15. I have 12,000. You better get 15. You better get 16. You better get 17. You better get 18. You better get 18. 18,000. 19, 20 bid. Put them at 22 bid. You better get 2. You better get 5. At 25,000. You better get 25 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5. Reserve is off. At 25,000. You better get 25 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 20 now. 5. I have 20 bid. You better get 25,000. You better get 20 bid. 23. 4. 23 bid. You better get 4 bid. You better get 4. You better get 3. You better get 4. You better get 3. 4. I have 23,000. You better get 24,000. You better get 3 and now 4. Sold. $23,000. Sold. 23,000. Chris.
Lot S, 120s, a 1967 BSA Spitfire Mark III 650 from the personal collection of Don Harrell.
$20,000 here. 5, 6, 7, 7,000. You better give 8,000. Now you better get 9 bid. You better get 9. You better get 9. You better get 9. 10. At 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10 here. You better get 9 bid. You better get 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 9 bid. 10. I have 9,000. You better get 10,000. You better get 9 bid. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10 here. You better get 10,000. $9,000 is the bid. Anybody get 10. At 9,000. You better get $9,500 bid. You better get 10,000. 11,000. Now you better get 10, 11, 12. At 12,000. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12 here. You better get 12 bid. You better get 11. You better get 12. I have 11,000. You better get 12,000. 11 bid. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12 here. You better get 12 bid. 11,000. You better get 12. I have 11 bid. You better get 12,000. $11,500 is the bid. Now 12. 11,500. 12. 11,500 bid. You better get 12,000. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12. Reserve is off. 11,500 bid. You better get 12,000. You better get 12 bid. You're bidding to buy it now if you want to be a bidder. At 12,000. You better get 12 bid. You better get 12. 11,500 and now 12. Sold. $11,500. Chris.
Lot S, 121s, a 1961 BSA Gold Star Catalina 500 from the personal collection of Don Harrell.
$30,000 here. You better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 25 bid. You better get 20. At 20,000. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 10. You better get 15,000. At 15,000. Now you better get 10 bid. You better get 15. You better get 17. You better get 20. At 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 17 bid. 20. At 20 bid. 18, 19, 20 bid. 2. Now 3. You better get 3. You better get 3. Reserve is off. At 24,000. You better get 4 bid. You better get 4 bid. You better get 4. You better get 4. At 24,000. Now you better get 4 bid. You better get 4 bid. You better get 4 bid. Got you in, Bob. 24. At 22 and now 4. 22, 24. 22 bid. You better get 4 bid. You better get 4. You better get 2. You better get 4. You better get 2. 4. I have 22 bid. You better get 24,000. Isn't that right? At 22 bid. You better get 24,000. You better get 2 bid. You better get 3. At 23 now 3, 4. 23. Or is he just asking directions? Just asking directions. Got 22, 23. Yeah. 22. Cocktails are right behind you. 22, 23, and 22. Bid, you better get 3, bid, you better get 3, better get 3, better get 2, better get 23. Sold. $22,000. Bobby.
Let's try this. Lot S 122 is a 1957 BSA Spitfire Scrambler 650 from the personal collection of Don Harrell, Visalia, California.
And somebody get $25,000 bid. You better get 25. It happens. At 25,000, you better get 25 bid. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 10. At 10,000, now you better get 10 bid. You better get 5,000. You better get 7,000. You better get 8,000. 9. At 9,000, you better get 9 bid. You better get 8. You better get 9. You better get 9. You better get 9 bid. You better get 8 bid. You better get 9,000. At 8,000, you better get 9,000. You better get 8 bid. You better get 9. You better get 10. I have 9 bid. You better get 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 9, 10. I have 9,000. You better get $10,000. Anybody else? At 9,000, you better get 10,000. You better get 9 bid. 10 now. 11. 11,000. You better get 11 now. 12. At 12,000, you better get 12 bid. You better get 12 here. You better get 12. 11 bid. 12. I have 11,000. You better get 12,000. You better get 11 bid. You better get 12. You better get 12. You better get 12. You better get 12. 13. Oh, 11,5. 11.5, 12, 11.5 bid, you better get 12 bid, you better get 12 Clint, 11.5 bid, you better get 12,000, you better get 12 bid, you better get 12 here, you better get 12, 11.5 bid, you better get 12,000. Reserve is off. 11.5 bid, you better get 12 bid, you better get 12,000, now 11.5 bid, you better get 12,000. Sold, $11,500, Laura.
Lot S 123 is a 1976 BMW R90S. Original TT Silver Smoke. Has not had a restoration. It's original, no reserve.
$20,000 here, 2, 3, 2,000. You better get 3,000. You better get 2 bid. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 2. You better get 3. You better get 4. You better get 5. You better get 5. You better get 6. At 7,000. You better get 7. You better get 8. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9 here. You better get 8. You better get 9. You better get 9. You better get 8, 9. At 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 9. You better get 10. I have 9,000. You better get 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 10. At 10,000. You better get 8 bid. 10,000. You better get 8, 9. I have 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better get 8 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9 here. You better get 8,500. At 8,500 now, 9 bid. You better get 9, 9, 9, 9, 85 bid, 9. I have $8,500 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 95. At 95 here, you better get 95. 95, 10. 10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 95 bid. You better get 10. I have $9,500 bid. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 95, 10. So, $9,500. Jamie on the telephone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a little pause here in the action, and we're going to raise some money for charity. It is our partner charity. It's Curing Kids Cancer, and if you've ever been to a Mecum auction before, you know we stop each and every day and we do a little promotion. And Grandi Owen is here to tell you a little bit about the charity and where the money goes.
Thank you, Mark. So cancer is one of those things that always happens to someone else, or at least that's what I thought, until one of my 5-year-old twins was diagnosed with leukemia. He got almost all the way through his treatment, and when he was 9, there was a drug that he really desperately needed, and the doctors didn't have the money to get it out of the lab and into treatment. And so we lost him. I decided, after we lost him, that I couldn't know about those drugs and let that happen to other families when it's just a question of money. So I started raising money in 2005, and since then we have raised over $14 million. When I started at my kitchen table to raise money, I never ever thought I would be able to say that. But thanks to Dana partnering with us 5 years ago, you, the customers of Mecum out there, have helped us raise over $5 million during that time. So where does your money go? Well, there's a new treatment called CAR T-cell therapy that uses your own immune system, and they genetically re-engineer it, and the child does not need chemo or radiation. They started using it on children who were on hospice care, and they had a 95% success rate with it. It got approval from the FDA just over a year ago, And our aim for your money is to help every child who is diagnosed with cancer have the opportunity to receive that treatment if they need it. So that is where your money is going. You are actually helping to save lives. They treated 250 children initially in Philadelphia with this, and 238 of those children went into remission after being on hospice care. Like I said, you never think cancer is going to happen to you until it does. I can't do anything about my little boy, but what we do for other children, you help us to do, is amazing because you give them hope, and that hope is absolutely priceless. So thank you for what you do. It doesn't matter if you can't give a lot of money. Our booth is right up there at that 110. Any amount of money will help, and we are so grateful to you for everything that you've already done.
Okay, here's how we raise the money. We ask for a donation, and you donate in the auction format. Jimmy, call up the bids. We'll have a little fun with it. Whoever chooses to donate the most amount of money, you write your check directly to the charity, 100% tax deductible. And whoever chooses to donate the most will get a gift from Dana Mecum. Autographed on the back by the deal maker, Dana Mecum, Las Vegas Motorcycle 2019. For the kids. Let's raise some money, Jimmy.
And each treatment costs $25,000. So it's $25,000 a child to potentially save their life. So it's not like we need to raise $100,000 for each child. Every 25 is saving a kid's life, and it's just been great. So let's raise some money. Somebody give $10,000. Somebody donate $10,000. Hey, you better get 10. At 10,000, you better get 10. Somebody donate $5,000. At 5,000, you better get 5. Hey, you better get 5. Here, 1,000, you better get 2. I have $1,000 donated. You better get $2,000. Hey, you better get 2. I have 1,000. You better get 2,000. You better get 2. Hey, you better get 2. You better get 1. You better get 2. At $2,000. Somebody donate $2,000. At 1,000, you better get 2,000. You better get 2. You better get 2. You better get $2,000. Anybody donate $1,500? $1,500. $2,000. $1,500 is donated. $2,000 here. You better get 15 too. I have $1,500 here. Somebody give $2,000 to help save kids' lives and kick cancer's ass. $2,000. $1,500 here. You better get $2,000. $2,500. At $2,500, you get 25, and now 3,000. You better get 3. At 3,000, you better get 3,000. You better get 4,000. You better get 4. At 4,000, you better get 5,000. You better get 5 here. You better get 5. At 5,000, you better get 5 here. You better get 5 here. You better get 4. You better get 5. I have 4,000. You better get 5,000. Anybody else? At 4,000, 5,000. Give them a hand, folks. Another $4,000 donated to Curing Kids Cancer. Ben Gunner.
And we're ready to go. S124.
Here's Matt Morvick.
S124 is a 1938 NSU 501. Restoration was finished in 2009 by Lost Grove Restoration, believed to be the original kilometers showing on the Odo. And we are ready to go. Car number 124.
This bike is being sold to settle the estate of her father down. I'd get a bit of a cut of it of a dollar down. I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid. 20. I'd get a bit of a cut of it down. I'd get a bit of a 10,000 down. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a cut of it of a 5,000 bid. 5 bid. I'd get a bit of 5. Cut of it of a 5 bid. I'd get a 6,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 6 here. 7 bid. I'd get a bit of a cut of it of a $7,000 bid. Hit a bit of 7 out. I'd get a bit of a cut of it of a 7,000 bid. Hit 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 6,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a $7,000 down. Hit a bit of 7,000. Hit 7 bid. I'd get a bit of a cut of it of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000. Bid. Hit anybody else at 7,000. Hit 7 here. I'd get a bit of a cut of it. I'd get anybody know. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. Hit 7 here. I'd get a bit of a cut of it of a 7 here. I'd get a 6 out of a 7,000 bid. 7. I'd get a bit of a 7, 8,000 bid. 7, 8, 8,000 down. I'd get a bit of a cut of it 8,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 9. Get a bit of a cut of it a 9. A 10 and a 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10, 12. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. 10 appeared. I'd get a bit of a 12. Hit 12. Hit a bit of a cut of it of a 12. I'd get a bit of a 10. Get a bit of 11,000 bid. Hit anybody else. I'd get a bit of a 10, 11,000. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 1,000 bid. Hit 10,000, 11,000. Hit anybody else. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 10, 11,000. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 down, 11,000. 10,000 bid. $11,000 under. 10 bid, 11,000. 10, 11 bid. Hit a bit of 11,000. 5, now 11, 10, 5, and now 11 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10, 5, down 11. Hit 10, 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of 10,005, 11,000, 10, 5, 11,000 out of bid. 11 here, I'd get a bit of a bit of here. Ladies and gentlemen, reserve is off of the bike, 10,005 up top, 11,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit 10, 5, 11,000, 11,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of 10, 5, I'd get a bit of 1,000 out of bid. 10,005, 11,000 out of bid. Last call, 11,000 out of bid. I'd have 11, thank you, 5, 11, 5, 11,005, 11,005, 11,5. I'd get a bit of a 5. Now 12, now 12, 12,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of a 12, 11,5 here. I'd get a bit of a 12,000. Y'all done? So 11,500, so $11,500 little pole.
Lot number S125 is a 1967 Jawa Ice Racer. Sold on a bill of sale, museum quality, true factory Jawa Ice Racer with the ISO engine, one of the few known to exist in the United States.
There it is. I'd get a bit of a cut of it down. I'd get a bit of a cut of it factory. Ice Racer down. I'd get a bit of a 65,000. 16,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of a cut of it about 15,000 out of bid. I'd get a 10, 15 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit again 15. Get a bit of a 15. Get a bit of a cut of it about 20,000. 25. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 20,000 out of bid. Hit a bit again 25,000. Hit 5 here. I'd get a bit of a cut of it about 5. I'd get a bit 20 to 5. Hit 5. Hit a bit of a cut of it about 5. I'd get a bit 2. Get a bit again 2. I'd get a bit of 2. I'd get a bit about 5. Hit 25 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. Get a bit of 27,000 out of bid. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 25. Hit a bit of 27,000 bid. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 25,000. 27,000 out of bid. On a nice racer, I'd get a bit of a 27,000. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 27,000 out of bid. Hit 5 here. I'd get a leave it there. I'd get a bit of 25, 27. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 7. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 7 bid. I'd get a bit of a 25. Hit a bit of 27,000. Hit down 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 7,000 bid. Closer to 25 bid. Closer to 25. Over 40,000 to buy.
S126 is a 1975 Ducati green frame. It's a 750 SS, extremely rare factory production road racer. It was purchased new in Texas, showing 6,900 kilometers. Original with the exception of the tires.
Ducati timed out. I'd get a 200,000. 7 to get 2. I'd get a bit of a 200,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 here. 150. 150. I'd get a bit of a 50. I'd get a bit of a 50 bid. I'd get a bit somebody give 100,000 out of bid. 100. 100 bid. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of 50. 75. 50. 75. 50. I'd get a bit of a 75. 1. 1 pound. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of a 1 down 1. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. 125. Hit 1. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. 125 bid. 125. 150. 150. I'd get a bit of a 25. 50. Hit 75 out there. I'd get a bit of a 75. 150. 75. Hit 150. Got you. I'd get a bit of a 75. 150. 75. 150. Get a bit of a 75. I'd get a bit of a 60. 170. Want to do that? Hit 160. 70 bid. 175. I got a line. Get a bit of 200,000 out of now. 175. 200 bid. Hit 200 down out of bid. I'd get a bit 225. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of a 25. Ladies and gentlemen, reserves on 225. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a bit 225. 50. Now 250. 250,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit 25. 50 bid. 250. Hit 250 down. I'd get a bit 225 up here. I'd get a bit 250 bid. Hit 225 here. I'd get a bit 235. Yes or no? Hit 235 here. I'd get a bit of a 35 here. 225. 235. Hit 235. I'd get a bit yes or no? 235 bid. I'd get a bit 235. 235,000. Hit 235. I'd get a bit yes or no? I'd get a bit 235. Gotta go. Hit 235,000 out of bid. Sold 225. Sold 225,000. Wait on the telephone.
S127 is on the block. It's a 1973 MV Agusta 750S. The original owner of this was Zach Reynolds, and he's the heir to the R.J. Reynolds tobacco fortune. 750cc.
Smoking. I'd get a bit of a 200,000. Dude, I'd get a bit of a 2 bid. I'd get a bit of a 15. I'd get a bit of a 50. Give 100,000 on a bid. 100,000. 100,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a pound. I'd get a bit of a I'd get a bit of a down pound. I'd get a bit of 50. Let's go. 50. 75. 75. 1 pound. I'd get a bit of a make it 1 pound. I'd get a bit of a down pound. 25 here. Hit 125 here. I'd get a bit of a 25. 1 bid. 125. Hit 125 here. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. 100 here. 125. Hit 125 here. I'd get a bit of a 50. Hit a 50. I'd get a bit down here. I'd get a bit of a 50. 125. 50 bid. Hit 125 here. I'd get a bit of a 50 here. I'd get a bit of a 25. 150 bid. 125. 150,000. Hit 125 here. I'd get a bit of a 50. I'd get a bit of a 25. 150 bid. Hit 150. I'd get a bit of a 50. I'd get a bit of a 35. You'll do that. Hit 135. 125. 35. 135 here. I'd get a bit of a 35 here. I'd get a bit of a 25. 135. 135,000. Hit 135 here. I'd get a bit of a 35 here. 135. 135,000 bid. 135, 135, ladies and gentlemen, the reserve is off. 125, 135 bid. Hit 135 here, and I'd get a bit of a 35. You want in? I'd get a bit of a 35 here, and I'd get a bit of 135,000. Hit 135 here, and I'd get a bit bid. 135 here, and I'd get a bit of a 25. 135,000 here. Last call, I'd have Sold 125. Sold 125,000. Same way, Wade's way.
S128 is a 1975 Liberta 750. Believed to be less than 1,000 miles with 428 miles showing on the odometer. This bike has been in this collection, for over last 30 years. Extremely rare, original factory production racer.
There it is. I'd get a bit of a cut of it. I'd get a 100,000 bid. 100,000. 100 bid. I'd get a bit of a cut of it here. I'd get a bit of a 25, 50. And 25 bid. I'd get a bit of a 50 here. I'd get a bit of a 25. I'd get a bit of 35. Get a bit of 35, 50. 40, 50. 50. I'd get a bit of 50. I'd get a bit of bogey. Get a bit of 50. Bogey. Get a bit of 50. 60. And 60. I'd get a bit of a 50 here. Down 60. 50,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 60 here. 50 bid. 60,000. Hit 55. And I'd get a bit of a 60. I'd get a 60,000. 60. Thinking 5. I'd get a 70 out here. 70,000, Bob. You're out in 70 bid. I'd get a 65. 70,000. Hit 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70 here. I'd get a 60, 70, 75. Hit 70 here. 75. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 75. Hit 5. I'd get a 70 bid. 77. He's at 70 here. 75. Hit 72. 25. Down 5. 75. Hit down 5. 75. 72. 5. 75 in a bid. Hit 75 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. 77. 5. 77. 5. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 77. 80,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit 80,000. 80,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit 80 bid. I'd get a bit of reserves on, folks. 80,000 will do it. 85. I'd get a bit of a 5 reserves off. 85,000. 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of Bob. How are you doing down there? 85,000 bid. 80 a pair. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. Mitch, 85 bid. And I'd go with an M. 85 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 85,000. 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. Down 85 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 80 bid. 85,000 on the last call. 85,000 on a bid. Sold 80,000. Sold $80,000. Jesse on the telephone.
Lot S129, a 1968 Triumph, the Rickman Cafe Racer. 750cc bike with the original Cafe Racer, composed of everything that was the best available components of the day.
I was in the cafe last night. I'd get a bit of 15,000. 15. I'd get a bit of 30,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 30, 20. I'd get a bit of a 10. Try 10. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of a 20. Hit a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 again. 5. Get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. Hit 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30. Get a bit of a 30,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 on a bid. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 30 here. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 on a 30. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. 30. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 30. I'd get a bit of a here. I'd get a bit of a 27,000 on a bid. And 27,000 on a down. I'd get a bit of a 27,000 on a bid. Hit 7 here down. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 27,000. Hit 7 here. I'd get a bit of 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30 all together. I'd get a bit of an 8 down 30 bid. Down 30. Hit 30,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 on a bid. And I'd get a bit of a 30. I'd get a bit of we'll here in a minute. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of that. I'd get a bit of a 30. I'd get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30. Hit 30,000 on a bid. Hit 30. I'd get a ladies and gentlemen reserves on 29. 30,000 reserves on 30 bid. I'd get a bit 30. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 30. Told you. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 29. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. I'd anybody else than 30,000. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 30 right here. 30,000 on a bid. Hit 29 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 on a bid. Hands high 30,000. Hit 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 bid. Sold 29. Sold $29,000. Travis.
Lot S130s, a 1965 Norton Dunstall 750cc. It's an original example of a rare Paul Dunstall Norton, and it was also out of the Zach Reynolds collection.
Here it is. I'd get a bit of a 16,000 bid. 60 on the Norton now. I'd get a bit of a 15,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a down. I'd get a bit of a 10, 15, 20. Hit again 20 here. And I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5, 25, 30 bid. 30. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 25, 30,000. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 25. I'd get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 25, 30. Hit a bit of 30,000. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 25 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30 here. I'd get a bit of a 25,000, 30, 7, 30, down 30, 30,000 under 30. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 32 bid. Hit 2. I'd bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 32,000 on a bid. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of a 31,000 on a bid. Hit 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of a 31 bid. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of 31,000 on a bid. And I'd get a bit of a 31. And over down. I'd get a bit of a 31 bid. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of a 31,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 31,000. And over down. I'd get a bit of a 31. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of a 31 bid. I'd get a bit of 31,000 on a bid. 31,000. Hit 1. I'd get a 2. Got a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of reserves off 31 and 2. Hit 2. I'd bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. Now band them up here 31, 32, 31, 32,000. Hit 1. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 32. Y'all done? Get a bit of a 2. Hit 31 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 32,000 on a bid. I'd have. Sold 31,000. Sold $31,000. Purvis on the telephone.
Lot S131, a 1951 Vincent. This bike has been lightning-ized, menthol burner with the big poured heads. It is not for highway use. It is a retired race bike. The bike is not running 50 years. It's a sleeping beauty. Very clean little bike.
Kind of like you. I'd get a bit of a kind of a down. I'd get a bit of 150. I'd get a bit of a kind of 100,000 dollar bid. 100,000 dollar bid. I'd get a bit of a bond down bond. I'd get a bit of anybody know here. I'd get a 100,000 dollar bid. 25, 50. At 25, 50,000. Hit 50. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a bit of a 50. I'd get a bit of 25, 50. Hit about 50,000 dollar bid. 50, 75. 50. Hit a bit of a 75. Hit 50. Hit a bit of a 75. I'd get a bit of a 50 bid. 75 here. I'd get a bit of 50, 16,000. Hit 50. I'd get a 60. Hit 50, get a bit of a 60,000 dollar bid. I'd get a bit of a 50,000, 60,000 bid. Hit 60, I'd get a bit of a 50 bid. I'd get a bit of 60,000. Hit 50, get a bit of a 60,000 dollar bid. I'd get a bit of 55, 60 bid. Hit a 60, I'd get a bit of 60 here. Down 5. Hit a 5, 70 bid. Hit a 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70. I'd get a bit of a hard. I'd get a bit of a 70,000 dollar bid. Hit 65, 70 bid. Hit 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70 here. I'd get a bit of a 70,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a bike off the box. 70,000 dollar bid. Hit 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 65, 70,000. Anybody else? I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. Last call. I'd get a bit of a 70,000 dollar bid. I'd have 70,000 dollar bid. I'd get a bit of a 70,000. Close it here, 65,000. Close it at 65,000. The bid goes on.
Lot S132, selling in no reserve, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 1919 AJS Model D. This bike is sold on a bill of sale. Beautiful restoration on. Comes with a binder with the photos, the service history are included. Selling it no reserve.
No reserve. Beautiful bike here. I'd get a bit of a 30,000, 30, 20, 10,000 bid, 10, 15, 10, 15,000 under bid. I'd get a bit of a 10, 15 to bid. Hit 10, I'd get a bit of 15,000 under down. I'd get a bit of a 10 down, 15,000 bid, and a 20, and a 20. I'd get a bit of a 20. I'd get a bit of a 17, 17. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid, 20. Hit 20. I'd get a bit of a 20. I'd get a bit of a band. I'd get a bit of 20,000 bid. Hit 22. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. Hit 2. Under down. I'd get a bit of a 2 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. 21,000 under bid. You won't do that. Hit 21,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a down bond. I'd get a bit of 21,000. Hit 1. Get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. 21,000 under bid. No reserve here. 21,000. Hit 20. I'd get a bit of a 1 down bond. Get a bit of 21,000. Last call. 20 bid. 21,000 under bid. I'd have. Sold her 20,000. Sold $20,000 spent gunner.
Lot 132.1, selling at no reserve. A 1932 Ariel Square 4. Second year for the long-running Square 4. Now a 601cc bike. Very correct example. Selling it no reserve.
No reserve. I'd get a bit of a 75,000. 75. I'd get a bit of a 75. I'd get a bit of a 10, 20. 10. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10, 15. I'd get a bit of a 15 down 20. 20,000 out of bid. 20. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a bit of a 25,000 bid. At 25 bid. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a bit of a 25,000. 25, 30. 30,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 30. Get a bit of a 30,000 out of bid. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7. 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of 37. Sorry, 30,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of 27. 30,000. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 32. I'd get a bit of a 32,000 bid. Hit 30 bid. 32 here. I'd get a bit of a 2 down 32. Hit 2 down bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 down. I'd get a bit of a 30 here. 32,000. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 2 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 down. Hit me that's at 32,000. 30 bid. 32,000. 1, 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. 32. 32 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 down. I'd get a bit of a 32 bid. Hit 2 down bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 down. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 32. I'd get a bit of 3. 3. Get a bit of a 3 bid. I'd get a bit of a 33,000 bid. Hit 32. I'd get a bit of a 3 down bid. I'd get a bit of a 32. Hit me that's at 33,000. Hit 3. I'd get a bit of a 3 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 32 down 3 here. I'd have. Sold 32. Sold $32,000 Ricardo.
Lot S134. 1969 Husqvarna 360C Sportsman. Sold on a bill of sale, formerly owned by motorcycle icon Bud Akins. Restored condition with documentation and provenance.
And I'd get a bit of here in a minute. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 down. I'd get a bit of a 30, 20, 20,000 bid. 20. I'd get a bit of a 20 grand bid. I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid. 10. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. Yes, sir. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 10 to get 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. 12, 15 bid. 15 gold. I'd get a bit of a 15 here. 17 bid. Hit 17 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70,000 bid. 15,000. 17. Hit a bit of 17. I'd get a bit of a 17,000 bid. Hit 17 here. I'd get a bit of a 15. Get a bit of 16,000 bid. 15,000. 16,000. 16. I'd get a bit of 15 here. I'd get a bit of 16,000 bid. 15,000. 16,000. I'd get 16 here. I'd get a bit of a 17 bid. Hit a 17. 17. I'd get a bit of a 17. 18 bid. Hit a bit 18 here. I'd get a bit of a 17. I'd get a bit 18 bid. Hit a bit of 18,000. 17. I'd get a bit 18 bid. 18. I'd get a bit of 18,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17. 18,000. It's 17. 18 bid. 18,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 18,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17. 18,000 bid. Last call. 18,000 bid. It's 17 here. I'd get a bit of 18,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17. 18,000. 18,000 bid. I'd have. Close it here, 17,000. Close it at 17,000. Get us started with the 2.
Okay, next on the block, one of the neat little stars of the show today, number 135, S135, and S135.1. New and in the crate. They are sold on a bill of sale. Have the historical MSO included in the sale. The bikes have never been prepped. 2 bikes still in one Honda crate. 135 and 135.1.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're buying both on one body here. Down, HUD, Kiddies, bit of a down, HUD, Kiddies. Get the crate as well. And HUD, Kiddies, bit of a down, HUD, $100,000 bid. Hit 1, Kiddies, bit of a bid, HUD, Kiddies, bit of a $100,000. Somebody get $50,000 bid. 50, 15, HUD, Kiddies, bit of a 50, HUD, Kiddies, down 15, HUD, Kiddies, 25. Here we go, 25, 30, 35, 55, HUD, Kiddies, 40. Hit 40 bid, HUD, Kiddies, bit of a 40, 35, 40, HUD, Kiddies, $40,000 bid. Hit 40, HUD, Kiddies, bit of a 40 bid, 35, 40,000. Hit 40, HUD, Kiddies, 40 bid, HUD, Kiddies, 35, 40. Hit 40 bid, I'd get a 40 bid, I'd get a 35, $40,000 bid. And if it get $40,000 on it, I'd get a bit of 40,000 bid. Hit 40, I'd get a bit of 35, 40 bid. Hit 35, I'd get a bit of 40, I'd get a bit of 40 bid, 35,000. Somebody get $40,000 bid. Hit 40, 35, I'd get a bit of 40 here, I'd get a bit of 35, I'd get a bit of $37,000 bid. 35, 37,000. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 7 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 down, 37,000 bid. Hit 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 35, 37,000. Hit 35 here, I'd get a bit of a 7. Folks, hands high. You've seen these things run here all week long. $37,000 bid. They're put together. These are brand new, still in the crate. $37,000 bid. 35, 37, 35, 37,000 bid. 35, I'd get a bit of a 7. 37 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 to get 37. $40,000 bid. Down 40. Hit $40,000 bid. Hit 40. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid. I'd get a bit down 40. I'd get a bit of a $40,000 bid. Hit 40. I'd get a bit of a 40. I'd get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40,000. Hit 40. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40. I'd get a bit of a deer hunt without a stand. I'd get a bit of a $40,000 bid. Hit 40,000. You want to get 39. $39,000 bid. You want to get 39. $39,000 bid. 40. 39. 40. 39. 40. $40,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40. I'd get a bit of a 40,000. 42. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd bid. I'd get a bit of a 42 bid. $42,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 42. 42. $42,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 5. 42. 45. 45. 45. I'd get a bit of 3. Get a bit of a 5. Get a bit of a $45,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 45,000. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of, folks, here's your chance. $45,000 bid. You want to get $45,000 bid? 45. I'd get a bit of a $45,000 bid. Hit $45,000 down. I'd get a bit of a 45 here. 45,000. $45,000 bid. We got to go, folks, at a bit of a $45,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 45,000. You want to get 44. 44,000. 3, 4. $44,000 bid. $44,000 bid. 44. $44,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a $44,000 bid. Hit 4. I'd get a bit of a 4. Now 5. 44. 45. Is it for sale? I'd get a bit of a 4. Get a bit of a 5. Ladies and gentlemen, reserve is off. $44,000 bid. $45,000 bid. 44. 45. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 45 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 44. I'd get a bit of a $45,000 hands high. 44. $45,000 bid. Anybody else? I'd get a bit of a $45,000 and I'd have 45. 46, the bike's off the block. 46, 47, 47,000. 47 bid. I'd get a bit of a $47,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 47,000. Hit 7 down. I'd get a bit of a $47,000 bid. $47,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 47 bid. I'd get a bit of a $47,000. Yes or no? 47,000 bid. 47 bid. I'd get a bit of a $47,000 down. I'd get a bit of a $47,000 bid. 45. I'd get a bit of a 46 here. 46,000. Mitch, y'all done? $46,000 bid. 45 bid. Get a bit of a $46,000 bid. Ben? You're in at 45. You're in at 45, 46,000. And it is $46,000 bid. 46.5. Never thought that. Now 47.5. 47.5. 46.5. 47.5. 47.5 here. I'd get a bit of a 47.5. He said no. Sold 46.5. Sold $46,500 Ben's way.
And that's the Peter Lima of the motorcycle auction.
Lot S, 136 is a 1990 Honda VFR 750. All the way from Johannesburg, South Africa, 16-valve liquid-cooled double overhead cam V4 at no reserve.
Sales at no reserve down. I'd get a bit of a 60, 50, 50,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of a 15. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 10, 15 bid. Hit down 10 here. I'd get a bit of 15,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of a 10,000, 15,000. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of folks hands high. I'd get a bit of reserve here. 15,000 bid. Now 20. Hit 20. I'd get a bit of 25. Hit 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 25,000 out of bid. Hit 20. Get a bit of a 5 here. Dallas Wade. I'd get a bit of a 25. I'd get a bit of a 23. I'd get a bit of a 5. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a bit of a 5, 25,000. I get 23, 25. I'd get a bit of a 5, 25, 7 to bid. I'd get a bit of a 7, 27. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. 25. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. 25. Hit a bit of a 27,000. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 26,000 out of bid. Hit 25 here. I'd get a bit of a 26,000 bid. Hands high. I'd get a bit of 25. Hit a bit of 26,000. 25, 26,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 6 here. I'd have sold 25. Sold $25,000. Dallas.
Lot S, 136.1s, a 1970 Honda CB 750 KO, second-year example. It's in candy gold. Shows 19,000 miles on the clock at no reserve.
Gotta like that color here, Greg. I'd get a bit of a, could have been a 15, could have been a bit of a, could have been a 10. 10,000 out of bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 2,000, 3,000. Hit 2, 3. No reserve. I'd get a bit of a 3,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 3 down 4. Hit a 4 bid. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 4 down 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. Hit 4, 5,000. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. 6,000, 7. Hit 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 out of bid. Hit 7 here down. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 8,000. I'd get a bit of 7 back there. It's 7,008. Sorry, 8,000 bid. It's 7,008 bid. I'd get a bit of 8,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. 75 in the bid. Last call, gotta go. It's 7 here. 5. Hit 5 here down. I'd get a bit of a 75. Hit it. Want to get 7,500. It's 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 75 here. 7 down 5 here. I'd have sold 7,000. Sold $7,000. Ricky.
Lot S, 137s, a 1982 Kawasaki SR 250MX from a collection of world motocross champion Brad Lackey, one of only 3 Factory Works motorcycles built in Japan for the USA team.
Yes, sir. I'd get a bit of a kind of a Kawasaki time period. I'd get a bit of a 16. I'd get a bit of a 15,000 bid. 15. I'd get a bit of a kind of a 10. I'd get a bit of 15,000. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of 15. Get a bit of a kind of a 20. I'd get a bit of a 20. I'd get a bit of a kind of a I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid. Hit 20 money. Get a bit of a 20. I'd get a 20 to 5. Hit a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a 20 bid. 25,000. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a tier. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. Try 2 here. 2 down 5. Hit a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 5 down 7 a bid. I'd get a bit of 27,000 under down. Hit 25 here. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 25. Hit a bit of 27,000 under bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 25. 27,000. Hit a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 27,000. Hit a bit else. I'd get a bit of a 25. 27,000 under bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 27,000 under bid. Hit 25. 26. Hit 25 bid. I'd get a bit of a 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 25. I'd get a bit of a 26,000 under last call. 26,000 under bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 6 here. I'd have 26. 26,000. Closer to 25. Closer to 25. Over 40,000 to buy.
S138's a 1969 Kawasaki H1 Mach 3 from the collection of Brad Lackey, first-year collector edition.
Mach 3 time down. I'd get a bit of a 30. 20. 20,000 bid. 20, I'd get a bit of a 20, I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid. 10, I'd get a bit of 10 here, I'd get a bit of a 10, 12, hit 12, I'd get a bit of a 15,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 12, 15,000, 12,000, 15,000 at a bid. At 15, I'd get a bit of a third, I'd get a bit of 15,000 at a bid. 15 bid, hit 15, I'd get a bit of a 12 here, I'd get a bit of 15,000 at a bid. Hit 15, I'd get a bit of somebody get 13,000. At 12, I'd get a bit of 13, I'd get a bit of 13 a bid. 12, hit a bit of 13, 14 a bid. At 14, eagle for it, I'd get a bit of a 14, 15,000 bid. Now 15, I'd get a bit of a 15, I'd get a bit of a 16,000 bid. In 16, I'd get a bit of a 17 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17, 16 a bid. 17, hit a bit of 17,000. In 17 here, I'd get a bit of a 17 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17,000 bid. I'd get a 16, 17 bid. You want to get 17? In 17 bid, I'd get a bit of a 17 here. I'd get a bit of a 17,000. In 17 bid, I'd get a bit of a 17. I'd get a bit of a wait, y'all done here. 17 bid. In 17, I'd get a bit of a 17. I'd get a bit of a 17,000. In 17 bid, I'd get a bit of a safe yet. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. In 17,000 at a bid, I'd have. Close it at 16, Travis. Close it at 16. Got to start with a 2.
Lot S, 139 is a 1920 Indian Power Plus, period installation of cheap fenders, nice old bike, runs and rides, original paint, original seat.
There it is. I'd get a bit of a Indian POWERPLUS sound. I'd get a bit of a 15,000 bid. 15. I'd get a bit of a down. I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid. And get 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 10. 15 bid. And down 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 double 20. I'd get a bit of a 20 here 5. And get me 5. I get 20 up here. 25. 25. 25. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. Hit 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 25. 30 dinner dead. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. 27. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7 here down. I'd get a bit of a 25. 27,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 25. 27,000 out of bid. Hit a 5 here down 30. I'd get a bit of a 30 down 30 down 30. I'd get a bit of a 2, $100 bid, 32. Hit a bit of 32,000 $100 bid. Hit 2, $100 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 here. I'd get a bit of a 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 32 down 5 out there down 5. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of a 5 there yard. I'd get a bit of a 2, $105. Hit a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 3, 4 down 4. Hit 34 bid. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 4 down 33 down 4. Hit 3. I'd get a bit of a 4 bid. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 4 down 33. 34,000 $100 bid. 34 down 5. Now 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. Ladies and gentlemen, reserves on 34. 35,000. Hit 5. 36 bid. Hit 36 here. I'd get a bit of a 36 pound $100 bid. I'd get a bit of a 35. 36,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 35. 36,000 $100 now. Hit 7 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 38,000 $100 bid. Hit 8. I'd get a bit of a 8 down 8. I'd get a bit of a 70 here. I'd get a bit of a 37. 38,000 $100 bid. Internet got to go. I'd get a bit of 38,000. Hit 8. I'd get a bit of a down 8 down 8 down 8. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 39,000 $100 down 9. Hit 39,000 $100 bid. I'd get a bit of a 39. I'd get a bit of a 39,000. 39,000 $100 42. I'd get a bit of a 2. 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a Palomino. I'd get a bit of a 42,000. Hit 2 bid. I'd get a bit of a 41,000 $100 bid. I'd get a bit of a 41,000 $100 last call. 40 bid. 41,000 $100 bid. I'd get a bit of a 41,000 $100 bid. I'd have sold 40,000. Sold $40,000 Dallas.
Lot S 140s, a 1936 Harley-Davidson VLH. That makes it an 80-inch. Matching belly pan numbers, very nice older restoration.
Harley time period, I'd get a bit of a 40,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30. 30,000 under down, I'd get a bit of a 10. 15 bid. 10, 15, 10. I'd get a bit of go 15 here. I'd get a bit of 15, get a bit of a 20,000 under bid. 20, I'd get a bit of a 5 out there. I'd get a bit of 25. 20's up here. 5, hit 5. I'd get a bit 30,000 under bid. 37, not 30. I'd get a bit 27. 30 down 2. Out there 2. Hit 2. 30's over there. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 5. Hit 5. It sells all the way. Get a bit of a 35,000 under bid. Hit a 5 here. 3. Now 5. Get a bit of a 5 here. 35,000. Hit 33. I already got you. 33. 34. Hit a 4 bid. Johnny, want to get 34 up there. I'd get a bit of a 4 here. 4. I'd get a bit of a 34. 36. Never thought of that. 38,000. 36 here. 38,000 bid band. Hit 38 bid. I'd get a bit of a 38,000 out of bid. I'd get a 6 here. Now wait. Hit 37. Now 38. Now 38 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. I'd get a bit of 38,000. Hit 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a $37 day down pay down 38 bid. Hit 8 bid. I'd get or just skip 40. Got 38. Now 40. Now 40,000 bid. 40. I'd get a bit of a 40,000 down 38 bid. 49. 49. Now 40. Now 40,000. Now 40. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40,000. Hit 40. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 42,000 bid. Hit 40. I'd get a bit of a 2. Down 1, 2. Down 2. Now 2. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of a 42 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. Down 41 and 2. Hit 2. I'd bid. I'd get a bit of 2. All done. Get a bit of a 42,000. Hit 2. I'd bid. I'd get a bit of a 42,000 down. Last call 42,000. Sold 41. Sold $41,000 Penn's way.
Lot S 141s, a 1938 Indian 4-cylinder motor rebuilt by Davies Antique Motorcycles, rebuilt front to back, built to ride, engine and frame numbers match.
Well, dude, I'd get a bit of a 30 pound here. I'd get a bit of a 100,000 bid. Hit 1. Get a bit of a bond. I'd get a bit of a 30,000, 40,000, 50. Hit a 50. I'd get a bit of a 60. Get a bit of a 70. I'd get a bit of a 75 here. 80,000. 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70, 80,000 a bid. Hit 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 71, 5. You got 80 back there. 80,000 under 5. Never mind. 85. I'd get a bit of a 80 back there. Down 5. 85. Who's got it? I'd get a bit of a 5. 85 bid. 80. I'd get a bit of a 5 thinking. I'd get a bit of 80s back there. 85,000 under bid. Ladies and gentlemen, reserves off 85,000 bid. 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair down. 80 down. I'd get a bit of a 5 down. 85 bid. 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair down. 5 5 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. 85,000 under bid. 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair. 85. How about you guys? 85,000 bid. 80 bid. 85,000. 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair down. 85 pair. I'd get a bit of a 5. Last call. 80 bid. 85,000 under bid. I'd have sold $80,000. Sold $80,000 John's way. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Russ Conklin.
Lot S 142s, a 1939 Indian Junior Scout, rebuilt motor and transmission, correct World's Fair paint. Select new motorcycle, engine, and frame numbers match.
And how much is to get 40? I have 40,000 out of it. Make it 30, going to be 20. I have 20,000 out of bed. If anyone out, I'm going to do 20,000, 10,000 out of 15,000 out of bed. 10 to bed, 15, 20. If anyone out, going to do 17, 20. I have 17, going to be 20,000 out of it. I'm going to do 17 down 20. I had no, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 2. Reserve is off. And 22. I am part of it. I'm going to do 20, going to be 2 to bed. I had 20,000 out of it. I'm going to do 2, 2, 2, 5. I had 22,000 out of it. I'm going to do 7. And 27,000 out of bed. 30,000 out of it. I'm going to do 30, going to be 30, going to be 2, going to be 35. And 35,000 out of it. Now I'm going to do 5, 35. And 35,000 out of it. Now I'm going to do 35, going to be 5, going to be 35. And 35,000 out of it. Now 34. 35, 37, if anyone out, I'm going to do 35, going to be 7, and 35,000 out of it, now I'm going to do 7, I'm going to do 35, going to be 37, all done, and 37, 40, 37, going to be 40,000 out of it, I'm going to do 40 to 40 to 40,000 out of bed, and 37. Now 40, now 40, now 40, now 2, now 42, now 42,000 out of it, I'm going to do 40, going to be 2 to bed, and 40,000 out of it, I'm going to do 2 to bed, I'm going to do 40, and 38, going to be 40, and 38,000 out of it, I'm going to do $40,000 all through our time, I'm going to do 38,000 out of it, I'm going to do $40,000, anybody else? So $38,000, so $38,000, Chris.
Lot S, 143 is a 1978 MV Agusta 750 Sport America, owned and offered by the original owner, Harley Cluxon III. He was the youngest exclusive authorized Ferrari dealer in the United States, best known as the owner of the internationally acclaimed GTC Mirage race team. Highly original example with only 592 original miles. Full set of documents from the original sale, recently serviced, current running condition, so rare opportunity to acquire a true one-owner 750S with complete known history and provenance since new.
Oh my, so I get 200. I am part of it. If I get 150,000 out of bed, I have 150, so I get 100. I have 100,000 out of it, 50,000 out of bed. But if I get 75,000 out of it, I have 50,000 out of it. If I get 60, 70, I down 70, 80. I'm at 80,000 out of 90. I down 90,000 out of it. If I get 80,000 out of it, if I get 90, going to be 90, going to be 80, 90. I'm at 80,000 out of it. If I get 90 down 100. I have 90,000 out of it. If I get 110. I have 100,000 out of it. If I get 10, 10, 110 to bed. If I get 110. I have 100,000 out of it, if I get 110 to bed, 105, 110, 105, 110 to bed, if I get 105, 110, I'm at 105 to bed, if I get 10, 10, 10, 110, I'm at 105, going to be 110, 110, if I get 175, 110, 175, going to be 110, 175 to bed, if I get 110, 110, 110, 115, reserve is off, 110, 15, I'm at 110, going to be 15, if I get 112, 5, 110, 112, 5, I'm at 115, I'm at 115,000 out of it, I get 115, I'm at 112 pound bed, if I get 15, 115, 115, 117, 5, I'm at 115, going to be 17, 5, 115,000 out of it, if I get 17, 5, all through, I'm at 115, 117, $5,000, anybody else? So $115,000 sold, $115,000 wait.
Lot S 143.1's a 1957 MV Agusta Squalo Formula Racer, sold on a bill of sale, a Squalo Shark Formula Production Racer, one of the first featuring this kind of forks.
By the way, going to do banner player hard, I'm going to do 50, and 50,000 out of it, I'm going to do 30, going to be 30, going to be 15, I'm going to do 20, I am 15,000 out of it, I'm going to do 20, going to be 20, bad, I'm going to do 15, I'm going to do 20, going to be 5, and 20, bad, I'm going to do 5, going to be 5, I'm going to do 20,000 out of 20 pound bed, and 20,000 out of it, I'm going to do 25, and 20,000 out of it, I'm going to do 25,000 out of bed, I have 20,000 out of it, I'm going to do 25, I have 20 bad, I'm going to do 22, and 20,000 out of it, I'm going to do 22,000 out of bed, and 20,000 out of it, I'm going to do 22,000, and 20,000 out of it, I'm going to do 2, going to be 22, and 20,000 out of it, I'm going to do 22,000 out of bed, and 20,000 out of bed, hands in the air, 22,000 out of it, and 20 bed, I'm going to do 22,000, and 20,000 out of bed, I'm going to do 22,000 out of it, and 20,000 out of it, I'm going to do 22, and 20,000 out of it, $22,000, anybody else? And 20,000 out of bed, 22,000 out of bed, and 20,000 out of it, anybody get 22, here she goes, 20,000 out of it, I'm going to do $22,000, I'm going to do 2 to bed, close bid at $20,000.
Lot S 144 is a 1975 Ducati 900 SS, sold on a bill of sale. Believed to be one of the first 2 in the United States, one of only 3 bevelheads to win the Superbike National in Loudon 1979. Raced in first ever Superbike event in Daytona, finished 6th, then set Daytona speed record.
Everybody better to give 100. I am 100,000. Everybody better to do 75 pounds and out of bed. And 75 to bed. Everybody better to do 20. Going to be 30. And 20,000. Everybody better to do 30. Going to be 20. Going to be 30. Going to be 40,000. Everybody better to do 35. Put him in 5. 35. Going to be 5. 40. And 35. 40,000. Everybody better to do 45. And 40,000. Everybody better to do 45,000 out of bed. And 40,000. Everybody better to do 45. Going to be 40. Going to be 5. And 40,000. Everybody better to do 5. 5. Better to do 40. 45. And 40,000. Everybody better to do 45,000 out of bed. I have 40,000 out of 45, and 40,000 out of it, negative 45,000 out of it, and 40 bed, negative 45, and 40,000 out of it, negative 45,000 out of bed, and 40,000, 45,000 out of it, and 40 bed, negative 45, and 40,000 out of it, negative 45, and all three are down, negative 40, going to be 45, 40,000 as a bed, and if I get $45,000 on it, I have 40 bed, negative 45,000, I have 40,000 out of it, negative 5, going to be 45, and 40,000 out of it, negative 45,000 out of bed, and 40,000 out of 45, all three are down, negative 45, and 40,000 out of it, negative 45, and I'm close bid at $40,000.
Lot S, 145 is a 1952 Harley-Davidson K model at 45 cubic inches. First year production, nicely restored, good running, matching case numbers, no cracks or welds at no reserve.
Sales at no reserve. Pine Pine of it down, negative 30, going to be 20. I had 20,000 out of it about bike sales at no reserve. Pine Pine of it, negative 10, and 10, 15. I had 10,000 out of it, negative 15 to bed. $10,000, 15,000 out of it, negative 10, going to be 12. I had 10,000 out of it, negative 12,000. Bike sales at no reserve. I got $10,000, 12,000 out of bed. 10, 12. I have 10,000 out of it, negative 12,000. I have 10 to bed, negative 12, going to be 12, going to be 12,000 out of bed. And 10,000 out of it, negative 12,000 out of it. I have 10,000 out of it, negative 12,000. I have 10,000 out of it, negative 12,000 out of bed. And 10,000 out of it, negative 11. I have 10,000, 11,000 out of no reserve. And 10,000 out of it, 11,000 out of bed. I have 10,000 out of it, negative 11,000. I have 10,000 out of bed, 11,000 out of here goes. I have 10,000 out of 11,000 out of it, negative 10, going to be 11. I have 10,000 out of 11,000 out of it, negative 10, going to be 11,000 out of anybody else. I have 10,000 out of bed, 11,000 out of it, negative 10, going to be 11. Now 12, 11,000 out of bed, $12,000. I got 11 there, 12, and 12, 13, 13, 13, and 13,000 out of bed. I have 12,000 out of 13,000 out of and 12 to bed, negative 13, 14, 14. John, going to be 14. 13's bed, 14. 13,000, 14,000 out of it, negative 13, 14,000 out of bed, and 13,000 out of it, negative 14, 15,000 out of bed, and 15, 16,000 out of it, negative 16, and 15,000 out of it, negative 16,000 out of bed, and 15,000 out of it, negative 16, going to be 15, going to be 16,000, and 15,000 out of it, negative 16,000 out of bed, and 15,000 out of it, negative 16, going to be 17, going to be 16, going to be 17,000 done. Sold $16,000 upstairs, John.
Lot S, 146 is a 1910 Reading Standard single sold on a bill of sale, believed to be less than 5 in existence today. This one restored to original condition already over 45 years ago, before the advent of reproduction.
Part of it, negative 50,000 out of it, negative 40, going to be 40, going to be 30. I have 30,000 out of it, negative 30,000 out of it, negative 15, 20. I have 15 to bed, negative 20, going to be 5, going to be 5, going to be 30. And 25, going to be 30,000 out of it, negative 30 bed, 30 bed, pound, negative 35, pound, 2, 5. And 32,000 out of it, negative 35,000 reserve is off, and 35,000 out of it, negative 35, 37, and 35 from it, negative 740, and now 40,000 out of it, negative 40, going to be 40, going to be 40,000 out of bed, and 40,000 out of it, negative 40, and 37,000 out of it, negative 40,000 out of bed, and 40,000 out of it, negative 40 there, down 40 bed, negative 40,000 out of bed, and 40,000 out of it, negative 35, 40, and 35 to negative 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, and if I get $37,000, I got $35,000 upstairs with Paul, going to be 37. I have 35,000 out of it, negative 37. Now 40. Now 40. I have 37,000 out of it, negative 40,000. I have 37,000 out of it, negative 40 bed. Down 40 to 40,000 out of bed. I have 37, going to be 40. 37,000 out of it, negative 40,000. Down 2. Now 42. I have part of it, negative 40, going to be 42. I have part of it, negative 40,000 out of bed. I have 37 with Ben. Down 40. I have 38. Down 40. I have 38, going to be 40,000 out of it. Going to do 38, going to be 40,000 out of anybody else? Ben, I got 38 with you. 40. 38. Now 40. I am part of it. Back to 38,000. Out of it. Back to 40,000. I am part of it. Now 38,000. Out of it. Now back to 40. Going to be 38,000. Out of it. Back to 40,000. Back to dive. So $38,000. So $38,000 with Ben.
Lot S, 147 is a 1915 Yale single sold on a bill of sale. It's also from the New England collection, restored to original spec 45 years ago.
Back to 15 down, out of it, back to 15, 20. I have 15, bad, back to 20, going to be 20 down, out of it, back to 15, bad, back to 20 down, out of bed. And 15 down, out of it, back to 20, 20 down, out of it, back to 15, 20. I have 15, bad, back to 20 down, out of it, back to 15 down, 25. And 20 bad, 5, 30, 25 to be 30. I have 25 down, out of it, back to 30 down, out of bed. And 25 to bed, down to 27, and 25 down, out of bed, back to 27,000 out of bed, and 25,000, 27,000, I have 25 to back to 27,000 out of bed, I have 25,000 out of bed, back to 27,000 out of bed, and 25 to back to 27, I have 25, 7, 6, now 8. Reserve is off. I have 28,000 out of bed. And 26,000 out of bed. Back to 27,000. I have 27, 28, 28, 29. 29,000 out of bed. Back to going to be 9. And 29 out of bed. Back to 30. Going to be down. Back to 30. Going to be 30. Going to be 30. I have 29,000 out of bed. Back to 30,000 out of bed. I have going to be 30. Going to be 30. Going to be 30. Going to be 2. I have back to 32,000 out of bed. Now back to 2. Going to be down. Back to 31. I have 31,000 out of bed. Now back to 31,000. Anybody else? I have 31,000 out of it. Now back to 31. And 20 down to bed. 31. And 31,000 out of it. Now back to 31,000 out of it. Now back to. Yes, sir. Paul, you got to be 30. Got 29. Now 30. 29. Now 30. 29 going to be $30,000. Anybody else? I have 20. Last call. 20 going to be 30. 31. I have 30 going to be 31. I got Paul and 30 going to be 31,000 out of it. Now negative 30 going to be 31. Now negative 30 going to be 31. So $30,000. So $30,000. Paul got.
Lot S, 148. It's a 1910 Thor single sold on a bill of sale. Also from the New England collection, restored to original specifications 45 years ago.
50,000 out of it. Now negative 15. 20 going to be 20. Going to be 5. 20,000 out of it. Negative 5. Going to be 5 to be 30. And 25 negative 30,000 out of it. Negative 30 bid down. 30 going to be 30,000 out of it. Negative 25. 30. And 25 out of it. Negative 30,000 out of it. And 25 negative 27. And 25,000 out of it. Negative 27,000 out of it. And 25,000 out of it. Negative reserve is off. And 25 negative 27,000 out of bed. And 27, 27, 30, 30,000 out of it. Negative 30 going to be 30. Sir Paul, 27, now 30. And 30,000 out of it. Now out of it. Negative 27 down 30. I have 27,000 out of it. Negative 30. Now 30,000 out of bed. I have 27,000 out of 30,000 out of anybody else. I have 27,000 out of it. Negative 30. Going to be $30,000. Last call. I have 27,000 going to be 30. I have 27,000 out of it. Negative 30 going to be $30,000. Anybody else? 28, 29, 28, 29, 28's the bid, $29,000, sir. Now 30, 29, 30. You started that, sir. Get 30, 29, 30. 29 going to be $30,000. Anybody else? Sold $29,000. Pogak sold $29,000.
Lot S, 149 from South Africa is a 1942 Harley-Davidson Model U flathead, 74-inch big twin flathead, police spotlights, rear front wheel stand, many other accessories. It's at no reserve.
30 going to be 20. I have 20,000 out of it. Going to do something. Give 10. I have 10,000 out of it. Now going to do 10, 10, 10, 10. Going to be 10 to bed. Going to do $5,000, 7,000, 10,000, 12,000 out of bed. 10 to bed. Now going to do 12,000 out of it. Now 10, 12, 15,000 out of bed. I have 15,000 out of it. Now 17 to bed. 15, 17, and 15,000 out of it. Going to do 17,000 out of it. Now going to do 17 to bed. I have 15,000 out of it. Going to do 17. Going to be 17. Going to be 15, 17, and 17,000 out of it. Now going to do 15,000, 17 to bed. Now 20, and down 20,000 out of it. Going to do 20. Going to be 20. Going to be 20. I have 17,000 out of it. Now going to do 18. Going to be 18. Going to be 19. I am at 18 to bed. Going to do 19,000 out of bed. 20 and 19 bed. 20 down 1 and 20 bed. Going to do bonnet bed. Now going to do 21 and 21,000 out of 2. I have 21 to bed. Going to do Ben. You want to give 22? I have 21,000 out of it. Going to do 2 to bed. Now going to do 22. Sold $21,000. Sold $21,000, Chris.
Lot S, 150s, a 1957 Harley-Davidson Sportster, 7 miles on a complete resto. Speedster handlebars, original keys, NOS luggage rack, NOS kickstand, NOS toolkit. Set of new Goodyear Eagle tires are included in the sale.
Yeah, by the way, going to be 40, going to be 30, and 30,000, going to be 30, going to be 30, going to be 5, going to be 7, going to be 10, put a bit 10, a bit 10, 10, 12,000, and $12,000, going to do 10, 12, 15,000 out of bed, and 12,000, 15,000, and 12,000, going to do 15,000 out of bed, and 12,000, 15, 17, and 15 to bed, going to do 17,000 out of bed, and $15,000, $17,000 done it, and 15,000, going to do 17 to bed, and 15,000, going to do 17, 17, and 15,000. Going to do 17,000, 16, 17, 17, 18, $18,000. 7 going to do 17, 18, and 18,000. Going to do 17, 18,000 out of bed. And 17,000, 18, 18 going to be 18, going to be 18, and 17,000, 18,000 out of bed. And 17 to bed, 18,000 out of bed. Now going to do 18, and 17 is the bed, 18,000, and 17,000 out of bed. Going to do 18, 18, and about 17,500. Now you're out 18, sir. 17,500. Reserve is off. 18,000 out of bed. And 17,000 out of bed. 18,000. Reserves off. And 17,500. 18,000 out of bed. And 17,000 out of bed. 18,000 out of bed. 18. And 17,500. $18,000. Anybody else? And 17,500 out of bed. 18,000 out of bed. 18. 18 to bed. So 17,500. So 17,500. Nick.
Lot S, 151 is a 1937 Crocker small tank, 6125, sold on a bill of sales from a world-famous Venice 1346 Crocker collection, fully and correctly restored to proper factory standards.
How much is I give 600? I have 600,000 out of it, 500,000 out of bed. 500 out of it, 500 out of it, 500, 400, 400,000 out of bed. And 400 out of it, 100,000 out of bed, 150. I have 150, 200 out of it, 32. I have 200, 250. 200, 250. I have 200,000 out of it, 250, 250. And now 3. I'm about 350. I have 300, 325, 325, 325. You're out 350. I have 325 going to be 50. I have 325 down 350. And 325 to bed. I'm going to do 350,000 out of bed. I have 325 going to be 350. I have 325, 50, 75. I have now out 375. And 350 to 75 to bed. I'm going to do 375 to bed. I have Ben, you're going to be 375. I have 350, 375,000 out of bed. I have 350, 375. And 350, 375,000. I have 350, 375, and 350 to 375 to bed. I'm going to do 350, 375. I have 350, 375 to bed. I have 350, 375 to bed. I'm going to do 350, 375, and 375. 375,000 out of it. I'm going to do 360. Got 350, $360,000. Anybody else? I have 350, 360. I have 350,000 out of it. I'm going to do 360. I have 350,000 out of it. I'm going to do 360. I have 350,000 out of it. I'm going to do 60 to bed. I have 350, $360,000. I have 350,000 out of it. I'm going to do 360. I have 350, 360,000. I have 350,000 out of it. I'm going to do 360. And 350,000 out of it. About last call, 350, $360,000. Anybody else? We're going to close bid at $350,000. Close bid at $350,000.
Lot S, 152 is a 1934 Crocker Speedway Racer at 500cc, sold on a bill of sale. It's from the Dick Shappy collection. It is original condition as raced.
I'm going to do 200. I have 200,000 out of it. I'm going to do the same way. I'm going to do 125 to bed. I'm going to do 125. I'm going to do 100. Get 100,000 out of it. I'm going to do 1 to bed. And 100,000 out of it. I'm going to do 30. Going to be 40. I have 30,000 out of it. I'm going to do 40. Going to be 40. Going to be 40,000 out of it. I'm going to do 30. Going to be 40. I have 30,000 out of it. I'm going to do 40,000 out of bed. I'm going to do 40, 50. I'm going to do 50, 60. I'm going to do 60,000 out of bed. And 50,000 out of it. I'm going to do 60. Now 60. Now 60,000 out of it. I'm going to do 50, 60. I have 50,000 out of it. I'm going to do 60,000 out of bed. I have 50,000 out of it. I'm going to do 60. I have 50,000 out of it. I'm going to do 60,000. I have 50,000 out of it. I'm going to do 55. And 50,000 out of it. I'm going to do 5 to bed. I have 50,000 out of it. I'm going to do 5 to bed. I'm going to do 55. And 50,000 out of it. negative 5 to bed. I have 50 pound out of it, negative 5 pound to bed, down negative 55 and 50 pound out of it, negative 55. Clint, I have out of it, negative right up here, hard out of it, negative 50 to 5 to bed. I have 55 down 60. Now you're out 50 pound going to be 60. I have 55 pound out of it, negative 60,000 out of bed. I have out of it, negative 50 pound 60. I am bullet down 60 pound out of it, negative 70. Now 70 pound out of it, now 70 going to be 70 pound out of it, now negative 70,000. I have 60,000 to bed, 70,000 out of it, now negative 65. Down 5 to bed, now negative 60, down 5. I have 60,000 out of it, negative 5 pound negative 65. And 60,000 out of it, negative 65 all through. I have 60,000 out of it, negative 65,000 dollars. Anybody else? I have 60,000 out of it, 65,000 dollars. I have 60,000 out of it, negative 65,000 dollars. Negative 5, but I have 60, 65, 65, 60 bed, 65,000. Clint, are we too far away? We're going to be too far away the house. What are we going to do? Okay, we're going to close bed at $60,000. We're too far from the house. Close bed at 60.
Lot S, 153 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1973 Triumph X75 Hurricane. Bob's favorite motorcycle. He thinks it's the most beautiful. Number 357 of only 1,100 built.
And part of it, negative on a pair, 40, 30, and 30 pound out of it, negative 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, and 30 pound out of it, negative on a pair, 10, 15 pound out of bed, and 10 bed, negative 15 pound out of it, negative 10 pound, 15, 20, 20, 20, going to be 5, going to be 25, and 25 pound out of it, negative 20, going to be 5 to bed, and 20 pound out of it, negative 20 pound, negative 22, and 20 pound out of it, negative 22 pound out of it, negative 20, going to be 2 to bed, and 20 pound out of it, negative 2 to bed, negative 22, and 20 pound out of it, negative 20. 2 pound out of bed, and 20 pound out of it, negative 20, going to be 2 to bed, negative 22, and 20 pound out of it, negative 20, 2,000 out of bed, and 20 pound out of it, negative 22, going to be 2, going to be 5, and 22 pound out of it, negative 25, and 22 pound out of it, negative 20 pound of bed, and 22 pound out of it, negative 25,000 out of bed, and 22 going to be 5 to bed. Reserve is off, and 22 to bed, negative 25, and 22 pound out of it, negative 5 pound, going to be 25 all through, and 22 pound out of it, negative 25. 23, 25, David, 25, going to get 4, 23, 24, I have 23 in the bag today, 24, I have $23,000, $24,000, type, sold $23,000, sold $23,000.
S154 from the Robert Weaver Collections, a 1959 Triumph Bonneville T120. This one's a Jim Hiddleston meticulous restoration of a first-year Bonneville.
Yeah, pound of it, negative 30, going to be 20, and 20,000 out of it, negative 20,000 out of it, negative 5,000, 7,000, put it at 10,000 out of it, 12, and 12, 15,000 out of it, negative 15,000 out of bed, and 15, 17, a bit 20, bit 20, bit 20,000 out of it, negative 20, and down 20,000 out of it, negative 17, going to be 20,000 out of it, negative 20 bed, and 17 of it, negative 20, 20, 20, going to be 20,000 out of it, down 17 to bed, 20, and down 20, down 2, the reserve is up, and 20,000 out of it, negative 22, and 20,000 out of it, negative 20, 2,000 out of it, negative 20, going to be 22, I had 20,000 out of it, negative $22,000. Anybody else? I had 20,000 out of it, negative 22 to bed, down 20, going to be 22,000. Now 5, 25,000. I have 22 to bed, down negative 25,000 out of bed, and down 7, 25, 27, and 25 bed, negative 27,000 out of bed, and 25,000 out of bed, negative 27. Last call. I have 25, going to be 27,000. 30 pound out of it, negative 30. I have 27 bad, negative 30, going to be 30, going to be 30 pound out of it, negative 30. I have 27 bad, negative 30,000 out of bed. And pound of it, negative 27 bad, negative 30 pound out of it, negative 28, now 30. I have 28, going to be 30, going to be 30, going to be 30. Sold $28,000 out of John, sold $28,000.
Lot S, 155 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1939 BSA Silver Star 500. Sold on a bill of sale. Very low miles as a dual port single.
And part of it, negative 1 back. Negative 30, going to be 20. And 20 pound out of it, negative 10. I got 7, I'm going to be 10. Put it at 10, 10, 12 pound out of it, negative 15. And 15 pound out of it, negative 12 pound out of it, negative 15 pound out of bed. And 12,000, 15 pound out of it, negative 15, 15, 15. And 12 pound out of it, negative 15,000 out of it, negative 15,000 out of bed. I got 12 $12,000 bid, 15,000, 17 bid. I am 15,000 out of it. If I could do 17, going to be 17, going to be $17,000. I am 15,000 out of it. If I could do $17,000. I am 15,000 out of it. Now I'm going to do 17. I am 15,000, $17,000. I am 15 to bid. Now I'm going to do $16,000. Anybody else? I am $15,000, $16,000 out of bid. I am 15,000 out of it. If I could do 16, going to be 16,000. I am 15,000 out of it. If I could do 16,000 all through. I am 15, 16,000. I am 15,000 out of it. If I could do reserve is off. I am 15, 16,000 out of bed. On that bike right there. At $15,000, $16,000 reserve is off. 15, 16. I am 15,000 out of it. If I could do 16,000 out of bed. I am 15, unbelievable. 15,000, 16,000. I am 15,000 out of it. If I could do 16,000. I am 15,000 out of it. If I could do $16,000. Last call. I am 15,000 out of it. If I could do 16. I am $15,000, 16,000. Huh. So $15,000. So $15,000. Proxy.
Saturday, 156 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1969 Honda CB 750 Sandcast. Had a correct Victor World restoration. It is very rare.
Down 30, down 30, down 30, yeah, down 30, down 30, 30, 10, gonna be 15, again, gonna be 15, gonna be 20, and 20, gonna be 5, gonna be 20, gonna be 5, gonna be 20 to 25, and 20, gonna be 22, 25, and 22, down, gonna be 25 bed, and 22, down, gonna be 5, gonna be 22, gonna be 5, and 25, down, gonna be 7, and 27, bullet, 7 bed, 30, and 30, $1,000 bed, and 27 bed, 30, gonna be 30, gonna be 30, and 27,000 out of it, gonna be 30,000 out of bed, and 27 bed, 30, down 2, gonna be 32, gonna be 32, gonna be 5, and 35,000 out of it, gonna be 5, gonna be down, gonna be 35, and 30, gonna be 31, 32, and 31,000 out of it, gonna be 32, and 32,000 out of it, gonna be 32, 32,000 out of it, down, gonna be 32, and down 32,000 out of down, you're out 3, and 32, gonna be 33, and 32,000 out of it, gonna be 33,000 out of bed, and 32,000 out of it, gonna be 33, gonna be 33, gonna be 33, and all done, and 33,000 out of it, reserve is off, and 32,000 out of it, gonna be 3, gonna be 33, and down, gonna be 2, gonna be 3, and down. So $32,000, so $32,000 net.
Lot S, 157 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1979 Honda CBX Super Clean Original first year.
I'm part of it, I'm going to do 15. I'm 15,000 out of it, I'm going to do 10. I have 5,000 out of it, I'm going to do 10,000 out of 15,000 out of bed. And 15,000 out of it, I'm going to do 10, going to be 15, going to be 15, going to be 10, going to be 15,000 out of bed. I have 10,000 out of it, I'm going to do 15,000 out of it, I'm going to do 10, going to be 15,000. And now 15,000 out of it, I'm going to do 10, going to be 12. And 10, I have 15, 17, reserve is off. And 15 to bed, I'm going to do 17 to bed. I have 15,000 out of it, I'm going to do 17,000 out of it. I have 15 to bed, I'm going to do 17, going to be 17, going to be 17. And 15,000 down, $17,000, 17, 16, 17, 16's a bid, 17,000, 17, 18, 18,000, 17, 18. I have 17 to bed, if I get 18,000. I have 17, 18, purpose, 18,000 out of bed. I have 17,000, 18,000 out of bed, I'm going to do 17, going to be 18,000 all done. I have 17, 18,000 type, 18, 19, 18, 19. I have 18 to bed, if I get 19 to bed. Not 20. I had 19 to bid 20, gonna be 20, gonna be 20,000. I had 19 to bid, gonna be 20,000 down. He said no. So $19,000 on the telephone.
Lot S, 158 from the Bob Weaver
Here's
Collection.
Jimmy Landis.
1996. Suzuki RGV 250 Lucky Strike. Like new, direct from Japan, V-twin, 2-stroke, water cooled.
Somebody get $20,000 here. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 10. 10,000, anybody get 10 bid, anybody get 10, anybody get 2, put up at 3 bid, anybody get 3, anybody get 4. At 4,000, anybody get 3, 4, 5,000, anybody get 6,000, anybody get 7 bid, anybody get 7, anybody get 8. At 9,000, anybody get 10,000, anybody get 10 bid, 11 now, 12,000, anybody get 12. At $12,000 bid, anybody get 12, 13, anybody get 14, anybody get 14,000. At 14,000 now, reserve is off here, 14, anybody get 15. At 15, 16,000, now you better get 16. I have 15. 15, 16, 17,000. Anybody give 18,000 now? 18,000. Anybody get 17? Anybody give 18? Anybody get 20 bid? Anybody get 2? Anybody get 21? At 20 bid, anybody get 1 bid? Anybody get 1 bid? Anybody get 20 bid? Anybody get 21? At 21,000 now. Anybody get 1 bid? Anybody get 1 bid? Anybody get 21? At $21,000 bid. Anybody get 2? Anybody get 3? Anybody get 3? Anybody get 4? At 24,000 now. Anybody get 3 bid? Anybody get 4? Anybody get 4? Anybody get 4? Anybody get 24? At 24,000. Anybody get 24,000? Anybody get 4 bid? Anybody get 2? Anybody get 4? At 24,000 now. Anybody get 22? Anybody get 3? Anybody get 4? Anybody get 23? Anybody get 4? I have 23 bid. Anybody get 24,000? Anybody get 3 bid? Anybody get 4? Anybody get 24? Sold $23,000. Sold $23,000. Nick.
Lot S, 159.
Sold the small tank Crocker. Sold it.
All right. Lot S, 159. It's a 1978 Yamaha OW35 500cc. Sold on a bill of sale. It's a factory works machine, hand-built, one-off monoshock suspension.
$50,000 here. You better get 50 bid. You better get 50. You better get 40. At 40 bid. You better get 40. You better get 15 bid. You better get 20. Put them at 20 bid. You better get 25 bid. You better get 20 now. 5. At 25 and 30. 35 bid. You better get 40. I have 35 bid. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 35. 40. At 35 bid. You better get 40 bid. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 35 and now 40. I have 35 bid. You better get 36. 7. At 37,000. You better get 7 bid. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 37. At 37,000. You better get 6 and now 7. At 38, 39. I have 38 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 38, 39. At 38 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9, 9, 38 bid. You better get 39. I have 38 bid. You better get 39. $38 is the bid. 39,000. 39. 40. 39. Now 40. 39 bid. You better get 40. Now 1. Reserve is off. 40 bid. 41. 40 bid. You better get 41. Sold $40,000, Robin.
S160s, a 1985 Kawasaki SR125 Jeff Ward. Sold on a bill of sale. A factory works machine. Raced by Hall of Famer Jeff Ward to the National Championship in 1984. Hand-built, one-off.
How much is? Somebody get $50,000 here. You better get 50,000 now. You better get 50. You better get 40. I have 15 bid again. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 5 bid. You better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 25 and 30. I have 25 bid. You better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 25 bid. You better get 30,000. You better get 27. I have 25 bid. You better get 27,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 7 bid. You better get 7. You better get 27. I have 25,000. You better get 27,000. Now you better get 5 bid. You better get 27. Close the bid at $25,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
S161's a 1964 Moto Guzzi Falcone 500cc classic exposed flywheel bacon splicer. It's at no reserve.
No reserve, $30,000 here. You better get 25. At 25,000 now, you better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 10. You better get 15,000. You better get 10. You better get 12. 15, 17, now 20. At 20 bid. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 17, 20. I have 17 bid. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 18. You better get 19. You better get 18, 19. I have 18,000. You better get 19,000. Now you better get 18 bid. You better get 19. 18,000. Last call. You better get 19,000. Sold $18,000, Laura.
Lot S, 162 is a 1955 Roomy Junior 125. It's a 8,000 RPM two-stroke at no reserve.
No reserve, $30,000 here. You better get 5,000. You better get 10. At 10,000 now, you better get 5 bid. You better get 10. You better get 15. You better get 15, 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 15, 20. 15 a bid. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 15, 16, 17. 17,000, 18,000. Now you better get 18. You better get 18. You better get 19. At 19,000, you better get 19, 20 bid, you better get 20, you better get 20. I have 19 bid, you better get 20 bid, you better get 20,000, you better get 19 and now 20 bid, you better get 20. 19's bid, you better get 20 bid, you better get 20. Last call now, you better get 20. Sold $19,000. Jamie on the telephone.
Lot S, 163 is a 1980 Ducati Supersport Dharma. 900cc.
I love old motorcycles.
Nice patina on this well-loved bike. Odometer shows 58,000 kilometers. It's at no reserve.
Selling in no reserve, $20,000 bid. Anybody get 20 bid? Anybody get 15? At 15,000, anybody get 15 bid? Anybody get 15 bid? Anybody get 15? At 15,000, anybody get 10,000? Anybody get 2,000? Anybody get 3,000? Anybody get 5? 7,000. Anybody get 5 bid? Anybody get 6 bid? Anybody get 7,000? Anybody get 7? At 7,000, now anybody get 7 bid? Anybody get 7? Anybody get 7? Anybody get 5,000? Anybody get 7? I have 5,000. Anybody get 6? Anybody get 6,000? 5,000 is the bid. $6,000. Got 5. 6. 5,000. Anybody get 6,000? 5's the bid. 6. Sold. $5,000. Blake.
Lot S 163.1 from Johannesburg, South Africa is a 1977 MV Agusta F-Phase 750 America. Highly desirable flagship model, fully faired version. It's at no reserve.
No reserve. Somebody give $150,000 here. 150 bid, 100. At 100,000, 100 bid. Anybody get 1? Anybody get 100 here? Anybody get 50,000? Anybody get 10? Anybody get 20? At 20 bid. Anybody get 20,000? Anybody get 10 bid? Anybody get 20? Anybody get 20? Anybody get 30? Anybody get 30? Anybody get 30? At 30 bid. Anybody get 30? Anybody get 30 bid? Anybody get 30? Anybody get 30,000? Anybody get 30 bid? Anybody get 30, 40? I have 30 bid. Anybody get 40? Anybody get 50 bid? Anybody get 50,000? Anybody get 50 bid? Anybody get 40, 50? I have 40 bid. Anybody get 50,000? Anybody get 50 bid? Anybody get 40, anybody get 50, anybody get 40, 50. I have 40 bid, anybody get 45. I have 40 bid, anybody get 45,000. Now you better get 40 bid, anybody get 40 bid, anybody get 40, anybody get 40, anybody get 40. 40 bid, anybody get 40, anybody get 40 bid, anybody get 40, anybody get 40,000. At 40,000, I've got 30,000 on the internet. 40,000, anybody get 30, 40. I have 30 bid, anybody get 40 bid, anybody get 40, anybody get 30, anybody get 40, anybody get 30, 40. I have 30 bid, anybody get 40 bid, anybody get 30, anybody get 35. At 30 bid, anybody get 35,000, anybody get 30. I got 30 on the internet. 35, now 40 on the internet, now 45. Now 45, now 50, now $50,000. You better get 50. I have 45 bid, you better get 50. I have 45 bid, you better get 50,000. Now you better get 50 bid, you better get 45 bid, you better get 50. I have 45 bid. Anybody else? 47,000. So $45,000, John.
Lot S 164 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1954 Ducati Mondial 125 is a dustbin fairing race bike.
Somebody get $20,000 here. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 15. Somebody get 10. At 10,000 now. You better get 10 bid. You better get 2. You better get 3. You better get 4. You better get 5. You better get 6,000. At 7,000. You better get 8,000. You better get 7. You better get 8 bid. You better get 8 here. You better get 7. You better get 8. I have 7 bid. You better get 8,000. You better get 7 bid. You better get 8 now. 9,000. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9 here. You better get 8, 9. I have 8,000. You better get 9 bid. You better get 10,000 now. You better get 10. 9,000, 10, 11, 11,000, put them at 12,000. Now you better get 12, 13. At 13,000, you better get 13, you better get 13, you better get 13, you better get 14, you better get 14. At 14,000, you better get 13 bid, you better get 14, you better get 13, you better get 14. 14, 15. At 15,000, you better get 15, you better get 16, you better get 17, you better get 18. 18 bid, you better get 18, you better get 18, you better get 18, you better get 18. 18,000 here, you better get 18, you better get 16, you better get 18. You better get 16, 16, 18, 16, 17, 16,000, 17,000, now 16, 17. The reserve is off. 16,000, you better get 17,000. Ricky, at 16 bid, you better get 17, you better get 17, you better get 17, you better get 16, 17, 18, 18,000, you better get 17, you better get 18, you better get 18, you better get 17, 18. 17.5. 18,000. 17.5 bid, you better give 18,000. I have 17.5 bid, you better give 18, you better give 18, you better give 18,000. I have 17.5 bid, you better give 18, you better give 18, you better give 18, you better give 18.5. 18's a bid, you better give $500 bid, you better give 5 bid, you better give 5 here, you better give 18,500. Sold. $18,000, Ricky.
Lot S 165 is a 1911 Flying Merkle twin from the Dick Chappie collection. 13 was the first year Merkle used push rods for valve actuation, innovative front and rear suspension, no reserve.
Selling in no reserve. Somebody give $100,000 here. You better get 100. At $100,000 bid, 100,000. Now you better give 80 bid. You better get $50,000 for it. At $50,000 bid, you better get 50,000. Now you better get 50 bid. You better get 20. You better get 30. I have 20 bid. You better get 30. You better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 20. 30. I have 30 bid. You better get 40. I have 30 bid. You better get 40 bid. You better get 30. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 30. 40. I have 30 bid. You better get 40 bid. You better get 50. I have 40 bid. You better get 50,000. You better get 50 bid, you better get 40, you better get 50. I have 40 bid, you better get 50,000. Now you better get 40 bid, you better get 45. I have 40 bid, you better get 45,000. It's no reserve. I have 40 bid, you better get 45 bid, you better get 45 here, you better get 45. I have 40,000, you better get 45,000. You better get 50,000, you better get 50. I have 45 bid, you better get 50 bid, you better get 50 bid, you better get 50 55. At 55 bid, you better get 55. At 50 bid, you better get 55,000. You better get 55,000. You better get 55. At 55,000, you better get 55 bid, you better get 55. I have 55,000, you better get 55 here, you better get 60,000. 55 bid, 60. At 60 bid, you better get 60, better get 60, better get 60 bid. I have 55 bid, you better get 60,000. Now you better get 60 bid, 5. At 65 bid, you better get 5. 60 bid, you better get 5. At 65 here, you better get 65. At 65 bid, you better get 55. What do you got? I'm back there, right? 55, 65, 70, 65, 70. 65 bid, you better get 70. I have 65 bid, you better get 70. At 65 bid, you better get 70 bid, you better get 70 bid, you better get 75. At 75 bid, you better get 70, 75. At 75 bid, you better get 75,000, you better get 75. At 75,000, you better get 75 bid, you better get 75. At 75,000, now anybody else? At 75,000. 65, 75. Chris, they want to give 70. Got 65. Now 70. 65 bid 70. Sold $65,000. Travis.
Lot S, 166 is 1915 Pope Model R twin, 61-inch, sold on a bill of sale from the Dip Shacky collection, originally from the E. Cole collection. It's an older restoration.
Somebody give $150,000 here. 150 bid, 125, give 100. $100,000 bid, I've got $50,000 bid, you better get $60,000. At 60, 70, 70, 80, 80,000, you better give 80 bid, you better give 80, you better give 80, you better get 70, 80. I have 70 bid, you better give 80 bid, you better give 80, you better give 80, you better give 80, you better get 70, you better give 80. At 80 bid, 75 bid, 80. I have 75 bid, you better give 80, you better give 80, you better give 80, you better get 75, 80. I have 75,000, you better give 80,000, you better give 80 bid, you better give 80 here, you better get 75, 80. I have 75 bid, you better give 80,000, you better give 80 bid, you better get 75, 80. At 75 bid, you better give 80,000 here, you better give 80 bid here, you better get 75, 80. Clint, 75's the bid. $80,000. I have 75 bid, you better give 80 bid, you better give 80 here, you better get 75, 80. What? You got 75 bid. Do you want to give 80? I got 75. 80,000. 75. 80,000. Oh, 75 bid, you better give 80. $75,000 bid. 80,000. Reserve is off. The internet is out. Well, I have 75. I'm asking 80. 80. 85. 80 bid, you better give 85. I have 80 bid, you better give 85,000. You better give 80 bid, you better give 5. What do we do? 80 bid, 85. At 80 bid, you better give 85,000. You better give 80 bid, you better give 85. Sold $80,000. Sold $80,000. Nick.
Lot S, 167 is a 1913 Indian 8-valve racer, 61-inch from the Dip Chappie collection as race configuration. It's an 8-valve conversion.
Somebody give $80,000 here. You better give 80. At 80,000, anybody get 80 bid, anybody get 80,000, anybody get 10, anybody get 20, anybody get 20, anybody get 20, anybody get 30. At 30 bid, anybody get 30 bid, anybody get 30, anybody get 30 bid, anybody get 30 bid, anybody get 25, 30. I have 25 bid, anybody get 30 bid, anybody get 30, 30, 30 bid, anybody get 25 and 30. I have 25 bid, anybody get 30, put them at 30 bid, anybody get 30, 35. At 30 bid, anybody get 35. I have 30 bid, anybody get 35,000, anybody get 30 bid, anybody get 5 bid, anybody get 30 bid, anybody get 35. I have 30,000, anybody get 35,000, anybody else? At 30 bid, anybody get 35,000, anybody get 32. At 30 bid, anybody get 32,000, anybody get 2, anybody get 30 bid, anybody get 32. At 30 bid, anybody get 32,000. Last call now, 32. Close the bid at $30,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
Lot S 168 is a 1922 Ace 4. This 1922 Ace was acquired at the Steve McQueen Estate auction in 1984. All documentation to verify this goes with the motorcycle.
$200,000 here, you better get 200,000. You better get 150 bid, give 100. At $100,000 bid, I've got 50,000. You better get 60,000. You better get 60, 70. At 70 bid, 80. 80 bid, you better get 90 bid. You better get 90 bid. You better get 90 now. 100,000, 100 bid, 110 bid. You better get 10, 20. 125, 125, 125, 120 bid, 125. I have 120,000, 125,000, 125. 120 bid, 125,000. 125,000, 125 bid, 125, 125, 130, 125, 30 reserve is off. 135, 135 bid, 135, 135,000, 135, 135, 40, 140 bid, 140 bid, you better get 45, 145, 145 bid, you better get 5, 145, 145, 142,500. 142.5, 145, 142.5 bid, 145,000, 142.5 bid, 145. So $142,500. Nick Sprackland.
S169 to 1996 Harley-Davidson XR 750 sold on a bill of sale, restored by Vintage Iron, California. It's a factory-built dirt track racer.
How much is? Somebody get 30,000. Anybody get 30? At 30 bid, anybody get 30. Anybody get 30,000. Now you better get 10,000. Anybody get 12,000. Anybody get 15. At 15,000. Anybody get 15 bid. Anybody get 12,000. Anybody get 15. I have $12,000 bid. Anybody get 15,000. Now you better get 15. Anybody else? 13, 14, 15, 16, 16, 17, 17,000. Anybody get 17. 17. Anybody get 18. Anybody get 19. Anybody get 20 bid. Anybody get 21. At 20 bid. Anybody get 21. I have 20 bid. You better get 1 bid. You better get 1. You better get 1. You better get 21. 2. I have 21 bid. You better get 2. You better get 2. You better get 21. You better get 22. 23. At 22. You better get 23. At 22 is the bid. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 4. You better get 4. You better get 5. At 25,000. You better get 25. At 25,000. You better get 25 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 25. At 25,000. Now you better get 5 bid. You better get 26,000. You better get 7 bid. You better get 7. At 27,000. You better get 7. At 27,000, you better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7. Anybody else? Reserve is off. 28. 28. 29, 29 bid, you better get 9, 30. At 30 bid, 1. At 30 bid, you better get 1 bid, you better get 1 bid, you better get 1, you better get 31. At 31 bid, you better get 2. At 32, 3. At 32, you better get 3, you better get 3, you better get 3, you better get 3, 3, 3, you better get 33. At 32, you better get 33,000. 4. At 33, you better get 34. I have 33 bid, you better get 4 bid, you better get 4, you better get 34. So, $33,000, Nick Sprackland.
Lot S 170s, a 1947 Indian Chief, fully restored, concours condition, only 14 miles since the restoration.
$80,000 at 10, 15, 20, 15 a bid, 20. At 20 bid, you better get 25. At 25, 30. At 30 bid, you better get 30, 35, 40. At 40 bid, you better get 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get 35, 40. I have 35 bid, you better get 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get 40, you better get 40. 35's the bid, 40. 40's the bid, and the reserve is off. 45, 40 bid, anybody get 45? I have 40 bid, anybody get 45,000? Anybody get 42? I have 40 bid, anybody get 42? Yes? 5, 42, you better get 45. I have 42,000, you better get 45,000. Now 7. I have 47 bid, you better get 7, you better get 8, you better get 9. I have 49 bid, you better get 9 bid, you better get 8, you better get 9, you better get 9, you better get 49, 51. I have 50 bid, you better get 1, 2. I had 52 bid, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 52. I had 52 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 2, you better get 3, you better get 4, you better get 5. I had 55,000, 6. I had 56,000, you better get 6 bid, you better get 56. At $56,000 bid, you better get 56. At 56,000, now you better get 6 bid, you better get 6. Here, you better get 56. At 56,000, 7. At 57 bid, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 8, 9. At 59 bid, you better get 9 bid, you better get 9 bid, you better get 9. At 59,000. At 59,000, now you better give 9. Now 60 to you, Robin. 59, 60, 59 bid, you better get 60. So, $59,000, Bobby.
Lot S, 171's a 1909 Yale, fully restored in concours condition.
$40,000 here. You better get 40 bid. You better get 10, 15, 15,000 now 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20. Better get 20. Better get 20. Better get 20 now 5. At 20 bid, you better get 25. I have 20 bid. You better get 22,000. You better get 20 bid. You better get 22. At 20 bid 2 now 5. At 25,000, you better get 25. 7. At 27,000, you better get 7 bid. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 2. At 30 bid, you better get 32,000. You better get 2. At 30 bid, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 2 bid, you better get 2, you better get 30, 32. At 30 bid, you better get 32,000, 30's a bid, 32, reserve is off. At 30 bid, you better get 32. I have 30 bid, you better get 2,000, now you better get 2 bid, you better get 30, 32. Now 33, at 32 bid, 3, 4, 34, you better get 4, you better get 4, you better get 3, you better get 4, you better get 4, do it quick, 34,000, at 34,000, you better get 3 bid, you better get 4, you better get 34. So, $33,000, Chris.
Lot S, 172's a 1951 Black Shadow from the Warren Steinberg collection, Buffalo, New York. Restoration was completed in 2010 by Fred Lowe's of Canada.
Somebody give $150,000 here. You better get 150 bid. Give 150. Give 100. At 100,000, 100 bid. You better get 1. You better get 50,000. You better get 60,000. Now you better get 50, 60. I have 50 bid. You better get 60,000. You better get 70,000. You better get 60, 70. I have 60, 70 bid. You better give 80,000. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80, 90. At 90 bid. You better give 90. You better get 90. You better give 80. You better give 90 bid. You better give 80, 90. At 80's a bid. You better get 90 bid. You better get 90. You better get 90. You better give 80. You better give 90 bid. You better give 80, 90. At 85, 90. I have 85 bid. You better get 90 bid. You better get 90 bid. 5. At 95 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 95. Just give 100. Just give 100. 100,000. 100. 100,000. Now 100 bid. 100 here. You better get 100 bid. Here, give 100. Give 100. Just give 100. 92.5 is the bid. 95, 95, 75, 97.5, 95 bid, you better get 97.5. I have 95 bid, you better get 97,500. At 97.5, at 97.5, 100. At 97.5 bid, you better get 100 here, you better get 97.5 bid, 100,000, 100. At 100,000, you better get 97.5 bid, 100 reserve is off. 102.5, 102.5 bid, 102.5, 102.5 bid, 102.5, 102.5 bid, you better get 2.5 bid, you better get 2.5, 102.5, 102.5, 102,505, 105 bid, you better get 5, 102.5 bid, 105. So, $102,500, Ricky.
Lot S, 173's a 1951 Vincent Rapide Series C from the Warren Steinberg collection. Frame and engine numbers confirmed as correct by the Vincent Owners Club.
$60,000 here, you better get 60 bid, you better get 50. At $50,000 here, you better get 50 bid, you better get 50, you better get 20, you better get 30. At 30 bid, you better get 25, 30. I have 25 bid, you better get 30 bid, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 25 and 30. I have 25 bid, you better get 30,000. Now you better get 30 bid, you better get 26, 7. At 27,000, you better get 7 bid, you better get 6 and now 7. At 26,000, you better get 27,000, you better get 6 and now 7. I have $26,000 bid, you better get 7 bid, you better get 7 here, you better get 7. At 27, 28. At $28,000 9. At 29 bid, you better get 9, 9, 8 bid, you better get 9 bid, you better get 29. At 28, 9, 31. At 31 bid, you better get 1 bid, you better get 31. At 31,000, you better get 1 bid, you better get 2. At 31, 2, 3. At 32, you better get 3, you better get 4. At 34 bid, you better get 5, you better get 6. At 36,000, 7. At 37,000, you better get 7, you better get 8, 40. At 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get 42. At 42, 44, 4 round 5. At 45,000, 7. At 47, reserve is off. At 47,000, at 47,000, you better get 750. At 50 bid, 2. I have 50 bid, you better get 52. At 50 bid, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 52,000, you better get 52. At 52,000, you better get 51. At 51, at 51,000, at 51,000. 51, 51, 51, 50 bid, 51, 50,000, 51,000, 51,000. What? 51. Anybody else? Wait a minute. Travis has his hand up. Jordan has his hand up. Now, wait a minute. Jordan, what do you have? What do you have in the back? 48. Perfect. Both of you are 48. And you have 49. So now I have 49. Now, do you want to give 50? Or do you want to give 50? 49's the bid. $50,000. 49 bid, you better get 50. How about anybody over on this side? So, $49,000, Chris.
Lot S, 174 from the Warren Steinberg Collections, 1967. Velocet Thruxton. Numbers matched to Owners Club records. It's been owned for 31 years.
$60,000 here, you better get 60,000, you better get 60 bid, you better get 50. At $50,000 here, you better get 50 bid, you better get 50 bid, you better get 50, you better get 50, you better get 50, you better get 10, you better get 15, 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20 bid, you better get 20 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 30 bid, you better get 30, you better get 25, 30. I have 25, 30, 35 bid, 40. At 35 and 40, I have 35 bid, you better get 40, 37, 8, 39, 39, 40. At 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get 41. Reserve is off. At 42,000, you better get 2 bid, you better get 1, 2. At 43 bid, you better get 3, you better get 4, you better get 4, you better get 5, you better get 6. At 46,000 now. At 46,000, you better get 7 bid, you better get 8,000, you better get 49. At 49,000, you better get 48 is the bid, 49. 49 bid, you better get 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 49. At 49, 50. I have 49 bid, you better get 50 bid, you better get 51, 2. At 52, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 2. At 52,000, you better get 52. 1, 2. 51 bid, you better get 2 bid. Chris, yes or no? 52. You want in? 51, 52. So, $51,000, Laura.
S175 from Alwyn Stevenson's a 1936 Rudge 350 Ulster Racer, sold on a bill of sale. Girder fork, rare Andre steering damper in as race condition at no reserve.
$50,000 here. You better get 50 bid, you better get 40. At 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get 40, you better get 30 bid, you better get 10, you better get 15,000. Now you better get 15 bid. At 15,000, you better get 15, you better get 10,000 is the bid. Anybody get $12,000? 10, 12, 12,000, anybody get 12 bid, anybody get 10, 11. 11,000, anybody get 11 bid, 11,000. Here, anybody get 11 bid, 11,000, anybody get 11, 12. I have 11 bid, anybody get 13, anybody get 14, anybody get 14, anybody get 13, 14. I have 13, anybody get 14,000. Now you better get 13, anybody get 14. At 13,000, anybody get 14. Ben, 14. 14. 13, 5, 8, anybody get 14,000, anybody get 14, anybody get 14, anybody get 13, 5, 15, 16. At 15, anybody get 16,000. So, $15,000, Jamie on the telephone. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Mark Dalzell.
All right, Lot S, 176 is a 1931 matchless Silver Hawk engine. It's an overhead valve. Very rare, this engine produced between 1931 and 1935. The only matchless four-cylinder model produced. Of the 500 produced, less than 60 are believed to survive. This has been restored by Motorcycle Hall of Fame member Mike Pardy.
And put a bit board. How about 10? But a bit about a day. Bounce on the bit bounce on the bit 40. And 40 bid. Now 40 bid, 40 board. Now 40 bid. More monitor, please. Jack. Now 40 bid, 40. And 40 bid. Now 40 bid, 40 board. Now 40 bid, 40 board. Now 40 bid, 40,000. Down to bid, 40 bid, 10. Have a 10 to buy down, down, but down, 10 to buy down, but 10. Now 15,000 on the bid. You want to bid 10,000 on the bid, 15,000. Now 10 bid, now 15 on the bid. Down 10,000 on the bid, 15. Have a 10, down, 15 on the bid, down 10,000 on the bid, 15,000 on the bid, down 10, 15, 12, 5. Now 10, 12, 5 to buy, on the bid, down to bid, 10, 12, 5. Now 12, 5. By 10,000 down to 15. Now 15 to 15 to 12 5 15 17 5. Now 17 5 to 20. Now 20 down 20 down 20 down 20 down 20. Now 17 5 down 20. Now 2 5 down 20 down 2 5 to 20 bid 2 5 5. Now 5 20 but 7 5 now 27 5 to bid. Now 5 now 7 5 20,000 down to 7 5 30. Now 30 bid to 34 now 30 bid to 34 down 30 bid to 30 bid to 30. Now 30 2 5 and 30 bid 2 5. Now 30 bid to 2 5 to bid. Now 30 bid to 2 5. Now 30 is bid. Now 2 5. Reserve is Now 2-5, let's go, now go. Now 30 bid, 2 pound upon a bid. Now 30 bid, 30 to 5. Now 30,000 on the bid. Now 2 pound upon a bid. 30,000 on the bid. Now 32 pound upon it. Sold, Ricky, $30,000. Sold, Ricky.
Lot S, 177 is a 1919 GCS Twin, 750cc, sold on a bill of sale. AG Healing Frame, Berman 2-speed, only surviving example of this motorcycle from that year.
All right, but a board. Now time to go $70,000. Now time to go 60,000 on the bid, but they 10, 20. Now 20 bid, 24. Now 10 here to bid, 20,000 on the bid, 30. Now 30 bid, 40. Now 40 bid, 44. Now 30 bid, 40. Now 35. Now 40. Now 35,000 on the bid, 40,000. You're all out. 35,000 on the bid, 44. Now 30,000 on the bid, 40,000 on the bid, 40,000 on the bid, 40. 35,000 on the bid, 40. Now 40. Now 2-5 here to bid, 2-5. Now to buy by the 45,000. Have to buy by the 5 port. And 40 buy by the 45,000 on the bid, 45. Now 2 buy by the 40 to buy by the 45,000 on the bid. Now 2 buy by the 5 port. Now 40 to buy by the 45,000 on the bid, 42 buy by the 45. Anybody else at 5 and 42 buy and 45,000 on the bid. Now 2 buy by the 5 port. Now 2 buy by the 45,000 on the bid, 45. 44, now 5, now 4, you're all out, now pound to pound, 44,000 on the bid, 5, now 4, now pound to pound, 45, hands in the air, now 4, now 5, now 5, now 4, now 5, now 44,000 on the bid, 45,000, now 44,000 on the bid, 45, now 4, now pound to pound, 44,000 on the bid, 45,000, gotta go, now 4,000 on the bid, 45, now 4, now pound to pound, 45,000 on the bid, 45, now 5 here the bid, 5, now 45. Now 47. Now 45,000 down to bid 47. Now 5 pounds 75, 45,000 down to bid 47. Now 5 pounds 75, 47,000. Now 45,000 down to bid 47,000 down to bid 1. Now 45,000 down to bid 47,000. Now 5 pounds 7. Now 5 pounds 7. Now 45,000 down to bid 47,000. Now 45,000 down to bid 47,000 down to bid 1. Now 47. Last call. Now 45,000 down to bid 47,000. Anybody else? At $47,000. 46. Now 7. 46. 47. Now 7 down, 7 to buy, 46,000 on the bid, 7. Reserve is off. The bike's going to sell. 46. 47. Now 7 down, 7 to buy, 47,000 on the bid. 6,000 on the bid, 47,000 on the bid, 47,000. 6 down, 7 down. Reserve is 46. Now 7 down, 7 to buy. Now 6,000 on the bid, 47,000 on the bid, 47,000. What's he say, Ricky? 6,000 on the bid, 47,000. Anybody else? Sold $46,000. Sold $46,000. On the phone, Wade.
Lot S, 178 from a British Motorcycle Museum in America is a 1954 Vincent Black Shadow. Full rebuild to Concours condition, 0 miles since.
And what about here? How much under here? 150,000 on the bid, 125, 110. And here we go. Down to the bid, 25. 50, 50,000 on the bid, 25, 30, 40, here to bid 40, now 40,000 on the bid, 50, money, 50,000 on the bid, 60, 50,000 on the bid, 60,000 on the bid, both out, 70,000, now 60,000 on the bid, 70,000 on the bid, and 60 bid, now 70,000 on the bid, now 60,000 on the bid, 70,000 on the bid, $70,000, now 60 bid, now 70 bid, now 70 bid, 60,000 on the bid, 70,000 on the bid, now 70,000, 60 bid, make it 5, 65. Now, 70, 70 bid, 70 bid, 70 bid. Here to bid, 70,000 on the bid, 5. And you're all out, 70 bid, 75,000. Now, 70 bid, 5 forward hands on the Garrett house, 70,000 on the bid, upon the buyer. 70 bid, now upon the buy, 70,000 on the bid, 5. Now, upon the buy, 70 bid, $75,000. 70 bid, $75,000. And the bid goes on at $70,000.
Lot S, 179 is a 1973 Triumph Hurricane, unrestored, a matching number, frame and engine, believed to be 4,207 miles. Bike was started in April of 2018.
Okay, down to the bit of there. Down to the bit of there. Down to the bit of quarter up, quarter hill. Down to the bit of there. Down to the bit of there. Down to the bit of there. 30,000 on the bid is 25. And 25. Start the bid. Now start the bid. 5,000. Now buy a bid. 7,500. Now 7,500 down the bid at 10. Now 10 to buy money 10. Now 10 12,5. Now show me 12,5. Now 12,5. Now 15 to money bid. 15,000. 17,5. Now internet's in. 15. 17,5. Now 20. You're all out. 17,5 and 20. Now 17,5 and 20,000 on the bid. Now 2,5 and you're all out. 20 bid 2,5. Now 20 bid 2,5. Now 20 bid 2. Now 20 bid 1, 2 to the bid 20 bid 2. Now 10 to bid 20 bid 1,000 on the bid. You're all out. Now 3 to bid reserve is 2, 3 to bid 23,000. Now 2 down 3 to bid 22,000 on the bid of 3. Now 2 down 3 now 22,000 on the bid of 3. Now 2 down 3 to bid 22,000 on the bid of 23,000. Anybody else? Internet 22 23. Going once, going twice. Internet. Third and final call. Sold 22,000. Sold. Mitch 22,000.
1952 Jackson Road Track Speedway is S180. It's been raced twice. Single cylinder JAP 500cc. Rare quad exposed hairpin valve spring. Sold on a bill of sale.
And how much on it here? And put a bit about it here. 25,000 on the bid. 25, 5,000 on the bid. 5,000. Put it at 5. And 7,500. Now 5 bid 75. Now 5 bid 7,500 on the bid. 5 bid 75. Bunny 10. Now 10 12,5. You're all out. Now 10 bid 12,5. 10. 12,5, now 12,5 to bond bid, 10,000 on the bid, 12,5 to bond, now 10 bid, down 12,5, 11, here to bid 11, now 11 to bid 12, money 12, now 13, now 14, 15, you're out, now 15,000 on the bid, 15, now 15 bid, now 15 bid, now 15 bid, 15,000 on the bid, now 15 bid, now 15 to bond bid, now 15,000 on the bid, now 15 to bond bid, 15, now 17, you're out, now 15 bid, 17, reserve is, hop on the bid, now 15 bid, 17,000 on the bid, 17, you're all out, 15 bid, 17, hop in the back, now 15,000 on the bid, 17,000. On the bid, 17,000. So, Ranger Danger, 15,000 TR.
Lot S, 181 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1970 Kawasaki H1R Road Racer. Serial number 8 of only 40, rare and sought after, Kawasaki race bike.
All right, down to the big about here. All right, but the big here. 50, 50,000 on the bid, 50,000 on the bid, 40,000 on the bid, 30. And 30 bid, down 30 bid, 10. Now put up a 10. And 15,000 on the bid, down 15 on the bid, down 15 bid, 17, 5. Now 20, now 20 bid, 24. Now 20 bid, down 2, 5. Down 2, 5 to bond, 20 to buy, 20 bid, 22, 5, 25,000 on the bid. Now bond to buy, 25. Now 7, 5. Now 7, 5, team 1. Now 30, now 2, 5. Now 5. Now 35,000 on the bid, 5. Now 35, 2, 5, bid, 5, 4. Now 30 to buy, bid, 5 to buy, 30 to buy, bid, 5, 4. Now 2, 5, bid, 5, 4. Now 35,000 on the bid, 5. Now 2, 5, bid, 5, 4. Now 2, 5, bid, 5, 4. Now 2, 5, bid, 5. Now 2, 5, bid, 30,000. 35, you're all out, 7-5. Now 30,000 on the bid, 7-5, team on the bid. 35,000 on the bid, 7-5 to Bonner. Now 35,000 on the bid, now 37,500 team on the bid. Now 37,500 now on the bid, now 37,500. Now 35,000 on the bid, now 35,000 on the bid, 37,500. 35,000. Reserve is 35, 37.5. You want back in? 35,000 on the bid, 7.5 on the bid. 35,000 on the bid, 7.5, 36. Now 35,000 on the bid, 36,000. Last and final call. 35,000 on the bid, 36,000. Sold, Ben. 35,000 on the bid. Sold, 35,000.
Lot S, 182 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1983 Suzuki RGB 500 Mark 8, sold on a bill of sale, matching numbers, never sold in the United States.
And how much on this one? And 50,000 on the bid at 40. And 40 bid, 40 bid. Here we go. 10,000 on the bid, pertain to the bid 15. And pertain bid 20. Now 20 bid down, show me 20,000 on the bid. Now 20 bid to 5, 20 bid to 5. Now 30,000 on the bid to 30. Now 30 bid to 34. And you're both out. Now 30 bid to 5. Now 30 bid to 5, 30 bid 35,000 on the bid to 35, 40. Now 35, 40. Where you at, Carol? Now 35,000 on the bid to 40. Now 35, 75, 35,000 on the bid to 37, 5. Now 35 down, 75, 10, 1 bid. 35,000 on the bid to 75. Now 35 bid, 35, 37, 5. Have a 35,000 on the bid to 7, 5, 1 bid. 35,000 on the bid to 7, 5, 10, 1. Now 30,000 on the bid to 5, now 7, 5. Now 35,000 on the bid to 37, 5, 1. Now 40, hold out, now 40. Now 37, 5 to 40. Now 37, 5 to 40. And the reserve is 40. Now 37, 5, 40. Now 40 bid to 40, 40. Now 37, 5. Now 40,000 on the bid to 140. Now 37, 5 to 40, 40 to 40, 40 to 40 to 40, 40, 37, 5, 40. Now 37, 5 bid to 40,000 on the bid. Last call. Sold 37.5. Sold 37.5. Dallas, the big D.
All right, I need both these bikes up here at once. They're sold as a pair. Lot S 183 and 183.1 from the Bob Weaver Collection. 183 is a 1994 Honda RC 45, 1 of 50 produced. 183.1 is a 1990 Honda RC 30, 1 of 300 produced.
Okay, down to the big bonnet. Hey, but a big board. How much 100 here? Down to the big bonnet here. Down to the big bonnet here. Hey, but a big bonnet here. Down to the big bonnet here. Down to the big bonnet here. 200,000 on the bid two. Down to the bun. How much? Have it down two. Down two. Down to the bun. Go $50,000. Now $50,000. Now 75. Now 75. Now $50,000 on the bid. 75,000 on the bid. 75. Make it 75,000. 7,500. Now 1 to buy. 75,1. 75,1 to buy. 25 to both out. Now 1 bid. 125. Now 100 bid. 125. Now 1 bid. Got it here. Now 100. Now 125 to 100 bid. 125 to 1. Now 100 bid. 125, now 100 bid, 125, now 100 bid, 125,000, now 1 bid, now 125, 1 bid, 100. 125 on the pair, now 1 bid, now 125, now 100 bid, now 25 to 1 bid, now 1 bid, now 125 to 1 bid, 100, now 125, I'm going to bid 105, 110, now 10 to buy, go 10. 120, now 10 bid 20, now 110 bid 20, now 110 bid 20,000 on the bid 20, now 20 bid, now 124, now 20 bid 24, now 110 bid 20, now 24, now 20 bid 20 bid 20 bid, now 20 bid 24, now 110 bid 120, now 24, now 110 bid 20, now 20 bid 24, 15, now 20, you're all out, 115 bid 20, now 115 bid, now 20 bid 24, 115 is the bid, 120, now 115 bid 20, now 115 bid, now 120,000 on the bid, now 115 bid, now 20, now 120 bid, now 115 bid, now 120,000 on the bid, now 20 bid, now here to bid, 120, now 25, now 125, now 120 bid, 125,000 on the bid, now 120 bid, 125, now 120, now 125 for, now 120, 125,000 on the bid, 120, 125. 125, 125, 125, now 125, 125, now 125, 125, 4, 125, 4, now 125,000 on the bid, 125 to 1 bid, $125,000, 125. What are we doing, Kirk? Now 125 on the bid, 125 to 1 bid, 125, and close the bid. Close the bid. Takes $150,000. Next case, Your Honor. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Now we're going to offer them one at a time. Oh, who knows? Okay, now time to get on there. And but the big board, how much under there, down to the big board, there, down to the big board, down to the big board, and but the big board. What do you want to pay? Down to the big board, down to the big board. Up down to the big board, down to the big board, down to the big 50,000 here. $50,000. Down but the bid, down but the bid, down but the bid 50. 60. Down but the $1,000 bid 60. $60,000 bid, down but the $1,000 bid 60. Down but the $1,000 bid $60,000 bid, $1 bid, but the $1,000 bid 60. Down but the $1,000 bid $60,000 bid, 160. Down but the $1,000 bid 60. Down but the $1,000 bid $60,000 bid. Down but the bid down $60,000 bid, but the $1,000 bid $60,000 bid. Close the bid 50 next.
All right, now we're going to try S183.1 again, which was the RC30, 1990 RC30, 1 of 300 produced.
Right. All right, 10,000 here. 20. 20,000 on the bid, 20. Now 20,000 on the bid, 10,000 on the bid, 20, 20 bid, down 20. Now 30 bid, 34 here to bid 30. Now 30 bid, 40. Now 40 bid, 44. Now 40 bid, 50. Now 50,000 on the bid, 60,000 on the bid, 60. Now 16,000 on the bid, you're out. Now 70,000 on the bid, $70,000. 60,000 on the bid, 70,000 on the bid, you want to bid. 60,000 on the bid, now 70,000 on the bid, you want to. Now 70,000 on the bid, 70,000 on the bid, now 60,000 on the bid, 70,000. Now 60 bid, down 74, 74, 74. Close the bid, 60,000. Next.
184 is a 1971 Yamaha TR2B Road Racer. Sold at the middle sale. Number 29 of 183 produced in the year 1971.
All right, here we go. How much here? Back on track. And but it 5,000 on the bid, make it 5,000. 7,500 on the bid, 10. Now 10 to buy, 10, but it 10. Now 12 pound to buy, 12 pound to buyer. 10,000. Now 12 pound to buyer. Now 15, 15 to buy the bid, 13, 14, 14, 15. Now 15 to buy the bid, 15,000 on the bid, 15,000. 15,000. Now 15 to buy the bid, 15. Now 15, and you're all out, 17.5. Now 15 bid, 17 pound to buy. Now 15 bid, down 17 pound to buy the bid. Now 15,000 on the bid, 17.5. Reserve is 15. Give me 16,000 on the bid. 15 bid 16. Now 15,000 on the bid. 16,000 on the bid. 17,000 on the bid. 17. Now 16 bid. Down 17,000 on the bid. 17,000. 16,000 on the bid. 17,000. Sold on the phone. Wade, $16,000.
185 is a 75 Kawasaki Z1 900. Last year, the 900cc Z1. It sells at no reserve.
All right, selling it on reserve. Down to the bid, 18,000 on the bid, 15,000 on the bid, 12, 10, 5. Make it 5,000 on the bid, 5. Now 5, 7,500 on the bid, 7,500 on the bid, 10, 10. What do you got? 10, 12, 5, you're out. Now 10, 12, 5. Now 10, 12, 5 to buy 10,000 on the bid, 12, 5. Now 10, 12, 5, 4, now 12, 5. Have a 10 bid, 12, 5 to buy 10, now 12, 5. Now 10 bid, 12, 5, 15. Have a to buy bid, no reserve. Now 15 to buy the bid, 12, 5. Now 15 to buy the bid, 12, 5, 15. Now 12, 5 bid, now 15,000 on the bid, Jamie to 115. Now 12, 5 bid, 15 to buy. Now 12, 5 bid, 15 to buy 14, 15. Have a 10, 15 to buy the bid, 15,000. Now 14,000 on the bid, now 15,000 on the bid. Now 14 bid, now 15, 16,000 on the bid. Now 15 got Laura, 15 bid 16. Now 17,000 on the bid, about 17. Now 17 to buy 17,000 on the bid. Now 16 bid, 17 to buy the bid, down 17,000. 16, 17 to 100, 16,000 on the bid, down 17,000 on the bid, no reserve. Now 16,000 on the bid, down 17,000. Last call. 16, 5, 17. Now 17 to buy. Travis has been taking dance lessons. 16 5 bid, 17 to 100. 16 5 bid, 17,000 on the bid, 117. Now 16 5 bid, 17 to 1 bid, 17. Now 5. Now pound to buy 17 5. Show me the moves. Now 17 bid 5. Now 17,000 on the bid, 5. Last call. Sold 17,000. Going to the big D.
Lot S, 187 from the Kennedy Collection of 1978, Kawasaki KZ1000 American. Very rare special edition. Commemorate the opening of Kawasaki's first factory, number 21 of only 200 produced at no reserve.
All right, so I'm going to reserve. Round to the big $100 here. Round to the big $100 here. Don't tell me how much. But the big $100 here, $15,000. Round 15,000 on the bid, 15,000 on the bid, 15. How much? Have a damn 15 on the bid, damn 15,000 on the bid, 1,000. 2 to the bid, down to 3,000 on the bid, 3. Now 3 to bid, 2,000 on the bid, 3. Now 3 to bid, KZ 1,000, $3,000. Have a 2,000 on the bid, 3. Have a 3 to bid, 2. Now 3. Have a 2. Now 3 to bid, 3,000 on the bid, 2. Now 3. Now 3 to bid, 2,000 on the bid, $3,000. 3,000 on the bid, 3. 2,000 on the bid, 3 to buy down, but $2,500. $2,500. Now 2, down 20. Hello. 2,500 on the bid, 2,500. 2,500. I'm going to 2,000 on the bid, 2,500 on the bid. Asking 2,500. How 2,500 on the bid, 5. 2,500 on the bid, 5. 2,500 down to bid 5. 2,500 down to bid 5. 2,500 down to bid 5. Now 2,500 down to bid 5. 2,500 down to bid 5. 2,500 down to bid 5 for it. Pound to buyer. Now 500 down to bid 5 for it. Yes. 2,500 down to bid 5. Now 2,500 down to bid. All right, a little confusion on the phone here. 2,500 down 3. Do they have a number? Do you have a better number? Oh, thank you. All right, 2,500 down to bid of 3. Now the telephone's out. Sold, 2,500. Way up high. Way up high. 2,500. Dallas, left side. Row number 19, seat number 6.
Lot S, 188 from the Kennedy Collection is a 1975 Kawasaki Z1 900. Last year of the 900. This one's very crisp and clean, and it's at no reserve. It's beautiful.
Hang about it there. Hang about it, 1,000, 2,000. 1, 2, 3, 3 to 3, 4. Now on about 3,000 on the bid about 5. Now on about 5,000 on the bid about 5,000 on the bid about 1,000 on the bid 6. Now 5,000 on the bid down 7. Now 7 about 6,000 on the bid 7. Now 7 down 7 about 8. Now 7 8 9. Have a date, have a 9 to 9 to 9 to 9 to 9 to 8 to 9 to 9 to 9. 8 bid, have a 9 bid, 8 to 9. 8 bid 9 10. Have a 10 about 10 about. Have a 10 bid about 12. Now 12 about down about 12. Now 12 to 12 to 12 to 12 down 12 to 9. Have a 12 to 1 about 12. Now 12 about 12,000 on the bid. 14,000 on the bid, 14,000 on the bid. Now 12, 4. Oh, you're out. 12,000 on the bid, 14. You're in. I see you right here. 12,000 on the bid, 14. About 12,000 on the bid, 13,000. Sold. 12,000. It's gone. Train went through. Sold. Laura, do not delay.
Lot S, 189 from the Kennedy Collection, 1978 Kawasaki Z1R. First year for this one. 1 year only ice blue paint with the fixed half fairing. It's at no reserve and sharp.
Right, someone get no reserve. 15,000 on the bid, 15, 12, 10. Who give $5,000? 5. Who gives 7,500? Now 10. Now 10 to buy 7,500 down to bid 10. Now 10 to buy 12.5. Now 10, 12.5 to buy the bid 10, 12.5 to buyer. Now 10, 12.5 to 12.5 to 12.5 to 12.5, 15. Now 12.5 bid 10, 15 to 1. Now 12.5. Internet's in. 12.5 bid 15,000. Now 12.5 bid 15 to 1. Now 12.5 bid 10, 15 to 1, 15,000. 12.5, 15. Now 12.5, 15 to 1. 17.5. 15 bid, 17.5 for. 15 bid, 17.5 to 1. 15,000 on the bid, 17.5. 15 bid, 16. Internet, 15,000 on the bid, 16,000. 15 bid, 16 to 1 bid, 16. 15 bid, 16. 15 bid, 16. Now 17 to buy 17,000 on the bid. Now 17 for 17 D 1. 18. Now 18. Now 17,000 on the bid, 18,000. Now 17 bid, 18 to buy 17,000 on the bid, 18. 18 to 1. Now 17,000 on the bid, 8. He's hovering. Now 17 bid. 18,000. Going once, Internet. Twice, Internet. Third and final call. Sold on the phone, 17,000. Wade.
Lot S, 190s, a 1939 Harley-Davidson Knucklehead. World's Fair paint. Nice restoration.
Daniel John Michael, are you here? Right over here, Kirk. Coming to you. Hey, how much here? Now, 100,000 on the bed of 1. 500, now 100,000 on the bid, 100 buyer. Right, here we go. 20,000 on the bid at 30. Now 20 bid, 30,000 on the bid at 34. Now 20,000 on the bid, now 30,000 on the bid at 100. Now 20,000 on the bid, 30, 40. Now 40 bid at 44. Now 30 bid at 44. Now 40. Now 30,000 on the bid at 40,000. Now 30,000 on the bid at 44. Now 44. He's bidding here. Bob bid at 40 bid at 50. Good eye, Bobby. Now 40 bid at 54. Now get your head on a swivel. Now 40 bid at 54. Now 40,000 on the bid at 50. Where'd Kirk go? Now 40,000 on the bid at 50,000 on the bid. Now 40 bid, now 54. Now 50 bid, now 50 bid. Here the bid, now 50,000 on the bid. Now 60, now 55. Now 50 bid at 5, 4. Now 50 bid at 5. Now 5, money, 55. Now 55, 60,000 on the bid at 160. Now 65, and you're both out. Now upon the bond, 60,000 on the bid at 5, 4. Now upon the bond, 60 here. 65. Now upon the bond, 60,000 on the bid at 5, 4. Now upon the bond, now upon the bond, 68,000 on the bid at 5. Now upon the bond, 60,000 on the bid at 5, 4. Upon the buyer, 60,000, 65,000. And losing your touch. 60 bid, now 5. Now upon the bond, 62, 5. 60,000 on the bid at 2.5. Knucklehead. Down 2.5 to buy. Down to the bid. He goes 60 bid. 62.5. Last call. And the bid goes on at $60,000, and we need to be $73,000.
Lot S, 191 from a private collection halfway around the world now is a 1917 Indian POWERPLUS 61-inch cradle spring frame, hand shift, toolbox, got all the accessories at no reserve.
All right, selling it no reserve. Come on, Jerry, down to the bid, go 50. Hey, but he found on the bid, 40,000, 10, 15, 15. 15, 20, 25. Now 20 bid to 5 port, 25, 20 bid to 25, 30. Now 30 bid to 34, now 30 bid to 34. Now 25 bid 30. Now 25 bid 34, down 75. 25, 75. Is that a yes? Now 75 to 20 bid, 25, 75. 25, only 25,000. Some hands in the air. 27.5. Now 25 bid, 75 team winner. Now 5,000 under bid, 27.5. 30. Now 30 bid, 34. Now 75 bid, 30. Now 30 bid, 75 bid, 30. Now 30 bid, 34. Now 75 bid, now 30 bid, 34. Now 30 bid, 34. Somebody's going to get the bike bought. It's selling at no reserve. We're under the money. We ought to be over 30 in a heartbeat. 30, 30 to 5. Now 30 bid, 2 pound to 30 bid. How about 2 pound to 5? Now 30 bid, 1,000 under bid, about 2 pound to 5. Now 2 pound bid, 5 4. Down 2 pound bid to 35. How about 2 pound bid, about 35,000. Now 7.5. Now 35, 37.5. Now 30,000 under bid, about 7.5 team water. Now 35,000 under bid, about 7.5. 37.5. Now 35,000 under bid, about 37.5 water. Now 7.5. Who said it? Now 35, 37.5. Now 30,000 under bid, 35,000 under bid, about 37.5. Do you want it? He's all done. 35,000 under bid, 7.5. Anybody else? Sold internet $35,000. Sold internet 35.
Lot S191.1 from a private collection in Johannesburg, South Africa is a 1934 Indian Standard Scout. Nice old Arresto Corbin speedometer. It's at no reserve.
Right, selling at no reserve. 10, 20. 20,000 thought bid 10, 20. Now 10 down, 20 bid down, 20 bid to 20, 30. Now 20 bid to 5, 30. Now 30 bid to 34. Now 30 bid to 34. Now 5. Now 35, 40. Now 40 bid to 44. Now 40. Now 40 bid to 44. Now 40 bid to 40,000 down to bid to 40. No reserve. Now 40 bid to 44. Now 40. Now 40 bid to 44. Now 40,000 down to bid to 40. Now 40 bid. Now 40 bid. Now 40 bid. Now 40. Now 40 bid to 40,000 down to bid to 140. Now 40 bid. Now 40 bid to 44. Now 40 bid to 40,000 down to bid to 40,000. 40,000. Now 40 bid to 44. Now 40 bid to 44. Now 40 bid to 44. Now 40 bid. Now 40 bid to 44. Now 40 bid to 40. Now 40 bid to 40. Anybody else? Now 40 bid to 44. Now 44. All right. 30's the bid. I'm asking 40. 30,000, 40. Now 30 bid to 44. You're at 30. I'm asking 40. 30,000 on the bid to 40. Now 30,000, 35. Now 30,000 on the bid to 30 bid to 35. 32.5. I'd hope so. Now 35. How about 2 pound bid to 5 port? How about 2 pound bid to about 35,000 on the bid to 5? How about 2 pound bid to about 35? It's selling at no reserve. And we ought to be over 40. You got 32.5. 35,000. How about 2 pound bid to about 2 pound bid to 5? Now 2 pound bid to 30,000 on the bid to about 2 pound bid 30,000 on the bid to 5. Last and final call. Sold 32.5. Sold 32.5. Right side. Budweiser.
Lot S192 from
Go.
Bob Weaver
Cycling's my
Collections.
passion.
1978 Harley-Davidson XLCR, believed to be 427 miles, been stored and displayed since 1979.
Right now, 25,000 on the bid to 25,000. Now 20 pound, 5,000. 10,000 on the bid in hand. 7,500 on the bid. 10, put up a 10. Up a 10 down 12.5. Go, baby, go. 12.5 bid 15. Now 17.5, and you're all out. Now 15 bid 17.5. Now 20. Who said it? Now 17.5 down 75 bid to 20. Now 24, 20.5. Now 20 bid 2 pound on the bid. Now 20 bid up a 2 pound on the bid. Now 20 bid 20.5. Now 20 bid 20.5 for. Anybody else? 20 bid 20.5. 21, 22. Thank you. Now 1 to about 20 bid 22. Now 1 bid to about 20,000 on the bid 2. Anybody else? 20. You say it, Bobby? 20 down to about 20,000 on the bid 2. Let's go. Morning meeting. Sold 20,000. Sold 20,000 on the bid. Sold.
Lot S193 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1915 Ivor Johnson with an Aero Thrust motor, sold on a bill of sale, rare, completely restored.
But a bit of here. Now 20 bid to 25,000 on the bid, 7,500. And 5,000 on the bid, 7,500 on the bid, 5,000 on the bid, money by 7 by 10. Now 10 to buy down, put up a 12.5. Now 12.5, now 15 to buy the bid, 15,000. Now 17.5. Now 20. Now 20 bid to 24. Now 22.5. And you're all out. 20 bid 20.5. Now 20 bid 2.5. Now 20,000 on the bid to buy. Now 25,000 on the bid to 2.5 bid to buy 25. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 2 bid to buy 4. Now 2 5 3 4. Now 20,000 on the bid to 4. Now 4 5. Now buy 20,000 6. Now 6,000 on the bid to 1 bid 20 6. 7,000 7 to buy 27,000 on the bid. 6,000 on the bid, 1 bid, 27, 8, 8 about down, 7 to 8, 8, 27,000, 9, have a 9, but 30, give me 30, give me 30, now 30 bid to 34, 2, now 30 bid to 2 board, now 30 bid, 32,000 on the bid, 2, 2, down to about 30, 2, 2, 4, down, bottom bid, 4, 6, 36,000, 8, 38,000 on the bid, 8 bid, down, bottom bid, down, 38,000 on the bid, 8, now 38, 40, now 40,000 on the bid, 40, now 38,000 on the bid, 44, down, paid 40, now 38 bid, down, 40, down, bottom 38,000 on the bid, $40,000. Now 40. Now 40 bid, 39,000 on the bid, 40. Now 9 bid, down 44, down 40. Nobody likes a quitter. Nobody likes a quitter. Anybody like a quitter out there? Nobody likes it. See, not a hand in the air. 39 bid, down bottom bid, down to bid, 40,000. Sold, 39,000. Thank you. Blaker.
Lot S, 194 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1976 Harley-Davidson 250 RR Road Racer, sold on a bill of sale. Super Racer, restored to perfection.
Here we go. Not going to any bit of a cut of it. Harley time down. Not going to a 30 bid. Not going to any bit of a cut of it of a $20,000. Somebody give 10. 10,000 bid. 10. Not going to any bit of a cut of it of a 10 here. Not going to a 5. 7 bid. 10. Not going to a 12. Hit 10. Not going to a cut of it of a 12 bid. Not going to a 15,000. 15 to bid. Not going to a 16. Not going to a 17. Not going to a 70 bid. Hit 17 bid. Not going to any bit of a cut of a 16. Not going to a 17,000 bid. Hit 17,000 and 16 bid. Not going to an 18 bid. Out there. Not going to 18,000 bid. Hit 18. 19. Not going to 19. 20. Hit 20. Not going to a 20 bid. Not going to a 2, not a bid, not going to a 2, reserves off, power, hit forward, not going to any bit of a $24,000 bid, hit forward here, not going to any bit of a 5, not going to a 25,000 bid, and not going to a 5 here, not going to a 5, hit 5, any bit of a 5, not going to a 22, not going to a 5, not going to a 2, appeared, no 5, hit 5, not going to a 7 bid, hit 5, not going to a 7, not going to a sorry, not going to a 7, $30,000 bid, hit 30, not going to any bit of a 30 bid, not going to a 30,000 bid, and 30 bid, not going to a 30 bid, not going to a $30,000 bid, not going to a 30,000, hit it outside 8, down 30, down 30 bid, 8 bid, not going to a 30,000 down, not get any bid, not get a 30,000, hit 30 bid, not get any bid, get a 30,000, last call, not get an 8 down 30 bid, hit 30, not get any bid, get a 30,000. I said no, $30,000 bid, hit 30,000 9 down 30 bid, not get a bit of a 30, hit 30 bid, not get a bit of a 30 bid, not get a bit of a 30, not get a bit of 9 down 30. Clint, you want to get 30? You want to get 30? 9, 30, 30,000 bid, $30,000 bid, not get a bit of a 30,000 down, not get a bit of 9 down 31, now 1, not get a bit of a down 1, not get a bit of a 21 bid, not get a bit of a $21,000 last call. You want to get 31, 31,000 bid, not get a bit of a down 1, not get a half, sold 30,000 to the telephone.
Lot S, 195 is a 2015 BMW K1600 GT. 20% of all the proceeds for this one will be donated to the Motorcycle Relief Project, a veterans charity. This is a multiple world record holding motorcycle piloted by Carl Reese will be signed here at the auction. It holds the records from LA to New York in 38 hours and 49 minutes. Guinness World Record, greatest distance in 24 hours at 2,116.5 miles.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. I'd get it offered at no reserve. I'd get it any bit of a cut of it, 95 here to 15 bottle. How much on it down? I'd get it any bit of a cut of it, 100,000 bid. One bid, I'd get it any bit of a cut of it, down one. I'd get it someone to give 15,000 down, 150, 50,000 bid. 15, I'd get it any bit of a cut of it, 15,000. I'd get it about 40, get it about 30,000 down bid. 30, 20, 10,000. Here we go. 10, hit 10. I'd get it about 10. Hit 10. I'd get it about 10 bid. I'd get it any bit of a cut of 10,000 down. I'd get it any bit of a cut of 10,000 bid. Any bit of 10,000 down 10, 15, 15 bid. I'd get it about 20,000. Bid. Hit 20, I'd get any bit of a cut of it, 20,000 bid. 25, hit 5, I'd get any bit of a cut of it, 5 here, I'd get it about 25,000. Hit 5, I'd get it about 5, I'd get any bit of a cut of it, 5, 2, 5, hit 5, a bit of a cut of it, 25,000 bid. Hit a 5 here, I'd get it about 5 bid, I'd get it about 25,000 bid. Hit 2, I'd get it about 5 here, I'd get it about 25 bid, I'd get it about 25,000, ladies and gentlemen, 25,000 bid. Hit 5, I'd get it about 5 here, I'd get it about 5, I'd get any bit of a cut of it, 25,000. Hit 5, I'd get it about 5 here, I'd get any bit of a cut of it, 23, I'd get any bit of 23,000. 23,000 bid. Hit 3, I'd get a bit of a 3 bid. I'd get a bit of hands high. I'd get a bit of a 23,000 bid. Hit 3, I'd get a bit of a 3 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 23,000 bid. Hit 3, I'd get a bit of anybody else. 22.5. Hit a bit else. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 22,500 bid. Hit a bit on 22.5 here. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. 2.5. Hit 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2.5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. Hit down 2.5 here. I'd get a bit of a 22,005. Hit 20. Get a bit of a 2.5. Anybody else get 20,000 bid? Hit a bit. Get 21 of it here. 21,000 bid. 20. 21,000 bid, 20 bid, hit a 21,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 21,000, hit a 1 bid, I'd get a bit of a 21,000 bid, I'd have. Ladies and gentlemen, we sold the bike 20,000, sold $20,000 Dallas.
Lot S, 197.1s, a 1920 Indian Daytona, 61-inch, sold on a bill of sale from our private collections, remained for the last 30 years in the Musée de la Belle Époque in France.
No problem. I'd get it any bit of a cut of a Daytona time down. I'd get it any bit of a cut of it 100,000 bid. One down. I'd get it any bit of a cut of it one down. I'd get it any bit of a cut of it one. I'd get it 75. Somebody get 50. 50,000 bid. 15,000 under bid. I'd get it a 10. Here we go. In a 10 bid. I'd get it a 10. I'd get it a 10. 15 bid. In a 20 here. I'd get it a 20 bid. I'd get it a 15. 25 by way. In 20. Get it a 5 here. I'd get it a 20 pair. No 5. In 5. I'd get it a 25 here. I'd get it a 20,000. Ladies and gentlemen, look up here. 25,000 bid. In 20 bid. Down 5. In a 5 here. I'd get it a 5 here. I'd get it a 20 here. 25,000. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 20 to 5. Hit 20 here, I'd get a bit of a 30,000 at a bid. I'd get a bit of a 30. Hit up 5, get a bit of a 25, 30 bid. 35, I'd get a bit of a 5. 35 at a net, I'd get a bit of a 5. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 30. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 30 all the way. I'd get a bit of a 5. Hit 35,000. 40,000 at a bid. I'd get a bit of a 35. I'd get a bit of a 40,000. 5. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 40. Get a bit of a 5. Get a bit of a 5. Get a bit of a 5. 40's a pair. Down 5. Hit a 5. Hit it inside. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 45,000 bid. Hit 40. Get a bit of a 5 here. Ladies and gentlemen, 550. The reserve is off. 50,000. Hit 45, 50. Hit 15,000 at a bid. I'd get a bit of a 15. I'd get a bit of teamwork. Makes a dream work. I'd get a bit of a 50,000 bid. Hit 45 here. I'd get a bit of a 50,000 bid. Hit 45. I'd get a bit of yes. I'd get a bit of a 50,000. Hit 15. I'd get a bit of a 45. I'd get a bit of a 50,000 at a bid. Hit 15. I'd get a bit of a 50. Hit a bit of a 50. Hit a bit of a 50. Hit a bit of a 50,000 bid. Hit 50,000. Hit 50. Hit a bit of a 45. You want to get 47,000. 45. 47 a bid. 45, hit a bit of a 47,000 bid. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 47,000 at a bid. 45 here, I'd get a bit of a gotta go. I'd get a bit of a 47,000 at a bid. You want to get 47. Got 45 in the internet. Telephone's out. 47,000 bid. 45, last call. 47,000 at a bid. 45, 47,000 at a bid. I'd get a bit of a 47,000. Sold her 45,000. Sold 45,000 to the internet.
Lot S, 198.1's a 1920 Harley-Davidson racer, 61-inch, sold on a bill of sale. This one also on display for 30 years at a private French collection, Le Musée de la Belle Époque.
Harley time here down. I'd get a bit of a cut of it 100. Hit 1. I'd get a bit of a cut of it down. I'd get a bit of a cut of it 50. Get a bit of a cut of it down. I'd get a bit of a 50, 25 here. 25, 30, 35, 5 here, 40 up here, 35, 40, 35 here. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 35. Get a bit of a 40,000 bid. Hit 40. I'd get a bit of 45. Get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 50. Hit 50,000 bid. Hit 50. Get a bit of a 45 here. I'd get a bit of a 50. I'd get a bit of a 50,000. Take it down 5. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of 55. I'd get a bit of 2 down 5. Hit 5. Hit a bit of a 5 here. 52. I'd get a bit of a 5. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of 7. I'd get a bit of a 7. Reserves off. I'd get a bit of that wasn't me. Miss me. I'd get a bit of 7 to bid. Hit 57,000. Hit 7 here. 60. Hit 68. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 65,000 at a bid. Reserve is off, ladies and gentlemen. 65,000 bid. Hit 7. I'd get a bit of a 5. Get a bit of a 7,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7 to 65. 67,000 bid. Hit a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. 65. Hit a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 67, sir. Hit 65 here. I'd get a bit of a 7 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. Last call. 67,000 at a bid. I'd have. Sold 65, sold 65,000. Nick Spracklin.
Lot S, 199's a 2009 Buell Righteous Fueler, built by Brian Fuller of Fuller Moto in Atlanta, Georgia. It was a 2-year build. It has hand-formed split fuel tanks.
Well, dude, I'd get a bit of a cut of an old 9-pound here. I'd get a bit of a 30, 20, 20,000 at a bid. I'd get a bit of a cut of a 10,000 bid. 10, I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a cut of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 7 bid. I'd get a bit of a 9. Hit a 9 bid, 10. Hit a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 10 down, 10 down, 12. I'd get a bit of a 10 here, 12,000 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 12 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 12,000 bid. 10,000. Hit a bit of a 12. Hit 12. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. 11,000. Hit 10,000. 11,000 at a bid. Hit 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10,000. 11,000 at a bid. Hit a bit of 11,000 at a bid. 10 bid. 11,000. Hit 10 here down. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 down. 11,000 bid. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 1,000 at a bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. 11, 12. I'd get a bit of a 12. Hit 12 one time. Get a bit of that third. I'd get a bit of a 12. I'd get a bit of 11. Down 12. Sorry, down 12. 11 a bid. 12,000. Hit 11. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a bit of 11's a bid. 12,000 at a bid. 11, 12. 11's a bid, 12,000. Get $11,000 bid right now, 12,000. Anybody else? 12,000 bid, 12,000. 11 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 12. 11 here, down 12. 11,000 at a bid. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. Ladies and gentlemen, the reserve is off. 11's a bid, 12,000 at a bid. 11,000, 12,000. Hit 12. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. Net you're out there. I'd get a bit of a 12,000 bid. 11,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a last call, ladies and gentlemen. 12,000 at a bid. 11,000, 12,000 at a bid. Reserves off. 12,000 at a died half. Sold 11,000. Sold $11,000. Robin.
Lot S, 199.1 is a 1952 Vincent Rapide. The tag is marked no reserve. It is not no reserve. It has a reserve on it. These were dubbed the father of the world's fastest motorcycle, 1,000 cc's, hydraulic fork, cantilever rear suspension. Here we go.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, down, could have been 80, bit of a 52-pound down, could have been about 50,000, 15, could have been 80, bit of a down, could have been about 40 bid, could have been 30,000 bid, 30,000 that are down, could have been 30, could have been 10, 15 bid, 10, 15, take it 20, hit a 20 here, could have been about 20, could have been 20 here, 25, hit 5, could have been 20 bid, could have been about 5 here, could have been 25,000, hit 20 bid, could have been about 5 here, could have been 20, 25, hit 5, could have been about 5 here, could have been 20 bid, could have been about 5 here, 22,000 that are bid, hit a 2 here, could have been 2, 5, 7 bid, and then 30,000. Hit 30 bid, I'd get a bit of a 30 bid, I'd get a bit of a 7, I'd get a bit of a 30,000 under bid, hit get 30, down 2, hit 2 bid, get a bit of a 2, down 5 here, down 5, hit a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit 32, 35,000, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 2, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 32 behind you, sir, 35 to you, 35,000, 35, you're out at 7 band, get a bit of a 5, 7 a bid, hit 35 late, I'd get a bit of a band to get 35, you're out at 7, hit 35, 7 a bid, I'd get a bit of a 35, 37,000, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 7 here, I'd get a bit of a 37, the reserve is off, 35, 37, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 7 here, I'd get a bit of a 37,000 bid, hit 35 here, I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid, all right there, I'd get a bit of a 5 down 7,000 bid, hit a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 7 here, 36,000 at one time, hit 36, y'all used to know, hit 35 here, I'd get a bit of a 36,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 36,000, sold 35,000 Nick Sprackland.
Lot S, 200s, a 1989 KTM Works 250 Brock Glover, sold on a bill of sale, hand-built factory works machine, restored by KTM mechanic, raced on the World GP circuit by Brock Glover.
Here it is, I'd get a bit of a 30,000 bid, 30, I'd get a bit of a 10, 10, I'd get a bit of a 10, I'd get a bit of a 10, I'd get a bit of a 15 here, I'd get a bit of a 20, and a 20 bid, I'd get a bit of a 20 down 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 25 bid, hit 20 up here, I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit of a 20, get a bit of a 2, hit 22,000 bid, hit 2 down, I'd get a bit of a 20 here, I'd get a bit of a 2 down a bid, I'd get a bit of a 22,000, hit 20 bid, hit 22 bid, I'd get a bit of a 2, I'd get a bit of a 22,000 bid, hit 2 down a bid, I'd get a bit of a 2 here, I'd get a bit of a 20 bid, I'd get a bit of a 22,000, hit 2 bid, I'd get a bit of a 2 down, I'd get a bit of a 2 here, I'd get a bit of a 20 bid, hit a bit of a 22, hit 2 bid, I'd get a bit of a 2 down, I'd get a bit of a 2 down 3, hit a 3, I'd get a bit of a 3, down 3, down 4, hit 4 down a bid, I'd get a bit of a 4 down, I'd get a bit of a gentleman out there, 24,000, you're out of 5, hit 24, down 5, hit 4, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit of a 24, I'd get a bit of a 5, hit 5, I'd reserve is off, 24, get a bit of a 25,000, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of 4, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of hands high, 25 bid, hit 5, I'd get a bit of job back there, I'd get a bit of a 25,000 bid, sold $24,000 Alexander.
Lot S, 201s, a 1966 Matchless G85 CS, sold on a bill of sale, limited production, fully restored alloy component factory scrambler.
$30,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 here. I'd get a bit of a 10. 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. Sherman, get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. 12. Hit 10,000. 12,000. Hit 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 12 here. I'd get a bit of a nice fenders. I'd get a bit of a 12,000 bid. Hit 13, 14, 15. Hit 17 bid. Hit 17 here. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. I'd get a bit of 18 bid. I'd get up there. I'd get a bit of 18,000. Hit 17, 18 bid. 18,000. I'd get 17 bid appeared. I'd get a bit of 18,000. Guys, you're all out of the back. 18,000 bid. 17, 18 bid. 18. I'd get a bit of a 17 here. I'd get a bit of 18,000 bid. At 17, I'd get a bit of 18 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17 down 19. You're all down 19, 20. At 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 here. I'd get a bit of a here in a minute. I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid. At 20, Kirk, get a bit of a 20 bid. At 20, I'd get a bit of a 20 here. I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid. At 20, I'd get a bit of 19.5 down 20,000. At 19.5 here, I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of 19.5 down 20. At 20 bid, I'd get a bit of a reserves off 19.5. Get a bit of a 20,000 bid. At 20, I'd get a bit of a meow. Get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid. And at 20 here, I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of 18.5 last call. Hit a bit of 20,000. At 19.5 here, I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. 20, get a bit of a 20,000 bid. I'd have sold 19.5, sold 19,500 Ben's way.
S202 is a 1961 Matchless G80 TCS Typhoon 600 cc's. Sold on a bill of sale, restored, collectible, Typhoon competition special.
Here it is. I'd get a bit of a 30 here. I'd get a bit of a 20. I'd get a bit of a third. I'd get a bit of a 10. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 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 10. 12, 15 bid. At 15, I'd get a bit of a 17 here. I'd get a bit of a 17. 17. I'd get a bit of a 20. Hit 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17. I'd get a bit of a 17 here. At 18 bid. Hit 17. I'd get a bit of 18 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17. I'd get a bit of 18,000 bid. Hit a bit else 18,000. 18 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17 here. I'd get a bit of 18,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17. 18 bid. 17. 18 bid. Hit a bit 18 bid. I'd get a get a bit of a kid of 18 down bid, I'd get a bit of a 17, 18,000, 18 bid, I'd get a bit of a kid of 18, I'd get a here goes, I'd get a 18,000 bid, it's 17, I'd get a bit of a kid of 18 down bid, I'd get a bit of a 17, 18,000, 17 bid, 18,000 that are down, I'd get a bit of a 17, 18,000 bid, I'd get a last called 18,000 that are bid, it's 17, 18,000. Close it here, 17,000. Close it at 17,000.
S203s, a 1952 Vincent Rapide, black finish, black shadow speedometer, hydraulic fault. It's got 1967 test certificate, past reg records, photos and correspondence included in the sale at no reserve.
Sells at no reserve here. I'd get a bit of a cut of a 100,000 that are bid. Hit down one bid. I'd get a bit of a cut of a 1 on Vincent down. I'd get a bit of a cut of a 75, 70, 50, 50,000 that are bid. I'd get a bit of a 10, 20. Hit 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid. Hit 20 folks at a bit of a 30,000 that are get a bit of a 40,000 that are bid. Hit a 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a cut of a 40,000 that are bid. I'd get a bit of a 30, 40. Hit 40,000 that are down. I'd get a bit of a 40, hit of a 35, 40 bid. Hit 40, I'd get a bit of a 7.5, 40 bid. Down 40 bid. Down 40,000 that are bid. I'd get a bit of a 40,000. Hit 40, I'd get a bit of a 7.5 bid. I'd get a bit of a telephone. You want to get 40,000 bid. Hit 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7.5. Get a bit of a 40,000 that are bid. Hit 40, I'd get a bit of a 40. I'd get a bit of a 7.5. Thank you. Down 40 bid. Hit a 40,000 that are down. Hit 40, I'd get a sales and no reserve. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40,000 bid. At 37.5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40 folks hands side here. 40,000 bid. Hit a bit of a 40. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7.5. You want to get 40,000? Hit 40. I'd get a bit of a 40. I'd get a bit of a 40. You look like Belichick. Get a bit of a 40,000 bid. Hit 40 here. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid. 37.5 here. I'd get a bit of a 40,000 here. Last call. I'd have sold 37.5. Sold 37,500. Nick Spracklin.
Lot S 203.1 is a 1956 Ariel Square 4. It's a nice older restoration, 26,860 miles showing on it, no reserve.
And I'd get a bit of another one. No reserve here. I'd get a bit of a 50, 25, 25,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid. Hit a bit of a 10, 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of no reserve. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. Hit again 5. I'd get a bit of a 7. I'd get a bit of a 10. Hit 12. I'd get a bit of a 12 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. Get a bit of a 12,000 on a bid. Hit 12. I'd get a bit of 15 here. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of a 12, 13 bid. At 13,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12. I'd get a bit of 13 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12,000, 13,000, 14,000, 14 to bid. At 14 here. I'd get a bit 13's a pair. 14 to bid. 13 bid. I'd get a bit of 14,000 that are down. I'd get a bit 13 to bid. I'd get a bit of 14,000. Hit 13 bid. 14,000 bid. 14. I'd get a bit of 14,000 bid. I'd get a bit 13. Get a bit else. I'd get a bit of 14,000. Hit 13 bid. I'd get a bit of 14,000 that are bid. I'd get a bit of 14,000 bid. I'd have 14,000. Sold 13,000. Sold 13,000. Julie on the proxy.
S204 is a 1922 Harley-Davidson F model. It's a running bike, settling front and rear lights, pressure light gas generator. Excellent 2020 motorcycle cannonball candidate at no reserve.
Sells at no reserve. I'd get a bit of a 35,000 bid. I'd get a bit on the F model here. I'd get a bit of a 30 here. 20, 10, 10,000 bid. 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 12. I'd get a bit of 15,000. 17 bid. 17. I'd get a bit of a 20 here. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 25,000. Hit 5 here down. I'd get a bit of a 5 down. 7 bid. I'd get a bit of 5 on Silent John. 7 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 5, 730. And 30,000 bid 2. Hit a 2 down a bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 down down. I'd get a bit of pump out bound. I'd get a bit of a 32 down 5. Hit 5 here bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 35 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. Get 32 up top down 5. Hit 5 here down. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of 7 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid 7. Hit 5, 7, 40,000 down a bid. Hit 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40 here. I'd get a bit of a 40,000 down a bid. I'd get a bit of a 40,000. Hit 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40 here. I'd get a bit of a 2 down a bid. 42. Hit 200 down. I'd get a bit of the Oak Ridge. I'd get a bit of a 200 down 42. Hit 200 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 here. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid up there. I'd get a bit of a 2 bid. I'd get a bit of a pump about down. I'd get a bit of a 42,000. Hit telephone. You want back? Get a bit of a 42,000. Hit 200 bid. Y'all done? Get a bit of a 40 up here. 42,000 down a bid. Hit 200 down. I'd get it. That's him. I'd get a bit of a 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 42,000 down a bid. Sold 40,000. Sold $40,000 way up top John's way.
Lot S 205 is a 1928 Harley-Davidson JD. It was repaired for the 18 Cannonball, but the rider was injured. It's ready for the next one. The bike's all sorted out, runs, and operates excellent.
Cannonball, I'd get a bit of a 50,000. 50, I'd get a bit of a 40 here. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 bid. 30 bid, I'd get a bit of a 10. 15 bid, at 10 bid, I'd get a bit of 15. Get a bit of a 20 down 5 here. 25 down 30. At 30 down 5 here. Down 5 at 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 40 bid. Hit 40,000 on a bid. 35 in the back. Get a bit of a 40,000. Down 7 and 40 bid. Hit 40 down a bid. Get 7 back there. I'd get a bit of a 40. By the way, reserves on 40,000 bid. Hit 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40 here. I'd get a bit of a 40,000. 8 40 bid. And down 40. At 8 bid. I'd get a bit of a 40,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a bing bang, bit of a 2, I'd get a bit of a 2. Hit 2, I'd bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 here. I'd get a bit of one side, get a bit of a 42,000 bid. Hit 2, down. I'd get a bit of a 2 here. I'd get a bit of a 42,000. You want to get 41? You want to do that? Get 40 in the back. Get a bit of a 41,000 bid. Anybody else? I'd get a bit of a 41 here. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of a 41,000. Hit 40 bid. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of a 1 here. I'd have sold her 40,000. Sold $40,000. The market steady. Chris's way.
Lot S, 206 is 1997 Harley-Davidson Softail Springer. First year they heard his Softail Springer. One of only 9,700 or so, produced 4,500 miles, no reserve.
Hey, comes with the jacket.
It does come with the jacket.
And I'd get a bit of popular size. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. 30. I'd get a bit of third. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. You get the bike and the jacket. I'd get a bit of a 20,000. 20. 10,000 bid. 10. 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of a 10. 12. 15 bid. At 15. 15. I'd get a bit of 15. Give me 15 down 17 a bid. Hit down 17 here. I'd get a bit of a 17 bid. I'd get a bit of 15. Get a bit of a 17,000. 20. Hit 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid. Hit a bit of 20. I'd get a bit of a 20 here. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. 20. Hit 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 22 bid. Hit 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd bid. I'd get a bit of a 21,000 bid. You'll do that. 21,000 bid. Hit 1. I'd get a bit of a 1 down. 1. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of 21,000. Hit 1. Get a bit of a down. I'd get a 20 here. 21,000 bid. Hit a down. 1. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of a down. 1. I'd get a bit of 21,000. Last call here. I'd have sold 20,000. Sold $20,000. Alex. Now let's sell the jacket.
Lot S, 207 is a 1974 Harley-Davidson XR 750. It's sold on a bill of sale.
Sold on a bill sale vote. I'd get a bit of a good sport about it. I'd get a bit of a 25. 25 in this Harley. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a bit of a 20. 10,000. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. 10. 12. I'd get a bit of a 12. 15 a bid. 15. I'd get a bit of a 15. I'd get a bit of a 12. I'd get a bit of 15,000. Hit 12 here. I'd get a bit of 13,000 bid. Birdie get a bit of 13. Get a bit of a 14,000. Thank you. Hit 14,000 bid. 13 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 14,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 13,000. 14,000 bid. Hit 14 bid. I'd get a bit of a 14,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 13,000. 14 a bid. Hit 14 here. I'd get a bit of a 14 bid. I'd get a bit of 13, 14,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 14,000. Hit a bit of 14,000 on a bid. 13 a bid. Hit 14 here. I'd get a bit of a 14 a bid. I'd get a bit of a third. I'd get a bit of 14,000. Hit 14 bid. I'd get a bit of a 14 down. I'd get a bit of 14,000. Last call. Hit 14,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 14,000. I'm going to close it at 13,000. Robin, close it at 13. You're exactly halfway there.
Lot S, 2/8, 1928 Harley-Davidson JD, sold on a bill of sale. It was purchased from the founder of Custom Chrome Motorcycles on the cover of the 86 Custom Chrome calendar. Corbin speedometer, excellent patina.
The old model JD now. I'd get a bit of a 50. 50,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a here. I'd get a bit of a 40, 30,000 bid. 30. I'd get a bit of a 10. Here we go. I'd get 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 10. 15 bid. 15, 20. I'd 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 30. Get a bit of a 30,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 30,000. Hit 30. I'd get a bit of a 30 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. Get a bit of a 30,000 on a bid. 25 down 30. Hit 30,000 on a bid. 25, 27,000 on a bid. Hit a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. 25, 27,000 on a bid. Hit a 5 here. 7 down 30 bid. Hit a 30,000 on a down. I'd get a bit of a 30 here. 27 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 20. I'd get a bit of a 30 down 2. Hit 2 down a bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 down a 1 down 2. Hit 2 down down. I'd get a bit of a 2 down 3 down 3. I'd get a bit of a 3 down a 4 down a 4. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd reserve a stop, folks. Hit 34,000. Hit 4 down down. I'd get a bit of a 4 down a bid. I'd get a bit of a 34,000. You get 33, 34. Hit 33. I'd get a bit of a 4. Hit 34 bid. I'd get a bit. You pick whichever one you want. Now 5. Now 5 down 35 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. I'd get a bit of 4. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 34 down 5. Hit 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 35,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 35,000. Hit 5 here down. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 35,000 on a bid. Hit a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. I'd get a bit of Paul. Last call. Get a bit of a 5 bid. I'd get a last call for Paul. Hit 35,000 on a bid. Hit 35,000 on a down. I'd have sold her 34,000. Sold $34,000. Bid Gunner.
All right. The next two bikes are from a legendary builder, Daniel Smith. These are straight out of scratch. The S209 is a 1939 Velocette Roarer, 500 cc's, meticulously handcrafted. This example and an original one residing in the United Kingdom are the only roarers in existence. Supercharged single overhead cam, parallel twin, 2-cylinder engine. These things, there's way over 3,000 hours in each one.
I'd get a bit of a kind of a bossy time. I'd get a bit of a kind of a much honored. I'd get a bit of a 200 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 here. 150. 150. Give $100,000 bid. $100,000 down. I'd get a bit of a kind of a. I'd get a bit of a kind of a. I'd get a bit of a 15,000 bid. It should 15,000 at 15. I'd get a bit of a kind of a Sherman $15,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 50. Get 50. They get 75. 50 bid. 75. 50. Get a bit of a 75 bid. And 75 here. 50. 75. I'd get a bit of a 50. Get a bit of a 75. 70. Get 60. At 15. I'd get a bit of 60. Down 100 bid. 60 here. 70 bid. And then 70 bid. Down 70 down. 80 here. I'd get a bit of 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70,000, 80,000 bid. 70 bid. I'd get a bit bid. I'd get a bit 80,000 down. I'd get a bit of 70 here. 80,000. In 70 bid. I'd get a bit 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70 here. Down 80,000 bid. In 70 bid. I'd get a bit 80 bid. I'd get a bit 80,000 bid. I'd get a bit 70. Get 75,000 bid. Get 70 bid. 70. Get 7,500. In 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a video loot. I'd get a bit of a 75 here. 70 bid. 75. In 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a video loot. I'd get a bit of a 75 here. 70 bid. 75. In 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 75,000. Get 70 bid. Is that all she wrote? 75,000 bid. In 70. Get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 75,000 bid. In 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 75,000. Last call. In 70 bid. I'd get a bit of a 75,000. Close it at 70,000. Close it at 70. Over 100,000 to buy.
Lot S, 210. Same thing from Daniel Smith. It's an unbelievable bike. It's a 1936 AJS V4. It's a rare example of a legendary motorcycle. It runs as well as the last one, painstakingly created. Single overhead cam, 50-degree V4 engine. Summer hooker on the end here has ridden it.
$115,000 bid. 150. I'd get a bit of a kind of a 100,000 bid. Somebody give one. Are you 50? 50,000 bid. 50,000 down. I'd get a bit of a kind of a 25, 30. Had to get 30, hit a bit of a 5. Had to get 40, hit a bit of a 40, hit a bit of a 5. Again 5, get a bit of a 50, hit a bit of a 5, get a bit of a 16,000 bid. And down 5, I'd get a bit of a $70,000 bid. In 70 bid, I'd get a bit of a 70, $80,000 down. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. 80,000. In 70 here down 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. I'd get a bit of $80,000 bid. 70, 80,000 internet. 80,000 bid. You want to get 75,000. 75 bid. In 70, get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 75,000 bid. In 70, get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 75 bid. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. 75. In 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 70 bid. 75,000 bid. In 70 bid. 75. In a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 75,000 bid. 70 bid. Hit a bit of 75,000. In 70, get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of market steady. Get a bit of a 70 bid. 75. In 70 bid. 75 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a telephone. Y'all done? It's down 80,000. Down 80 bid. 75. 80,000 bid. 75. 80. 75. 80 bid. 75 bid. 80. 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 75 bid. Down 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 75. 80,000. In 75 bid. Down 80 bid. I'd get a bit of a 75 bid. Down 80,000. Down. I'd get a bit of 80,000 bid. 80,000. 80,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 75 bid. Down 80,000. I'd have. Close it at 75. I agree. Sold it. I'd get to open it back up. 75. 80,000 bid. Ladies and gentlemen, he's changed his mind. The reserve is off. 75, 80,000. Internet, you want to play? 80,000 bid. I'd get a bit on the bike off the block. The bidding's at 75,000. The reserve is off. 80,000 bid. 75, 80,000 bid. 75. I'd get a bit of a $80,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 75. You want to get 77.5. 77.5. Smile at it nicely. 77.5. 75, 77.5. Anybody else? 77,500 bid. 77.5. The bike off the block. 77.5. 75, 77.5. 77,500 bid. I'd get a bit of a 77.5. I'm waiting on 3 of you. I'm waiting on you, and you. 75 bid, 77.5. 77,500 bid, 77.5. Thank you, 80,000. 77.5's on the phone. Internet's out, 80,000. He's out, 80,000 bid. 80,000 bid, 77.5. 80 bid, 77.5. 80 bid, I'd get a bit of a, he's in, 77.5. I'd get a bit 80,000. 80 bid, I'd get a sir. You want to give 80,000? Internet bidder, $80,000 down. Last call, $80,000 bid. I'd have. Sold her 77.5. Sold 77.5 on the telephone. Wade.
Lot S, 211 from the Bob Weaver Collections, 1938 DKW 250 SS Grand Prix Road Racer, sold on a bill of sale. It's a supercharged 2-stroke, very rare, pre-war German race bike.
Here we go. Down. I'd get a bit on 38 pound down. I'd get a bit of 50 here. Give 100,000. 100,000 bid. At 1 bid, I'd get a bit of a 25. Here we go. At 25 bid, I'd get a bit of 5. Get a bit of a 25 down 30. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. Birdie, get a bit of a 5 down 40,000. At 58,000 on a bid. At a 58, I'd get a bit of a 45 down 50. Get a bit of a 5 here. 55. Birdie, get a bit of a 5. 55, 60. At 60 bid. At a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 5 down 5 down 70 here. I'd get a bit of a 70 here. Down 70 bid. Down 5. At a 5 here. Down 5. Robin got a 5 here. 80,000. 80 bid. I'd get a bit. I'd get a bit. out there, down 5, 85 bid, 85 fair, down 5, 80's here, unless you're 85, 85 fair, down get a bit above 5 pound, 25 birdie, get a bit of a 25 pound, get a bit above 5, 85 bid, 85, I'd get a bit above 5 fair, 85,000, 85, I'd get a bit above 5 fair, 85 bid, I'd get a bit above 5 fair, 85,000 dollar bid, 85,000, 85 bid, I'd get a bit above 5 fair, 85 bid, I'd get a bit above 5 fair, 85,000 dollar bid, 85,000, 85 bid, where to go, I'd get a bit above 5, down 85 bid, 82, I'd get a bit above 5, 85,000 dollar bid, 85,000, 85,000 dollar bid, 85 bid, I'd get a bit above 5, 85 out there, 87, 5, 85, I'd get a bit of a 7, 5 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 fair, 87, there you are, 85, the reserve is off, 85,000, 87, 5, 85 bid, I'd get a bit of a 7, 5 fair, I'd get a bit of a 7, 500 down 85, 87,500 bid, 87, 5, 85 bid, I'd get a bit of a 7, 5 fair, I'd get a bit of a 5 fair, 87,500 bid, I'd have sold 85,000, sold $85,000 Chris's way.
Lot S 212 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1983 Kawasaki 1000 Eddie Lawson replica. Super nice original, unrestored, only 750 examples worldwide.
30,000 bid, 30, 20, 10,000, 10, I'd get a bit of a 15 bid, I'd get a bit of 10 bid, 15,000, and 10, I'd get a bit of 15, I'd get a bit of a 10 here, I'd get a bit of 15, same as last one, 15,000, hit 10, I'd get a bit of 15 bid, and a 15, 20, I'd get a, sorry, 17, down 20, 18, down 19, 19, 20, 2, 1, 2, I'd get a bit of a reserves on 22 bid, hit 2, down, I'd get a bit of a 3, 3, get a bit of a 3, down a bid, I'd get a bit of a 3, down 3, I'd get a bit of a telephones out, I'd get a bit of a 23,000, hit 3, down a bid, I'd get a bit of a 2 here, I'd get a bit of a 3, down a bid, I'd get a bit of a 2, I'd get a bit of a 3, last call, 23,000 bid, I'd get a 2 here, down 3. Sold her 22,000, sold $22,000. Next Franklin. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Russ Conklin.
Lot S 213 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1993 Yamaha YZF 750 ESP. It's a homologation race bike, believed to be 618 miles.
And how much here? So I get 30. I have 30,000 out of any back of the day 20,000 out of bed. And down 20,000 out of any back of the day 10. I have 10,000 out of any back of the day 10. Gonna be 10 to bed, any back of the day $5,000. 7,000 out of bed. And pound of bed, down to put him at 7,000 out of any back of the day 10. Gonna be 10, gonna be 12. I have 10,000 out of 12,000 out of any back of the day 10. Gonna be 12. I have 10,000 out of 12,000 out of bed, any back of the day 10. Gonna be 11. I have 10,000 out of 11,000 out of any back of the day 10. Gonna be 11. I have 10,000 out of bed, $11,000 on it. I have 10,000 out of 11,000 out of it back of the day 10 to be 11. I have 10,000 out of bed, 11,000 out of bed, and 10,000 out of it back of the day 11 back of the day 10,000, 11,000. I have 10 to bed, 11 to bed, back of the day 10, 11. I have 10,000 out of 11,000 out of back of the day 10 to be 11. I have 10,000 out of 11,000 out of anybody else all through back of the day 10 to be 11,000 out of bed. Close bid at $10,000.
Lot S 214 from the Bob Weaver Collections, a 1989 Suzuki GSXR 750RR. Low mileage. It's an ultra rare homologation race bike.
I'm buying back of the day 30 and 30,000 out of any back of the day 20. So we get 20. I have 20,000 out of any back of the day 5,000 out of any back of the day 5,000 out of any back of the day 7,000. I got 5,000 out of it, 7,000 out of 10,000 out of any back of the day 12,000 out of bed. And 10 going to be 12, going to be 15,000 out of any back of the day 17. And 15,000 out of any back of the day 20. And 17 out of any back of the day 20, going to be 20,000 out of bed. I have 17 of any back of the day 20, going to be 20, going to be 20,000 out of any back of the day 17. I have down 20,000 out of bed. If any back of the day 17, 20. I have 17 of bed. If any back of the day 20,000 out of any back of the day 17. I have back of the day 18, down 20, down 20, down 20, 18 of bed, if any down 22. And 20 bed, if any down back of the day 2, 2 bed, if any down back of the day 21. I have 21 and down 2, if any down back of the day 22, 3. And 22 bed, if any back of the day 23,000 out of bed 4. And 24,000 out of any down back of the day 23 to bed, if any down back of the day 4, going to be 4, going to be 4. And 24,000 out of any down back of the day 24,000 out of bed. And 23,000 out of any back of the day 24,000 out of bed. And 24, 25, and 24,000 out of reserve is off. And 24,000 out of any back of the day 5, going to be 5 to bed. And 24,000 out of any back of the day 25,000 out of back of the day 24, going to be 25. Sold $24,000, Laura.
Lot S 215 is a 1928 Indian Ace. It's from the first half of 1928 production. Older restoration with all the right stuff. 32,473 miles showing on the Corbin speedometer.
No reserve.
No reserve.
200,000 out of any back of the day 150. And 150,000 out of any back of 100. I have 100,000 out of any back of the day 1 bed, out of any back 40, 50. And 40,000 out of no reserve. And 40,000 out of any back of the day 50,000 out of 60,000 out of any back of the day 70. And down 70,000 out of 80,000 out of any back at 80, gonna be 80,000 out of it, back at 70, 80. I am 70,000 out of bed, 80,000 out of it, now back at 70, 80. John, you're gonna be 80, 70,000 out of it, back at 80,000 out of bed, and 70,000 out of 80,000 out of it, now back at 70, 80. And 70,000 out of bed, 80,000 out of it, now to 80, 75, 80, 75, 80,000 out of it, back at 75, 80. And 75 back at 80,000 out of bed, and 75, 80,000 out of 90. And 75 to bed, 80,000, and now 5, 85 gonna be 5, gonna be 5 back at 85, 80,000 out of it, back at 5, down back at 85, 85,000 out of bed, down back at 85, and down down back at 85, gonna be 85, 90. I'm at 85, gonna be 90, gonna be 90, gonna be 90,000 out of 85, 90. I'm at 85 to bed, 90,000 out of 85, 90. I'm gonna be $90,000, sir. I'm at 85 to bed, 90,000 out of 85, 90. I'm at 85 down, 90,000 out of it, back at 85, 90. I'm at 85 down, 90,000 out of it, back at 85 down, $90,000. Anybody else? 85's the bed. You want to give $90,000, sir? Last call. 85 gonna be 90,000 out of 85, 90. Sold $85,000. Sold $85,000. John.
Lot S, 216s, a 1928 Harley-Davidson J with a sidecar. It's not a JD. Sold on a bill of sale. It's a quality older restoration. It has an export market, left-hand sidecar at no reserve.
10,000 out of it, back at 20, gonna be 20, gonna be 20, gonna be 15, gonna be 20, gonna be 5. Here down, put him at 5, back at 25, 30. At 25, gonna be 30,000 out of bed. And 25 bed, down, back at 30,000 out of it, back at 25, 30. And 25,000 out of it, back at 30, gonna be 30, gonna be 30,000 out of bed. And 25, 30. And 25 bed, back at 30,000 out of bed. And 30,000 out of it, back at 25, 30. And 25 bed, down, back at 30,000 out of bed. And 25,000 out of it, back at 30 bed. And 25 gonna be 30, gonna be 30. And 27.5 now 30. And 27.5 30. And 27.5 gonna be 30, gonna be 30, gonna be 30. And back at 27.5, who's got him 30? And 32.5. And back at who's got him 32.5, 35. And 32.5, 35 pound out of it, down, back at 32.5, 35. And 32.5 gonna be 35,000 out of bed. And 37.5. And 35 gonna be 37.5. And 35 bed, back at 37.5 Clint. And 35 pound out of it, back at 37.5. And 35,000 out of it, back at Kirk. And 35, 37.5. And 35,000 out of it, back at 37.5. And 35,000 out of it, back at 37 pound bed. And 35,000 out of it, back at 37.5. And back at 35,000 out of it, back at 37.5. And 35,000 out of it, back at 37 pound bed. And 35. 37.5, thank you, now 40. 37.5, now 40. 37.5, $40,000. Okay, do I have an owner on this bike? 37.5, 40.
No, it's no reserve.
Never mind. 37.5, 40. 37.5, no reserve. I am 37.5, going to be 40. I am going to be 40. I am 37.5, going to be 40,000 out of bed. And 37.5 down, 40,000 out of bed. Going to be 40, going to be 40, sir. I am 37.5. You want to get $40,000? I am 37.5, 40. I am 37.5, 36. Okay, 38. I had 36 out of it, back at 38,000 out of bed. And 36 out of it, down, back at 38,000 out of it, down, back at 38,000. I had 36 out of 38,000 out of bed. I sold $36,000. Ricky sold $36,000.
Lot S, 217s, a 1947 Harley-Davidson FL Knucklehead. Excellent condition, recent upgrade to 86 inches, 43 miles since completion, runs currently.
And by the way, back at 60 down, out of it. Wow, back at somebody 50,000 out of bed. And down 50 down, out of it, back at 15, going to be 20. I am 15 to bed, back at 20, going to be 20, going to be 5 to bed, 35 back at 25. And down 30, I have 20 pound, going to be 30. And 30 bed, 30 pound down, out of it, back at 30, going to be 35, 40. And 30 pound down, out of it, back at 40,000 out of bed. And 35 down, 40, going to be 35, not 40. I am 37, not 40, not 40, not 2, going to be 42. You're out 45. And 45 pound out of it, back at 45. I am by the way, back at 42,000 out of it, back at 45. Got 42. Now 45. Pound out of it, back at 42,000 out of it, back at 45. I am $42,000. Yes, sir. 45. And 42,000 out of it, back at 5, 45 out of bed. And 42,000 out of it, back at 45,000 out of bed. And 42,000 out of it, back at 45. And 42,000 out of it, back at 45,000. And 42,000 out of it, back at 45. All three are down, back at 40, take it to be 45. And 42,000 out of it, back at 5, going to be 45. And 45,000 out of it, down, back at 42, 45. Anybody else? Well, we're going to close the bid at $42,000. We're going to close the bid at $42,000. Whoa, the reserve is off. 42, 45, pound out of it, back at 45, and 42 down out of it, back at 45 pounds, another down, back at 42, going to be 45,000. So $42,000, so $42,000, Laura.
Lot S, 218s, a 1936 Harley-Davidson VLH. H makes it 80 cubic inches. It's restored. It was lot number 600 at the Steve McQueen Estate Auction in 1984. Believed to be 700 miles since the restoration.
And by the way, you can do it. If anybody did 100,000, out of it, make it 75. So I get 50. I have 50,000 out of it, now I get 20, going to be 30. And 20,000 out of it, make it 30,000 out of it, make it 20,000 out of it, make it 25, 30, 30, share them down, 30 to 30,000 out of bed, 5. And 30 bed, 35,000 out of it, now I get 30, going to be 35. And 30 bed, 35,000 out of it, now I get 35. And 35, and 30 bed, 35,000 out of bed. And 30 bed, now I get 35,000 out of it. And 30 bed, pine, 35, all done. And $30,000, here she goes. 35, down 5, down 40. And 37, down 7, down 40. And down 37, down 40. And 37 to bed, down 40,000, down to bed, make it 40, going to be 40, going to be 40. And 37,000, down to bed, make it 40. And 40, now you're out 2. And 42,000. And 40, reserve is off. And 40,000, down to bed, make it 42. And 40,000, down to bed, make it 2, going to be 42, sir. And 40,000, down to bed, make it 42,000, down to 40, going to be 42,000, down. So $40,000, so $40,000, Nick.
Lot S, 219 is a 1928 Harley-Davidson JD. It was a sidecar. It's been owned by the Kusaro family since it was new in 1928. Lieutenant Carnival Kusaro was a caretaker of this bike for many years. It's the first motorcycle to receive an antique license plate in the state of Texas.
Guess what? No reserve. Pound of it, make it 100. I have 100,000 out of it, make it no reserve. Pound 100,000 out of it, make it 75. I have 75 out of bed, 50,000 out of bed. Down 50,000 out of it, now make it 50, 30, 40, 40, 40, going to be 40. I have 30,000 out of it, make it 40,000 out of it, make it 40. I have 30,000 out of it, make it 50,000 out of bed. No reserve. I have 40,000, 50,000 out of bed. I have 40,000 out of it, make it 50. I have 40,000 out of it, make it 45. I have 45,000 out of bed. I have 40,000 out of it, make it 45,000 out of it. I have 40 bed, 45,000 out of it, make it 40 to 45. I have $40,000. You got to be kidding me. $45,000 bike sales at no reserve. I have 40,000, 45. I have 40,000 out of it, make it 45,000. I have 40,000 out of 45. And 40,000 out of it, make it. Is that it? Are you done? 40,000 out of bed, 45,000. I have 40 going to be 45. Have it, make it 40 to 45. Last call. 42. Now 45, 42, 45, now 45, now 7, now 47, now 47. If anybody going to do 45, going to be 47. And 47,000 out of it, now going to do 45, going to be 750. I'm part of it, going to do 50,000 out of it, now going to do 50 to 50 to 50, 48, 50. I have 48,000 out of 50,000 out of bed. And 48,000 out of it, going to do 50 to 50,000 out of it, going to do 50. I have 48,000, 52. And 50,000 out of it, going to do 2 to bed, now going to do 52. And 50,000 out of it, going to do 2 to bed, now going to do 50, $52,000. Anybody else? I have 50,000. To be 52. So $50,000. So $50,000. Jimmy and Wade on the telephone.
Lot S, 220s, a special one, 1915 Harley-Davidson J model. This was in the 2018 Cannonball, ridden by Flat Out Dave. It's correct 15 engine, matching case numbers, 15 only cylinders, 15 1-year only, original Harley-Davidson frame.
I'm part of it, make it do 50. I'm part of it, make it do 40. I'm part of it, make it do 40, going to be 30. I have 30,000 out of it, make it do 30 bed. And 30,000 out of it, now going to do 10, going to be 10, going to be 15, going to be 20. I have 15,000 out of it, make it do 20, going to be 20 bed, now going to do 15, 20. I have 15,000 out of it, make it do 20,000 bed, going to do 15, going to be 20. I have 15,000 out of it, make it do 20,000. I have 15 to be 20, 20,000 out of it, now going to do down 20, down 5. You have 20 bed, now going to do 5, 22, 25, and 25,000 out of it, now going to do 22, going to be 5 to bed, 25, 27, and 25 to bed, 730, now going to do 30, going to be 2, and 30,000 out of it, going to do 32, 35,000 out of it, now going to do 32, and 30,000 out of it, going to do 32,000, and part of it, going to do 30, going to be 32,000 out of it, now going to do 30, going to be 32, and 30,000 out of it, going to do 2 to bed, now going to do 30, going to be 32, and 30,000 out of it, going to do 32,000 out of bed, and 30,000 out of it, going to do 32,000 out of bed, going to do 30, going to be 32. I have 30,000 out of it, going to do 32,000 out of it, going to do 32,000. Anybody else? Ricky, 32. Take 31 if you want to do it. 31. 30 grand. 31. 30 grand. 31. I got Glenn at 31. 31. If anyone down, they're going to do 30 down 1. And 30 band, if anyone down, they're going to do 1 pound, if anyone down, they're going to do 30, going to be 1. And 30,000 down, if anyone going to do 30. 1,000 down, they're going to do 30, going to be 31. 2. And 31,000 down, if anyone going to do 2 to bid. I am 31, going to be 32 down, going to do 31, going to be 32 down, bed. I am 31, going to be 32. If anyone down, they're going to do 1 down 2. I am 31 down, if anyone down, they're going to do 32 down, if anyone down, they're going to do 31. I am 32 down, if anyone going to do 31 down 2, 32, 33, 32, 33, 32, 33, 33, 34, 33, 34, 33, 34. I have 33 down, very big to do 34. 33 down, very big to do 34 down, down, to do 33, going to be 34 down, I got 33, 34, 33, 34, 33, 34 down, very big to do. Ricky, going to be 34. Got 33, submit $34,000. 33, 34. Now 35. Now 35. Now 35 to you, sir. 34, 35. $35,000. And 34,000 out of it. Making it a fine pine, $35,000. 34's a bid. 35,000. Anybody else? 36,000. 35, 36. I had 35,000 out of it. Making it a 36,000 out of bid. I had 30. Reserve is off. 36, 37. 36, 37. You're out. 36, 37. I have 36 sound out of it. Making it a 37. I have 36 sound out of it. Making it a 37,000. I have 36 sound out of it. Making it a $37,000. Anybody else? I have 36 sound out of it. Making it 37. I have 36 sound out of it. Making it a 37, 37, 37, 37 sound out of it. Making it a 9. So $36,000, Ricky.
Lot S, 221s, a 1929 Harley-Davidson DL, sold on a bill of sale. Competition Hill Climber, ridden in the 30s by Connie Schlemmer. He restored a motorcycle in 1980. It's no reserve.
No reserve. Pine pine back to do 50, pound back to do 40, going to be 30. And 30,000 back to do 30,000 back to do 10,000 back to do 12 pounds and out of bed. I am 10 bed down to do 12 pounds and out of bed back to do 10, going to be 12, going to be 12,000. No reserve. And 10,000 back to do 12 pounds and out of bed. I am pine back to do 10,000 back to do 5,000, 7,000 out of bed. I have 5,000, 7,000, 5,000, 7,000, 10,000. I have 7,000 out of 10,000, 8,000 out of 10,000 out of bed. I have 8,000, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10,000 out of bed. 8,000, 10,000. I have down 12,000 out of bed. 10, going to be 12. I have 10,000 out of bed. 12,000 out of bed. I have 10,000 out of bed. 12, going to be 12, going to be 12,000. I have 10,000 out of 12,000 out of bed. And 10,000 out of bed. 12,000 out of bed. I have 10,000 going to be 12, going to be 12,000 out of bed. Going to do 10,000 out of $12,000. Anybody else? What? 11, 12. 11, 12, 11,000 out of it, making it 12,000 out of bed. 11, making it 12,000 out of it, making it 12. 11,000 out of it, making it 12, going to be 12, going to be 12,000 out of it. 11, 5, 12. 11, 5, going to be 12. 11, 5 out of it, making it 12, 12, 12, going to be 12,000 out of 11, 5, making it 12. And 13,000 out of it, making it 13, going to be 13, going to be 13. I had 12,000 out of it, making it $13,000. Anybody else? I had 12,000 out of it, making it 12, 5, 13. And 12 out of it, making it 13,000 out of it, 12 out of it, 13, and 13,000, 12 out of it, 13,000 out of it. He said no, and I said 12, 5, 13,000. Sold $12,500. Sold $12,500, Laura.
Lot S, 222s, a 1953 Honda Bentley. It's Honda's first four-stroke motorcycle, 145cc engine. It's been restored. They didn't bring Hondas to the United States till 1959, so this one's a little early.
40, going to be 30, bed, down, going to do 10,000, 15,000 out of bed. I have 10,000 out of bed, going to put him at 10 to bed, 12,000 down, 15,000 out of bed, going to do 17, and 17 to bed, 20, down 20,000 out of bed, going to do 17 to bed, going to do 20, going to be 20,000 out of bed. I have 17,000 out of 20,000 out of bed, going to to 17, down 20, and down 20, down 2, but 20,000 out of it, to 2 to bed, to 22, I have 20,000 out of it, 22,000 out of it, down to 20, going to be 2, I have 20,000 out of it, to 2, going to be 20, going to be $22,000 on it, I have 20,000 out of it, $22,000, and 20 bed, down to 22, and 5 bed, to Kirk, back to 20, down 2, I have 20,000 out of it, to 22,000 down to 2, going to be 2, and 20,000 out of it, back to 22, I have 20,000 out of it, now 5, and 5 again, back to 25, 27, I have 25,000 out of it, back to 27, I have 25,000 out of it, back to 27,000 out of bed, and 25,000 out of it, back to $27,000. Anybody else? I have 25, going to be 27, I have 25,000 out of it, back to $27,000, 25, going to be $27,000. Anybody else? Close bid at $25,000.
All right. Maybe you'd like an original unrestored, original paint one. S223s in 1953 Honda Bentley 3E. Original condition. This one's got the semaphore turn signals.
I buy the back to do by the prayer. I buy the back to do 15 to bed, back to do 10. I buy the back to do 10,000 out of it, back to do 10, going to be 10, going to be 10,000 out of it, now back to do 2,000, going to be 3,000. I have 2,000 out of it, back to do 3, going to be 4,000 out of it, back to do 3,000 out of 4,000, 5,000 out of 6,000 out of bed, and 5, 10, 6, 7, 7, 8, back to do 8,000 out of bed. I buy the back to do 8,000 out of it, now back to do by the prayer. I buy the back to do 7,000 out of bed, 7, now back to do $6,000, $7,000, and 6,000 out of it, back to do $7,000, now 8, I have 7 to bed, 8,000 out of it, down to do 7,000, 8,000 down 9, 9,000 out of it, back to 8,000 down to bed, 9,000, 8,000 down 9, 8,000 down to bed, 9, back to 8,000 down 9. 8,000, $9,000. Down 85, 9, 85 to be 9, 85 pound down to 9,000 down with Bobby, 85 down 9. Reserve is off, 85 to be 9,000 out of bed. But 85 pound 9,000 down to 85 to be 9 down 5. 95, 95 to be 95 to be 95 pound down to 95. Sold $9,000. Violet on the internet.
Lot S, 224 is a 1969 Honda 750 Sandcast. It's a very early serial number, 546. Candy Ruby Red. This one was restored by Vic World.
Back to do banner player, down to 50 down to 40 to be 40. I am 40 down to 15's a bid 20. I am 15 bed to 20. I am 15 down to 20 bed go 20 to 20 down to 25. And 20 bed down to 5 to 30. I am to 30 to be 5. I am 30 bed to 35. I am 32 down to 5 35 down to bed down you're out 7. And 35 down to 37 down to bed. And 35 down to down to 37. I am 35,000 out of 37,000 out of bed. I am 35,000, 37,000 out of bed, 35, 37, and 35 bed down to 37,000 out of bed, and 35,000 out of 37,000 out of here she goes. 35 going to be 7. Anybody else? 35,000 out of 37,000 out of bed, 35 going to be 37. Close bid at $35,000.
Lot S, 225 is a 1957 Yamaha YA1 125. This was Yamaha's first motorcycle. They're extremely rare in the U.S. This one's original.
Yeah, by the down to 15,000 down to 2,000, going to be 3,000, but 4,000 down 5, and 6,000 down to 5, back to 6,000 down 7,000 down 8, but 8,000 down going to be 8, Blake, going to be 8,000 out of bed, down 7,500, 8,000 out of bed, and 75, 8, 85, 85, 85 out of bed, but 8,000 down 5, 8,000 down 85 pound down to 8,000 down 5, but 8,000 5, now 9, 85 pound down to 9,000 out of bed. Now 95, down to bed, now 10. 95 to 10, 10 reserves off. 95 to 10, 10 down to 95 to be 10, 5. And 10 to 5, 11. 11 down to 10, pocket to be 11 down, 11 down, 11 down to 10, pocket to be 11. And 10, 5, 11, 5. 11 down to 5 pound down to 12. 11 5 to 12,000 11 5 to 12 going to be 12. John, you want to give 12? 11 5, $12,000. Anybody else? So $11,500. So 11.5. Jordan.
Lot S, 226 is a 1994 Harley-Davidson VR 1000 sold on a bill of sale. It's never raced. The bike is still in like new condition.
I'm going to be 100. I'm 100,000 out of it now. Negative 30 going to be 40. And 30,000 out of it. Negative 40,000 out of it again. 50,000 out of it now. Negative 50. 60. I'm going to be negative 50,000 out of it now. Negative 60,000 out of it now. Negative 55. 60. And 55,000 out of it now. 60 to pound 70. And down 70,000 out of it. Negative 70 going to be 70 going to be 70,000 out of bed. And 65,000 out of it. Negative 70,000 down 60. 70, 75. 75, wait, 70,000 out of it, going to do 75. And 70 bed down, pine to bed down, 70,000 out of it, going to do pine, going to be 75. Now 80, now 80,000 out of it, going to do 75, 80. And 75, going to do 80,000 out of it, going to do 75, 80, 78, 80, 85. 80,000 out of down 5. 80,000 out of it, going to do pine, 85. 80,000 out of it, going to do 85, 90. But 85 going to be 90,000 out of 85, 90. Reserve is off. 85 going to be 90,000 out of 85 down, 90 going to be 90. Down. 95, now 100. I have 95 going to be 100. I have 95 going to be 100,000 out of it. Going to do 95 down 100. I have 95 to be going to do 100. 95 down 100. I have 95 to be down 100,000 out of it. That did it. 95 going to be 100,000 out of it. 95 going to be 100,000 out of down. Going to do 100. Sold $95,000. Jamie on the telephone.
S227 is a 1937 Harley-Davidson EL Knucklehead. Very early 37. 36 lowercase numbers. Approximately 90% of the bike is OEM.
Everybody going to do 90,000 out of it down. Going to do 30 going to be 40. I have 30,000 out of it. Going to do 40 birdie down. 40,000 out of it. Going to do 50. And 40,000 out of it. Going to do 50,000 out of it down 60. I have 55. 60. I have 55,000 out of it. Going to do 60. I have 55 down 60 down 2 and 62 down 5. 65 and part of it down out of it. Going to do 65,000 out of bed. I have part of it going to do 65,000 out of it down. Going to do 5 going to be 65 and down 65,000 out of it down negative 5 65,000 out of bed. I'm part of it down 60 down 5 negative Robin, you're out 60 down 5 and 65 70. I am down 65,000 out of it negative 70. I am 65,000 out of it negative 70,000 out of bed. Reserve is off 65 70 and 65,000 out of it negative 70,000. I am 60. You want to give 67? 65,000 to bid, $67,000. Last call. And $67,000. Anybody else? Sold $65,000. Laura Landis.
Lot S, 228s, a 1965 Harley-Davidson XLCH. It's a fast appreciating Magneto Sportster, full width front brake. Last year for the K-type oil tank.
By the way, going to do prayer. By the way, going to do 10. I have 10,000 out of it. Going to do 2,000. Going to be 3,000. Going to be 4,000 out of bed. I have 3 out of bed. Going to do 4. Going to be 5. Going to be 5. Going to be 5,000 out of bed. I have 5,000 out of it. Going to do 4,000. 5,000. 6,000 out of 7,000 out of it. Going to do 7. Yeah, down 7,000 out of it. Going to do 7 bed. 7,000 out of it. Now going to do 7,000 out of bed. Yeah, down 7,000 out of it. Now going to do 6,000 out of it. Going to do 7. I have 6,000. Going to do 6,500. 65. 6,500 out of it, now going to do 6,500 out of bed. I am part of it, going to do 6,000 out of it, going to do 6,500 out of it, now going to do 65, 7, 75 reserves off, and 7,000 out of it, going to do 7,500 out of bed, and 7, 75 out of it, now going to do 7,000 out of it, going to do 5 out of bed, 7,500, and 75, 7, 75, 8, now going to be 8, 8,000, 7,500, 8,000 out of bed. I am 75 going to be 8,000, 8,000, 7,500 out of 8. 75 to be going to 8,000 out of down, going to do 7,500, 8,000 out of bed, 8,000 out of bed. Now 5, 85, 85, 85, 8,000 out of 85, now 9. No, I got 85 here, going to be 9. Should look going to be 9, going to be 95. 95 pound out of it, going to do 9, going to be 95. Jamie, going to be 95. 97 and a half, 10. Give $9,000, sir. Yep, 95. 95. 95. 95. Now 10. 95, now 10. Now 10-5. High 10 a bit, 10-5. High Jordan. High part of it, going to do 10, going to be 10-5. High, going to do 10,000 out of it, going to do 500. And 10,000 out of it, high get long back there. High 10,000 out of it, going to do 10-5 a bit. And 10,000 out of it, going to do 10-5, going to be 10-5. 10-5, here we go, 10-5, last call, 10,500, 11, here 11,000 out of it, about 11 to bed, down 11, now 5, here 11,000 out of it, bigger to 500 out of bed, down 11 to bigger to 5, pocket of 11,5, here 11,000 out of it, bigger to 500, here 11,000 out of it, bigger to 500, he said no, sold $11,000, sold $11,000 telephone.
Lot S, 229s, a 1972 Harley-Davidson Nitro Nostalgia Drag, Sportster base, 89 cubic inch, S&S fuel carburetor, Truett and Osborne flywheels, sold on a bill of sale.
Yeah, part of it, 15, 10, 5, 2, 3,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 out of bed. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 8,000 out of bed. And 7, 8, down out of it, 10,000, 10, 11, and 10,000 down, 11,000, 12,000, 13,000 out of bed. And 13,000 out of it, down, 13, I got Chris at 12, now 13,000 out of bed. And 12,000 out of it, 13, 14, reserve is up. And 13,000 out of 14,000 out of it, down, 13, 14,000 out of bed. And 13 out of it, down, 14, could be 14, could be 14, hard out of done. And 13,000 out of 14,000 out of it, down, 14,000 out of done. So $13,000, so $13,000 telephone.
Lot S, 230 is a 1978 Harley-Davidson MX 250 short tracker, sold for a bill of sale. Built and raced by Lee Florin. The Harley-Davidson's factory race team supplied the parts to build this bike.
Yeah, by the way, 20,000 out of it, 15, 10, 10,000 out of it, 3,000 out of it, 4,000 out of it, 4, 5, and 5,000 out of it, 6,000 out of it, 7,000 out of it, 8,000 out of it, 8, going to be 8,000, and 7,000 out of it, 8,000 out of it, 9,000 out of it, 10, down 10, down 10,000 out of it, 10, 10,000 out of it, 10, down 10,000 out of it, 10, 10, going to be 10,000 out of it, and 10,000 down 11,000 out of it. Going to do 10 down 11, 11, going to be 11, reserve is up, going to be 11, down 11,000 out of it, going to do 10, 11, and 10,000 out of it, about 11,000 out of it, down 10 or down 11, and 10,000 out of it, about 11,000 out of it, going to do 10,000 out of it, 11,000 out of it, by the way, going to do 10,000 down 11. Now 12, down 12,000 out of it. 11 to beg to do 12, going to be 12,000 out of 11 to bed 12. 11,000 out of it, beg to do 12,000, Laura. 11,000 out of it, beg to do 12,000 out. So $11,000, so $11,000, Robin.
Lot S, 231s, a 1993 Harley-Davidson soft tail nostalgias of Mooglide. One of only 2,700 produced that year. 89 miles on it, tracked on the title, no reserve.
And part of it, going to do no reserve. Part of it, going to do 30, going to be 20. And down 20,000 out of it, going to do $5,000, 7,000 out of it, going to do going to be $7,000 hands in the air, 5,000, 7,000 out of bed. And down 10,000 out of it, going to do $7,000 down 10, 10, going to be 10 to bed, down 7, down 10. And down 10,000 out of 8,000 out of 9,000 out of bed. And down 10,000 out of down 11. And down 11,000 out of it, going to do 12,000 down 12. And 12,000 out of 13,000, 14,000 out of bed. And down 13 to bed, 14, 15,000 out of 16,000 out of bed. And 15,000 out of it, down going to do 16, going to be 17, going to be 18. But 18,000 out of it, down going to do 18, going to be 19, going to be 19, 20. And 19 to bed, going to do 20,000 out of it, going to do 20 down 1. And down 1 and down 2. Down 22,000 out of it, down 3, going to be 4, going to be 5. And 25,000 out of it, down going to do 25 to bed 7. And 25, 6, 7. And 25 down 27,000 out of it, down going to do 26,000 out of it, going to do 7, 8. And 28,000 last call. $28,000. Anybody else? So $27,000. So $27,000, Robin. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Jimmy Landis.
Lot S, 232s, a 1990 Harley-Davidson Fat Boy, first year Fat Boy, 2,295 miles, one of only 4,400 produced at no reserve.
No reserve. Somebody get $20,000 here. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 10. At 10,000 now, you better get 10 bid. You better get 2,000. You better get 3,000. You better get 4,000. You better get 5. At 5,000 now, you better get $6,000 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 6,000. You better get 6, 7. At 7,000, you better get 7 bid. You better get 6 bid. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7,000. You better get 7. At $7,000 for it, 8,000. You better give 8 bid. You better give 8. You better get 7. You better give 8. I have 7,000. You better give 8,000. 9,000. You better get 9 bid. You better give 8. You better get 9. You better get 10. 11,000. Now 11. 11,000. You better get 11 bid. 11,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 11,000. 11 now. 11,000. You better get 10. 11. At $10,000 bid. 11,000. You better get $500 bid. 11,000. You better get 10. 5. 11. Sold. $10,500. Bobby.
Lot S, 235s, a 1939 Nimbus Model C, formerly owned by Steve McQueen, purchased at the Steve McQueen estate sale. Very rare restored Model C Nimbus with a sidecar.
$150,000 here, 150 bid, 100,000. Somebody give $100,000 here. You better give one bid, you better give one, you better give 80 bid, you better get 20, you better get 30, you better get 20, 30, 40. I have 30 bid, you better get 40,000. Now you better get 30 bid, you better get 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get 30, 40. I have 30 bid, you better get 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get 40, you better get 30, 35,000. You better get 35, 40. I have 40 bid, you better get 40 back my 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get 45 bid, you better get 40, 45. I have 40 bid, you better get 45,000. You better get 40 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 5 here, you better get 40, 45. I have 40,000, you better get 45,000. Anybody else? 40's bid, you better get 45. I have 40 bid, you better get 45,000. I have 40 bid, 45. Close the bid at $40,000. Close the bid goes on.
Lot S, 236, 2013 Suzuki Boulevard C90T, built by Rook Customs for motocross rider Carrie Hart. A lot of biker magazine covers feature no reserve.
No reserve, 15,000. You better get 10. At 10,000, now you better get 10. You better get $5,000. 5,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5,000. Now you better get 5 bid. You better get $3,000 for it. At 3,000, you better get 3 bid. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 2,000. $22,000 bid, you better get 3. I have 2 bid, you better get 3,000. You better get 2 and now 3. You better get 3. The bike's selling at no reserves. Anybody want 2,500? At $2,500 bid, you better get $2,000 bid. You better get 2,500. 3. At 3,000, now you better get $3,500 bid. You better get 35 bid. At $3,500 bid, you better get 3 and now 5 here. You better get $3,500 bid. At $3,500 bid, you better get 3,000. You better get $3,500 bid. You better get 3 and now 3,500. At 3,000, you better get $3,500. Sold, $3,000. Kirk.
All right, next one we're selling on the screen when it shows up is S237. It's a 2009 Kawasaki ZX14C from the Kennedy collection. That's 1,352 cc's. What? Oh, you're all right. No, it's on the screen, yeah. On the screen, yeah. It is brand new, still in the crate. 9.47 second ETs with 185 mile an hour regulated top speed. There cannot be very many new ones in existence. This is the big one. No reserve.
My goodness, that was funny. Something you'd like to share with the rest of us? All right, selling at no reserve on the screen. Somebody get $20,000 bid. You better get 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20,000. You better get 20 bid. You better get 15,000. Now you better get 10. Somebody get $10,000 here. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10,000. You better get $5,000 for it. At 5,000, you better get 6,000. You better get 7,000. You better get 7, 8. 8,000. You better give 8 bid. You better give 8. You better give 8. You better give 8. You better give 8. Now 9,000. You better get 9, 10. At 10,000, you better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get 10. You better get 10, you better get 9, 10. At 9,000, you better get 10,000. Now you better get 10 bid. You better get 10, you better get 10, you better get 10. Anybody else? At 10,000, at 10, 95, 10, 95 bid. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10, you better get 9,500. Now 10,000. Now 95 over here with Ben. Now 10. Got 95. Would you like to bid 10,000? Then you'll know who's in. What? No. 10, 5, 10,000. You better get $500 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5. You better get 10, 5. At 10,000, now 500. So you're not 10. Yeah. 10, 5. 10,000. You better get 500. Got 10 over here with Dallas now. 10,500. Sold. $10,000 Dallas.
Lot S, 238's, a 1974 Honda Elsinore MR50, sold on a bill of sale. They only made these in 74 and 75. This one's had a cosmetic restoration. It is in running condition.
10,000, you better get $5,000 here. You better get 1,000. You better get 2,000. You better get 3,000. You better get 4. At 4,000, you better get 3 and now 4. You better get 4 bid. You better get 3. You better get 4. I have 3,000. You better get 4,000. You better get 335 4 4,000. You better get 4,500. At $4,500 bid. You better get 4 bid. You better get $4,500 bid. You better get 4 now 4,500. I have $4,000 bid. You better get $4,500 bid. You better get 4 bid. 5,000. At 4,500 now 5. At 5,000, you better get 5 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 5,000. You better get 5. At $5,000 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 5,000. At 5,000, now you better get 5 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 5. You want to give 5,000? 5,000's the bid. $5,500 of reserves off. 5,000. Anybody get 5,500? I have 5,000. Anybody get $5,500 bid? Anybody get 5 bid? Anybody get $5,500? They get 5 sold. $5,000. Travis.
S239 is a 1972 Honda Z50. Sold on a bill of sales. Had a cosmetic restoration. It is in running condition.
$1,500 bid, $2,000 bid. Anybody get 2,000? Anybody get 225? 3. And I've got 2,500, 27.5 now. 3,000. Anybody get 3 bid? Anybody get 3? At $2,750 bid. Anybody get 3,000? Anybody get 3? Now 2.5. Reserve is off at 3,000. Anybody get 2.5 here? Anybody get 35? I've got 3 there. 32.5. 32.5 bid. Anybody get 250 bid? Anybody get 32.5? 3,000. 2.5. 5 bid. Anybody get $3,500 bid? Anybody get 2.5? Anybody get 3,500? $4,000 now. Anybody get 37 and a half? 4. I have 37.50 bid. Anybody get 4,000? Yep, that's it. 37 and a half. 4. Now 2.5. 42 and a half bid. Anybody get 2.5 here? Anybody get 4 bid? 2.5. 5. At $4,500 bid. Anybody get 5 bid? Anybody get 5 here? Anybody get 5. At 42 and a half. Anybody get $4,500 bid? Anybody get 2.5? Anybody get 45. 7.5. At $4,750 bid. Anybody get 50 now? 5,000. Anybody get 5. At 5,000. Anybody get 5 bid? Anybody get $5,500 bid? Anybody get 5,500. At 6,000. Anybody get 6,000? Anybody get 6 at $5,500 bid? Anybody get 6,000? Anybody get $6,500 now? At $6,500 bid. Anybody get 6,000? Anybody get 6,500? Sold. $6,000. Wait on the telephone.
S240 is a 1971 Honda CB 500 Repro Racer from the Moto Tablet Museum in Carmel, California. Please visit. You get a chance. This one's at no reserve.
1,000. 2,000, 2,000. Anybody get 2 bid? Anybody get 1? Anybody get 2? It's no reserve. I have $1,000 bid. Anybody get $1,500 bid? 2,000. Anybody get 2 bid? Anybody get 2 at $2,500? 3,000. Anybody get 3? 3 now, 3,500. At $3,500 bid, anybody get $3,500 bid, anybody get 4,000, anybody get 4,500. At 5,000, anybody get 5 bid, anybody get 5 here, anybody get 5, anybody get 45.5. I have $4,500 bid, anybody get 5,000, anybody get 5 bid, anybody get 5 here, anybody get $4,500 bid, anybody get 5. So, $4,500, Laura.
Lot S 241 is a 1960 Ducati Elite at 200cc, nicely restored, good running motorcycle, jelly mold gas tank. No reserve.
No reserve. 2,000. Anybody get 3? I have 2,000. Anybody get 3,000? Anybody get 3,000? Anybody get 4,000? Anybody get 5? At 6,000. Anybody get 6,000? Anybody get 5 bid? Anybody get 6? At 6,000 now. You better get 5 bid. Anybody get 6,000 here? You better get 6. At $6,000 bid. Anybody get 7,000? Anybody get 7? Anybody get 8? 8,000. Anybody get 8 bid? Anybody get 8? Anybody get 8? Anybody get $7,500 8? I have $7,500 bid. Anybody get 8,000? Anybody get 8 bid? Anybody get 8 here? Anybody get 8? At $7,500 bid. Anybody give 8,000? Anybody else 8,000? Sold. $7,500. Travis.
Lot S 243 is a 1946 Indian Chief, matching frame and engine numbers. Restoration was completed last year.
$35,000 here. You better get 35 bid. You better get 30. I have 10,000. You better get 15,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 12. I have 10,000. You better get 12,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 12 here. You better get 12 bid. You better get 10. You better get 12. You better get 15. 15,000 now. Put up at 15 bid. You better get 17 bid. You better get 17. I have 15,000. You better get 17 bid. You better get 16,000. 17,000. At 16,000. You better get 17 bid. You better get 17. You better get 17. Anybody else? At 16,000. 17,000. Now you better give 18. 18,000. You better give 18. You better give 18. You better give 17. You better give 18,000. Last call, 18. Close the bid at 17,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
S246, 1969 Vincent Eagley, built by Mark Specialist, JMC Classics. Engine was built to the highest specs.
$100,000 bid, 100 here. You better get 1 bid. You better get 100,000. You better get 20 bid. You better get 30. Put them at 30, 40. Have 40 bid. You better get 50,000. Now you better get 40 bid. You better get 50. You better get 50 bid. You better get 45. I have 40 bid. You better get 45,000. You better get 40 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 45. I have 40 bid. You better get 45,000. Now you better get 40 bid. You better get 5. I have 40 bid. You better get 42,000. You better get 2 bid. You better get 2. 40's bid. You better get 2. I have 40 bid. You better get 42,000. You better get 2 bid. You better get 2. You better get 40 bid. You better get 42. Close the bid at $40,000 and the bid goes on.
Les 247's a 1975 Triumph Rob North Recreation sold on a bill of sale. This Trident was built with no expenses spared.
$60,000 here. You better get 60,000. You better get 10, 15, 15,000. Now you better get 10. You better get 15, 20, 15 a bid. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 20,000. I'm only bid 15,000. Now you better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 20. At 20,000. You better get 20 bid. You better get 15. Now 20 bid. You better get 20. And you better get 20. Anybody get 17,000? 15,000. 17,000. Going to close the bid at 15,000. Got a reserve of $40,000.
S248's a 1954 Triumph Thunderbird, formerly part of the Craig Venner collection, is a nice pre-unit bike.
Yes. Somebody get $20,000 here. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. At 20,000, you better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 15,000. You better get 15. You better get 10. At 10,000, now you better get 2,000. You better get 3,000. You better get 3 bid. You better get 4. You better get 4. You better get 5. At 5,000, you better get 6,000. You better get 7,000. You better get 7. You better get 8. 8,000. Now you better get 7 bid. You better get 8. You better get 8. You better get 8. You better get 8,000. Now you better get 7, 8. I have 7,000. You better get 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better get 9 bid. You better get 8. You better get 9. I have 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better give 8 bid. You better get 9,000. Now you better give 8 bid. 9,000. Got 8,000. $9,000. 8,000. You better get 9 bid. You better give 8 bid. You better get 9 here. You better get 9 bid. I've got $8,000 bid. $9,000. 8,000. Reserve is off. 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better give 8 bid. You better give 9. At 8,000, 9,000, 8,500 now. 9 bid. You better get 9. Laura, 9,000. $8,500 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9. You better get 9. You better get 9,500. At $9,500 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 95. Anybody else? Sold. $9,000. Laura.
S249 from the Kennedy Collections, 1966 Triumph TT Special, sold on a bill of sale. No reserve, it's sharp.
No reserve, 20,000. You better get 2,000. You better get 3,000. You better get 2. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 3. 4. At 4,000. You better get 4,000. You better get 3 bid. You better get 4 bid. You better get 4. You better get 3. You better get 4. I have 3,000. You better get 4,000. You better get 5,000. You better get 6,000. You better get 7,000. You better give 8. 8,000. You better give 8 bid. You better give 8 here. You better give 8 bid. You better give 8,000 now. 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better get 9 bid. You better give 8 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better give 8 now. 9. 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better give 8 bid. You better give 9. I got you, sir. Laura's got you. 9, 10, 11. 11,000 now. 11,000. You better get 10 bid. 11,000. At 10,000. 11,000. 11 bid. 11 now. 10, 5, 11. I have 10, 5 bid. 11,000. You better get 10, 5 bid. 11,000. Sold. $10,500. Laura.
Lot S 250s, a 1951 Vincent Rapide, recent detail, mechanical and cosmetic restoration. It looks sharp.
Sure does. Somebody give 100. $100,000 bid, 100 in. You better get 1. At $100,000 bid, I've got 10, 20. Put them at 20, 30, 40. At 40 bid, you better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 30, 40. I have 30 bid. You better get 40. You better get 50 bid. You better get 50,000. You better get 60,000. You better get 50, 60. I have 55 bid. You better get $60,000 now. At 55 bid, you better get $60,000 here. You better get 60 bid now. 5. I have 60 bid. You better get 65. At 60,000, you better get 570. At 70 bid, you better get 70 bid. You better get 70 now. You better get 70. I have $65,000, 70,000, 75, 80. $80,000 bid. You better give 80. At 80 bid, you better give 80 bid. You better give 80. 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 At 80,000, you better give 80 bid. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80. You better give 80. At 80,000, you better give 80 bid. You better give 80 here. You better give 80. At 80,000, you better give 80 bid. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80, 90 bid. You better get 90. Reserve is off. At 80 bid, you better give 85. I have 80 bid. You better give 85. Laura, you went in. 80 bid. You better give 85. At 80 bid, you better give 85. Anybody else? 85,000. You better give 80, 85. Sold. $80,000. Dallas.
Lot S 251s, a 1939 Ariel Square 4. Many correct 1 year only features. It's had a mechanical and cosmetic restoration. Really
$50,000
nice.
here. I've got 10 bid. You better get 15, 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 5. You better get 30. At 30 bid, you better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 5. You better get 5. You better get 40. At 40 bid, you better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 5. Reserve is off. At 40 bid, you better get 45. I have 40 bid. You better get 45,000. You better get 40 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 42. At 40 bid, you better get 42,000. 4,000, 5,000, anybody get 45? At 45 and now 7 bid, anybody get 7, anybody get 47,000, anybody get 7? I have 45,000, anybody get 47,000, anybody get 7? So, $45,000, Violet on the internet.
Lot S, 252 is a 1953 Ariel Square 4 Mark II. 53 is the first year for their 4 exhaust pipe. Total restoration in 2016, no reserve.
No reserve, $20,000 bid. You better get 2, 3, 3,000. You better get 4,000. Now you better get 3. You better get 4. I have 3,000. You better get 4. 4,000.
Unbelievable.
Seven, 8, 8,000. You better get 7. You better get 8. I have 7, 8, 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better get 10,000. Now you better get 10, 11. 11,000. You better get 11 bid. You better get 12,000. You better get 13,000. Now you better get 13. At 13,000. You better get 13 bid. You better get 13. You better get 13. You better get 13. 13, 14. I have 13,000. 14,000. You better get 13. You better get 14. So $13,000. Front row, Mitchell.
Lot S, 253 is a 1947 Harley-Davidson FL Knucklehead built by LA Speed Shop. Electric start, 1927 JD Freemanson, no reserve. It's really cool.
Wow, wow, and a double wow. Somebody give $80,000. You better give 80. $80,000 bid. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80. You better get 70. You better get 60. You better get 50. At $50,000, it's going to sell. No reserve. I don't really care what it brings. It's going to sell. 10, 15, 15,000. You better get 10. You better get 15. At 15,000, now you better get 15 bid. You better get 10. You better get 15. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. At 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 15, 20. 15 bid. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 17. I have 15, 17, 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20, 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 better get 2, better get 2, better get 5, better get 5, better get 5. At 25,000, now you better get 25. I have 22 bid, you better get 25,000, you better get 2, you better get 5, 7. At 27 bid, you better get 7, you better get 8, you better get 9, you better get 9, you better get 8, you better get 29. At 30 bid, you better get 1 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 3 bid, you better get 4 bid, you better get 34. At 34,000, you better get 34. At 34 bid, you better get 4, you better get 4, you better get 4, you better get 4, you better get 34. At 34,000, anybody get 34 bid, you better get 4. Anybody else? At 34,000, anybody get 34. 5. At 34, you better get 35 bid, you better get 4, you better get 5, better get 5, better get 35. So $34,000, Ben.
Lot S, 254, same builder, 1948 Harley-Davidson Panhead, built by LA Speed Shop. It's got narrowed VL forks and a whole lot of other stuff. It's sold with the 1930 Alps sidecar at no reserve.
No reserve, 10, 20, 10 bid, you better get 20,000, you better get 15. At 10 bid, you better get 15,000, you better get 15, you better get 10 bid, you better get 15. Now 20, 15 a bid, you better get 20 bid, you better get 17, 20. At 20 bid, now you better get 20 bid, you better get 20, you better get 20, you better get 20, you better get 20 bid, you better get 20. At 17, 20 bid, 2. I have 20 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 2, you better get 2. Lars in it, 20 now 2. At 20 bid, you better get 2, you better get 5 bid, you better get 5, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 30. At 27 bid, you better get 30 bid, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get 32. At 35,000, you better get 35. At 32, you better get 35,000, you better get 32, you better get 5, better get 5. Better get 5, better get 5. At 35,000, now 7. At 37,000, you better get 35 bid, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 7. So $35,000, Ben.
Lot S, 255 is a 1973 Cheney Triumph 500, sold on a bill of sale, restored by Vintage Iron.
$2,000, $3,000. I have 2,000. You better get 3,000. You better get 2. You better get 3, 4. At 4,000. You better get 5,000. You better get 6,000. You better get 7. At 7,000. You better get 7. 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 8,000. You better get 7 now. 8. Jesse. At 7,000. You better give 8,000. You better get 7. You better give 8. You better give 8. You better give 8. You better give 8. I have 7,000. 8,000. 9,000. You better get 9 bid. You better give 8. You better get 9. At 8,000. You better get 9,000. You better get 9 bid. You better give 8. You better get 9. You better get 9. I have 8,000, you better get 9,000, you better get 9 now, 10, reserve is up. At 9,000, you better get 10,000, you better get 10. I have 9,000, you better get 10,000, you better get 9 bid, you better get 10, you better get 10, you better get 11. 11,000, 11 now, 12. At 12,000, you better get 12 bid, you better get 12, 11 and now 12 bid, you better get 12,000. I have 11,000, you better get 12 bid, you better get 12. Last call now, 12,000. Sold. $11,000. Ben.
Lot S, 256, 1983 Benelli SCI 900, 6-cylinder.
$20,000 bid. Anybody get 2,000? Anybody get 3,000? Anybody get 3, 4? At 5,000? Anybody get 5,000? Anybody get 4 bid? Anybody get 5, 6? 6,000? Anybody get 7,000? Anybody get 7? Anybody get 8? Anybody get 9? At 10,000 now 11,000. 11 bid 11. At 10,000 11 bid 11,000. Anybody get 10? 11. 11,000 now. Anybody get 11 bid 11,000. Anybody get 10? 11. At 10,000 11,000. 11 bid 11,000. Anybody get 10? 11. 12. I have 11 bid. Anybody get 12 here? Anybody get 12 bid 11 now 12. I have 11,000. Anybody get 12,000? Anybody get 12 bid now 13. At 13,000. Anybody get 13? Anybody get 13? Anybody get 12 bid? Anybody get 13? I have 12,000. Anybody get 13,000? Anybody get 12 bid? Anybody get 13? At 14,000. 13. Anybody get 14? I have 13. Anybody get 14? Anybody get 14,000? At 15,000. Anybody get 15? Anybody get 15? Anybody get 15? At 15,000. Now anybody get 15 bid? 15,000. Anybody get 15? Anybody get 15? Anybody get 15? At 15,000. Anybody get 15? Anybody get 15? At 15, at 15,000, anybody get 15 bid? Anybody get 15,000? Now 16,000. I have 15. Anybody get 16? Reserve is off 15. Anybody get 16? I have 15,000. Anybody get 16,000? Anybody get 16? So $15,000. Paul Guck.
S257 is a 1968 Moto Guzzi V7 Sport. Original condition. It's all original, no reserve.
$1,000 bid. Anybody get 2? I have $1,000 bid. Anybody get 2 now? 3, 4. At 4,000. Anybody get 3? Anybody get 4? Anybody get 5? Reserve. Oh yeah, no reserve. 4,000. Anybody get 4? At 3 bid. Anybody get 4? Anybody get 4? Anybody get 3? Anybody get 4? I have 3,000. Anybody get 4,000? Anybody get 3? Anybody get 3,500? At $3,500 bid. Anybody get $3,500? Anybody else? I have 35. 4. At 4,000. Now anybody get 4 bid. Anybody get 4? Anybody get 4? Anybody get 3,500? 4. I have $3,500 bid. Anybody get 4,000? Anybody get 45? At $4,500 bid. Anybody get 5 bid? Anybody get 45? He said no. Anybody else 45? So $4,000. Dallas.
S259 is a 1959 Triumph Tiger scooter sold on a bill of sale. These are very rare. This one's in original unrestored condition.
$5,000 here. You better get 5 bid. You better get 3. You better get 2. $1,000 bid. $1,500 bid. You better get 2. At 2,000. You better get $2,500. 3,000. You better get 3. At 3 and now 35 here. You better get 35. 4. At 5,000. You better get 6,000. You better get 6,000. Now 7. At 7,000. Reserve is off 8,000. 9. At 9,000. 10,000. You better get 11,000. You better get 11. $11,000 bid. You better get 10 bid. I'm all the way upstairs at 10. 11. 11. 12. 13. 13,000. Anybody get 13? Anybody get 12 bid? Anybody get 13? At 12,000. Anybody get 13? Who's yelling over there? You got 12, right, Paul? Yeah, 13. 12,000. Anybody get 13? Sold. $12,000. Paul Guck.
Lot S, 260s, a 2002 Harley-Davidson V-Rods. First year V-Rod, 38 miles on this one. Close to a new one you'll ever find. No reserve.
No reserve, $50,000 here. You better get 50, you better get 40, you better get 5, 6, 7, 7,000. Anybody get 7,000? Anybody get 6 and now 7? I have 6, 7, 8, 9. 9,000. Anybody get 9 bid? Anybody get 8? Anybody get 9? Anybody get 9? Anybody get 8 now 9. At 8,000. Anybody get 9 bid? Anybody get 9 here? You better get 8 now 9,000. I have 8,000. Anybody get 9,000? Anybody get 10,000? Anybody get 10? I have 9 bid. Anybody get 10? Anybody get 10? Anybody get 11,000? Now you better get 10, 11. $11,000 bid. Anybody get 10 bid? 11,000. 11 bid. 11,000. Anybody get 10, 11, 12. At 12,000, anybody get 12 bid? Anybody get 12, 11, and now 12. I have 11,000. Anybody get 12,000? Anybody get 12 bid? Anybody get 11? Anybody get 12? Anybody else? Sold. $11,000. Valid on the internet.
Lot S, 261s, a 1995 Harley-Davidson Softail. First year of the bad boy, 1,176 miles. No reserve.
No reserve, $30,000 here. You better get 30. You better get 25. At $25,000 here. You better get 25 bid. $5,000. $6,000. 6,000. 7,000. Now you better get 7. I have 6,000. You better get 7 bid. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get 7. You better get $7,000. At 7,000. 8. 8,000. You better get 8 bid. You better get 8 bid. You better get 7. You better get 8. You better get 8. You better get 9. You better get 9. You better get 8. You better get 9. At 9,000. Now you better get 9 bid. You better get 8 bid. You better get 9 bid. You better get 9,000. At 9,000. 9,000, anybody get 10,000, anybody get 10, bid, anybody get 10, anybody get 10, anybody get 10, anybody get 10. I have 9,000, anybody get 10,000, anybody get 11,000, 11 bid 11. 11,000, now anybody get 11 now, 12,000, anybody get 13,000. At 13,000, anybody get 13, anybody get 13, anybody get 13, anybody get 12, anybody get 13. So, $12,000, Dallas.
Lot S, 262s, a 1965 Harley-Davidson XLR, sold on a bill of sales, one of the rarest Sportsters. It was a low-production racer designed for scramblers or TT.
$40,000. Hey, anybody get 40, anybody get 30, anybody get 5, 7, 8,000, anybody get 9,000, anybody get 9, anybody get 10, anybody get 12. At 12,000, anybody get 15,000, now anybody get 15, put up at 17, anybody get 17, 20. At 20, anybody get 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 20. At 20, bid 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, anybody get 2, put up at 2, bid 2, 2, 5. At 25,000, anybody get 5, anybody get 3. At 23,000, anybody get 23. At 23,000, anybody get 3, 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 anybody get 23. At 23,000, anybody get 23. At 23,000, anybody get 3, bid, anybody get 3, anybody get 20's a bid, 23. I have 20 bid, anybody get, yeah, I got one of you, Ben, 20, now 3. At 20 bid 2, anybody get 22. You got it sorted out? Okay, you got 20. Okay, we got 20. 21. Anybody else? 20's the bid. 21. It's the owner here. Good. Can I sell your motorcycle for 20? I worked like a dog. All right. Now, I don't know where you are, but I love you. 21. Now 22, Ben. Now 23. Now 23. At 22, Ben, you better get 3. At 22, you better get 23,000. At 22, 23. 22, 23,000. 22, 23. $23. How many people think you should give 23 for crying out loud? That goes double for me. No? Nobody's going to give the 23? Well, I can't sell it until I get $23,000 for it. I'm pretty sure that if the reserve was off now, anybody give 23? Close the bid. The bid goes on. Here is Mark Dalzell.
I think Jimmy's in cahoots with one of the ground crew that put the pool and what time will end.
No problem, man. You run 27 in your half. We'll be in good shape.
Hold on, Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy.
No. It takes $23,000. Will you give $23,000? If it's worth 22, it's worth 23. If you can sell it for 23, you ought to be able to sell it for 22. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We already did it all.
Yeah.
Hey, the reserve is up. $22,000 is the bid with Ben. $23,000. Last call. And it is $22,500 is the bid. Hey, if I loan you the 500, will you give 23? Yeah? If I give you the 500, would you do it? Sold, $22,500. Here's Mark.
You established the market. Here's 267, a 71 American Eagle Marauder, 350 engine, extremely rare American Eagle motorcycle, only produced for 3 years by American Eagle Motors, a 1971 Marauder.
I love you. Hey, but anybody get it? Hey, but anybody get bored? Now, anybody get bored here? Anybody get 500? Anybody get 23,000 here? 22.5. All right, now, $1,000. Now, want to buy one. And 1,000 on the bid, want to buy who give 1,000 on the bid, want to buy two. Now to the buy 1,000 on the bid, 1 2. Now 1,500 on the bid, want to bid 1,500. $1,000 now 1,500 on the bid, want to bid 15 bid. Let's see 15,000 on the bid 15. Now to the buy 15 bid 2. Now to the buy 15 bid, down to the buy 17 bid now 2. Now to the buy 2,000 on the bid 2. Now 17 bid now 2. 2,000, now 1,700, and bid 2. Now 1,700 on a 50 bid. Now 2,000 on a bid, down to the bun, 1,700, and bid 2. Now 2. Now 1,700, and bid, down to the bun, 1 2. Now 2, gotta go, down to the bun. Now 2, now 2,250. 2,000 on the bid, down 2, now 2, down 20. Reserve is 2,250. 2,000 on the bid, down 200, but on the bid, 250. Sold, $2,000. Sold, Dallas, 2,000. Sold.
268 says 71 Kawasaki A7 Avenger, 350cc original classic with original paint.
And but get $5,000, $1,000 here. Now want to buy one time, but 1,002. Now 1,500 on the bid. Now 15. Let's say 1,500 on the bid. Now 2. Now to the 2,000 on the bid. Now 2. Now 2,250. Now 250. Now 5. Now 2,500 on the bid. 5. Now 750. Now 3. 3,000 on the bid of 3. You want 3? 3 to buy David. You want 3. Now 3. Now 3. Now 3. Now 3 to buy 3. Now 250. Now 3. Now 2. But the reserve is 3. Now 2. But hands in the gear. Now 3,000 on the bid. You want to bid 250. Now 3 bid. But 2 bid 3,000 on the bid. Now 2 bid 255. Now 3,500 on the bid. 3,500. Now 200 but you bid down. 3,500 on the bid. You want to bid 35. Now 200 but you bid down. 35. Last call. Now 750, get front row. Now 35, now 700, didn't make it. Now 3,500 on the bid, 750. Now 3,500 on the bid, now 700, but you want to bid 35. Now 700, but you want to bid, gotta go. Now 3,500 on the bid, 30, 700, but you bid 15. Now 3,500 on the bid, 750. Sold, 3,500, front row, sold. 30 by Mitchie.
269's an 81 Honda CBX Classic Sport Touring Honda Highly Original, offered at no reserve.
And no reserve, and but you bid 10. Now 10 to buy 1,000. Now want to buy 1 2. Now to the 2. Now 3. Now 3,000 on the bid 4. Now want to bid 5. Now want to buy 5,000 on the bid 1,000 on the bid 6. Now 5,000 on the bid 6,000 on the bid 5,000 on the bid 6,007. Now 7 down 7 down 7 down 7 down 7. 6,000 on the bid down 7,000. Hands in the gear. No reserve. Now 7 down 7 down 7. 6,000 on the bid down 7,000 on the bid 6,000 on the bid down 7,000. 6,000 on the bid 7,000. 6,500 on the bid. Anybody else? 6,000 on the bid 500 on the bid 500 on the bid 5. Now 7, now 7 down 7, 6,500 on the bid 7, now 6,500 on the bid 7 down 7 down 7, Warner, now 7 down 7 down 6,500 on the bid down, but the bid $7,000. Sold Johnny, 6,500 on the bid, sold Johnny, 6,500.
Number 270 says 79 Harley-Davidson FLH MF Era Full Dresser King of the Highway Package, offered at no reserve.
Man, but everybody go 15, 15, now 12, 12, 10, now time to buy down, but 5,000 on the bid, 5,005. 5,000. Good afternoon, Las Vegas. Good afternoon, Mark. 1,000, 2,000 on the bid of 3. Now 3 to 4. Now on about 4,000 on the bid of 3, 4. Now 3, now 4, now 4, now 4, 5. Now on about down, but the bid of 5,000 on 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 the bid of 1,000, 6. Now 5,000 on the bid of 6. 7, 7 down, 7 down, 7. Now 7 down, 7 down, 7 down, 7 down, 7 down, 7. 6,000 on the bid down, 7,000 on the bid of 7. Now 6,000 on the bid. Look at this beautiful bike. Only $7,000. 6,000 on the bid 7. Now 7 down, 7 down, 7 down, 7 down, $7,000. 65, now 7, now 65, 7, now 5, now 7, now 5, now 7, now 500, 7,000, 500, 7,000. Take a drink, take a sip of your drink, and bid. 7,000, 5, now 7, now 500, 5. Sold 7,000, Nick. Sold 7,000, Nick.
271s and 81 Harley-Davidson FLT. Offered at no reserve from 1981.
And put a bit about it. 5,000 here. All right, here we go. 1,000, 2, 3. Now 3, down 3. Now 3, down 2,000, down 3,000. 2,000, down 3, down 3, down 3. Down 2, bid, down 3 to buyer. Down 3, down 3, down 3,000, down $3,000. $3,000. Now 4,000, down 4. Now 3, down 4, down 4. Only $4,000. 3,000, down 4. Now 3, down 4, down 4,000, down 3,000, down 1,000, down 4. Take your kid's piggy bank and buy a motorcycle. 3,000, 4,000, 3,500, 3,000 on the bid, 3,500 on the bid, 3, now 3,500. Now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 3,500 on the bid, 4, now 3,500 on the bid, 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 3,500 on the bid, 4,000 on the bid, 4,000 on the bid, 4,000. Now 4,500 on the bid, 4,500. 4, now 4,500 on the bid over here. Now 4, now 4,500 on the bid, 4,500. Hit 4, now 4,500 on the bid, 4, now 4,500 on the bid, 4,000 on the bid, 4,500 on the bid, 4,500 on the bid, 145. Wow. 4, now 4,500 on the bid, 4,500. 5,000 on the bid, 5. Make it bring 5. Now about $5,000 on $5,000. For an FLT Harley, $5,000. Now 4,500 on the bid, 5. Now 4,500 on the bid, last call. Sold 4,500. Sold 4,500. Mitch.
272s is 76 Harley-Davidson FXE Liberty. Bicentennial Liberty Edition. Bikes in great running condition and restored. 272.
Hey, about a bit about it. Oh, whoa. How about the big about it? How about the big board? Have a chair down to the big about it, down to the big 20. And 20 bit down, 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 5,000, 7,500. Now 5 bit, 7,500 on the bid, 5,000 on the bid, 5,000, 7,500 on the bid, 10. Now 10 bit, 10 bit, 12,5. Have a 10 down, 12,500 on the bid, 12,5. Now 10 bit, 12,5. Now 10,000 on the bid, 12,5. Now 11, now 12, now 12, now 12. Now 20 bit, 10 bit, 11, down, bit, 12. 11 to buyer, down, bit, 11's money, down, bit, 12. Now 20 bit, down, 12, 13,000 on the bid, down, 13. Have a 13 bit, down, bit, 13. Have a 13 bid, have a 13 bid, have a 13 bid, and now by the bid, 14. Have a 13 bid, down by the bid, 14,000 on the bid, 1 bid. And 13 bit reserve is half on the bid, down 13 bid, 14,000 on the bid, 13,000 for only $14,000 on a Liberty. 13 bid down by the bid, 14. Now 14 to buy by the bid, 13,000 on the bid, 14,000 on the bid, 14,000. And the bid, 13,500. Sold Ben, 13,000. Sold Ben, 13,000.
275 is an 08 Harley-Davidson Road King. 96cc engine, 11,000 miles. It is sold with 275.1, which is an 03 AHI fiberglass trailer.
And by the bid, about 20. And 20 bid, down 20 bid, down 20 bid, down 20 bid, down by the bid, 5,000. 75 and 75, 75, 10. Now 10 to 75, down 10, down 10 to buyer. Now 75, down 10 to 10. Now do it again. Down 10, 10, 10 to buy, 75, 10. 8,000, 75, down to bid, down 9, down 10, down 10 to buy, down 10. Now 11 to 11 to buyer, 11 to 10,000, down to bid, 11,000. Now 10 bid, down by the bid, $11,000. 10,000 down to bid, 11,000. 10 down a bit about get 10 down a bit about 10 down by the bit about 11. Now 10 down a bit about 10 down a bit about 10,000 down a bit about 11,000. 10,000 down a bit about 11,000. Have a 10 down a bit about 10 about 10 11 about. Reserve is off. 10 5 11. Reserve is off, but he's keeping the trailer. 10 5 11. Got Robin. 10 5 down a bit about 11 to buy. 11 about 10 5 down by the bit get $11,000. Anybody else? Sold 10-5 Robin. Sold 10-5 Robin.
277s of 58 BSA A10R Super Rocket 650cc. Recent mechanical survey. Starts and runs great since 1976. Same owner.
Super Rocket. Down by the bit go 10. 10 about 10 by the bit 10 10 1 2. To the down by the 3,000 on the bit 2 now 3. Now 2 bit 3. Now 3 about down by the bit 2. Now 3. Now 3. Now 3. 2,000 on the bit down 3,000 on the bit 2,000 on the bit $3,000. 4,000 on the bid 4. 5. 5 to buy down by the bid 5. 5 to 6. Now biddy biddy bun 6. Now down biddy biddy bun 6. Now 7. Down somebody bun 7 7. 6,000 down biddy down 7. Now 6 here. Now 7 down 7 down 7 down 17 1. Now 7 8 8 8 8 8 7 down bun biddy 8,000. 7 down biddy bun 7 down 8. 7 down biddy bun 8 8. Now 7 down 8. Where to go? 7 down biddy bun down biddy 8,000. Now 7 down 8. I don't know. Nobody knows. 7,000 on a bit of bit. Reserve is off. On a bit down 7 down bit of 8,000. Yeah, 7 down 8. 8 8. Hands in the air. 7,000 on a bit of $8,000. Sold. Ben 7,000. Sold. Ben 7,000.
278's a 74 Triumph TR5 MX one owner. Recent mechanical, starts and runs great. Beautiful shape. 74
All right,
Triumph.
$1,000. Now to the buy. Put up a 2. And go baby go down by the 3, down pull about down by the 4, now 3 down pull about down by the 3, down 4, down 4, down 4, now 3 bit down by the 4, now pull about down by the 3, down 4, down 4, down 4, 3 down 4, down 4, now 5, you get 5, 4,000 under bit 35, 4, 5, now 5, 6, now 5 by the bit 6, now by down by the bit 6,000 under bit 5 and 6, now by down by the bit 6, what am I doing? Anybody know? I don't know. Now down by the bit down by the 6, now by down by the bit 6,000 under bit down by the hands in the air. 5,000 by the bit about 6. 5 down by the bit about 6. You betting? 5 down by the bit about 6. Now 5 bet down by the bit about 6. Reserve is. All right. 5,000. 5,500 then. 5,000 on the bid. 5,500 on the bid. 5,000 on the bid. 5,500. 5,000. Now 6. It's a Triumph. 5,500 on the bid. 6. Now 5,500 on the bid. 6. Now 5,500 on the bid. 6,000 on the bid. 5,500 on the bid. $6,000. Now 5, now $500 on the bid, 6,000 on the bid, 500 on the bid, 500 on the bid, 500 on the bid, 6,000 on the bid, 5. Anybody else? Sold on the internet. Violet, $6,000.
Lot S, 283s, a 1967 BSA Hornet. Engine rebuild, frame and parts powder coated, no reserve.
All right, selling it over reserve, and but bid 20. Yeah, 17, down 17, 5,000 on the bid, 5, 7,500, 5,000 on the bid, 7,500 on the bid, 7,500 on the bid, 5,000 on the bid, 7,500, 5,000, 75, now 5,000 on the bid, 7,500 on the bid, 7,500, 5,000, 7,500. Well, it should be about 10 or 11 or 12, and I get 6, 7, 7,000 on the bid, 7. 6,000 on the bid, 7 down, 7 down, 7,000, 8, 7 down, 8, 8, 7,000 on the bid, 8,000 on the bid, 8,000, 7 down, 8, 8. What in the world are we doing here? 7,500 on the bid, 8, 7,500 on $8,000. Selling it over reserve, 7,500 on the bid, 8, 7,500 on the bid, 8, hands in the air, 75 down, bid, $8,000. Sold, 7,500 Ben. Woo!
Lot S, 285s, a 1971 Harley-Davidson FX Super Glide Night Train. Complete restoration on Harley-Davidson's first factory custom.
35, down 35,000 on the bid, 10. And put up a 10, down by the bid, top 5, go baby go. And top 5 down by the bid, 15. And 15 bid, and 15 birdie by the bid, 15, and 17 5. Now 17 5 to 20. Now by the bid, 15, 17 20. Now 20 bid, 20. Now 20 bid, 20. Now 20 bid, 20 bid, 20. Now 20 bid, 20, 2-5, you're all out. Now 20 bid down 2-5, and 20 bid down 2 pound bonner. 20 bid down 22 pound bonner bid, and 20 bid down 2 pound bond. Now 2-5 birdie bound, birdie 5, birdie bound, birdie 5. Now 5 down birdie bound 25. 2-5 birdie bound 25. Have a 2-5 birdie bound 25,000 down birdie bound 5. Now 7-5, round 25 down birdie 7-5. Now 25 bid down birdie bound 7 pound day bonner bid. 25 bid down 7 pound birdie bound 27-5. Now 25 bid down birdie bound 7 pound bonner bid. 25 down birdie bound 7-5. 25 down, phones in. Floors out, 25 down by the bid, 27.5. Reserve is. And 25 down by the bid, 7.5. Now 25,000 by the bid, 7.5 by the bid, 25,000 by the bid, 7 by the bid, 25,000 by the bid, 27 by the bid. Anybody else? Sold on the phone, 25,000. Sold. Jaime on the phone.
Lot S, 286, 1982 Harley-Davidson Sturgis. Highly collectible late shovelhead. Original paint. Believed to be 9,222 miles.
And but 20 here. Down 20 bid, down by the bid, 20 bid, down 20 bid, down 20 bid, down by the bid, 5. Now somebody buy, go baby go. Somebody buy, down the bid, 10. Let's go. Now 10, let's go. Now by the bid, 12.5. Now by the bid, 12.5. Now to buy 15. 15 to buy the bid, 15. Now 15 to buy the bid, 15 to buy the bid, 12.5 bid, 15,000. And 12.5 bid, 15. Hands in the air. Now 12.5 bid, down 15,000 on the bid, and 12.5 bid, down 15. Down 15 to buy the bid, and 12.5 bid, down by the bid, $15,000. 12.5. 15. 12.5. How about what do you got? Down by the bit 15, down by the bit 12.5, but down by the bit 15,000. You bidding in the back? Is he bidding in the back? 13. 14, now 14, down by the bit 13, 14, 15. New bidder, down by the bit 15, down by the bit 15, down by the bit 15,000. And 14 bid, down by the bit 15,000. And you're out, 16,000 on the bid, bid, and between bid, down by the bid, 16, and between bid, down by the bid, 15, 16,000 on the bid, and the reserve is, and by the bid, 15 bid, down by the bid, 16,000 on the bid, 15 bid, 16,000, and between 1,000 on the bid, 16,000, by the bid, 15 bid, 16,000. Sold on the phone, 15,000. Wade.
S287, 2003 Harley-Davidson 100th anniversary soft-tailed deuce, believed to be 7,069 miles.
And by the bid, about it here, down by the bid, 15. And 15 bid, 15 bid, 15 bid here, down by the bid, 10. 5, 7,500, 5,000 on the bid, 5,000 on the bid, 7,500 on the bid, on the bid, and 5,000 on the bid, 7,500 on the bid, 7,500 on the bid, on the bid, 5,075. Here to bid 6, 7, 7,500. 7 to buy, 7 to buy, let's see, 7, 7 to buy, 7 to buy, 7 to buy, 8. You both out, 7 down, but a bid. Got 7 down, 8, 7 to Wade, call somebody. 7 down, 8 to buy, 7 down, 8 to buy. Jaime, call somebody. 7 down, but 8,000. Now 7 down, 8 to buy, 8 down, but 7 down, 8. Now 9, oh, 75. Now 8. I'm going to 75, 8. 7,500 on the bid, 85, 75, 8, now 8, now 8, now 8, now 85, 85 on the bid, 85, 8,000 on the bid, 8,500 on the bid, 8,500 on the bid, 85, 8 bid, I'm at 8,500 on the bid, hands on the gear, I'm 8 bid, 8,500 on the bid, 8 bid, I'm at 8,500 on the bid, 85, and the reserve is now 8,500, Nick, 8,000 on the bid, 85, now 8 bid, I'm at 8,500 on the bid, 8,500 on the bid, 8,500, 8,000 on the bid, 8,500, 8,000 on the bid, 8,500. Sold, $8,000.
S288, the 2000 Indian Chief, just as sharp and nice as could be.
But a bit of compare, down to the bit of band 20. How about a bit of band 20, bit down, 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 15. 15, down by the bit of 15. All right, this bike has 35. Not 3,500, not 35,000, but 35. So that would be less than 40. That would be less than 36, unless they put a mile on it getting in here. All right, 5 times, put it at 5. Oh, 75 times, put it at 75. Out down about down, but about 10. Down about down, but about 10. Out down about down, but about down, about down, but about 10. Out down about 12.5. Down but about 12.5. Now but about 12.5. Down but about 12.5. Now 12.5 down, but about down, but about 12.5. 11. 11. 12. 13, 13,000, but about 13,000. Now 12 bit down, but about 13, but down 13,000. How many miles are on the bike? Whoa, you guys are quick. Reserves off. You got 13, 14,000 on the bit, 14. Now 13 bit down, but about 14. 13, 5, 14. Now 13, 5, but 14. 14 to 1 bit, 14. Now 13, 5, bit, 14. 14 to 1 bit, 5. Now about 14 bit, 14. Pound about 14,000 on the bit, 500. And 14 bit down, pound about. Now about bit, 14 bit, 5, 5 to 5 to 5 to 5. And pound bit, about 15. Now 14, 5 bit, 15, 15 to 1. And 14, 5 bit, 15,000 on the bit, 1 bit. And 14, 5 bit down, but about 15, gotta go. Now 5, now about 15 bit, 5. Now about 15 bit, 5. Anybody else? 15 bid, 15, 5. Sold, $15,000. Ranger Danger, up high.
S289 is a 2002 Harley-Davidson FX3. It's a Screaming Eagle bike. Beautiful low-mile example. Twin cam mag wheels.
Okay. All right, 5,000 miles. Hey, but a bit about it. Hey, but a bit go 15. How about a bit about 12? How about a bit down 12? How about a bit down 12? Who get 5? Now 5 times, put a bit 5. And 7,500. Now 5 bid 7,500 on the bid, 5,000 on the bid, $7,500. Now 5 bid down, but a bit 75. Now 5 bid down, but a bit down, 7,500 on the bid, 7,500 on the bid. Now 5 down, 75, break it down, but a bit 75 on the bid, 5. Now 75 down, but a bit 6, 7, 7, 8. Now 7 down, 8. You're all out. 7 down, but a bit 8 bid. 7 down, bid about down, but a bit 8 bid. Now 7 down, 8. 7 down, bid about down, but a bit $8,000. Only $8,000. 7,000, $8,000 bid, 7,000 bid of $8,000. 75. 8. 75 bid, 8. 7,500 on a bid of 8 bid. Low mile. 75 bid down, 85. How many miles are on it? Oh boy. How about a bit? Can't trick you guys. Somebody down, but a bit 8,000, down to 8,000. Now 85. Hey, bid down, but a bit 8,500, down to 8,500, down to 8,500. Hey, bid, how about 8,500, down to 85. 8's here, 85 down, but a bit 8,500, down to 85. 85 now, 9. It's your turn. 8,500 down to 9. 8,500 down to 9, 9. 8,500 down to 9. And the reserve is 85 down, but a bit 8,500 down to 9 to buyer. 8,500 down to 9, 8,500 down to $9,000. Anybody else? 85 down, but a bit 9. Sold 8,500. Mitchie.
S290s, a 1970 Yamaha Cheney 650 flat trackers, a 70s era flat trackers at no reserve.
All right, someone get no reserve. Down by a bit, 10 to buyer. Down by a bit, 1,000. $2,000. Now 1 bid, 2, 3. 3 to buy, down by a bit, 3. Now 4. I got it here in the front row. 3,000 down to bid, 5. To your left. Down by a bit, down by a bit, 4. Down by a bit, down by a bit, 6. Now down by a bit, 6. Down by a bit, 5. Down by a bit, 6. Is that a bid? Down by a bit, 6,000 down to bid, down by a bit, only $6,000. 5, 6. 55, 6. Now 500 down to bid 6. Now 500 down to bid down 6,000 down to bid 6. Now 500 down to bid you all together 6. Now 500 down to 5. Now about 7. 7 about down by 7 about. Now 7 about down by 7. Down 7 about 7 about 7 about 7 about 6 down by 7. 65 down by 7. 7 about 7,000. Now 500 down to bid about 7. Now 5 and 7. Now about 500 down to bid 500 down to bid 500 down to bid 7,000 down to bid 75. Now 7 down about 5 buyer 7 down 7 about 75. Anybody else? Sold 7,000. Robin. What are you doing over there, Robin? You poaching?
291. It's a 1974 Yamaha MX360 sold on a bill of sale. Excellent condition example. It's at no reserve.
No reserve. Down by a bit about 1,000. 2. Now to the buyer. By a bit 1. 2. 2 to buyer. Now 1 down by a bit 1. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. And 1 bid down by a bit 1. 2. Now to the buyer. Down by a bit 1,000. By a bit about $2,000. Check. Mike, check. 1, 2, 3. 2,000. 3. 3,000 on the bid of 3. 25. 3. 3 about down by the bid 3. 3,000 on the bid of 20 about down by the bid 3. 3 about 5. 3 bid down by the bid 30. 500 on the bid 4. Now pull the buy by the bid 4. Now pull the bid 4. 4 to buy by the bid 4. Now pull the buy by the bid 4. Now pull the buy by the bid 4. And 4. Now 4. Now 4. Now 4. Now 4. Now pull by the bid 4,000. Now 5. Now by the bid 4. Now 45. 500 bid 4,000 down the bid 4,500. 4,000 on the bid 4,500. Sold. 4,000 sold. Nick.
S292s, a 1965 Yamaha YM1, specifically built as a replica Ascot racer, but never raced at no reserve.
Hey, but a bit about here. 7 down, 7 down, 7 down. 6,000 down to bid 5,000 down to bid 4. All right, let's start this one at 2. How about that? 2,000. You got 1,000. Now 2. 1,000 down to bid 1. 2. 1,000, 2,000. $1,500. 1,500 on the bid 1,500. Anybody? 1,500 on the bid 1,500. 1,500. Internet. Now 2. And 1,500 on the bid 2. And 2 to buy. And 1,500 on the bid down to the bid 2,000 on the bid 15. 1,750. 1,750. Last call. Now 2. Now to the bun 17 bid 2. Now 2. Now 2. Now 2. Now 2. Now 1,700 bid 2. Now 2. Now to the bun 17 bid 2. Now 2. Now to the bun down bid 17 bid 2,000 even money. Does he want it? We gotta go. 17 bid 2. Sold. Robin 1,750. Got her own section even.
Lot S, 293s, a 1969 Sachs 125 sold on a bill of sale. These are the first small bikes to win against the big ones at no reserve.
Right, but a big amount here. $1,000 here. 1,000. 2,000. 2,000. 1,000 on the bid 1, 2. Down to the bid down by the bid $1,000 bid $2,000. $1,500 bid. Now 2. Now to the bid 15 bid. 1750. 1750. Are you aware that it's against the law to bid one time in the state of Nevada? 1750 here. Now 2. Now to the bid down by the bid 2. Now 17, bitty bit 2. Down to the butt, down bitty bit 2. Down to the butt, why not? Down to the butt 2. 22.50. Now 2, down bitty bit down 22.50. 2 down bitty bit down 22.50. Got another rule breaker, huh? 2,000 down bitty bit 22.50. Sold, 2,000 bobber.
S294 is a 1975 Hercules 125 sold on a bill of sale. It's restored. It's a rare United States model at no reserve.
And how much here? Now to the bitty 1,000, 2, 2,000 here. Now one bid down to the bun, down by the 2. Now one bid down by the bid 1, 2. 2,000 by the bid 1 bid down to the bun, down by the bid 1, now 2. 1,000, 2,000. 3, 3 down by the bid 3,000. Now 2 bid down by the bid 1, 2, now 3. Now 3 down by the bid 1, 2, now 3. $2,000, $3,000. Okay. Everybody stretch a little bit. Stretch. You can put your arms up now. I'm not going to pull a Jimmy on you. All right. What do you got? 2,500. Stretch a little bit. Get up. Stand around. All right. 2,500, right? Now 3. 3 to buy down by 3,000. 2,500 down to bid 3. Now 35. Now 3. Now 3,500 down to bid. Is this like the rule breaker section here? 3 now down by 3,500 down to bid 3,500. $3,500. That's all. 3,500 on the bid, now 3, now 3,500 on the bid, 3,500. Sold, 3,000 Ben.
S295 is a 1975 Hercules 175 sold on a bill of sale. Nicely restored at no reserve.
All right, I got another one for you. $1,000. Now 2. 2,000 on the bid, 1, 2. Where's the runner-up? 1,000 on the bid, 1, 2. 2, 3. 2,000, 3, 2,500, 2,500 on the bid of 2, down 2,500 on the bid of 2, down 2,500 on the bid. Now 3, now 3, now 3, now 3. Now 3,500 on the bid of 35. I like the color of this one. 3, now 3,500 on the bid. Matches your shirt. 3,500 on the bid of 335. 4. Now 4,000 on the bid of 35 bid 4. Now 3,500 on the bid of 4. Now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4. Now 3,500, 4. Now 4,500 on the bid of 45. Now 4, now 4,500 on the bid. Now 4, now 4,500 on the bid. 4,000 on the bid of 4,500 on the bid of 4. Now 4,500. 4,000. And 5. Now 4,500 on the bid of 4. Bid. Now 4,500 on the bid of 4,500. Now 5,000 on the bid of 5. Now 4,500 on the bid of 5. Now 4,500 on the bid of 5. Make it bring 5. Now about 47.5. Now 5. Now about make it bring 5. Now about that's the magic number. Now about a bit of 5. Now 47 bid. Now 5 port. Anybody else? Sold Ben 47.50.
S296 is a 1964 Hodaka Ace 90 from the Steve Miller collection. Restored by Steve. It's a first-year model. This is the earliest Hodaka Ace 90 we've ever seen. Might be the earliest one in the country.
All right, but a bit of 10. Downtown about 10,000 on a bit of $10,000. 9, 8, 7, 6,000 on a bit of 5. Anyone?
Serial number 32.
What's that? 5,000, 6,000. Now 5 head down by a bit about 6. 6,000. Now 7. Now 7 down, 7 down, 7. Now 7 down, 7 down, 7 down, 7 down, 6,000 on a bit about 7,000. 65 then. 6,500. Come on. 6,000 on a bit about 6,500. Reserve is, wow. Reserve is 6,000 on a bit about, now you want back in? 6,000 on a bit about 500, but you get 6,500. Sold, $6,000. Nick.
That's $297 from the Steve Miller Collections, a 1973 Hodaka Combat Wombat 125 on a bill of sale, restored by him. It's one of the most sought after ones there is. It is super nice restoration.
Sold on a bill of sale down. Not get a bit of a cut of it of 5.32 thousand $1,000 bid. 1. Not get a bit of 1 here. Not get a bit of 1,000. Get a bit of 1 2. Not get a bit of a 2. Hit 1. Get a bit of a 2 bid. Not get a bit of a 2. Not get a bit of a cut of it of 1,000 bid. $2,000 now. Hit 2. Not get a bit of a cut of it of 2 bid. Hit a bit of $2,000 bid. Hit 2. Not get a bit of a cut of it of 1 bid. Not get a bit it of a 2,000 under bid. I'd get it of a 3. Hit a 3, 3, get it of a 3. I'd get it of a 3, not a 4. I'd get it anybody could have it of a 4,000 under now. Hit 3, 4, hit 35. You do that, sir. 35 under bid. Hit 3, get it of a 5 here. I'd get it anybody could have it of a 4,000 under now. Hit 35, get it of a 4 here. I'd get it anybody could have it of a 35, 4. Hit 4, get it anybody could have it of a 4. I'd get it anybody could have it of a 35 here. Down 4. Hit 35 hit. I'd get it of a 4, 5. I'd get it of a 45, 5,000 bid. Hit 5,000 under down. I'd get it of a 5 here. You got to be 5 up there. Hit 45 in a bid. I'd get it of a 5, 55 in a bid. I'd get it of a reserves hop. Hit 5. I'd get it of a 55 in a bid. I'd get it of a 5 down, 55 in a bid. Hit 5,000 under down. I'd get it of a 55 here. 5 bid, 55 in a bid. Sold 5,000. Sold 5,000. Violet.
S298 from the Steve Miller Collections, a 1973 Hodaka Dirt Squirt 100. This one's at no reserve. It's a very, very nice restoration.
No reserve. I'd get it any bit of a cut of it of 1,000 under bid. I'd get it of a 1. I'd get it of a 2. 2. I'd get it any bit of a cut of it of 1,000. Get it of a 2,000 under down. I'd get it of a 1,000. 2,000. 1,000 under bid. I'd get it of a 2 here. I'd get it of a 1,000. It'd be just at 15 down 2 down 5. Hit 5 here. I'd get it of a 3 down bid. Hit 3. I'd get it of a 3 bid. I'd get it of a 3. I'd get it of a 5 here. I'd get it of a 4,000 under down. Hit 4. Get it any bit of a 4 bid. I'd get it of a 35. John, how about you? 4,005. Hit 45 in a bid. I'd get it of a 45 here. 45, 45 here. 45 in a bid. $5,000. Hit a 5 grand bid. Hit a 5 here. I'd get it of a 5. I'd get it any bit of a $5,000 now. Hit it again 5 here. I'd get it of a 5 here. I'd get it of an internet sound. I'd get it of a 5,000 bid. Hit a 55 in a bid. Hit 5. I'd get it of a 55 here. I'd get it of who's centered. I'd get it of a 5 here. Now 6,000 bid. Hit 6 here. I'd get it any bit of a 6,000 bid. I'd get it of a 6,000. Hit 6 here. I'd get it any bit of a 6 here. I'd get it of a 5. 65 in a bid. Hit 5. I'd get it of a 5 here. I'd get it of a 6,000. 5 in a bid. Hit a 5 here. I'd get it of your turn. Get it of a 5. I'd get it of a 16.5 in a bid. Hit a 7-pound bid. I'd get it of a 7,000. Hit 7 here. I'd get it of a 7-pound bid. I'd get it any bit of a 7. She said meow. I'd get it of a 7-pound bid. Hit 7 here. I'd get it of a 7-pound bid. I'd get it of a sold. 16,500 sold. $16,500. John's way in the hedges.
S299's a 1976 Hodaka Wombat 125, restored by Steve Miller, engine by Greg Watkins. Another beautiful Miller bike, no reserve.
No reserve. I'd get it any bit of a cut of 1,000. 2,000. I'd get it of a 2. Get it any bit of a cut of a 3. 3. Cut of a 3,000 bid. Hit 3. Get it of a 3. I'd get it any bit of a cut of a 3 bid. I'd get it of a 2. Cut of a 3,000 bid. Hit it a 3. Get it any bit of a cut of a 3,000 bid. Hit 3. Get it any bit of a cut of a 3. I'd get it any bit of a cut of a 3,000 bid. Hit it a 3. Hit 3,000 bid. Hit a 3 here. I'd get it of a 3 bid. I'd get it of a 3. No reserve. I'd get it of a 4. I'd get it of a 25. Sorry, 3,000 bid. Hit 25 3. Hit a 3 bid. I'd get it of a 3 down 5. I'd get it of a 5 here. 3 bid 5. Hit 5. I'd get it of a 5 here. I'd get it of a 3 sub here. I'd get it about 5 here, 35 in a bid, 3,000, 3,500. Hit 3, get it about 5 here. I'd get it about 5. I'd get it about 5. I'd get it subdued. I'd get it 3,005 in a bid. Hit 3 here. I'd get it about 5 here. I'd get it any bit of a get it 35, 4,000 under now. You get 4, and then get it about 4. I'd get it 35 down 4, down 45 in a bid. Hit 4,000, 45 in a bid, sir. Hit 45 in a bid. I'd get it about 4 here. I'd get it any bit of a get it about 45 here, 45. Hit 4 did. I'd get it about 5 here. I'd get it any bit of a get it 4,000 bid. I'd get it about 45. He said no. Hit 4,000 on a bid. 45 and I'd have sold 4,000. Sold 4,000 on the intranet.
S300's a 1977 Hercules 175, sold on a bill of sale that is restored.
Hercules, I'd get it any bit of a cut of a got you down. I'd get it any bit of a cut of it about here. 3,000, 4,000. Hit 3, I'd get it again 4. I'd get it any bit of a cut of it about 5, 5. I'd get it about 5, 6 bid. Hit 6,000 under bid. I'd get it about 5 bid. I'd get it 6,000 under now. I get 5 here. I'd get it 6,000 bid. I'd get it about 5,000, 6,000, 6,000 under bid. Hit 5, get it about 6,000 under bid. I'd get it any bit of a cut of it about 5 here. I'd get it about 6,000 under bid. Anything else? I'd get it about 5 bid. 6,000 under now. Hit a 5 here. I'd get it 55 here, Birdie. Get it about 5 here, 55 down 6,000, and a 6 here, and 6 bid. I'd get it about 55 here. I'd get it about 6,000 under bid, 6,000, hit 55 here. I'd get it about 6,000 bid. I'd get it any bit of a get it 6,000 under down. I'd get it 6,000 under bid, hit 55. Get it leave it there. I'd get it 6,000 bid, hit 55 here. I'd get it any bit of a get it 6,000 under bid. I'd get it any bit of a get it 6 here. I'd have closer to 5,500, closer to 55, closer to 10.
S301's a 1977 Hercules 250, sold on a bill of sale, nicely restored.
Hercules again here. I'd get it any bit of a could have been 15, 70 get 10, 70 get 5, 5,000 bid. Hit again 5. I'd get it about 5 here. I'd get it a 6 in. I'd get it a 7. Hit 7,000 bid. I'd get it a 7 here. I'd get it a 6 out. Get it again 7,000 under bid. Hit 7 here down. I'd get it a 7,000 bid. I'd get it a 7,000, 7,000 under bid. Hit 7 here. I'd get it any bit of a get it a 7 here. I'd get it a 6 out, 7,000 bid. Hit 7 here. I'd get it a 7,000 under down. I'd get it a 7,000 bid. I'd get it a 7,000. Hit it a 7,000 under bid. 6,000, 7,000. Hit a 7,000 bid. I'd get it a 6 here. I'd get it a 16.5. 16.5 in a bid. 6,005. 16.5 here. I'd get it any bit of a get it about 5 here. I'd get it a 6,005. Hit a 5 here. No, sir. I'd get it about 5 here. I'd get it a 6,005 in a bid. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to close that one the same way. $6,000 takes over 10.
S302's a 1977 Hercules 350, sold on a bill of sales, restored.
Near, I'd get it, bit of a cut of it on the bill sale. I'd get it, bit of a cut of it, 2,000, 3,000 bid. 2, I'd get it, go 3, get it, 3, I'd get it, 4, I'd get it, 5. Hit 5, I'd get it, 5, 5, 5, 6,000 on the bid. I'd get it, 5 here, 6,000. Hit 5, I'd get it, 6,000 bid. I'd get it, bit of a cut of it, 5 here, 6,000 on the now. Hit 5, bid of it, us, hit a 6 here. I'd get it, 5 bid, 6,000, 6,000 bid. 5, 600, I'd get it, 5 here. I'd get it, bit of a cut of it, 6,000 on the bid. Hit a 5 here, I'd get it, 55 here. I'd get it, 5 bid. I'd get it, 55 on the bid. $5,000. Hit it, get 55 here, 6,000. Now 6, down 6,000 on the bid. Down 5, now 5. I'd get it about 5. 65 on the bid. Hit 5. I'd get it about 5 here. I'd get it market steady. Get it about 5 here. I'd get it 6,005. Hit 5 here down. I'd get it about 5 here. Did it? I'd get it about 5 here. 65 on the bid. Hit 6,000 on down. I'd get it about 5 here. I'd get it 6,500. Close it at 6,000. Close it at $6,000.
S303 is a 1968 Triumph Bonneville T120. 80s lacquer paint by Spins. Got a Hunt Magneto.
Triumph time here. I'd get it, bit of a cut of it down. I'd get it, 10. I'd get it, 3,000, 4,000. Hit 3. Get it, 4. I'd get it, bit of a cut of it, 4,000 on the bid. I'd get it, 3, 7 to get 4. 4,000 on the bid. Hit 4. Get it, bit of a cut of it, 5, 5. I'd get it, 5 here. I'd get it, 5, 6,000 on the bid. Hit a 5 here. I'd get it, 6,000 bid. I'd get it, 5 here. I'd get it, 6,000 on the now. 6,000. At 6 here. I'd get it, 5. I'd get it, 6 here. I'd get it, 55 here. I'd get it, 6,000 on the bid. Hit 55 on the bid. I'd get it, 6 here. I'd get it, 55 on the bid. 6,000 on the now. 55 is the bid. 6,000 on the bid. Hit 5. I'd get it, 6 here. I'd get it, 55 bid. I'd get it, 6,000. 55. Hit down 600. I'd get it, 5 here. I'd get it, 6,000 on the bid. 55. Hit it, 6,000 on the bid. At 6 here. I'd get it, 6,000. I'd get it, 55 bid. I'd get it, 6,000. Hit 55 bid. I'd get it, 6 here. Reserve is off 6,000 under 5. Hit up 5. I'd get it, 5 here. I'd get it, 6,005. Reserve is off. Sells all the way. 65 on the bid. Hit 6,000 under 5. Hit a 5 here. I'd get it, 5 here. I'd get it, 65 on the bid. I'd get it, 6,500. Hit 5 here. I'd get it, 5 here. Nick Yeldon. I'd get it, 7,000 bid. Hit a $7,000. I'd get it, 7 here. 7, sir. Your turn again. I'd get it, 7,000 bid. Hit 7 here down. I'd get it, 7,000 bid. I'd get it, 7,000 done. Hit 7,000 on the bid. I'd get it, tell me get another one. I'd get it, 7,000 on the bid. I'd have sold $6,500. Sold $6,500. Nick Sprackland.
S304 is a 1965 Triumph Chopper Show Bike. 750 kit from Morgo Oil and Frame.
Prime time here. I'd get it, bit of a cut of it, 2,000, 3,000. Hit 2. I'd get it, get 3. Get it, 3. I'd get it, 4. Hit 4. Get it, 5, 5. I'd get it, 5,000 on the bid. I'd get it, 5,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get it, 5 bid. I'd get it, bit of 5,000 on the now. Hit 5. I'd get it, bit of 5 bid. I'd get it, 5. Sorry, 6,000 bid. Hit 5, 600. Hit a 5 bid. I'd get it, 6 here. I'd get it, 5, 6, 7. Hit 7,000 bid. I'd get it, 8,000 on the bid. Down. I'd get it, 9,000 on the bid. I'd get it, 10. Hit a 10 here. I'd get it, 10. I'd get it, bit of 10. I'd get it, 10,000. Hit 10. I'd get it, 11,000. Reserve is off 11,000 on the bid. Hit 11,000 bid. I'd get it, 10. I'd get it, 10 here. 11,000. Hit 10. I'd get it, 10 bid. I'd get it, 10 here. Down 11,000 bid. I'd get it, 10,500 on the bid. Hit it, get 10, 5. Hit 10 here. I'd get it, 11,500. Get it, 5 down 11,005. Hit 5 here. Down. I'd get it, 5 down 12. Hit a bit of a 12 here. Down 12,000 on the bid. Hit 12. I'd get it. How about you? I'd get it, 12 grand bid. I'd get it, 5 here. I'd get it, 12,000 on the bid. I'd have sold 11,500. Sold 11,500. Ricky's way.
S305 is a 1971 Norton Commando 750. It's an Old Brits Custom Cafe 1971 Commando.
Norton cool. Time here. I'd get it about 5,000 on the bid. I'd get it at 5. 7,000 on the bid. 7. Hit again 7. I'd get it about 5. 7. I'd get it about 10 here. I'd get it about 10,000 bid. Hit 10. I'd get it about 10 here. I'd get it about 10. I'd get it about 10,000 on the bid. Hit 10. I'd get it about 10 here. I'd get it about 10. I'd get it about Brett. Are you here? The owner of this bike. Are you here? Hit 10,000 on the bid. Hit 10. I'd get it about 10 here. I'd get it about 10. I'd get it about Brett. Raise up your hand. 10,000 on the bid. There he is. Hit 10. Hit 10. I'd get it about 10 bid. I'd get it about 10 here. I'd get it 8,000 bid. He'll give 8,000. 8,000 on the bid. I'd get it 80 bit of a kid of 8,000 bid. I'd get it 8,000 on the bid. 8,000 on the down. I'd get it 80 bit of a kid of 8 here. I'd get it 80 bit of a kid of 8,000 on the down. 8,000. 9,000 on the bid. At 9, 10. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get it 80 bit of a 0. 0 behind that. I'd get it a 10 and a 12. Hit 10. I'd get it 12. 15 a bid. Hit 15. I'd get it a 15. I'd get it 15,000 on the bid. I'd get it a 17,000. Hit 17 bid. I'd get it 15. Get it a 17. Last call 17,000. 15 bid. Hit it get 17 bid. I'd get it a 17 here. I'd get it 15. Get it a 17 here. I'd have. Close it here. 15. Close it at 15. Blake 6 over 20.
S306, 1948 Triumph Speed Twin 500. Been restored. It's at no reserve.
No reserve. I'd get a bit of 1,000, 2,000. Hit 1. I'd get a bit of a 2,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 3,000 front row there. Bob here on 3. Hit 3. I'd get a bit of 4. Get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 5. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 4. That's him. 5 here. 6 here. Hit 6,000 bid. Hit 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 6,000 on a down. I'd get a bit no reserve. 6,000 on a bid. Hit 5. I'd get a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7,000. And now 7. I'd get a bit turn 65 down 7 a bid. And now Hit 765, 7 a bid, 7 here, 7,000, 775, 75 in a bid. Hit 7 here, 5 pound of a kid, 5 here, 7 a bid, 75 in a bid. Hit 5 here, 8 down, $8,000 down, 75 in a bid, $8,000 5 new bidder. 8 here, down 5, 85 in a bid, down here, down 5 here, 85 in a bid. $8,000 down, 85 in a bid. I'd get a bid of 5 here, 8 bid, 85 here. Last call, 8,000 9, get a bid of a 9,000 bid. I'd get a bid of a $9,000 down. Hit 9 here, 500 bid, 95 here, 9 a bid, 95 in a bid. Hit 9, get a bid of a 5 here, 95. I'd get a bid of a 5 here, 95 in a bid. And 9,005 in a bid, 90 10. I'd get a bid of a 10. Hit 10, I'd get a bid of a 10 here, 95. I'd get a bid of a 10, I'd get a bid of a 10,000 bid. And 11,000 bid, I'd get a bid of a $1,000 down. I'd get a bid of a down 12. Hit 12 here bid, I'd get a bit of a 12 here, 11 down 12. I'd get a 11 back, get a bit of a 12,000. 11 here, and I'd get a bit of a 12,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a $12,000 bid. I'd have sold $11,000. Lord Landis.
S307's a 1974 Rickman 250 Montesa, sold on a bill of sale, restored 22 years ago, kept in a climate-controlled storage since.
Gotcha. I'd get a bit of a $1,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 1. I'd get a bit of a 2. 2,000, 1,002, 3, I'd get a bit of a 25, I'd get a bit of a 3 right there, I'd get a bit of a 3, hit 3, I'd get a bit of a 3 bid, I'd get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of a 3,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit of a 5, 4,000 down, and a 4, hit 4,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 4, I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit of 45 in a bid, 4,000 bid, 45 here, 45 in a bid, hit 4, I'd get a bit of a 45 here, I'd get a bit of a 45 here, 4,005, hit a 5 here, I'd get a bit of take his phone away, 45, 5,000 down, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 grand bid, I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid, hit a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a $5,000 bid. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a $5,000 bid. You want to get 5,000? $5,000. Last call, I'd get a bit of a 5 grand bid. Hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, that's 7.5. Now 5, $5,000 bid. You got 47.5 bid, $5,000. 47.50, 5,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5,000. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of 55, 6,000 on a bid. Hit 6,000 on a down. I'd get a bit of 700, 6,000 on a bid. Hit 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 6 here. You said no. Hit 6,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 6,000 on a down. 6,000. Close the bid. It takes $6,000 a buy.
S308's 1957 Triumph T110 650. Frame off resto. If frame and engine numbers match, it's at no reserve.
No reserve. I'd get a bit of a 2, 3,000 bid. 2. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd 3. I'd 4. Hit 4. I'd get a bit of a 4. 4. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 4,000 bid. Individual at 4,000. 4,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 4,000 bid. Hit 3. Get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 4. 35 down 4. Hit a 4 bid. I'd get a bit of a 4 down 4. I'd get a bit of a 4 down 4 down 5 here. 45 in a bid. And a $5,000 down, and a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 5 grand bid. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid, and a $6,000 down. I'd get a bit of a 7,000. Hit 7 here bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. Hit 7 here. I'd get a bit. How about you, Rick? Get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7,000. Hit 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. Hit 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 65. 65 down 7 down 7 down 7 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. Get 65 in the back. 7,075 in a bid. Down 75 down 75 down 75. 75 in a bid. I'd get a bit of a 705. Hit 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 7 down 5 down 5 down 8. 8,000. I'd get 75. You guys are right in line with one another. 8. You're right in sync too. 8,000 bid. 8,000 on a bid. 8 bid. I'd get a bit of a 75. 8,000 on a bid. 8 here. I'd get a bit of a down bid. I'd get a bit of a 75. 8,000. Sold 75. Sold 75. Ricky's way.
S309's a 1931 Harley-Davidson V, 74-inch, sold at a bill of sale, everything functions, painted to original color and schemes, extensive new parts list.
20,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 5, 7. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 7. I'd get a bit of a 10. Sherman. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 12,000 bid. Hit 10, 12. Hit 10 here. I'd get a bit of 11. I'd get a bit of a 12. I'd get a bit of a 12 bid. I'd get a bit of 13,000 bid. Hit 12. Hit a bit of a 13 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12. Hit a bit of a 13,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12. 13,000. 13 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12 bid. I'd get a bit of a 13 bid. I'd get a bit of a 12, hit a bit of 13,000, hit down 14 a bid, hit a 15 bid, I'd get a bit of 15, I'd get a bit of a 16,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 17,000 down, hit 17, 18 out there, 18 bid, I'd get a bit of a 17, down 18, I'd get a bit of a 17 bid, 18 bid, 17, I'd get a bit of 18 bid, I'd get a bit of a 17, 18 bid, 18, I'd get a bit of a 18,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 17, reserve is off, 18,000, hit 18 bid, I'd get a bit of a 17 bid, 18, hit 18 bid, I'd get a bit of 18,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5, 18 bid, hit a bit 18 bid, I'd get a bit 18,000 bid, I'd get a bit 18,000, 18,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit 18 bid, I'd get a bit 18,000 in a bid, 18,000 sells on the way, 18,500, I'd get a bit of a 5 bid, 18,500, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit 18,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit 18,005 in a bid, sold 18,000, Ricky.
S311's a 1947 Indian Chief, Older restoration, not ridden, no miles on it, kept in dry storage, frame and engine numbers match.
And I'd get a cheap time down. I'd get a 80 bit of a kid of a 20 here. I'd get a 80 bit of a kid of a tear down 10 of 5. And again 5 pounds another bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 against 7. I'd get a bit of a 10. Hit 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of 12. I'd get a bit of 15,000. At 15 here. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of 15. 17 bid. 15. 7. Got 15. 16. 17. 17. 17. 18. 18 bid. I'd get a bit of 18 bid. No 18,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 18 bid. 17. 18. 18 bid. I'd get a bit of a kid of 18,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 17,000. 18,000. 18. 19. 20. You're allowed 19's a pair. 20, 19, doctor, in a 20 bid, I'd get a bit of 18 bid, I'd get a bit of a 20,000, at 19 bid, I'd get a bit of a 20, I'd get a bit of 18 on the phone, I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid, at 19 here, I'd get a bit of a 20 bid, I'd get a bit of a 20 here, 19, 21, and a 1 here, 1, I'd get a bit of a 1, I'd get a bit of a down 1, reserve is off 1, hit 1, get a bit of a 1, I'd get a bit of a down 1, I'd get a bit of a 20 reserve is off 12,000 on a bid, hit 1, get a bit of a 20 bid, 5, hit 1, down 5, hit 5, 2, I'd get a bit of a 2, I'd get a bit of a 2 bid, I'd get a bit of a 22,000, hit 2, I'd bid, I'd get a bit of a 2 here, I'd get a bit of a 22, 3, hit 3, I'd bid, I'd get a bit of a 3 down 2, I'd get a bit of a 3 down 23 bid, hit 3, I'd bid, I'd get a bit of a 3 down 3, I'd get a bit of a 3 down 3 down 3 down 3 down 2 5 and 3, hit down 3, hit 3 bid, I'd get a bit 2 5 and about 3 here, I'd get a bit of a 3 down 3 2 5 down 3, hit 3, I'd get a bit 23 bid, hit 3 down a bid, I'd get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of internet. You want to play as well? 23,004, 24 down 24, hit 4 to bid, I'd get a bit of a 4 down a bid, I'd get a bit of a 3, get a bit of a 4 down 3 down 4, 3 5, get a bit of a 4 down 4, get a bit of a 4, I'd get a bit of a 24,000 on a bid, hit 4, I'd get a bit of a give him a chance, I'd get a bit of a 4, I'd get a bit of 24,000. You want to get 24? Hit 24 bid, I'd get a bit of a 4, I'd get a bit of a 4, 5 5 5, get a bit of a 25,000 on it now, and now 25,000 in a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 24 5, get a bit of a 25,000 on a bid. Yes or no? 25,000 on a bid. 26,000. Give 26,000 on a bid. Thought it would do 30, really. 26,000. 26,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 26,000. 26,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 6 here. I'd get a bit of a 26,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 6 here. I'd have 7. Down 7. Down 7, down 27. I'd get a bit of a 5 5 about 7 here. 26 5, 25 5 about 6 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 26 5. I'd have sold 25 5, sold 25 5 on the cell phone.
Lot S 312s, a 1931 Harley-Davidson DL 45, sold on a bill of sale. Beautiful restoration using original or NOS parts.
Here it is. I'd get a bit of a 30 20, get a bit of a 10. Daniel, are you here? The owner of this bike, get a bit of a 10,000 bid. 10. 10, I'd get a bit of a Daniel, I'd get a bit of a 10, I'd get a bit of a 5 bid, 5 here, 5, 5, 7 a bid, 5, 7, 5, 7, down 10, 10, I'd get a bit of a 10, I'd get a bit of a 10, I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid, hit 10, I'd get a bit of a 10, I'd get a bit of a 10,000 on a bid, I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid, hit a bit of a 10, 10,000 on a bid, I'd get a bit of a 10, I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 10, 12, 10, I'd get a bit of a 12, hit 10, I'd get a bit of a 12 bid, I'd get a bit of a him, I'd get a bit of a 10, get a bit of a 12,000 bid, hit 10 on a 12, hit 12 on a load, I'd get a bit of a 12 here, I'd get a bit of 15,000, hit down 15, I'd get a bit of a 15 bid, I'd get a bit of 15,000 on a bid, 15,000, hit 15, 15, I'd get a bit of 15 bid, I'd get a bit of 15,000 on a bid, 15, 17, I'd get a bit of a 70 bid, 15, 17,000, hit 17 bid, 17, I'd get a bit of a 17, 15, get a bit of a 70,000 bid, last call, hit a bit of 17,000, hit 17 bid, I'd get a bit of a 17, I'd get a bit of 15, get a bit of yes or no, 17 bid, 17,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 17, yes or no, and I'd get a bit of a 17,000, close it at 15,000, close it at 15, and no Daniel.
S 313 from the Steve Miller collection, 1973 Penton 125 6 days, sold on a bill of sale. Engine by Kip Kern.
1,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 1. 2,000 on a bid. Hit 1. Get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 3. 3. Get a bit of a 4. 4. Get a bit of a 4,000 bid. Hit 4. Get a bit of a 4. 4. Get a bit of a 5. 5. Get a bit of a 5. Here 5. 5,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 45 on a bid. 4,500. 45 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 45 here. I'd get a bit of a 4. 45. 45 here. 5. 5. Get a bit of a 45 right. 5,000 on a bid. 45 on a bid. 5,000. 45 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 45 here. 5,000. Bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 45 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 on a bid. Get 45 on a bid. 5. 55. Reserve is off. 5,000. 55 on a bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 55 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 5,000. 55 on a bid. Hit 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 55 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 55 on a bid. 5,000 on a 55. I'd have Sold 5,000. Sold $5,000. Ricardo.
S314's a 1976 Hodaka Thunderdog from the Miller Collection. Sold on a bill of sale. Engine by Greg Watkins is a 1-year model.
1,000 bid. I'd get a bit of 1, 2, 2. I'd get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 3,000 bid. Hit 3. Get a bit of a 3. 3. Get a bit of a 3 bid. I'd get a bit of a 4. 4. 4. I'd get a bit of a 4. 35. And 4. And a 4 bid. Hit $4,000 down. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a $4,000 down. I'd get a bit of a $4,000 bid. You want 4? Hit $4,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a $4,000 bid. Hit 4. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a $4,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. Get a bit of a 4,000. $4,000 bid. Hit a 4 bid. I'd get a bit of a 4 hand side. I'd get a bit of a top 45 here. 4's a bid. 45 reserve is up. 4,000. 45 in a bid. 4's a John. Be good. No. Are you guys bidding on this bike? Okay. So going like this means no. Okay. All right. 35. $4,000. Anybody else? Reserve is back on. 35 in a bid. Anybody get 37.50? 35, 37 upon it. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. 37 a bid. 35, 37, 50. 35 in a bid. I'd get a bit of a 37 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 35, 37 a bid. 35, 37 and 5 half. 35 in a bid on that bike. 37 now 4. 37 and a half. Now $4,000. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 4,000. Hit 4. I'd get a bit of a 4. 5 of a 4,000 on a bid. I'd have 4,000. I'd get a bit of reserves on 4,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 7. I'd get a bit of 4,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 4. And it is sold 37.50. Sold 3,750 to the intranet.
S315's a 1937 Jawa Robot 100 cc's restoration in 2017 in the Czech Republic. It's at no reserve on a bill of sale.
No reserve. I'd get a bit of 1,000, 2,000, 1, 2, 2. I'd get a bit of 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of no reserve. 2,000 in a bid. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2,000 in a bid. Hit a bit of a 2. Hit 2 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. 15. 2, 2, 2. 10 of a 2,000 bid. 15. Get a bit of a 2 there. I'd get a 25 bid. Hit 25. Hit a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 25 here. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a 3,000 bid. Hit down 3. Hit a 3. 3. Get a bit of a 3. I'd get a 25. 3. You got 25 and others bid against you, sir. 3,000 to you. 3,000 at a bid. Down 5. Down 35 bid. 3. Get a bit of a 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 35. I'd get a bit like a shirt though. 35 at a bid. 3,005 at a bid. Hit 35 here. I'd get a bit of a 3 up here. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 3 down 4. Down 4. Hit 4 on the bike off the block. 4,000 at a bid. Hit 4. Hit 35 at a bid. I'd get a bit of a 45 here. 45 here. I'd get a bit of 4,005. 45 at a bid. You want to get 45 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. Get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 4,000. I'd get a bit of a 45. And he said no. 45 at a bid. Sold 4,000. Sold 4,000 on the intranet.
S316's a 1948 Jawa Perak 250 restoration in 2017 in the Czech Republic. It's at no reserve.
But here's another one. I'd get a bit of 1,000, 2,000 at a bid. 1, 2, 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of 1,000, 2. Hit 2. I'd 3. Get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of room for 2 on this one. 3,000 bid. Hit 3. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 3,000. Get a bit of a 3. 4, 4. Down 4. Down 4. Get 3 right. Get a bit of a 4. Hit 3. Which one do you got? I'd get a bit of a 3 right here. 4, 35. 4. 4,000 at a bid. Hit 4. I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 45 in a bid, get a bit of a 4,000, 45 in a bid, 4,000, 45 in a bid, hit 4, get a bit of a 45 here, I'd get a bit of a 45 here, 45 here, 4,000, 45 in a bid, 5,000, 6,000 in a bid, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 600 down, I'd get a bit of a 5 down, 6 here, hit 5 bid, I'd get a bit of a 6 down bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 down, 6,000, hit 5 bid, I'd get a bit of 6 here, last call, 6,007, I'd get a bit of a 7 down bid, 55 here, 7,000, hit a 7 here, I'd get a bit of a 7 down bid, I'd get a bit of a 7 here, 55 bid, rush, hit a bit of a 7 down bid, hit 7 here down, I'd get a bit of a 6 down 7, hit a 7 bid, I'd get a bit down 7,000 on a down, I'd get a bit of a 7,000, hit a 7 here and 6 bid, I'd get a bit of a 7 down, I'd get a bit of a 7,000 on a bid, 16.5, that's what I thought, down 7 down bid, hit a 7 here down, I'd get a bit of a 7, I'd get a bit of a 16.5 bid, I'd get a bit of a 7,000, anybody else, 7,000 on a bid, I'd get a bit of a 7 here, I'd get a bit of a 7 down bid, I'd get a bit of a 7 down bid, I'd get a bit of a 7,000, sold 16.5, sold 16.5 $100, Robin.
S317 from the Steve Miller Collection is a 1976 Honda CR125 on a bill of sale. Restored by Steve Miller, Eric Jensen engine. First year, no reserve.
No reserve, $1,000 on it. I'd get a bit of 1,000 bid. 1, I'd get a bit of a $1,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 2. Hit 2, get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of 1,000 bid. 2, 3. Hit 3, get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 4. Get a bit of a 4,000 bid. 3 up here. 4. Hit 4. Get a bit of a 4. I'd get a 3 bid. I'd get a bit of a $4,000 bid. 3. 35 in a bid. 3,005. 35 in a bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a 5 here. 3. 3, down 5, 4, down 4, down, get a bit of 4,000, under down, 35, 4, 35 in a bid, 4,000, and 4, 45, 45 in a bid, get a bit of a 5, 45 here, 45 in a bid, 4,500, 45 in a bid, 45 here, get a bit of a 5 here, 45, I'd get a bit of a 35 here, 4,000 in a bid, 35 here, 4,000, anybody else, internet, you want to get 4,000? 35 bid, I'd get a bit of 4,000 under bid, I'd get a bit of a 35 down 4. Sold 35, sold $3,500 next Spracklin.
S318 from the Steve Miller is a 1974 Hodaka Super Rat. Original unrestored, first and last year for the new Super Rat 100 MX at no reserve.
No reserve. I'd get a bit of 1,000, not 2,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 2,000. I'd get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of 1,000 on a 2. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of a 3. Get a bit of a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 2 bid. Hit a bit of a 3. Hit 3. Get a bit of a 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 3. Get 3 back there. Get a bit of 3,000 bid. Hit 3. Get a bit of $3,000. 2. 25, 3, 3,000 under down, 3, get a bit of a 3, not get a bit of a 3 here, not get a bit of a 25, 35, down 35, down 35, 3, all back in about, get a bit of a 35 bid, not get a bit of a 3 bid, 35 in a bid, hit 3, get a bit of a 5 here, not get a bit of a 3, not get a bit of a 5 here, 3,005 in a bid, hit 3 here, not get a bit of a 5, not get a bit of 3,005 is to no, 3,005 in a bid, hit 35 here, not get a bit of a 5, not get a bit of 3,035 I'd have, sold 3,000 to the internet.
Lot S 319, Steve Miller Collection, 1971 Hodaka Ace 100 Super Rat. Hodaka's first serious motocross race bike at no reserve.
$1,000 bid, I'd get a bit of $1,000 bid, I'd get a bit of $1,000, 2, 3, get a bit of a 3,000 bid, hit 3, I'd get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of a 3,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of a 3, hit 3, I'd get a bit of 7, 2, right, get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of 2 bid, 3, hit 3, get a bit of a 3,000 bid, hit a bit of get 25 in a bid, 2,025, 2,500, 25 in a bid, 3,000 down, 3, hit 3, hit 25 down, 3, I'd get a bit of a, get a bit of Nick Colts mail, I'd get a bit of a 3 down, 3, hit 3, get a bit of a 3, get a bit of a 5, get a bit of a 5 here, 3 bid, I'd get a bit of 35, 3,500 bid, 3,000 5, hit 35 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5, hit 4,000 down, I'd get a bit of a 4,000 bid, hit a 4 here, down 45 in a bid, I'd get a bit of a 45 here, 4,000, 45 in a bid, hit 4, I'd get a bit of a 45 here, I'd get a bit of a 45 here, 45, hit 45 here, I'd get a bit of a 45 here, got 4 bid, 45 in a bid, hit $4,000, I'd get a bit of a 45 here, I'd get a bit of a 45 here, 45, y'all done, hit $4,000, get a bit of a 45 here, died half, sold her 4,000, sold $4,000 next Spracklin.
Lot S 320s, a 1972 Hodaka Wombat 125 from the Miller collection, original, unrestored, but really nice at no reserve.
$1,000 on this one. $2,000 down. 2, I'd get a bit of 3,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 down. 3, 4, I'd get a bit of a 4 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit of a 4 pair. 5, 5,000 bid. 5, I'd get a bit of a 4, get a bit of right 4, I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a less. So you have 5 back there. At 5,000 4s here. 5,000 on a bid. At a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 45. Down 5,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit down 5, 45 down 5. Hit 45 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair. 45 pair. 5,000 on a bid. 55 in a bid. Hit 5 pair. 55. Hit 5 pair down. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair. 55 and I'd get a bit of a 5 pair. 5 grand bid. 55. 55 in a bid. Hit 5,000 on a down. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair. 2.5. Don't be that guy. Down 5. Hit down 5. Down 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair. 55 in a bid. Hit 5,500. Hit down 55. 6,000. You got 6. I'd get a bit of a 6,000. Down 6 down 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. 16.5 in a bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5. I'd get a bit of a 6 5 5 7 in a bid. Hit 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7,000. Hit 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 in a bid. You want to get 7,000. Now 75. Now 75. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair. I'd get a bit of a 7,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. Down 5. I'd have sold her 7,000. Sold 7,000 to the telephone.
S321 from the Miller Collections, a 1977 Hodaka Dirt Squirt 80, engine by Greg Watkins. These are very rare and hard to find.
1,000 bid to get one. I'd get a bit of a 1, 2, 3, 25, 3,000 bid. 3, I'd get a bit of a 3 down 25 down 3. Hit 3,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of a 3 down 25 down 3. I'd get a bit of 3,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit all done. 3,000 on a bid. Hit 3 bid. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 3 down 3. I'd get a bit of a 3,000 bid. 3,000 on a down. 3,000. Hit 3 bid. I'd get a bit of a 3. 7.5 down 3. Got 7 a bid. 3,000 that work. Hit a bit of a 3. Hit 3 bid. I'd get a bit of a 700. I'd get a bit of a 3,000 on a bid. 27 half 3. Hit 3 bid. I'd get a bit of a 3 down 700. I'd get a bit of a 3 bid. I'd get a bit of a 2 half bid. 3 bid 250. Hit 3. I'd get a bit of reserves off. Get a bit of a 10 bid. I'd get a bit of 3,250 bid. 3 bid. 32 net bid. I'd get a bit of a 35. 37 bid. At 35 bid. 700. I'd get a bit of a 35. 37 half. 35. Sorry. 7 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5. 7 net. You want to get 37 and 50. 35 bid. 37 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 7 and 5 half. 4 down 4. No cussing, sir. There's kids around. $4,000 bid. You want to get $4. $4,000 down. I'd cut a bit of a $4. $4. I'd cut a bit of a $4 down. $7 a bid. I'd cut a bit of a $4,000 down. I'd cut a bit of a $4,000. Sold $3,750. Sold $3,750. Ricky.
Saturday, 322 is a 1976 Husqvarna WR 360 from the Miller Collection. Sold on a bill of sale. Restored and engined by Kip Kern. New special fuel tank only on the Husky 360. It's purple.
And now Russ Conklin.
And how much here? So I get 10. I have 10,000 out of any back of $5,000 bed. You 5,000 out of any back of £5 get to be $1,000. $2,000 bed. And now 3,000 out of any back of take it to be 3 to bed. And now back of 25 3. And 25 to back of 3 3 3 get to be 3,000 out of any back of 3,500. I have 3,500 out of any now back of 4,000 out of any back of 4. And 35 to back of 4,000 out of bed. And 35 4 45 reserves up. I have 4,500. I have 4,000 out of bed, 4,500, $5,000 on it, and 45 to bed, 5,000 out of bed, 4,500, 5,000 out of bed, and 4,500, 5,000 out of bed, 45 going to be 5,000. 5,500, 5,000, 55 to bed, and 5,000 out of it, 5,500, 5,000 out of it, 5 bed, $5,500 bed, $1 so $5,000, so $5,000, Mitch.
S323 from the Moto Talbot Museum is a 2009 chopper, 1,340 cc's, and a Demon chassis. It's no reserve.
I'm buying a back of 10. I'm buying a back of 10,000 out of it, now back of 2,000, going to be 3,000 out of it, back of 2,000 out of it, back of no reserve, $3,000 out of bed. Down 3, down 4,000 out of it, back of 3, going to be 40 bed, now back of 4,000, 5,000 out of bed. Down 5 bed, back of 5, 6,000 out of it, now back of 7,000 out of it, now back of 7, down 7, 8,000 out of bed. 8,000 out of it, now back of 75, 8,000 out of it, now back of 7,500, 8,000 out of bed, and 7,500, 8,000 out of it, now back of 75, back of 8,000 out of back of 75, going to be 8,000, and 7,500, $8,000. Anybody else all through 75, back of 8,000 out of bed, $1. Sold $7,500, Bobby. Sold $7,500.
S324 is a 2013 Illusion custom bagger, less than 500 miles. This bike was used in the TV show Sons of Anarchy.
You buy a bit of an hour, back of 40, going to be 30, going to be 20. I had 20,000 out of it, back of 10, back of 15,000 out of bed. I had 10,000 out of it, back of 15,000 out of it, now back of 10,000 out of 12,000 out of bed. I had 10 to bed, now back of 12,000 out of it, back of 10, going to be 12 to bed. I had 10,000 out of 12,000 out of it, back of 10, going to be 12, and 10,000, 12,000 out of it, now back of 10, going to be 12,000 out of bed. I had 10,000, 12,000 out of it, back of 10, down 12, and down 15. I had 12,000 out of it, back of 15. I had $12,000, 15,000 out of it, now back of 15,000 out of bed. I had 15, 15, 17 of it, down 20. You had 20,000 out of it, back of 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 22, and 20,000 out of it, back of 2 to bed, now back of 22. I had 20,000 out of it, back of 22,000 out of bed. You had 20,000 out of it, back of 22, going to be 22, going to be 22, 5. Reserve is off, and 24, back of 24, 25, and 25,000 out of it, back of 27, and 27,000 out of it, now back of 25, back of 27, and 25 out of it, back of 27,000 out of it, now back of 5, back of 7, and now 30, 27 to bed, 30,000 out of it, back of 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, and 30,000 out of it, now back of 28,000 out of it, now 27, 28, and 27,000 out of $28,000. Anybody else? Last call, 27 back of 28,000. Sold $27,000. Jamie on the telephone.
S326, a 2000 Kawasaki SR250 on a bill of sale. It's a 2000 Works Larry Ward race bike restored to race condition.
By the way, back to banner player. By the way, back to 20, get 15,000 out of bed. 15,000 out of it, now back to 10,000 out of it, back to 10, going to be 10, going to be 10,000. I got 10,000 out of it, back to $5,000, 6,000 out of it, back to 7, and now 7,000 out of it, now back to 6,000 out of it, back to 7,000, 8,000. I have 70 bed, back to 8,000 out of bed, now 70 back to 8,000 out of bed. I have 7,000, 8,000 out of it, back to 9,000 out of it, back to 10,000 out of bed. You 9,000 out of it, now back to 10, 10, 10, going to be 10 to bed, 9,000. 10,000. I had now 11. I had 10,000 out of bed, 11,000 out of bed, and 10, 11, 12. I had back to 12,000 out of bed, 11 to bed, back to 12, going to be 12, going to be 12,000 out of it. I had 11,000 out of bed, 11, 5, and now 12. I had 11 back to 12,000 out of bed, 11 back to bed, now back to 12,000 out of bed, 11 back to be 12, 11 back to 12,000 out of bed, 11 back to be 12, make it 12, and 12, 12, 12, make it 12, 12,005, and 12, 5 back to 5 negative 12.5. You're 500, now negative 12.5, negative 12, going to be 12.5. Yeah, 12,000. Will that do it? $12,500 Kirk. And 12,000, 12.5. Will that do it? Now 12.5 down 13. And by the way, negative 12.5, negative 13,000 out of bed. And 12.5 bed, negative 13. You're out 12.5, $13,000. And 12.5 bed, now 13,000 negative 12.5, 13 time. Close bid at $12,500.
That's 327. Another super nice Hodaka from Stephen Miller. It's a 1972 Hodaka Wombat 125. No reserve.
No reserve. Time out. Time out. 12.5 on the last bike, and the reserve is off. 12.5, 13, 12 pound bed, going to do 13 pound out of bed, and 12 pound going to be 13 pound out of bed, now going to do 12.5, 13, the bike off the block, 12.5, 13,000 down, going to do 13 and a half. Sold $12,500. Sold $12,500. Ben.
Okay, once again, S327 from the Miller Collections, a 1972 Hodaka Wombat 125, engine by Hodaka Dave Rozier. No reserve.
No reserve. Pound negative 5,000 out of it, 1,000 a bid, $2,000. And 1,000 out of it, negative 2,000 out of 3,000 out of it, now negative 2,000 out of it, negative 25. And 2,000 out of it, negative 25, negative 2 to be 2,500. And 2,000 out of it, 23, 35. And 3 to bed, negative 3,500 out of bed. And 3,000 out of it, negative 35 pound down, negative 3 going to be 35. And 3 now 4, down 30 pound, negative 4,000 out of bed. And 35 pound out of it, now negative 4,000 down, negative 35. Negative 4,000 down through, and 7.5, 4, now negative 7.5, going to be 4,000, and down 4, down 2.5, negative 4,000 down 2.5, and down 4,000 negative 42.5, negative 4,000 down 250 down, negative 42.5, so $4,000, Bobby.
S328 from the Miller Collections, a 1974 Hodaka Super Combat 125. One of the best competition bikes in a 125 class.
Yeah, by the now negative 10,000 out of it, now negative 5,000 out of bed. Yeah, 5,000 out of it, now negative 2,000, going to be 3,000 out of bed. 4, now 4,000 out of it, now negative 4,000 out of it, now 3 going to be 3,500 out of bed. I am 3,000 out of it, negative 35 pound, going to be 3 going to be 35. I am 3,000 out of bed, 35 pound out of it, now negative 3 going to be 35. Now 4, and down 35, down 4, and down 35, Kirk down 4,000 out of it, negative 35, going to be 4,000 out of bed, and 3,500, now negative 4,000 out of it, about 7.5, down 4, and 37.5, going to be 4,000 out of bed, and 37.5, going to be 4,000 out of it, now negative 7.5, going to be 4, and 37.5, pound of it, negative 4,000 out of it, now negative 4,000, and pound of it, that's 4, now 2.5, I have 4,000 out of it, negative 42.50, and 4,000 out of it, negative 2.5, negative 4,000 out of it, negative 2.5, reserve is off, and 4,000 out of it, negative 42.50 down, negative 4, going to be 2.5, so $4,000, so $4,000, Paul.
S329 from the Miller Collections, a 1971 Hodaka Ace 100 Super Rat, completely restored from the frame up, sold on a bill of sale at no reserve.
No reserve. Pound of it, negative 2,000 out of it, negative 3,000 out of bed. Sells it, no reserve. Pound out of it, negative 3,000 out of it, now negative 2, going to be 3 to bed, now negative 3,000, 4. And now 4,000 out of it, negative 3 to bed, now negative 4,000 out of bed. And now 5,000 out of it, negative 5, going to be 5, Lori, going to be 5. And 5,000 out of it, now negative 5, 45, now 5. And 4,500, negative 5, 5,500 out of bed. And negative 6,000 out of bed. And 55 out of bed, now negative 6,000 down 65, and 6,000 down 5 pound down negative 6,000 down 5, and 65 pound down 7, and down 7,000 down negative 7,000 out of bed, and 65 pound 7,500 out of bed, and 70 bed negative 5 pound going to be 7,500, and 7,000 down negative 75 pound down 7,500 out of bed, down 75. Sold $7,000, Laura.
S330 from the Miller Collections, a 1979 KTM GS80, restored by Steve Miller. It's at no reserve.
By the way, negative 5,000 out of it, negative 5,000 out of it, negative 1,000, 2,000 out of bed, down 2,000 out of 3,000 out of it, negative 2 bed 3 to bed, now negative 3,000 out of it, negative 25 down 3, and 25 going to be 3, going to be 3,000 out of down 25 negative 3, down 3,000 out of it, negative 25 going to be 3, down 5, down 3,500 out of it, negative 3 to bed, 3,500 out of bed, down 3,000 out of 35, 3,500, and 35 out of it, now negative 500 out of it, negative 35 to bed, down negative 35. You bought it down negative 3,500 down $4,000 and down 45 $5,000. I know I got 45 my way. Roll out 45 $5,000 bid. You $5,000 out of it down negative $5,500 bid. I bought it negative 55 out of it down negative 5,000 55 and $5,000 55 out of it down negative 5,000 down 55 and $6,000 bid. And 55 bid of it down negative $6,000 down 5,500 $6,000 down negative $6,000. Anybody else? So $5,500. So $5,500. Jamie on the phone.
S331 from the Miller Collections, a 1979 Honda CR125. First year for the red rocket frame and the red engine, no reserve. Wow.
$2,000 bid. And $2,000 3 going to be $3,000 down 3 and down $3,000 $3,000 no reserve. Now $4,000 4 going to be 4 going to be 4 going to be 4 and now $4,000 down negative $4,000 bid down 3 down 4 and $3,000 $4,000 down 35 now 4 and 35 negative $4,000 $3,500 $4,000 bid and 35 $4,000 down negative 35 going to be 4 and 3,500 $4,000 down negative 35 going to be 4,000 down 45 $4,000 negative 4,500 down negative $4,500 bid and 4,500 down negative $4,000 $4,500 bid down negative 4,500. So $4,000. So $4,000. Mitch.
S332 from the Miller Collections, a 1976 Montesa Coda 348, original, unrestored. One of the most complete trials bikes I've ever seen. It's no reserve.
$2,000 going to be 3 and $3,000 2 bid negative $3,000 and 333 going to be 3 bid negative $3,000 negative $2,000 $3,000 bid and $2,000 negative $2,500 and $2,000 25 sales and no reserve. I am $2,000 negative $2,000 bid and $2,000 down 3 and $2,000 down 25 down 3 25 going to be 3 and $2,500 $3,000 negative 25 down 3 to bid and $2,500 $3,000 down negative $2,500 negative 3,000 and $25 negative $3,000 down negative 3 to bid down $3,000 down. So $2,500. So $2,500 internet.
S333 from the Miller Collection. 1977 Hidaka 175 SL. Lasted only a year for the 175 street legal trail model.
Yeah, buy the bigger to buy the pack of the 10 to be $5,000 out of bed. Yeah, $5,000 out of bed now, negative $2,000 out of bed now, $3,000 down, $4,000 out of bed now, 3 going to be 4. And now $4,000 out of bed now, $3,000 out of bed negative $4,000 down, negative 3 going to be 4. And $4,000 out of bed negative 3 to bed down, negative $3,500 out of bed. And now $4,45 out of bed. I got 4, now 45 and 45. Alex going to be 4,500 and 4,000 out of bed, 4,500 out of bed now. Negative 4,000 down 45 and 4,000 out of it negative 4,500 negative 4 down 45 42.50 down 4,500 42 and a half 5 and 42 and a half bed negative 4,500 and 42.50 4,500 down negative 42 and a half 5 and 5 down 7 and a half negative 4,500 down 7 and a half. Reserve is off 4,500 47 and a half negative 4,500 down 7 and a half bed down negative 47.59. So $4,500 internet.
S334 is a 1985 Honda VT 500C Shadow 500cc original unrestored 3,154 miles at no reserve.
I buy the negative no reserve. I had a negative 3,000 out of a negative $1,000 a bed $2,000. I had 1,000 out of a negative 2,000 out of a negative 1 bed down 2,000 out of a 1,000 a bed 1,500. I have 15 2 to bed about negative 15 going to be 2 and down 1,500 out of a negative 2,000 25 negative 25 going to be 25 and 2,000 out of a negative 2,500 out of bed down 2,000 out of a negative 25 all through dollar died. I am 2,000 out of a negative 2,500. Everybody else 2,000 25 out negative 25. Sold $2,000. Sold $2,000. Ricky.
S335 is a 1972 Yamaha CT1. Very cool cafe build using a steel RD60 tank and tail, 175 cc's. Very nice build.
$5,000. I buy the $5,000, $3,000, $3,000, $2,000 bed, and $1,000, $2,000 down to the bed, $1,000 to bed, $1,500, and $1,000, $1,500 bed, and $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, $15 going to be 15, 15, 2, 25, and $2,000, 20 pound of bed, and 25 pound out of it now, negative 2,000 out of it, 20 pound of bed, and 25 pound out of it now, 20 pound gonna be 2,500 out of bed, and 2,000 out of it, negative 2,500 out of bed, and 2,000 out of it, negative 25 pound out of it now, negative 25, and now 2,500 out of 3,000 out of bed, and 25 down 3 to bed, now 25 down 7.5, and 25 down reserve is off, and 2,500 out of down 7.5, now 3, and by the way, negative 3,000 out of it now, negative 7.5 down 3, and down 3,000 out of it now, negative 3 to bed, what a bike, 3,000, and down 3,000 out of it now, negative 3,000 out of bed, and by the way, negative 3,000 out of it, negative 3, they're down 3,000 out of bed, and out of it, negative 3, 3, 3, 3, out of it, negative 3,000, and by the way, negative 3,000 out of it. Yeah, I put you in for 27.50, isn't that right, Paul? 27.50. Yeah, now 3. High pound of negative 7, high 3, and 27 high pound negative 3,000 negative 3 to be a die. Sold 27.50, sold 27.50, Paul.
S336, 1970 BMW R50/5, a toaster tank rarely seen in the U.S. It's a great bike, 12,000 kilometers showing.
And pound of negative 10,000 out of it now, negative 5. And 5,000 out of it now, negative 5,000 out of it, negative 2,000, going to be 3,000 out of bed. And down 3 to bed, now down 4,000 out of it, now 35 down 4. And 35 going to be 4,000 out of it, negative 3,500 out of bed, 4,000. And 3,500 out of 4,000 out of bed. And 35 negative 4,000 out of it, now 35 down 4. And 3,500, 4,000 out of it, negative 35 down 4. And 3,500 out of it, now negative 4,000 out of bed. And 35 to bed. I got 35, going to be 4. Going to be $4,000, sir. And now 4,000 out of bed. And 35 negative 4,000 out of now, negative 35, going to be $4,000. Anybody else? And 3,500, 4,000 out of it now, negative 35, 4. And by the way, negative 3,500 out of 4,000, 35, now 4,000. Yes, sir. And by the way, negative 4,000 out of bed. And by the way, now, yes, sir, I do. Yes, sir, I do. 3,500 to bed, right there. Yeah. Now $4,000. By the way, negative 35 down 4. Reserve is up. 3,500 out of down 4. 3,500, 4,000 out of bed. And 35 negative 4,000 out of down 3,500. Going to be 4. And 3,500. Yeah, the reserves up. 3,500, 4,000. And 35 negative 4,000 out of down. Sold $3,500. Sold $3,500, Blake.
S337's a 1979 Ducati 900 GTS Desmodromic valve system, spoke wheels with a handlebar fairing. A very cool bike.
By the way, negative 10,000 out of it now, negative 10 going to be $5,000. You're 5 pound out of it, negative 5,000 out of it, negative 2,000, $3,000. And 2 to be negative DD 3,000 out of it, about 3, 4. And now 3,000 out of it now, negative 4,000 out of it. And 3,000, negative 35, now 4. And 35 going to be 4, going to be 45. And 4,000 out of it, negative 4,500 out of bed. I got $4,000 on the bike. Somebody get 4,500. And 4,000 out of it, negative 4,500 out of bed. And 4,000, 4,500, and 4,000 out of it, negative 4,500 out of bed, and 4,000 out of it, 4,250, you're out 45, 42 and a half, ouch, 4,500. And out of it, negative 42 and a half, 5, and 45 pound DD, 45 pound out of it, 45, 7 and a half. 4,500 down, 7 high out of bed, now negative 47 high, $5,000. Yep, 5,000 out of bed, now negative 5,500 out of bed, and 55 pound out of bed, now negative 55, and 5,500, and 50. We're on the wrong side of 10,000. I got 5,000 out of bed, $5,500. By the way, negative 5,500 out of bed. By the way, negative 5,000 out of bed, negative 5,500 out of bed. And by your band's out 5,000 out of bed, negative 5,500, 55. Thank you, your band's out $6,000. $5,500, $6,000. By the way, negative 5,500, 6,000 out of bed, and 5,500. Reserve is up. 5,500, 6,000, and 55 out of bed, now negative 6,000 negative 6,000 out of bed. Anybody else? So $5,500. So $5,500. Blake.
S338. It's a 1972 BMW R75/5. It's got the touring tank on it in silver, black stripes. Boy, it looks great.
By the very big to banner prayer, by the very big to tank to be 5 pounds out of bed. If 5 pounds out of bed, down decorative banner prayer, decorative 1500, 2 pounds out of bed. Down 20 pounds, 3 pounds out of bed, big to 25, to be 3, to be 35. Down 4 pounds out of bed. Down 4 pounds out of bed, back to 35, down 4. Down 4 pounds out of bed, down decorative 4 pounds out of bed. Down 4 pounds out of bed, down decorative 3,000, 4,000 out of bed. I have 3,000 out of bed, down 3,500 out of bed. I got 3,000 with Blake, down 3,500. I have 3,000 out of bed, 3,500 out of bed, down 35, 35, 35. Down 3,500 out of bed, down decorative 3,500 out of bed. And 3,500 is all. Down decorative 35 and 3,500, $3,500. $3,000, 3,500. 35 down 4. 35 down 4. 37 and a half. Now 4. 37 and a half. Now 4. By the way, make it 4,000. Yeah, now 4,500. Now 4,500. Reserve is off. 4,000 out of it, make it 45. Out of it, now negative 4,000 out of 45. And 4,000 out of 4,500. Hard negative 45 and up. So $4,000. So $4,000, Blake.
S340s from the British Motorcycle Museum in America. It's a 1960 BSA DBD 34 Gold Star. Odometer shows 468 since Arresto. Britain BSA Owners Club certification.
Here by the bed, down to 30. I have 30,000 out of it, back to 20,000 out of bed. I have 20,000 out of it, good job, Blake. Back to 10,000, take it to be 12. And 10,000 out of it, down to 12, 15, 15, 15, go. 15,000 out of it, back to 17. I have 15 down, 17,000 out of it, down to 17, going to be 17, going to be 18, going to be 18, going to be 18. 18 down, 19, 19, 19, 18, 19. I have 18 to bed, 19 to bed, down to 18, 19. I have 18,000 out of it, back to 19,000 out of bed. I have 18. Going to be 19,000 out of it, make it 18 to bid, $19,000 on it. I have 18, going to be 19,000. I have 18,000 out of it, make it 19,000 out of bed. I have 18, going to be 19,000 out of it, now make it 18, $19,000 all through. I have 18, 19, if anybody make it 18, going to be $19,000. Anybody else? I have 18, going to be 19,000 out of it, make it 18, $19,000. Close bid at 18,000.
S341's a 1963 BSA Rocket Gold Star from a British Motorcycle Museum. 322 miles since the restoration by Robin Hunt. Genuine original example.
Yeah, by the way, down to 30. Yeah, down 30,000 out of it, down to 10. Who back to 15,000 out of bed. Yeah, down 20. I am 15 to bed, back to 17,000 out of it, back to 15, 17. Yeah, down 15, 17, 20. Yeah, down 20,000 out of it, back to 20, going to be 20, going to be 20. And 17 to bed, down to 20,000 out of it, back to 20. And make it 20,000 out of it, back to 22. Hard out of it, back to 20, going to be 22. Bullet 22,000 out of it, down 25. And 22,000 out of it, back to 23, 24. Yeah, down 24. Now you're at 25,000 out of bed. And 24 to back to 25,000 out of it, back to 24, going to be 25. And 24,000 out of it, 25,000 out of it, back to 24, 25. Back to 24,000 out of it, back to 5, going to be 25. Close bid at $24,000.
Lot S342 is a 1939 BSA M23 Silver Star 500cc sold on a bill of sale. Concours restoration from a European museum.
Yeah, by the way, going to do 10, going to be 12, going to be 15,000 out of bed. And 15,000 out of it, going to do 15, 17 to bed, down going to do 17, going to be 17, going to be $17,000 on it. Down 20, down 20,000 out of it, going to do 20. And 17 to bed, going to do 20,000 out of it, going to do 22. And 20,000 out of it, about 1, 2. 21, going to be 22. I had 21,000 out of it, back to 2 to bed. I had 21,000 out of it, $22,000. Anybody else? I had 21,000 out of it, back to 22,000 out of it, 21 down 2 to bed, down. Close bid at $21,000.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a great hand for these young men and women. Shoved all these bikes, pushed them around. 303 detailers, wiped every one of them around. A hand for everybody that worked so hard here to make this event a success. March 14th, 15th, 16th, Phoenix, Arizona.